Inheriting a remarkable talent for financial investment, Sue Hanlin initially aspired to surround himself with celebrities and indulge in youthful models. However, on the eve of his graduation, he found himself ensnared by an obscure system that compelled him to assume the role of a police officer. What? Being a cop leads to no fortune? Wrong. Utterly mistaken. I cannot speak for others, but for me, being a police officer not only promises advancement, but also an inexhaustible flow of wealth that cannot be obstructed. Chapter 1. The system forces me to become a policeman. In 2006, Hong Kong. Slap. Several bilingual newspapers from Hong Kong landed with a crisp sound before a rather unremarkable young man, aged approximately 23 or 24, standing at about 178 centimeters with a slender build. The young man casually glanced at the newspapers, his expression indifferent as he shrugged his shoulders. According to the financial section of the Oriental Daily, it has been reported that financial prodigy Tony Su has abandoned a lucrative Wall Street career. The Ming Pao reported exclusively, financial genius Sue Hanlin, who earned millions within 6 months, has opted to forsake a high-paying position to return to Hong Kong and apply to join the police force. Can you believe it? You refused to work for Morgan on Wall Street, and instead, you could return to the family brokerage in Hong Kong. Yet you, a middle-aged man in his 50s, with a portly build and an air of sophistication, lamented as he pointed a finger at Sue Hanlin. Do you realize that the annual death toll among Hong Kong police officers reaches 20 to 30? Your father doesn't wish to be left with white hair mourning a black-haired son. The man speaking was Sue Hanlin's father, Su Yudao, whose wealth amounted to hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars. He owned several rental properties and ran a modest securities brokerage, marking him as a figure of some means. Indeed, younger brother, your talent in financial investment surpasses mine. Should you choose to join us, I would gladly offer you the position of general manager. Su Hanza, seeing his younger brother unmoved, resorted to invoking a cherished memory to sway him. You haven't forgotten our childhood wish made atop Victoria Peak, have you? Upon hearing this, Sue Hanlin's lips curled slightly as he recalled the day he and his brother ascended Victoria Peak, where he had boldly declared, "Brother, I will surely work hard to ensure that our parents live in a mansion on the hill." Wishes? Aspirations? Of course, he had not forgotten. For years, he had relentlessly pursued that goal, sacrificing nearly all leisure time. While his peers reveled in parties and gatherings, he diligently studied in the library, subsisting on sandwiches and hot dogs. Such dedication led him, at the tender age of 24, to earn a doctorate from a prestigious American university, Harvard Business School. He also managed to amass millions in profits from the financial markets within a mere 6 months. However, just as he was finalizing his career plans on the eve of graduation, an enigmatic system appeared, completely derailing Sue Hanlin's meticulously crafted plans. A week prior, in Boston at Harvard Business School, Sue Hanlin obtained his doctorate and was preparing to accept an invitation from the renowned Morgan Fund on Wall Street when, out of nowhere, a three-dimensional panel materialized in his mind. IQ, 160 normal range, 120140. Strength, 8.5 normal, 12. Agility, 7 normal, 10. Profession, police officer gray. Justice energy, 10 initial value. Exchange. What on earth is this? Does it mean my IQ is capped? Sue Hanlin stared at the three-dimensional panel, inwardly grumbling. Why am I not considered normal? While I may not reach the level of a 7-Times-a-night prodigy, I am at least a 5-minute man, far superior to a 3-second man. He then rolled up his sleeves and flexed his arms, showcasing his biceps, only to discover his arms were soft and devoid of muscle tone. What's so great about being a muscle man? I am meant to thrive on my intellect, Sue Hanlin mused, pinching his nose to regain composure. At that moment, the words police officer caught his eye, and he was momentarily stunned for half a minute, his face a mask of disbelief. What the heck? A police officer? My life goal is to stand shoulder to shoulder with the investment god Warren Buffett. No, to surpass Buffett and outshine Soros. Living in a mansion, driving sports cars, courting celebrities, and indulging in youthful models who on earth would want to be a cop. It must be an illusion. I simply haven't rested well lately. To Sue Hanlin, the idea of becoming a police officer through the system was unacceptable. He would unhesitatingly abandon the system and plunge into the high-risk, high-return financial sector. Yet fate played a cruel joke on him. He had no choice. This system could not be uninstalled, nor could he alter the prescribed career path without facing obliteration. With no options left, he resigned himself to reality. As he explored the system's functionalities, he inadvertently clicked on the exchange button. After expending 10 points of justice energy, Images of the foreign exchange market's 5-minute charts began to flash in his mind like a slideshow. Is this the 5-minute chart for USDJPY? Skeptically, Sue Hanlin opened his Forex trading software and, with a mindset of trial and error, purchased 1,000 US dollars to validate his findings. Moments later, shit, this is real. It matches the chart in my mind exactly. Oh my goodness. Over 10 million, even 100 million, just slipped right through my fingers? At that instant, he grasped the profound truth behind a saying. Once, an opportunity to become wealthy in 5 minutes slipped away from me, leaving me despondent. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would undoubtedly invest heavily with leverage. Following this harrowing revelation, he began to comprehend the system's functions. More accurately, he understood the principle behind exchanging justice energy points for business opportunities. Of course, figuring out how to earn justice energy points was no challenge for someone with an IQ of 160. It was evident that one could acquire these points by eliminating evils. Accepting the established facts, Sue Hanlin promptly changed his flight to New York to one heading back to Hong Kong. He then sincerely emailed his mentors and prominent Wall Street fund companies, expressing his intention to return to Hong Kong to become a police officer. To his astonishment, American and Hong Kong media outlets reported extensively on the story, with online views surpassing 10 million. Some tabloid newspapers even featured him on their front pages, catapulting him to celebrity status in Hong Kong. Father, with my brother managing the company, even though I am becoming a police officer, I can still contribute strategically. Sue Hanlin continued. Moreover, considering my intelligence, who knows, perhaps in a decade or so, I might become the top cop commissioner. Before he could finish, a voice filled with warmth yet seriousness interjected. Wow, I didn't expect my son to have such lofty aspirations, aiming for the position of commissioner. Shouldn't your mother start calling you Officer Sue soon? A woman in her 40s, with a nurturing smile and a figure that suggested indulgence, entered the living room with small, deliberate steps. Why do you want to become an officer, then? Aren't you proud of having a mother who is a judge? Father. Before Su Yudao could finish his sentence, a sharp gaze from Su Huanchuan silenced him. Indeed, within the Su family, the individual wielding veto power and decision-making authority was not Su Yudao, but rather the esteemed judge Su Huanchuan. Most crucially, she had just received a call from a former classmate at the police personnel department, which is why she relented. Thank you, mother. Thank you, father. Sue Hanlin joyfully embraced them both, showering them with kisses. Before you get too carried away with thanks, Tony, since you wish to join the police force, you must surrender the millions of dollars you've earned over the past 6 months to your mother for safekeeping. With a smile, his mother extended her palm, her meaning abundantly clear. If you desire to endure the hardships of being a police officer, you must relinquish your wealth, or else. At that moment, his father seized the opportunity to interject. Exactly. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards your mother. I am firmly opposed to your decision to join the police. Sue Hanlin. He silently cursed the mysterious system 1,000 times. And then he understood that his stylish father and mother demanding the payment of dollars was a veiled denial of his role as a policeman, yet the system dictated his profession, leaving no room for dissent. In his heart, he cried out, "Mother, your son was coerced by the system into becoming a police officer in truth. I would much rather indulge in Franklin, savor exquisite wines, and enjoy the company of youthful models." But could he voice such thoughts? The answer was undoubtedly no. $15 million to be surrendered? Or perhaps. Chapter 2. Sir, drinks are not allowed on the car roof, of course. The tax must be paid. After all, my dear mother is the queen of our household. Under the benevolent yet unyielding gaze of Su Huanchuan, Sue Hanlin hesitated and finally retrieved 2 bank cards from his wallet. Mother, this card contains $1 million, a token of filial piety from your son. The remaining $14 million, I intend to invest in our family's Lanyu Securities investment company. With a face full of trepidation, he handed over the card, fearful that his mother would seize the other card containing the $14 million. In that moment, the living room was filled with the expectant gazes of the 3 men, 6 eyes eagerly awaiting the verdict from the esteemed matriarch. Su Hanja could barely contain his excitement, yearning to snatch the bank card immediately. Recently, he had been eyeing several exceptional stocks on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, but had refrained from purchasing due to a lack of funds. Although the Su family possessed assets worth hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars, 80% of it was tied up in fixed assets. Their luxurious 4,000 square foot apartment in Shallow Water Bay alone accounted for 1/3 of their wealth. Thus, the liquidity of Lanyu Securities Company was barely 200 million Hong Kong dollars. Su Huanchuan observed the trio's expressions, contemplating for a moment before she declared, Very well. Seeing that all three of you wish to invest this sum into the company, I, as the judge, shall acquiesce to your desires. Yea, long live mother! Su Hanja exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he leaped towards Su Huanchuan, embracing her fervently like a child. All right, you're grown up now, yet you still act like a child. She chuckled, adding, here, take this card as well. However, to ensure harmony within the family moving forward, Tony's investment of $15 million must be accompanied by a share transfer agreement. Of course, I will notify the lawyer to draft the contract immediately. Su Hanja quickly clutched both cards tightly, pulling out his phone to inform the lawyer. In Hong Kong, it was commonplace for siblings to end up in court fighting over inheritances. There were no fewer than 90 cases each year. Su Huanchuan's decision was a precautionary measure. An hour later, under the witness of the lawyer, he invested $15 million, equivalent to 120 million Hong Kong dollars, acquiring 40% of Lanyu Securities Company, thereby becoming its second-largest shareholder. Subsequently, the family enjoyed a delightful lunch at Shanghai Tower. Ding ding ding. Su Hanlin answered a call informing him that the Mercedes G55 SUV he had ordered a few days prior had arrived and was ready for pickup. Father, mother, my car has arrived. I won't interrupt your romantic evening. Go on, but remember not to stay out too late. You have an interview tomorrow. Su Huanchuan reminded him with a smile. How did you know about my interview tomorrow? Su Hanlin asked, surprised. Oh, did you peek at my email? With a playful slap to the back of his head, Su Huanchuan laughed. As the matriarch, how could I ever invade someone else's privacy? It was your Uncle Bei who informed me. Uncle Bei? Su Hanlin furrowed his brows, trying to recall who he was. Realization struck him. It must be Bei Liangzhe, who had just been promoted from chief superintendent to assistant commissioner of personnel. Upon hearing Su Yudeo's explanation, he understood. Uncle Bei had indeed risen in rank, which meant he might be assigned to a good department after completing his training at the police academy. Though connections could help one advance, the Hong Kong police force had a rigorous and scientific promotion and assignment system based on comprehensive personal evaluations. Half an hour later, Su Hanlin arrived at a car dealership named Bayer S. Road in Kwun Tong. Jessica, look over there. That guy is so handsome and stylish. He fits my criteria perfectly. A female sales associate, dressed in uniform, gushed about Su Hanlin to her colleague. Jessica turned to see Su Hanlin, who appeared rather ordinary and lanky. Where's the style in that? Just then, Su Hanlin approached her with a polite smile. Excuse me, miss, I'm Tony Su. Your dealership called to inform me that my car is ready for pickup. Hello, Mr. Su. You still need to pay the remaining balance of 800,000 Hong Kong dollars. Will you be paying by check or card? Jessica said, her eyes scanning the pickup information in a professional manner. By card, he replied, handing over his bank card. Is that a Citibank Platinum card? Such cards have a minimum requirement of $10 million. Jessica's perception of Su Hanlin transformed. He was not only handsome, but also quite impressive. She took the titanium alloy card with sparkling eyes, blushing slightly. After swiftly processing the payment, she eagerly handed over the invoice, bank card, and purchase documents, all the while maintaining an enthusiastic demeanor. Mr. Su, your vehicle is not yet insured. If you're unfamiliar with the process, I can assist you personally. As she offered her business card, she subtly brushed her fingertip across his palm. Taking the card, he couldn't help but admire her professional yet alluring appearance. All right, let us set a date for tomorrow afternoon to discuss further. Sure, I'll be waiting for your call. By the way, Mr. Su, it's best to prepare a check tomorrow. It will be more convenient and save you the transaction fee. Jessica gently closed the car door, casting a flirtatious glance as Su Hanlin drove away from the dealership. As Su Hanlin drove slowly, getting accustomed to the right-hand steering, he yawned. He couldn't tell if it was the time difference or his health, but he had been feeling drowsy these days. He parked outside a convenience store to buy a pack of energy drinks, Red Bull. Upon returning to his car, his phone rang. Hey, Tony. A modeling agency recently signed a batch of fresh faces, and I'm throwing a party tonight. You must come. The caller was Song Yunhui, known as Daniel, his childhood friend and confidant, and the sole heir of the prominent Song family in Hong Kong, boasting a fortune of no less than 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. Don't call me that. Who's your brother-in-law? I'll say it one last time. I consider Man my sister. Su Hanlin retorted, but after hearing Daniel's assurances, he continued, Sorry, Tony, I can't make it tonight. I have an interview with the police department tomorrow. Really? The media wasn't lying? You're actually giving up a career in finance to become a cop? Goodness, I can't fathom your reasoning. It's such a waste of your talents in financial investment. I wonder what is so great about being a cop with a salary in the tens of thousands of Hong Kong dollars. Hearing this, Sue Hanlin felt a pang of grievance and silently cursed. Do you think I want this? I'm left with no choice. My resentment level is at 100. 1086. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled loudly. Holding the phone in one hand and placing the Red Bull on the car roof with the other, he said, Daniel, I have to go. My stomach is acting up. I'll call you after the interview tomorrow. After hanging up, he grumbled inwardly. What a terrible stroke of luck. First, I was trapped by the system, and now I'm back in Hong Kong, suffering from stomach issues. A few minutes later, feeling refreshed after using the restroom, he spotted a female police officer on a bicycle beside his car, writing a ticket. Madam, please have mercy. I just had an emergency and didn't T-park in the designated area. Since it's my first offense, I kindly ask you to let it slide. Sue Hanlin hurried over, but the officer remained unfazed, continuing to write the ticket while coolly stating, license and ID. Resigned to his fate, he retrieved his identification and driver's license, handing them over to the officer. With a firm expression, the officer tore off 2 tickets and returned them along with his license and ID, warning him, Sir, drinks are not permitted on the car roof. This time, I shall issue a warning. Should I catch you again, you will be summoned to the police station. Chapter 3. The little sorceress, Songman Sue Hanlin, with a playful grin, received the documentation and the ticket, charming the female officer on the iron horse. Why does this madam seem increasingly familiar? He pondered uncertainly. Tiger Tooth Girl? Only just recognizing me now? The officer removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of lively, expressive eyes, and continued with a smile. It's been years. How have you transformed into a mere telephone pole? She then added, by the way, I heard someone has forsaken a high-paying job on Wall Street to return to Hong Kong and take the police exam? Indeed, I have an interview tomorrow. Sue Hanlin assessed the Tiger Tooth Girl and noticed her rank was a flower, trainee inspector. Time had indeed changed her. Now, Bei Ningxue not only had long, elegant legs, but her face had also transformed from round to oval. If she were to participate in the Miss Hong Kong pageant now, victory would be assured. Tiger Tooth Girl, Uncle Bei has been promoted to Assistant Commissioner of Human Resources. How could you possibly be assigned to the high-risk traffic department? Each year, approximately 20 police officers sacrifice their lives in Hong Kong, with 60% from the traffic department. The Hong Kong police force has committed to responding to 999 calls within 9 minutes. Failure to do so results in complaints. Thus, officers on iron horses rush to the scene, and encounters with law-breaking motorists can easily lead to collisions. My father is my father, and I am I. I'm merely temporarily stationed in the traffic department. I'll be reassigned soon. Well, I must continue my patrol. Tomorrow I'm on leave, so after your interview, lunch is on me. Without waiting for Sue Hanlin's agreement, Bei Ningxue mounted her iron horse and sped away. The Tiger Tooth Girl still retained her impulsive nature. Sue Hanlin shook his head, placed a can of Red Bull into the car's small refrigerator, and drove home. The following day, Sue Hanlin, dressed in a well-tailored suit and tie, arrived at the Eastern District Police Headquarters located on Connaught Road, full of vigor. The headquarters comprises 3 buildings, the 24-story East Wing, the 36-story West Wing, and the 46-story Main Building, with the Human Resources Department situated on the 33rd floor. He parked his white Mercedes G55 SUV in the temporary parking area, registered at the front desk, and received a temporary pass to the 33rd floor. Hello, Senior. I am Sue Hanlin, here for an interview today. After checking the computer records, the staff member politely responded, Mr. Sue, please wait a moment. There is someone currently in the interview. I will notify you when it's your turn. Thank you, Senior. After a brief wait, Sue Hanlin was invited into the interview room, where he found a long table occupied by a chief superintendent and 2 senior superintendents. After introducing himself with the proper decorum, a senior superintendent posed a question. Mr. Sue, having reviewed your resume and written exam results, it appears you possess a natural advantage in finance. Why have you chosen to apply to the police force? Sir, with the rapid advancement of the times, high-tech and high IQ crime is on the rise, necessitating individuals with specialized knowledge like myself within the Hong Kong police force. Congratulations, Mr. Sue. The Hong Kong police welcomes you aboard. You will undergo 36 weeks of training at the Wong Chuk Hang Police School, and your rank and department will be assigned based on your assessment results. The chief superintendent stood to shake Sue Hanlin's hand. Thank you, sir. Sue Hanlin replied, rising and turning to leave the interview room. Just as he stepped out, a voice called from behind, Tony, Tiger Tooth. Bei Ningxue smiled, revealing her teeth and gestured to indicate that her two little tiger teeth were long gone. Upon seeing her perfectly aligned white teeth, Sue Hanlin scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly before asking, "Vivian, you wouldn't be waiting specifically for me, would you?" Tony, with an IQ of 160, it's no surprise you guessed it right. Bei Ningxue snapped her fingers and inquired, "How did the interview go?" "Of course I passed. In 36 weeks, we shall be colleagues." Bei Ningxue blinked her big eyes, expressing her joy. "To celebrate our impending camaraderie, I'll treat you, and you cover the bill." "All right, you choose the restaurant. I'll go get my admission notice. Wait for me." As they reached the temporary parking area, Bei Ningxue hopped into her Mercedes G55 and entered an address into the GPS, instructing Sue Hanlin to take them to Alizé Noir de Nova for French cuisine. Half an hour later, they arrived at the restaurant's entrance, where a foreign waiter politely inquired, "May I ask if you have a reservation?" "No." "Yes, we do," Bei Ningxue quickly interjected, providing the name of the person who made the reservation. After the waiter checked the computer, he courteously ushered them inside. "Vivian, aren't you treating me today? Why is the reservation under a Mr. Liang?" Sue Hanlin whispered behind the waiter, "Quick, tell me, is this your new boyfriend?" "Tony, just pretend to be my boyfriend for a moment." Upon hearing Bei Ningxue's explanation, he realized he had become a shield, used to fend off a rival. From her words, he learned her suitor was a police star from the West Kowloon police station, Liang Shutong. "Vivian, pretending to be your boyfriend feels a bit inappropriate. What if Uncle Bei finds out?" Before he could finish, Bei Ningxue interrupted, clasping her hands in prayer. "As long as you help me get through this, I will also help you pretend to be your girlfriend in front of Songman." The mention of Songman sent a shiver down Sue Hanlin's spine. Indeed, Songman was beautiful and came from a prominent family. She was the daughter of Song Yunhui, the heiress of the Song group. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had developed an infatuation with Sue Hanlin, pursuing him relentlessly from Hong Kong to America, as if declaring she would marry no one else in this lifetime. Nevertheless, Sue Hanlin had always regarded Songman as a sister. "Okay, it's a deal." Upon hearing this, Bei Ningxue linked her arm with Sue Hanlin's, and together they approached a window-side table, where she introduced Sue Hanlin to Liang Shutong. "Mr. Liang, it is an honor to meet you." "Me too. I am equally honored to meet Mr. Su," Liang Shutong said, suppressing his growing displeasure, maintaining a polite demeanor as he invited Sue Hanlin to sit. "Mr. Liang, Tony just participated in the police interview today and will become our colleague in 36 weeks. Bei Ningxue interjected eagerly. "Congratulations, Mr. Su, on passing the interview. Allow me to treat this meal to celebrate," Liang Shutong offered insincerely. "Oh, I couldn't possibly. This meal was promised to Vivian long ago. How about this, Mr. Liang? I'll cover this meal, and you can treat next time?" Liang Shutong, handsome with striking features and standing approximately 180 centimeters tall, wore a congenial smile, which only intensified as Bei Ningxue intentionally elevated Sue Hanlin's status. "Indeed, Mr. Liang, you may not know, but Tony has a remarkable talent in financial investments, earning millions during his studies in America." Just as Liang Shutong's smile began to fade, a girl with two ponytails, dressed like a youthful beauty, stormed towards their table, indignantly confronting Sue Hanlin. "Tony, how long have you been dating Vivian? Why wasn't I informed?" It was none other than Songman. Although she appeared as a beautiful young girl, Sue Hanlin couldn't help but see her as a little witch, completely at odds with the youthful beauty she was trying to portray. How can a stunning 21-year-old beauty like you pretend to be a 17 or 18-year-old high school student? We've been together for a while now. Shut up. I want to hear Tony say it himself. Chapter 4. Can saving someone earn energy points? In the Alizé Noir de Nova restaurant, all diners ceased their meals upon hearing Songman's commanding voice, craning their necks towards Sue Hanlin's table, waiting for the situation to unfold. "Man, witch. I've been dating Vivian for nearly half a year," Sue Hanlin lied, steeling himself and discreetly signaling Bei Ningxue to cooperate. The unfolding events were entirely unforeseen by Bei Ningxue. Now, she could only play along and manage Songman and Liang shouting. Man, Tony and I have been secretly dating for 6 months. We intended to wait until our relationship was stable before going public." As she spoke, Bei Ningxue stood up, grasping Songman's wrist, explaining and inviting her to sit down. "Let go of your claw," Songman exclaimed, forcefully shaking her off, her eyes glaring angrily at Bei Ningxue, obstinately declaring, "As long as you and Tony are not married, I will not give up pursuing him." She then sat down, resting her chin on one hand, her lively eyes blinking at Sue Hanlin, completely disregarding the others. As the saying goes, The onlooker sees the game clearly. At this moment, Liang Xiaotang understood the scene before him. His pursuit of Bei Ningxue was not without its opportunities. "Let's order," Su Hanlin hastily interjected, gesturing for the waiter to bring the menu. The waiter approached and presented the menus to them. Without glancing at the menu, Song Man promptly ordered a serving of Australian lobster, a portion of top-grade caviar, and a sirloin steak, medium rare, and a bottle of 1997 Romanée. Fortunately, Alizé Noir de Nova not only specializes in French cuisine, but also offers Spanish dishes and seafood. Otherwise, Song Man's extravagant ordering would indeed overwhelm a typical restaurant. Su Hanlin and the others each ordered main courses, soup, and dessert. "All right, please wait a moment." The waiter politely and professionally departed. At this moment, the other diners in Alizé Noir de Nova, witnessing the emotional drama fizzle out, felt greatly disappointed and began to focus on their delicious meals. Yet, in a corner of the restaurant, a pair of eyes remained fixated on Su Hanlin's table. "Humph. This Mrs. Bei is truly something. Her daughter has a boyfriend, yet she still asks me to introduce someone," murmured a woman in her 40s, exuding grace and elegance. An hour later, Su Hanlin's table was piled high with abalone, Australian prawns, and other delicacies, all thanks to the culinary prowess of the little sorceress, Song Man. However, apart from Liang Xiaotang, who was indulging heartily, the other three found the meal tasteless and barely touched their plates. "Mr. Su, thank you for your generous hospitality today. Once your police academy training concludes, I will treat you." Just as he recalled that he had a report to file at the police station, he excused himself. "All right, see you in 36 weeks. Okay." Liang Xiaotang, ever the gentleman, bid farewell to Su Hanlin, Bei Ningxue, and Song Man, leaving under Su Hanlin's watchful gaze. Seizing the opportunity, he called the waiter to settle the bill. "Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 49,340 Hong Kong dollars. Rounded down, you need to pay 49,000 Hong Kong dollars. The waiter handed him the bill and continued, "Will you be paying by card or check?" "By card." After settling the bill, under the envious gazes of many men, Su Hanlin exited Alizé Noir de Nova, each arm linked with a beautiful lady. As they reached the parking area, he unlocked the car, and Song Man quickly hopped into the passenger seat. Su Hanlin. "Bei Ningxue. Vivian, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy and can't drive. Can you help me?" Song Man looked at Bei Ningxue with a pitiful expression, holding out the car keys. "All right, Vivian will drive my car to take you home, and I will drive yours." Su Hanlin accepted the keys to the Bugatti while handing the G55 keys to Bei Ningxue. He arranged it this way to avoid any complications with Song Man in the same vehicle. A red limited edition Bugatti roared into the opulent neighborhood of mid-levels. "Sis, Tony, why are you here? Where's Man?" Song Yunhui was astonished to see Su Hanlin emerge from the luxury car. For this nearly 30 million Hong Kong dollar vehicle was one his brother wouldn't let him touch. It seemed that the girl had already swayed to Tony's side before even marrying him. Su Hanlin tossed the car keys to Song Yunhui and explained the entire situation. Upon learning the outcome, Song Yunhui was not the least bit surprised. Having grown up as the only cherished daughter of the Song family, Song Man had always been willful and spoiled. The notion of her becoming a refined lady would truly astonish him and his family. "Tony, my sister is deeply infatuated with you, and my father does not oppose your relationship. Why not try dating?" No. Su Hanlin quickly waved his hands, saying, "Daniel, you know I've always regarded Man as a sister. How could I date her?" Hearing this, Song Yunhui shook his head, just as Song Man stormed in, visibly upset. The white Mercedes G55 drove down Shallow Water Bay Road. Su Hanlin glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed Song Man was not following. He patted his chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. You two are truly a pair of joyful adversaries, destined for each other. Bei Ningxue cast a glance at the rearview mirror and continued, "Tony, thank you for today. Could you please take me to the bank to settle the meal expenses?" Although the salary of a Hong Kong police officer is relatively high, 49,000 Hong Kong dollars is still more than a month's salary for a rookie inspector. Before Su Hanlin could respond, a ringing sound interrupted. Bei Ningxue pulled out her phone to see Mommy displayed on the screen and quickly answered. "Mommy. Vivian, I just heard from your aunt that you have a boyfriend?" "Yes," Bei Ningxue reluctantly lied, sensing through a woman's intuition that Liang Xiaotang was pursuing her not out of genuine affection, but due to her father's promotion to assistant commissioner in the personnel division. "You child, having a boyfriend and not bringing him home to meet your father and me? How about this weekend? You invite him over to our house." Just then, A car sped towards them in the wrong direction, colliding head-on with another vehicle, producing a deafening crash. Hearing the loud bang, Bei Ningxue glanced through the rearview mirror to see both cars overturned and one severely damaged. "Mommy, I have to go. There's been an accident here. I need to call 999. Without further ado, she hung up and dialed the emergency hotline. "Hello, I am Trainee Inspector Bei Ningxue, IP number 28303, Shallow Water Bay Road. There has been a two-car collision. Please send an ambulance." After hanging up, Bei Ningxue and Su Hanlin rushed to the accident scene, attempting to pull the driver from the wreckage. However, due to the violent impact, the vehicles had crumpled, trapping the driver inside, leaving them helpless. Minutes later, several police motorcycles arrived with sirens blaring, dispersing the onlookers, securing the scene, and taking statements from the two. After Su Hanlin had briefly assisted the police with their inquiries, he sensed a shift in his internal justice energy points. Intelligence, 160, average person. 120 to 140, strength, 8. 5, average person. 12, agility. 7, average person. 10, occupation. Police, gray, justice energy, 2. Exchange. Did the justice energy points increase from 0 to 2 because I saved someone? Chapter 5. Can justice energy accrue interest? To verify his suspicion, Su Hanlin resolved to seek out similar incidents during the 36 weeks of training, extending a hand of justice to accumulate more justice energy points. Of course, the critical factor was that after adding the 2 points of justice energy to the exchange, there had been no financial trend prediction chart. Could it be? Yes, it must be that the base requirement for exchange is 10 justice energy points. Tony. Upon noticing Tony's distraction, Bei Ningxue assumed that Su Hanlin was struggling to cope with the aftermath of the car accident. Concerned, she urged him to take a seat in the passenger side, saying, "Your current state is not suitable for driving. Allow me to drive you home." "No. It's not necessary. I was just deeply reminded that one must never drive under the influence. If alcohol were absent, none of this would have happened," Su Hanlin replied, stepping out of the car and gallantly inviting Bei Ningxue to enter. "Are you really all right?" "I'm fine. Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Su Hanlin smiled as he exited the passenger seat. The white Mercedes G55 glided towards the residence of the Assistant Commissioner of Police, with ethereal soft music creating an ambience within the vehicle, yet both were preoccupied with their own thoughts. Tony, Vivian. They both called out each other's names simultaneously as they neared their destination. "Ladies first. You go ahead." Su Hanlin gestured gallantly, pulling out a cigarette and, upon Bei Ningxue's refusal, lit one himself while rolling down the window. "Tony, could you pretend to be my boyfriend for a while longer?" Bei Ningxue summoned her courage, her eyes pleading. "My mother called earlier, and she wants you to come over for dinner this weekend. But, don't worry. As long as we pretend for a while, I will tell her that we are not suited for each other and should break up." Su Hanlin pondered for a moment, feigning difficulty before responding, "That's not a problem. But you must agree to one thing." "What is it?" "Just say it, and if I can do it, I will. Pretend to be my girlfriend until Man finds a boyfriend." "Okay." Without hesitation, Bei Ningxue agreed, adding, "Thank you, Tony. This way, I'll cover the costs for tomorrow's gift and today's meal." "No need. Our families have known each other for generations. It's only right to gift Uncle Bei and Auntie," Su Hanlin insisted, despite having transferred over $10 million to his family and purchasing a car, leaving him with less than 50,000 Hong Kong dollars in his account. After much insistence, Bei Ningxue relented, and they agreed on a time and place to meet the following day. As he watched Bei Ningxue enter her villa, he retrieved a business card and dialed Jessica's number to arrange a meeting at the Four Seasons Hotel CAF. Many affluent individuals in Hong Kong enjoy afternoon tea at the Four Seasons, a tradition dating back to the British colonial era. After the 1997 handover, Hong Kong's elite continued this custom, and many business deals are struck over tea. Arriving at the Four Seasons in the afternoon, Su Hanlin had barely settled in when Jessica appeared, clad in zebra print leggings and an off-shoulder striped top, strutting in high heels, guided by a waiter. "Hello, Mr. Tony. I apologize for my tardiness due to traffic," she said apologetically as she took a seat across from him. "Not at all. You were right on time. I arrived early," he replied with a smile, glancing at his watch. "Would you care for a drink?" "Coffee." Su Hanlin signaled to the waiter for a cup of Blue Mountain coffee and added, "Miss Jessica, I appreciate you coming out for my matter. After this, let me treat you to dinner as a token of my gratitude." "You are too kind, Mr. Tony." Jessica presented an insurance brochure along with a contract, lightly tracing her fingertip along his hand. It was evident she was trying to entice him, as he knew his ordinary looks would not attract her without the allure of his Citibank credit card. Jessica, I've heard that the view from the Four Seasons offers a unique perspective of Victoria Harbor. Would you be fortunate enough to join me in enjoying it? Upon hearing this, Jessica flipped her bangs, fully aware of the underlying implication. However, she would not easily take the bait without tangible benefits. Her eyes sparkled with allure as she replied, "It would be an honor, but I've heard the night view of Victoria Harbor is stunning, and I've yet to experience it. How about we finish our tea and then explore Central? Cunning. Central Shopping District? This outing would cost no less than several $100,000 Hong Kong dollars." Did she truly see him as a sugar daddy? Despite possessing a Citibank credit card with $1 million limit, did she think he was made of money? With that amount, he could easily have fun with younger models, but someone like her was not on his radar. With such thoughts, Sue Hanlin shifted the conversation back to insurance, signed his name on the policy, and issued a check for 25,000 Hong Kong dollars to Jessica. Upon receiving the insurance policy and check, Jessica realized Sue Hanlin was not falling for her tricks. She feigned feeling unwell, hoping to find an excuse to share a room at the Four Seasons. However, Sue Hanlin remained unyielding, gallantly calling for a car to take her to a public hospital for a checkup. Street rat. I was ready to let you taste the sweetness first, and you couldn't even spare the room money? Jessica stormed up, grabbing her handbag and shooting Sue Hanlin a glare before striding out of the hotel, her high heels clacking against the floor. Meanwhile, Bei Ningxue was under intense scrutiny from her mother, Su Jingru. Swear, tell me quickly, what is the name of the boyfriend you're dating? What does he do? How many family members does he have? A barrage of questions followed, encompassing name, blood type, zodiac sign, and family background, far exceeding the scrutiny of a household census. Mom. Tony is the son of Judge Su Huanchuan. You know him. Is it him? He is rather ordinary in appearance, but his family background aligns well with ours. Certainly better than that Liang fellow. However, I read in the newspaper that Tony has given up a high-paying job to become a police officer. Su Jingru mused, comparing Liang Xiaoting and Sue Hanlin. What's wrong with being a police officer? Hong Kong's prosperity relies on over 20,000 police officers maintaining order and combating crime. Besides, we have 2 police officers in our family. Moreover, it is their affair if our daughter is dating. As long as the young man is ambitious, possesses good character, and treats our daughter well, we should let them be without interference. Assistant Commissioner Bei Liangzhe handed his briefcase to the maid, changed into slippers, and settled onto the sofa. Thank you, Dad. You truly understand the bigger picture. Bei Ningxue nestled against Bei Liangzhe's shoulder like a kitten, pouting with pride as she glanced at Su Jingru, as if to say, Mom, you should take a leaf out of Dad's book. On Shallow Water Bay Road, the luxurious Huazhue Yiping complex, although not on par with the mansions of Shallow Water Bay or mid-levels, is still more expensive than the villas in Seongkwan-o. Here, luxury apartments exceeding 2,000 square feet are priced at around 200,000 Hong Kong dollars per square meter, with a single unit valued at nearly 50 million Hong Kong dollars. After parking, Sue Hanlin entered the underground elevator, his mind preoccupied with thoughts about his justice points. Why has the question mark in the parentheses of my justice points changed to 3? He was utterly perplexed. Moments later, the number shifted again, now reading 5. Could it be that justice points accrue interest? And at a predatory rate? Chapter 6. The tattooed man is one of the robbers. As the justice points fluctuated, Sue Hanlin contemplated. Perhaps it operates like a credit card, with principal plus interest compounding. Alternatively, the system might reassess based on the developments surrounding the accident. Of course, he recognized this was mere speculation. The precise means of acquiring justice points would require further investigation. Upon returning home, he exchanged brief greetings with his parents before heading straight to his bedroom, where he lay down without a word, soon after setting up a date with Miss Zhou. The following day, while walking hand in hand with Miss Zhou along the Aegean Sea, he was abruptly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Sue Hanlin answered to find that the traffic police wanted him to visit the station to provide additional statements. Over an hour later, he arrived at the Kowloon Traffic Police Station. After completing his statement, he casually inquired, Madam, was the condition of the accident victim severe yesterday? I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but I cannot disclose any information regarding the victims at this moment. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, the female officer instructed her colleague to escort Sue Hanlin out. Just as he stepped outside the police station, Bei Ningxue jumped out from the side, playfully patting his shoulder and smiling. Tony, I was just asking my senior if you were here to provide a supplementary statement. I waited specifically to accompany you to the bank and help you buy a gift. Didn't I say yesterday that meal would be on me? Sue Hanlin feigned displeasure to change the subject. By the way, Vivian, the victims from yesterday's accident, are they in critical condition? Bei Ningxue indignantly replied, I heard from my senior that one of the victims succumbed to their injuries while being transported to the hospital. It's all that reckless driver's fault. Not only was he drunk, but he was also under the influence of ketamine. Such scum should be sentenced to life imprisonment. A happy family has been destroyed by such a wretch. Repulse? Life imprisonment? Sue Hanlin felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. Just as he was about to offer some words of comfort to Bei Ningxue, a thought crept into his mind. Justice energy. 50? He suddenly realized why his justice energy had increased last night, understanding that these 50 points were derived from the eradication of evil. The two drove towards the nearby Kowloon shopping center. Upon passing a bank, Bei Ningxue informed him that finding parking in the Kowloon shopping district could be challenging, suggesting he park nearby and walk over. Having just returned to Hong Kong and rarely shopping, Sue Hanlin nodded in agreement with Bei Ningxue's recommendation. Tony, first accompany me to the bank, then we can buy the gift. Bei Ningxue closed the car door and led him towards the bank's lobby. Vivian, we don't need to withdraw cash. We can just use our cards. The transaction fees are minimal. As they walked, Sue Hanlin attempted to reason with Bei Ningxue, knowing she was likely transferring money or writing a check. In Hong Kong, transactions are typically in cash, but for larger amounts, checks or cards are used, with checks being the most common. Noticing that Bei Ningxue remained unfazed, he entered the lobby and found a seat, engaging with his phone to check recent international currency news. Bang, bang, bang. A little over 10 minutes later, a group of masked individuals entered, brandishing firearms and firing several shots into the ceiling, shouting, robbery. Everyone, get down on the ground. The robbers then fired at the surrounding walls and surveillance cameras. Wah! Instantly, screams and cries erupted as bank staff and customers trembled, complying with the masked robbers' threats. Startled by the sudden gunfire, Sue Hanlin dropped his phone to the ground. After crouching down, he covered his head with one hand while swiftly dialing 999 for emergency services with the other, sliding his phone under the corner of a table. Subsequently, the robbers secured the lobby's anti-theft door and pulled down the window shades, covering all hostages' heads with hoods. Damn it! I came to the bank and ran into robbers. My luck must be extraordinary. I should win the lottery. Ever since the system was bound, encountering criminals has become so effortless. Thankfully, I was clever enough to call 999. As Sue Hanlin silently cursed, a burly masked robber approached him. He lifted his gaze and noticed the peculiar tattoo. Before he could utter another word, a rifle butt struck his face, and he let out a pained scream, seeing stars as he lost consciousness. Time passed, and he eventually heard an authoritative voice. Listen up inside. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons. Bang, bang, bang. The robbers fired at the ceiling and ventilation ducts, warning the police outside that if they attempted to deploy the SDU, Special Duties Unit, they would execute all hostages. They demanded a helicopter and 200 million Hong Kong dollars in cash within 30 minutes, threatening to kill a hostage every 5 minutes thereafter. Sir, the operation has failed. The robbers seem to understand our tactical movements. A member of the SDU reported to the temporary command center. They paused Plan A and withdrew from the ventilation ducts, awaiting further instructions. The SDU commander relayed this situation accurately to a senior superintendent. Subsequently, considering the safety of the hostages, the Hong Kong police had no choice but to concede. A senior superintendent requested the robbers to extend their deadline to 1 hour, as it would be impossible to prepare 200 million Hong Kong dollars in cash within 30 minutes. To their surprise, the robbers agreed. In the bank lobby, some robbers swiftly filled duffel bags with cash, while others used explosives to blow open private safes, stealing valuable jewelry and diamonds. Boss, we found the goods. Good. Let us withdraw as planned. The robbers promptly set up timed explosives in the lobby, deliberately avoiding load-bearing walls. Boom, boom, boom. After several intense explosions, the SDU swiftly stormed in with 4 teams. Safe. Tiger A team. Safe. Safe. Tiger D team. The consecutive blasts caused numerous injuries, and once the SDU confirmed safety, they called the command center and assisted medical personnel. What? Only injured civilians, but no sign of the robbers? Director Yuan Pengkuan of the Kowloon police station asked angrily. Yes. Liang Xiaotang provided a detailed initial report to his superior and analyzed that the robbers had likely escaped through the underground drainage system. Bei Ningxue spotted Sue Hanlin amidst the crowd, noticing he was receiving medical attention. She hurried over with concern. "Tony, are you all right?" "I'm fine. My head is just a bit bruised. However, I doubt I can visit Uncle and Annie today." Hearing Sue Hanlin still had the spirit to joke, Bei Ningxue sighed in relief. "Sir, you have sustained a significant external injury. It would be best to go to the hospital for a CT scan," a nurse advised.
Yes.
"Listen to the nurse, and let us get a thorough checkup at the hospital." Just as Sue Hanlin was being assisted to the ambulance by the nurse, he noticed a man in a plaid shirt nearby who, while being examined by a paramedic, revealed a tattoo of a hexagram with a skull. "That tattoo, right? It was the same tattoo on the person who struck me with the rifle butt." At that moment, his justice energy point shifted again. Justice energy, 50-20. Seeing the number in parentheses, Sue Hanlin was certain that the tattooed man was one of the robbers. He discreetly tugged at Bei Ningxue's sleeve, signaling her to lean in closer. After Sue Hanlin presented his logical deductions, Bei Ningxue appeared skeptical. She reached out to touch his forehead and then held up 2 fingers, asking, "Tony, how many fingers do you see?" "2. Sue Hanlin replied irritably. "Vivian, I'm not delirious. My mind is clear." "So, this means everything is indeed real?" Bei Ningxue furtively glanced at the tattooed man receiving treatment and muttered softly, "The tattoo really does match Tony's description. That tattooed man is one of the robbers." Chapter 7. System Upgrade. The Hong Kong police force is characterized by strict discipline and a clear hierarchy. Bei Ningxue was merely a trainee inspector, currently undergoing her probation at the traffic division, and she did not carry any weapons. Thus, she had no choice but to seek out Liang Xiaotang, who was responsible for the case. Liang Xiaotang was scouring the scene for clues while his forensic colleagues meticulously gathered evidence. Bei Ningxue asked a senior officer to summon Liang Xiaotang and recounted the details regarding the tattooed man. Liang Xiaotang, wearing a smile, listened patiently. His initial reaction was to consider Sue Hanlin as someone seeking attention. However, given the absence of the robbers and combining this with criminal psychology, it was indeed plausible that this group of criminals had blended into the crowd to escape. With a warm demeanor, he expressed concern. "Vivian, I understand the situation. Look at your arm. The bandage is soaked with blood. You should have the paramedics redress it. Regarding the case, you must trust the other senior brothers." Liang Xiaotang summoned a senior sister to redress Bei Ningxue and instructed the female officer to complete the statement and drive her home. To maintain his image in Bei Ningxue's eyes and to expedite the resolution of the case, Liang Xiaotang took 2 subordinates to find Sue Hanlin. According to eyewitness accounts, at least 7 masked assailants entered. Even if they were killed, there should still be remnants. "Mr. Sue, are you certain you observed the characteristics of the assailants, and not merely an illusion?" Liang Xiaotang asked solemnly. "I am certain, Liang Sir. You know that the tattoo of a 6-pointed star is exceedingly rare, and the skull tattooed at each point is even more uncommon." Hearing Sue Hanlin's logical analysis, Liang Xiaotang felt a surge of joy. If this information were confirmed accurate, it would be a significant breakthrough. However, he prudently asked again, "Mr. Sue, are you sure it is not an illusion?" "Of course, Liang Sir. What I saw was real, not an illusion. You can ask the paramedics." After the paramedics provided their diagnosis, Liang Xiaotang instructed his 2 subordinates to take a statement from the tattooed man. "Sir, I am also a victim. Do you have any evidence to accuse me of being a robber?" The tattooed man, sensing the police intended to detain him, continued defiantly, "I want to call my lawyer. Until my lawyer is present, I refuse to answer any of your questions, understood?" "Certainly, that is your right. However, every word you say will be recorded by Sir and will serve as evidence in court." A short officer resembling a squat winter melon made a gesture indicating for him to proceed. At this moment, Liang Xiaotang, through intuition, had already concluded that the tattooed man was a major suspect in the robbery. Nevertheless, Hong Kong is a society governed by law. Intuition alone is insufficient. Everything requires evidence. Without concrete evidence, he could only temporarily detain him for 48 hours. Sue Hanlin, along with the personnel from the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit and the tattooed man, arrived at the police station. Liang Xiaotang instructed the short officer, "Ma Er, please take a detailed statement from Mr. Sue." "Yes, sir." After Ma Er inquired thoroughly and recorded the statement, he handed it to Sue Hanlin for confirmation and signature. "Sir, could you please ask Liang Sir to come here?" Sue Hanlin said after signing the statement and passing it to Ma Er. "Mr. Sue, Liang Sir is currently interrogating a suspect and may not have time to see you now. If you have something to say, you can tell me, and I will convey it. Based on your testimony, we can only temporarily detain the suspect for 48 hours. However, trust the police. We will gather evidence shortly and bring the criminals to justice." "Evidence? There is no direct evidence. We can't consider system determinations as evidence, and besides, no one would believe it. Sir, the suspect has a psychological resilience above the norm. Under standard interrogation, he will not confess. Does that need saying? Do you not know that Hong Kong police work must be evidence-based? Furthermore, do you need to instruct the police on how to conduct an investigation? I wonder how Madam Bay could have taken a liking to you? The squat wintermelon officer, Ma Air, expressed mild dissatisfaction but continued to listen to Sue Hanlin. As it stands, the suspect was armed with a rifle and fired shots, so there must be gunpowder residue on him. If we allow the forensic team to collect and analyze samples from the suspect's body and clothing. Upon hearing this, Ma Air's disdain vanished, and his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Sue. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Once the case is solved, I will recommend to my superiors that you receive a Good Citizen Award." Subsequently, Ma Air rushed into the interrogation room and relayed Sue Hanlin's suggestion to Liang Xiaotang. After learning this news, Liang Xiaotang slapped his forehead in realization and quickly instructed Ma Air to notify the forensic team to come and collect physical evidence from the suspect. This heinous case had already attracted the attention of the Commissioner of Police, who had issued a strict order to solve it within a deadline. Hey, I didn't expect Sue Hanlin to possess such acumen. However, regardless of your abilities, the credit will be mine. Moreover, Vivian will also be mine. Half an hour later, at the Kowloon police station in Hong Kong. What? The suspect was released on bail 10 minutes ago? Sue Hanlin questioned in astonishment. The police follow stringent procedures in their investigations. It takes 48 hours to obtain results from the forensic team's fiber analysis. Based solely on your testimony, we cannot convict the suspect, Liang Xiaotang stated formulaically, not revealing to Sue Hanlin that the tattooed man was already under comprehensive police surveillance and could be apprehended as soon as the forensic results were available. At that moment, the justice energy points also changed. Justice energy, 50. This is bad. 20 justice energy points have vanished. The tattooed man must have escaped. Damn it. Sure enough, Liang Xiaotang received a call. His face darkened as he barked, "What are you doing?" 2 teams of officers allowed the suspect to escape right under your noses? What? The suspect escaped? Commissioner Yuan Pengkuan arrived before his voice did. Sir. Liang Xiaotang saluted and accurately reported the sequence of events. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and direct your team to get to work. Yes, sir. Yuan Pengkuan said curtly, then turned to Sue Hanlin with a smile. He had learned from Ma Air that the clue had been provided by a young man from the previous year. Mr. Sue, hello? I am Yuan Pengkuan, the chief of Kowloon Police Station. Hello, Yuan sir. Sue Hanlin politely shook hands, though not subserviently, and shared his reasoning regarding the case. The assailants executed a meticulously planned robbery and withdrew calmly, while the tattooed suspect, shortly after leaving the police station, aided by accomplices, evaded police sight. As Yuan Pengkuan listened to Sue Hanlin's deductions, he nodded continually, seizing the opportunity to extend an invitation. Mr. Sue, I heard you have applied to join the police force. How about working at Kowloon Police Station after your training? Sue Hanlin did not accept or decline Yuan Pengkuan's invitation. After all, being recognized by a superior was a good thing. However, he was more concerned with increasing his justice energy points. Suddenly, his mind experienced a change in the system. Intelligence, 160, normal person. 120 to 140, strength. 8. 5, normal person. 12, agility. 7, normal person. 10, occupation, police. Skill, case reenactment. Justice energy, 50. Redemption. The occupation of police is no longer gray, and the skill of case reenactment has appeared. Is the system upgrading now? Sue Hanlin thought, using his mind to allocate justice energy points to the case reenactment. Until he had added 5 points, his mind began to play out a slideshow of the tattooed man. Furthermore, the slideshow could be accelerated or decelerated through his consciousness. Chapter 8. Good. Very good, Mr. Sue. The images in his mind displayed the tattooed man rushing into the bank lobby with firearms, alongside several other robbers. However, the other robbers were masked, obscuring their identities. Just then, the scene shifted to show several sets of analytical data and a blurred map of the Hong Kong area. Is this it? The plot and scene are perfectly captured. Sue Hanlin continued to use his mind to add 5 more justice energy points to the case reenactment section. He directly fast-forwarded to the analytical data segment. Damn, what the hell is this? Why does it still show a blurred map of the Hong Kong area? Could it be? To validate his suspicion, Su Hanlin had no choice but to seek assistance from Commissioner Yuan Pengkuan. Yuan, sir, I have some ideas about the case and was wondering if it would be possible for me to visit 2 of the crime scenes? Yuan Pengkuan, contemplating how to report to the Commissioner of Police, after a moment's thought, consented and called over a robust male inspector in his 30s to escort him to the scene. Inspector Bao Yangxia was the team leader of Group B of the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit and one of Liang Xiaodong's subordinates. The 2 of them drove to the bank robbery scene, during which Su Hanlin appeared to be resting his eyes, but in reality, he was contemplating how to allocate his points. As the profession of police shifted from gray to a question mark, the attributes of intelligence, strength, and agility also underwent a transformation. To be precise, the points of justice energy could alter these dimensions. After careful consideration, Su Hanlin concluded that an intelligence level of 160 already surpassed the norm. Thus, he decided against further enhancement for the time being. The police profession necessitates a robust physique, and since both strength and agility were below standard, he resolutely opted to augment these 2 attributes. It was quite a bargain. 2 points of justice energy could elevate strength by 1 point. He expended 10 points of justice energy to raise his strength from 8.5 to a normal range of 12.5. Damn it, the price has surged too quickly, he exclaimed. To increase strength from 13.5 to 14 requires 5 points of justice energy? That implies an increase of 1 strength necessitates 20 points of justice energy. Gazing at his remaining 35 points of justice energy, Su Hanlin promptly abandoned the idea of further enhancing his strength. Instead, he chose to spend 6 points of justice energy to elevate his agility to 10. Of course, he also wished to raise his agility to 11. However, after investing 4 points of justice energy into the agility bar without any improvement, he decisively relinquished that idea. After all, reenacting the case required energy points, and exchanging for opportunities also demanded energy. With only 30 points of justice energy left, he could hardly afford to squander them. Furthermore, the increment of 1 strength and 1 agility would not significantly enhance his physical condition. Upon completing the attribute adjustments, a warm current coursed through him, as if flowing from his marrow outward, instilling a sensation akin to soaring through the clouds, prompting Su Hanlin to involuntarily sigh with pleasure. Bao Yangxia, mistaking Su Hanlin's reaction for a concussion caused by a blow to the forehead, hurriedly inquired, "Mr. Su, are you all right? Should we take you to the hospital?" "No need. This minor injury is of no consequence. Let's proceed to the scene first." "All right." Bao Yangxia reluctantly nodded, though deep down, he harbored doubts about Su Hanlin's ability to uncover evidence on site. After all, forensic teams are highly specialized. Nevertheless, as the police chief had issued the order, Bao Yangxia had no choice but to comply. Upon arriving at the scene of the Kowloon incident, Bao Yangxia presented his credentials to the boundary officers before escorting Su Hanlin into the bank service area. Su Hanlin, holding an emergency light, cautiously traversed the hall. Subsequently, he applied 10 points of justice energy to reenact the case. "Sir Bao, is that newcomer from our precinct?" A uniformed sergeant pointed at Su Hanlin and offered a cigarette to Bao Yangxia. "He might be your superior in 36 weeks. Bao Yangxia cast a disdainful glance at Su Hanlin and briefly relayed his situation to the uniformed sergeant. From Bao Yangxia's dismissive expression and scant details, the sergeant developed a distaste for Su Hanlin. The police force is a disciplined unit that values teamwork. He simply could not believe that Su Hanlin could independently solve a case. Even less so, could he imagine that Su Hanlin would find additional evidence or clues amidst the collaborative efforts of all personnel and departments. At that moment, Su Hanlin was intently observing the slideshow. Wait, there are not 7 criminals, but 9, 2 of whom were concealed within the service area beforehand. He immediately committed the features of these 2 individuals to memory. Impatiently, Bao Yangxia and the uniformed sergeant urged, "Mr. Su, it is already past working hours. If you have no further discoveries, there are some clues. Let us visit the tattooed man's escape scene, then we can return to the precinct." Su Hanlin suppressed his excitement and moved toward the exit. "Clues?" Bao Yangxia and the uniformed sergeant exchanged skeptical glances, both bearing expressions of disbelief. "Clues? What nonsense. If he delays my plans to go out, when we return to the precinct and he can't articulate anything, I'll make him suffer through a night of Kowloon precinct coffee." Bao Yangxia harbored thoughts of settling the score later, his unexpressed frustration pushing him to hastily enter the vehicle, forcefully shutting the door. Without waiting for Su Hanlin to fasten his seatbelt, he turned on the ignition. The car surged forward, speeding toward the escape scene. "Sir Bao, slow down. I'm not in a hurry." Su Hanlin quickly buckled his seatbelt, gripping the handrail tightly. Casting a glance at the speedometer reading 140 km/h. I'm in a hurry, Bao Yangxia replied as he accelerated. If I finish early, I can still get off work on time. Off work? Su Hanlin, having acclimated to the high speed, replied lightly with a hint of jest. Sir Bao, I'm afraid the entire Kowloon Precinct's major crimes unit will be working through the night. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes echoed, the sudden inertia nearly causing Su Hanlin to collide with the windshield. Sir Bao, if you drive like this, you'll end up facing public relations complaints. You. Bao Yangxia snorted coldly, starting the car again, but maintaining a speed of 80 km/h. He was about to face a promotion test. If he received a complaint, not only would he miss out on the promotion, but he would also have to wait 2 years. Let us see how I can't handle you. A smug smile played at the corner of Su Hanlin's lips, relishing the moment. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the escape scene of the tattooed man. Su Hanlin scrutinized the area but did not use case reenactment. Instead, he instructed Bao Yangxia to notify Liang Xiaodang to return to the precinct. The two then returned to Kowloon Precinct. Sir Bao, did you find anything? Liang Xiaodang inquired. Bao Yangxia disdainfully gestured toward Su Hanlin, shrugging as he replied. For specifics, you should ask Mr. Su. Liang Xiaodang shot a glare at Bao Yangxia before turning to Su Hanlin, yet refrained from speaking. However, from Liang Xiaodang's gaze, Su Hanlin sensed a strong animosity. He paid no mind, instead walking over to the board, taking an oil-based marker to sketch a diagram based on the slideshow. This diagram was derived from his examination of the two scenes and the analysis of data from the last 20 points of justice energy he spent on case reenactment. Gentlemen, I've marked 3 areas on the map where the criminals are currently hiding. Su Hanlin pointed at the board with certainty. However, he refrained from mentioning the number of criminals, as he could not justify it. What are you talking about, Mr. Su? From the areas you've delineated, each covers nearly 5 kilometers, and one of those areas doesn't even fall under Kowloon Precinct's jurisdiction. Do you realize that these areas require all available police forces from Kowloon Precinct to mobilize? Furthermore, what evidence do you have? Liang Xiaodang slammed his hand on the table, admonishing him. Of course. Su Hanlin shrugged nonchalantly, saying, however, Liang sir, you must understand that I am merely assisting you in solving the case. If the case remains unsolved and the criminals evade capture, it will have no impact on me. But you? Su Hanlin paused, his smile laced with mockery as he fixed his gaze on Liang Xiaodang, implying, I am aware that you just completed your promotion test, and this case is a major one under the supervision of the chief. Failing to solve it within the stipulated time will cause public panic. At that point, you might not only miss out on promotion but even risk losing your current position. Instantly, the eyes of several inspectors, trainee inspectors, and sergeants in the Major Crimes Unit conference room turned toward Liang Xiaodang. He was in a precarious situation. Fuming with rage, Liang Xiaodang forced a smile, his voice dripping with malice. Very well, Mr. Su. Chapter 9. Su Sir Liang Xiaodang reluctantly acquiesced to Su Hanlin's suggestions, but would only partially implement them, as mobilizing the Major Crimes Unit of Kowloon Precinct, along with uniform support, armored vehicles, and personnel, was a daunting task. If no traces of the criminals were found in the designated locations, he would face demotion and reassignment. Thus, he would select only one area and narrow the search radius from 5 kilometers to 1 kilometer. Consequently, the chosen area housed nearly 100,000 residents, as Su Hanlin had pinpointed 3 locations within tenement districts. Each tenement district comprised thousands of units, homes. Thank you all for your hard work. I've brought supper for everyone. At that moment, Director Yuan Pengkuan entered with a smile, gesturing for the administrative staff to distribute the supper. 2 superintendents accompanied him, one responsible for operations and the other for administration. Thank you, sir. Liang Xiaodang and the other inspectors and sergeants in the Major Crimes Unit promptly stood to express their gratitude. Yuan Pengkuan nodded, indicating for everyone to enjoy their supper. Before approaching Su Hanlin, examining the electronic map with the 3 marked areas. Are the criminals located in these 3 areas? Indeed, Sir Yuan. Yuan Pengkuan rested his chin on his fist, pondering for a moment before asking, what is your basis for this? Su Hanlin, based on the data analysis of the case reenactment graph, was meticulously sketching while explaining the corresponding electronic map. Officer Yuan, he stated, considering the tattooed man's escape scene and the road conditions, he can only hide in these 3 areas. Although these areas appeared extensive, if the police focused their efforts on surveying the densely monitored internal and external areas of the tenement houses, the investigation range would be significantly narrowed. Yuan Pengkuan's eyes sparkled with understanding. He recognized that the presence of numerous surveillance cameras indicated the potential hideouts of the criminals. To evade police capture, the gang had likely installed extensive CCTV outside their lairs. Furthermore, after the incident, the image of the tattooed man had been disseminated, prompting heightened scrutiny at airports and customs. The human traffickers were warned, making it impossible for them to smuggle the tattooed man out to sea. At that moment, Yuan Pengkuan was resolute in his decision to join the Kowloon Police Headquarters Major Crimes Unit after completing his training at the police academy. He subsequently ordered Liang Xiaotang to divide the personnel into two groups, each comprising uniformed officers and supporting team members, to investigate the designated areas. One of these areas fell outside the jurisdiction of the Kowloon Police Headquarters, so he could only request cooperation from the local precinct. "Yes, sir," Liang Xiaotang replied. But upon turning away, his expression darkened. Why was the big boss showing such favor to Su Hanlin? He resolved to make things difficult for him if he ever joined the Major Crimes Unit. Su Hanlin watched Liang Xiaotang depart and, before he could bid farewell to Yuan Pengkuan, he heard Yuan instruct him to remain at the station for a brief rest. The following day, he would personally escort him to the police training school. Su contemplated that if he were indeed assigned to the Kowloon Police Headquarters post-training, he would have to uphold Yuan Pengkuan's reputation. Under the guidance of Inspector He Yuanju, he was led to an office. "Mr. Su, I apologize for the inconvenience, but you'll have to make do on the sofa," he said. "Inspector He, how can I occupy your office? Besides, I'm young. Staying up all night is no issue." Su Hanlin replied, glancing at the nameplate on the door that read Inspector He Yuanju. "Youth is indeed a blessing. However, Mr. Su, you did sustain a head injury during the day." "Inspector He, I'm perfectly fine. It's merely a superficial wound. Participating in the case early is beneficial for familiarizing myself with the police procedural workflow," Su Hanlin insisted, though his primary concern remained the justice energy points. Utilizing the case reenactment had already cleared his energy points. He was eager to learn about the case's developments, especially since a bank robbery was a major crime involving a gang. A successful resolution would surely yield substantial rewards in terms of justice energy points. Hours later, at the Kowloon Police Headquarters, Su Hanlin observed busy officers filtering and narrowing down the investigation parameters using specific conditions on their computers. Suddenly, the justice energy points fluctuated. Justice energy, 0, 250, 250? That number seems too low. Then, in an instant, the value surged to 350. Watching the changing numbers, Su Hanlin immediately deduced that the police must have located the criminal's hideout. At that moment, the command center's intercom crackled to life. "This is Senior Inspector Liang Xiaotang from the Major Crimes Unit. We have identified the criminal's hiding location and request SDU support." Over. Yuan Pengkuan promptly contacted the SDU, Special Duties Unit, and announced, "The SDU will arrive in 15 minutes. Over. Upon receiving the directive, Liang Xiaotang instructed the officers to evacuate the civilians and seal off the tenement building and surrounding traffic intersections. Su Hanlin felt elated as he observed the justice energy points, envisioning a future in the Major Crimes Unit after completing his training at the academy. Although it would be arduous work, there would be numerous cases to solve, thus accumulating energy points. Energy points equated to monetary gain. "Mr. Su, thank you for your assistance. It has enabled us to locate the criminal's hideout in such a short time," Yuan Pengkuan said. "It's getting late. You should return home to freshen up. In the morning, I'll have a driver pick you up to take you to the police academy." "Officer Yuan, may I experience the scene firsthand?" Su Hanlin timidly requested. "Well, all right, but once we arrive, you must remain inside the command vehicle." "Thank you, Officer Yuan." Su Hanlin joined Yuan Pengkuan, Inspector He Yuanju, and a chief inspector as they traveled to the criminal's hideout. After several minutes, Su Hanlin monitored the situation via surveillance footage, witnessing the SDU team install directional explosives at the criminal's residence. One group was preparing to descend outside the criminal's window, while the other two stood by for immediate support. Action. Bam, bam, bam. The sound of fierce gunfire erupted as the police engaged the criminals, suppressing their firepower and cornering them. Suddenly, a series of explosions reverberated, sending several SDU officers flying due to the shockwaves. Call. The criminals have a substantial amount of explosives. The operation is hindered. Requesting support. An armed SDU officer called out from the command vehicle as he carried an injured team member out of the building. Sniper call. The criminals are hiding in a blind spot. We cannot accurately lock on. Meanwhile, the SDU was already in action, but the gunfight inside the unit continued. Flashbangs and tear gas had been deployed, yet they proved ineffective. Officer Yuan, Su Hanlin pointed to the architectural layout of the tenement. Based on my analysis, the criminals are cornered in this location. If the SDU conducts a directional blast from another unit, they can eliminate the criminals in one fell swoop. Of course, his assertion stemmed from the data derived from the case reenactment analysis. Consequently, he expended 30 of his newly acquired 100 justice energy points. If the SDU fails to eliminate the criminals, I stand to lose significantly, he thought anxiously. Yuan Punkuan immediately had professionals analyze the scene via computer simulations, confirming Su Hanlin's assessment was accurate. He promptly instructed a chief inspector of the SDU to issue operational orders to Team D of the Special Duties Unit. Minutes later, an explosion rang out, followed by the sound of rapid gunfire. The criminals were completely annihilated. Safety was restored. Upon learning that all criminals had been eliminated, Yuan Punkuan, accompanied by the chief inspector of the SDU, headed to the scene. Su Hanlin, feeling somewhat audacious, trailed behind. Upon glancing at the sight, he immediately covered his mouth and rushed outside to vomit, his stomach cramping. In that moment, Su Hanlin understood that the portrayal of rookie officers on television, who vomited upon their first experience at a crime scene, was not mere theatrics but rather a visceral reality. Mr. Su, you'll become accustomed to it in due time. Yuan Punkuan encouraged him, noting that as the big boss, he merely needed to assess the scene, as the aftermath was managed by specialized departments. Su, sir, although one criminal remains at large, your contributions were pivotal in resolving this case within a single day. I will commend you to the personnel department. Su, sir? The title shifted from Mr. Su to Su, sir, leaving Su Hanlin momentarily taken aback. Chapter 10. Words without evidence. Recorded as proof, several uniformed officers in the tenement building overheard Yuan Punkuan praising Su Hanlin and expressed envy. Brother, I heard it was Su, sir, who pinpointed the criminal's location so swiftly. One newly appointed officer inquired. Indeed. I heard from the Major Crimes Unit that not only did Su, sir, identify the criminal's hideout, but he also provided the strategy for their swift elimination. If one were to follow Su, sir, promotions would surely come quickly. Two uniformed officers conversed, filled with admiration. At that moment, Liang Xiaodang emerged from the tenement, his face darkening further upon overhearing the conversation. His resentment towards Su Hanlin deepened. Although this operation was led by him with intelligence support from the Criminal Intelligence Department, it was the SDU that had successfully neutralized the criminals. In this case, he had little credit to claim, while Su Hanlin basked in the acknowledgement of the big boss, SDU, and the Criminal Intelligence Department superiors. Humph. Liang Xiaotang scoffed, shooting a glare at the two uniformed officers as he stalked away. The sergeant, an imposing figure, approached the two officers and reprimanded. What do you mean, Su, sir? He is still in training at the police academy and is not yet a police officer. Focus on your duties. Two uniformed officers watched as the diminutive figure departed, their initial envy towards Su Hanlin gradually morphing into genuine admiration, fostering a desire to work under his guidance in the future. At that moment, Yuan Punkuan, along with the Criminal Intelligence Unit and the SDU's Big Sir, extolled Su Hanlin's virtues, heralding him as a rising star in the police force. A rising star? Su Hanlin was acutely aware of the perils that accompany such heights. The bullet often strikes the head that protrudes. He dismissed the notion of fame in the police realm, believing that the true path lay in eliminating evil and acquiring the energy of justice. Yuan, sir, the successful eradication of this band of marauders is entirely due to your meticulous planning and adept command. Su Hanlin feigned praise. Yuan Punkuan relished this acknowledgement, for Su Hanlin had attributed all credit to him. His humility made Yuan Punkuan eager to recruit Su Hanlin into the Kowloon Police's Major Crimes Unit without delay. Previously, Liang Xiaodang had been regarded as the pinnacle of competence within the Kowloon Police. However, in comparison to Su Hanlin, he was merely a flickering firefly against the brilliance of the moon. Yuan Punkuan's greatest admiration for Su Hanlin lay in his ability to deduce the criminal's hideout using only limited physical evidence and meticulous crime scene analysis. With a few more subordinates like Su Hanlin, perhaps he could ascend to the position of assistant police commissioner before retirement. Su Hanlin continued, Yuan, sir, upon observing the marauders' hideout, did you discover any stolen goods? Ah, yes, according to the CIB's intel, the gang leader Zhao Ziyang departed with the loot 3 hours ago. Oh, I see. May I continue to assist with this case during my days off? Su Hanlin calculated the possibility of capturing all 3 criminals to gain additional justice energy. No problem. Yuan Punkuan, having witnessed Su Hanlin's exceptional analytical skills, was more than willing. He subsequently informed Liang Xiaotang of Su Hanlin's continued involvement in apprehending the gang leader and instructed Liang to provide full support. Yes, sir. Liang Xiaotang turned, feigning a smile as he remarked, with your assistance, Su sir, I believe we can capture the gang leader within a week. Of course. I have confidence in the Hong Kong police and even more in you, Liang sir. Su Hanlin's words left Liang Xiaotang momentarily speechless. At that moment, Yuan Pengkuan shot Liang Xiaotang a glance, smilingly assuring Su Hanlin, if we capture Zhao Ziliang and recover the stolen goods, I will reward you with 5. If one capture warrants a 5 reward, then apprehending all 3 criminals surely merits a 15 reward? Naturally, Su Hanlin knew that the Hong Kong police's rewards for individuals seldom exceeded 5, and he had no evidence to prove that the remaining 3 bank robbers were still at large. At 4:15 in the morning, in the shallow waters of the Tsim Sha Tsui luxury estate, Su Hanlin returned home in the vehicle of Yuan Pengkuan from the Kowloon police. After a refreshing shower, he eagerly checked his justice energy. Justice energy, 410, 300, ha. What a windfall. He hadn't anticipated that this gang would yield such a bounty of justice energy. After some deliberation, he decided to expend 120 points to elevate his strength to 20 and agility to 15. Instantly, a warm wave surged from his marrow, enveloping his entire body in comfort, prompting involuntary moans of pleasure. The sensation lingered for several minutes. Dressed only in shorts and bare-skinned, he pinched his triceps and glanced at his abdomen. Where are the muscles? Where are my six-pack abs? Damn it. Spending 120 points of justice energy and not even getting one up? Feeling his abdomen, Su Hanlin lamented the system's stinginess. The next morning, Monday, Su Hanlin rose before 8 a.m., having been unable to sleep due to excitement. After freshening up, he walked into the living room where the housekeeper served breakfast, informing him that his parents had already left for work. After eating, he dressed in casual attire, ready to head to the police training academy when he received a call from Yuan Pengkuan, who informed him that there was no need to report to the academy that morning. Yuan Pengkuan would personally pick him up at noon. I get to enjoy a bit of privilege too? Su Hanlin mused as he pocketed his phone. He then entered his bedroom, sat at his computer, and opened the international forex trading software. Noticing the time, he realized the European and American forex markets would close in a few hours. He inputted 20 points into the exchange field. Suddenly, his mind began to play a slideshow of numbers. 05, 09, 01, 08, 03, 04, 01. As these sequences looped through his mind, he silently recited 05, 09, 01, 08, 03, 04, 01. I want to slap you to death. Homophonic. Damn it, I really want to slap you to death. He cursed, frustrated that this exchange did not yield a future forex trend. What good were these maddening numbers? After pondering the sequences, he suddenly thought of the Mark 6 lottery. The Mark 6 is the only legal lottery in Hong Kong, featuring 49 numbers from which 6 can be chosen. Order does not matter. The draw involves mixing balls to select 6 numbers plus 1 special number, with a jackpot for matching all 6. Although his memory was sharp, he decided to write down the lottery numbers for safety. He then drove to the Mark 6 sales outlet. Excuse me, could I have these numbers? 100 bets, please. The lottery clerk internally scoffed. These numbers. Can they win? 100 bets? The youth today are truly obsessed with money. The clerk swiftly processed the tickets and handed Su Hanlin 100 slips. Thank you. Su Hanlin exited the lottery sales center, checking the jackpot pool of 120 million Hong Kong dollars, contemplating how winning the grand prize on all 100 tickets would deplete the jackpot entirely. Wasn't he a financial genius, Su sir? As he ambled along, a stout man named Adung, with a toothpick in his mouth and holding a milk tea, caught a glimpse of the Mark 6 tickets in Su Hanlin's hands. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder you're a financial prodigy, going all in with 100 bets. Hearing Adung's teasing remarks soured Su Hanlin's mood. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Adung, are you buying Mark 6 too? Want to join me with the same numbers? I guarantee you'll win big. Adung's eyes lit up. He had never won using the same numbers in years. How could I? He feigned modesty, yet his hand reached for Su Hanlin's lottery ticket. 05, 09, 01, 08, 03, 04, 01. If this number wins 100, 000 HKD, I'll walk on my hands whenever I see Su sir. Adung expressed disdain. Walking on his hands? Su Hanlin couldn't help but laugh at Adung's squat frame, for he would resemble a winter melon even more upside down. Talk is cheap. Let's record it as proof. Su Hanlin activated the voice recording function on his phone and held it up to Adung. Cornered, Adung reluctantly repeated his words into the phone. Of course, he was internally certain that the numbers 05, 09, 01, 08, 03, 04, 01 would not win the jackpot. Additionally, if Su Hanlin promised a 100,000 HKD reward for a non-winning ticket, they recorded the exchange to avoid any misunderstandings later. Chapter 11. Lu Tianfeng at noon. At the Hong Kong Police Training Academy, Su Hanlin stepped out of a car with the license plate AM565, accompanied by Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan as they headed to the administrative office. "I am the one who requested leave this morning," he announced. A fellow trainee cast a disdainful glance at Su Hanlin's retreating figure, though beneath that scorn lay a trace of envy. It was no wonder he could miss the first day of reporting. Clearly, he had connections. "Are you blind?" The chief superintendent personally brought him in. He must either be the son of Big Brother or the deputy director. As a few inspectors at the academy whispered and pointed, a slightly cocky, well-built young man in a sports jersey approached, asking, "What are you discussing?" "Tank, we're talking about the trainee who didn't report this morning," one student replied, indicating Su Hanlin's background. Nicknamed Tank, his real name was Lu Tianfeng, a 24-year-old graduate of the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Standing at 180 centimeters, he was all muscle. If encountered in a gym, one would undoubtedly mistake him for a fitness instructor. With such a slender physique, he certainly cannot pass the physical assessment. Lu Tianfeng mocked with a hint of sarcasm. The trainees at the Hong Kong Police Academy must undergo basic physical fitness tests and training in police regulations. Failure to meet the standards would prevent graduation and the inability to become a full-fledged officer. Under the leadership of Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan, Su Hanlin met with the principal of the police academy, who, upon learning of Su's exceptional deductive skills, promised to provide him with special consideration. Naturally, this meant even stricter training for Su Hanlin. During the afternoon physical training session, Su Hanlin keenly sensed that his fellow trainees were deliberately keeping their distance from him. "Hey, Slim, want to compete?" Lu Tianfeng provocatively challenged while warming up. "Not interested." Su Hanlin scoffed, thinking to himself, "Compete with you? My mind isn't a fish tank. Your muscular build clearly indicates years of rigorous training. I'll give you a 5-meter head start. If you up the stakes, I might consider it," Su Hanlin proposed. "Okay, what stakes do you have in mind?" Lu Tianfeng confidently mused, convinced that Su Hanlin could not outpace him in the 400-meter dash, having maintained his fitness from middle school through university, where his explosive strength and endurance far surpassed Su's. "This is what you said? No backing out now. Everyone can bear witness," Lu Tianfeng declared, brimming with confidence as fellow trainees echoed their support. Just as Su Hanlin was about to propose the stakes, a chief instructor, wielding a baton, sternly admonished them against gambling within the academy premises. "Yes, sir," the trainees replied in unison, and Su Hanlin boldly added, "Sir, we are not betting money. The stakes will be washing the Victor S training gear for a month, and smelly socks." Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the instructors and fellow cadets, Su Hanlin and Lu Tianfeng lined up on the track. "Ready." Bang. At the sound of the starting pistol, Su Hanlin took off, maintaining pace with Lu Tianfeng for the first 200 meters, but trailing half a body length behind by the 300-meter mark. "Damn, this guy looks frail, but his explosiveness and endurance are unexpectedly strong. Is he playing possum? No, I can't lose." Lu Tianfeng roared, gritting his teeth as he surged towards the finish line. Meanwhile, Su Hanlin, drenched in sweat and striving to close the 50-centimeter gap, pushed himself harder. What the hell? Is Su Hanlin on steroids? It looks like he's on fire. This is it. I'm doomed to wash a month's worth of training gear and smelly socks. The attitudes of the trainees began to shift towards Su Hanlin. After all, they admired strength, and Su's abilities were being acknowledged. As the race concluded, Su Hanlin emerged victorious, finishing 10 centimeters ahead of Lu Tianfeng. "Su Hanlin, this time you win. Next time, we'll compete again." "Okay, once a month. That way someone will be there to wash my gear. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Let us wait and see." The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, the barriers between them diminishing. "Tank, if you're washing Su Hanlin's clothes, add mine to the pile," one trainee chimed in. Lu Tianfeng grumbled, "Go away. If you want me to wash your clothes, first win against me." After the afternoon training ended, Su Hanlin had integrated well with his fellow trainees, who recognized him as a man possessing investment prowess. Having given up a lucrative career on Wall Street, he earned the nickname God of Wealth. Lu Tianfeng, draping an arm over Su Hanlin's shoulder, playfully remarked, I didn't see it before, but your slim physique hides a surprising explosiveness and agility. So, what is your special skill? I can't reveal my unique techniques easily, but I can take you out to meet some girls tonight, Su Hanlin replied. Really? Tell me, are they well endowed? Do they have nice figures? Are they pretty? Lu Tianfeng grinned, gesturing excitedly, clearly unbothered by the prospect of washing Su Hanlin's dirty laundry for a month. You'll find out tonight. I want to let you down. As the trainee inspectors were not permitted to leave the academy during their training, they could, however, leave in the afternoons. The two strolled out of the police academy towards the nearest bus stop. Su Hanlin had not driven, as Yuan Pengkuan had sent him off, and Lu Tianfeng couldn't afford a car due to financial difficulties. Lu Tianfeng had applied to the police force primarily for the attractive salary. The starting salary for a PC officer in Hong Kong is 16,000 HKD, while a probationary inspector begins at 32,000 HKD. Of course, higher positions come with even more lucrative pay, with salaries for police commissioners starting at 1.02 million HKD. Shortly, a bus arrived, but as Su Hanlin had just returned to Hong Kong and had not yet obtained an octopus card, he lacked change. Lu Tianfeng kindly helped him with the fare. God of wealth, I want to be attending the party tonight. I need to help my mom close her stall. After taking a seat, Lu Tianfeng apologized, explaining that he needed to rush back to the academy the next morning. Once I get my salary, I'll treat you to drinks in Long Kwai Fong. No worries. We'll celebrate on graduation day by hitting the town for some fun, Su Hanlin assured. It's a deal. They agreed with a high five. After about 20 minutes, the bus halted near Temple Street, and as Lu Tianfeng disembarked, Su Hanlin followed closely. Tank, I haven't had Hong Kong street food in ages. Mind if I grab a bowl of wonton noodles from Auntie? No problem. I'll add 2 fish balls to your order. Lu Tianfeng replied as they walked into Temple Street. At that moment, a white Porsche sped by and halted 50 meters ahead. The driver, a gentleman, exited and opened the door for a young lady. Oh, a gold digger, Jessica? Lu Tianfeng teased upon noticing Su Hanlin's expression. What is wrong? Do you know her? I'm acquainted, but not well. Su Hanlin briefly recounted his introduction to Jessica, ensuring to mention her title as a gold digger as well. Haha, your assessment of her is quite accurate. How do you know her? Lu Tianfeng's curiosity piqued, and he playfully prodded Su Hanlin. Come on, Tank, are you too? Just then, Su Hanlin caught sight of the driver's face and exclaimed, What? It's him. Chapter 12, Justice Energy Exchange for 10,000 USD? The man driving the Porsche was one of the robbers Su Hanlin had seen during the case reenactment, disguised as a bank depositor. Who is it? Lu Tianfeng inquired, intrigued. Nobody. I must have mistaken him. By the way, Tank, I just remembered I need to pick up my car from the dealership today, so I can't have Auntie's wonton noodles. I'll definitely try them next time. Su Hanlin fabricated an excuse, quickly noting the Porsche's license plate before hailing a taxi to the Kowloon police station. After a few dozen minutes, Su Hanlin entered the major crime unit at Kowloon police station, but after a brief search, he found no sign of Liang Xiaotang or the others. After inquiring with the administrative staff, he learned they were all out on cases. With no other option, he headed into Yuan Pengkuan's office. Knocking gently, he was invited in. Yuan, sir, I apologize for interrupting your time after hours. Su, sir, what brings you to the station? Well, Su Hanlin detailed his encounter with the robber on Temple Street to Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan, weaving in a white lie about meeting a Porsche driver who was in league with the fugitive robber. Upon hearing this, Yuan took the paper with the license plate and called the traffic department to trace the owner's information. He then dialed Liang Xiaotang's mobile phone to summon him back to the station immediately. When Liang returned, he learned from Yuan that the Porsche driver was the owner of an import-export company in Hong Kong. However, information from the Commercial Crime Bureau revealed that the company's account had numerous large transfers, and several accounts had substantial funds being funneled into the stock market for money laundering purposes. The Commercial Crime Investigation Department was already conducting a covert investigation into the company. Liang Xiaotang exited the superintendent's office, musing to himself about Su Hanlin's extraordinary luck. How could a simple trip to Temple Street lead to an encounter with a suspect? Back in the main office, Liang overheard Su Hanlin engaged in a discussion with Sergeant Ai Donghua regarding their wager. Sir, tomorrow marks the drawing of the lottery. Remember your promise. The diminutive figure, A Donghua, is brimming with confidence, eagerly awaiting Su Hanlin's capitulation. All shall be revealed come tomorrow. Su Hanlin. Catching a glimpse of Liang Xiaoting entering with a wry smile, cheerfully inquires, Mr. Liang, do you think so? Sir. Sir. The heads of the major crime units A, B, and C stand at attention as Dongguo straightens up. An announcement is made. A meeting will commence in 5 minutes. Liang Xiaoting, with a stern expression directed at his subordinates, turns to Su Hanlin and says, Mr. Su, I appreciate your provision of crucial information. The major crime unit will follow up on this matter. Rest assured, your contributions will be duly noted in the report to higher authorities upon the apprehension of the criminals. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Moderation is key. Be careful not to overindulge. I shall not disturb your investigation any further. Su Hanlin replied with a mix of softness and firmness, inwardly cursing. Mimpi, such an unsightly display of greed. Do you not fear choking on it? The report is at your discretion to frame as you wish. Ultimately, the magnitude of credit is inconsequential. The tangible energy of justice remains paramount. With a graceful turn, he left Liang Xiaoting with a view of his imposing back as he exited the major crime unit, hailing a cab back to the luxurious Thompson Riviera in Shallow Water Bay. Dear Dad, dear Mom, your son has returned. Mom has specially prepared soup for you. I shall serve you a bowl right away. With that, Mom Su Huanchuan entered the kitchen. Thank you, Mom. Su Hanlin settled into the plush sofa and asked, Dad, is my elder brother not back yet? The exchange rate of the yen against the dollar has been quite volatile lately. Your brother wishes to seize the opportunity for some trades. By the way, when you have some free time, keep an eye on the forex market and offer your brother some advice. All right. At that moment, Mom Su Huanchuan brought a bowl of soup to Su Hanlin, urging, Drink your soup. Slurping the soup down, he greeted his parents before heading to his bedroom. The night passed without incident. The following day, after sharing breakfast with his family, Su Hanlin hurriedly drove to the police training academy. Yawning as he drove, he considered renting an apartment nearby to avoid early mornings and for the convenience of living alone. The training at the Hong Kong Police Academy is quite arduous, involving not only physical conditioning, combat, and firearms training but also courses in police regulations and leadership skills. After a day of training, Su Hanlin showered and changed into casual attire. Naturally, he handed his dirty clothes and stinky socks to Lu Tianfeng. How much sweat did you produce? Lu Tianfeng pinched his nose as he tossed the foul socks into the basin, then picked up the sodden training uniform to wash. Tank, aren't you going home today? No, with such heavy training, I'll return home on the weekend. Lu Tianfeng was curious. Su Hanlin seemed invigorated after a full day of training, showing no signs of fatigue. All right, see you tomorrow. As Su Hanlin drove away from the police academy, he stopped at the lottery sales center, parked in the designated area, and entered the center to check his lottery numbers. No grand prize? Not even the second prize. MMP, I only matched a few numbers. Thankfully, the 100 bets yielded over 100,000 HKD. Approaching the redemption window, he handed in his 100 bets. Miss, I'm here to claim my winnings. Congratulations, sir. After tax deductions, you have 1,200,000 HKD. Please accept this check. Thank you. Su Hanlin took the check, pondering. With an exchange rate of 10 Hong Kong dollars to $1, that means 10 points of justice energy can only be exchanged for 1,000 USD in wealth? For simplicity, this book sets the HKD to USD exchange rate at 10:1. To verify his hypothesis, instead of renting an apartment from a real estate agent, he drove straight home, fearing that the opportunity to exchange for foreign currency or stocks could vanish. Last time in the U.S., the charts changed just 30 minutes after the exchange. Just as he prepared to drive home, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he sighed. Song Man, why is it always you? Reluctantly, he answered. He knew if he ignored her, the little witch would persist until his phone died. Hello. Man, what is it? Brother Tony, come have dinner with me. Song Man cooed. Sorry, I'm at the police academy. I'll take you out for dinner this weekend. On the other end, Song Man pouted, leaning against her sports car, glaring at the police academy emblem, like an angry little lion. Liar. Brother Tony, I just asked Lu Tianfeng, and he told me you just left the academy. Su Hanlin chuckled awkwardly to diffuse the tension and exhausted all his charms. Finally, he agreed to spend the entire weekend with the little witch, allowing his ears to finally find peace. After hanging up, he rubbed his ears and chuckled helplessly, then called Bei Ningxue to ask for help keeping the little witch at bay over the weekend. Bei Ningxue readily agreed, and he hung up, satisfied, as he drove home. Chapter 13. the insufficiency of justice energy at Shallow Water Bay, Thompson Riviera, to verify that 10 points of justice energy equated to 1,000 USD. Sue Hanlin expended 50 points of justice energy for an exchange. This time, he received a 25-minute Forex real-time chart. Comparing it with the mental timeline of the chart, he checked the computer clock. This exchange's Forex chart would reflect the yen to dollar rate after 30 minutes. To his surprise, the system upgrade proved quite user-friendly, allowing ample time for preparation. Sue Hanlin methodically accessed Citibank's online banking to transfer funds from his 1,000,000 USD Platinum credit card into his international Forex account. He filled in the buy price and applied for a 10x leverage, enabling him to utilize up to 10,000 USD in funds. Everything was in place, waiting for the right moment. 20 minutes later, the yen stood at 127.5 to $1. He decisively clicked to buy, his eyes fixated on the real-time K-line chart. As the minutes passed, 29 minutes later, he realized a profit of exactly 50,000 USD using the 10x leverage. What the heck? Why do the real-time charts differ from the predictive charts? According to the predictive K-line chart, he should have made a minimum profit of 800,000 USD. Could it be? To further validate the exchange ratio, he spent another 10 points of justice energy. This time, the system provided the Forex chart again, but this time it was a 5-minute K-line chart, still reflecting the Forex trends 30 minutes later. This time, he invested the same 1,000 USD, utilizing a 10x leverage once more. Ultimately, the profit amounted to only 10,000 USD. After 2 rounds of verification, he concluded that indeed, 10 points of justice energy could only yield 1,000 USD. Observing the remaining 160 points of justice energy, Sue Hanlin felt an urgent yearning for more energy points. With no further energy points to squander, he transferred his principal of 1,000 USD out, leaving a profit of 60,000 USD in his account. He then began doing abdominal exercises in his bedroom. At Kowloon Police Station, Adongwa returned to the major crime unit, weary and slumped in his chair. He casually picked up the day's newspaper to check the lottery winning numbers, a habit he had maintained for 5 years. This cannot be. Adongwa sprang up, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at the lottery winning numbers. Though he could not recall all of Sue Hanlin's numbers, he distinctly remembered the first few. What is wrong along? Why the fuss? Liang Xiaotang entered the large office, carrying several late-night snacks, and handed one to Adongwa. Nothing. It's just that this time the lottery didn't T-win again. I thought it was something serious. Next time, you'll definitely win the grand prize. Liang Xiaotang offered a comforting word, though inwardly he scoffed. In 5 years, I've never seen you win even a single HKD. Why the uproar over this loss? Next time, skip the lottery and try your luck with horse racing instead. In the dim light of the evening, the stout figure of Adongwa sat engrossed in his midnight snack, his thoughts preoccupied with the wager that loomed over him. He resolved to steer clear of Sue Hanlin in the future, having firmly decided against honoring the bet. After all, failing to fulfill a wager was not a criminal offense in Hong Kong. What weighed heavily on his mind, however, was his own physical limitations. His thick legs and ample waist left him ill-equipped for any acrobatic feats. The following day, a Friday, Sue Hanlin felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. After several days of training, he was finally to engage in live-fire shooting. Though he had previously had the opportunity to shoot at a gun range in America, he had spent that time buried in books or glued to a computer screen, consuming financial news. The Hong Kong police force was currently armed with Glock 17 pistols, each capable of holding 15 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Uniformed officers and traffic police, however, still relied on .38 caliber revolvers, primarily for deterrent purposes. Many of them had never fired their weapons even upon retirement. As the shots rang out, bang bang bang, Sue Hanlin steadied his breath and adhered to the shooting protocols, while his fellow trainees also took their turns. Upon reviewing the target, Sue Hanlin was pleased to discover he had scored 40 points on his first attempt, an impressive feat for a novice. Yet, as the instructor's words of encouragement echoed in his ears, Sue Hanlin could not shake the feeling that they were laced with sarcasm. Observing Lu Tianfeng's superior score of 85 points, he resolved that during the upcoming physical competition, he would ensure Lu Tianfeng spent a month washing his stinky socks. What was there to boast about, after all? It was merely a matter of physical strength, which he could augment with his righteous energy. As he contemplated his situation, he noticed the requirements for increasing his strength, 5 points needed 120 units of righteous energy, equating to 24 units per point. Sue Hanlin felt frustration welling within him. Such a cost was exorbitant. He decided to conserve his remaining 40 righteous energy points for emergencies. After the shooting session concluded under the instructor's command, the trainees cleaned the range, signaling the beginning of a 2-day break. Fresh from a shower, Sue Hanlin was dressing in the locker room when Lu Tianfeng approached, wrapped in a towel and wearing flip-flops. "Hey, are we betting on the shooting competition next Monday?" he inquired, his tone teasing. Sue Hanlin firmly rejected the idea, resolving to practice shooting daily at a private range. Not deterred, Lu Tianfeng pressed on, asking why he was unwilling to bet. Sue Hanlin, tying his shoelaces, shot him a look that clearly said, "Do you really need to ask?" He left the locker room and, once in the parking area, pulled out his phone to call Liang Xiaotang. During the conversation, he learned that the Porsche owner had not yet met with the gang leader. To avoid alerting the suspects and jeopardizing the investigation, they could only monitor the situation. Liang Xiaotang, unable to resist a jab, remarked, "Sue, sir, aren't you supposed to be the brilliant detective? It's been nearly a week, and you still haven't deduced where the criminals are hiding?" "Liang, sir, while my deductive skills are indeed formidable, I cannot conjure leads from thin air. If you have any useful new information, do share," Sue Hanlin retorted, leaving Liang Xiaotang no choice but to hang up. After nearly a week of surveillance, the Porsche owner had either been busy with women or out at sea. The Criminal Intelligence Unit had also deployed undercover agents to locate the gang, but no useful information had surfaced. The gang leader seemed to have vanished without a trace. Hanging up, Sue Hanlin felt a tinge of irritation. He muttered to himself about the need for clues. Any hint, no matter how small, could help him analyze the criminal's new hiding spot through his case reenactment ability. The prospect of solving the bank robbery case through due diligence alone seemed bleak. Extraordinary measures would be required. As night fell, the vibrant atmosphere of Yaomati South Temple Street came alive, bustling with various food stalls, opera performances, fortune-telling, and more, creating a lively tapestry of life. Sue Hanlin glanced at his watch. It was 10:15 when a series of knocks echoed against his car window. Chapter 14. A new lead from the Jade Pendant. Sue Hanlin rolled down the window, greeted by Lu Tianfeng, who held a paper cup in one hand and a skewer of fish balls in the other, munching away as he spoke. "Hey, are you waiting for Jessica?" Just then, a van screeched to a halt beneath Jessica's apartment. Sue Hanlin was about to respond when he felt a shift in his righteous energy points. The increase in righteous energy signaled an impending crime, prompting him to urge Lu Tianfeng to get into the car. "What is going on? Are you being mysterious about a girl?" Lu Tianfeng asked, settling into the passenger seat. "It's a long story. I'll explain later. By the way, do you know everyone around here, having grown up on Temple Street?" Sue Hanlin inquired just as Jessica emerged from the building, clad in athletic wear and struggling to carry a black travel bag. At that moment, a man stepped out of the van, accepting the travel bag from Jessica and whispering something in her ear. Sue Hanlin's instincts tingled. What was a gold-digging girl doing with a bag identical to those used in the bank robbery? The bag appeared heavy, suggesting it contained something valuable, perhaps even stolen. "Of course, I know everyone around here," Lu Tianfeng interjected, his chest puffed with pride. "That guy is an infamous thug. He's involved in extortion, fencing, you name it." Upon hearing the word fencing, Sue Hanlin's eyes sparkled with realization. He understood the allure of money and how easily people could be led astray by it. If the right incentives were present, Jessica might very well take a risk. With this thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed Liang Xiaotang. "Hello, Liang, sir. I've found a new lead in the bank robbery case." After hanging up, he turned to Lu Tianfeng, who was both excited and anxious. "So, you think Jessica is selling stolen goods with that thug?" Sue Hanlin nodded affirmatively, though he harbored doubts about whether the contents were indeed related to the robbery. The system had sent a warning, indicating that even if they weren't connected to the bank heist, they were likely involved in other illicit activities. "Look at that hefty travel bag in his hands," Lu Tianfeng said, patting Sue Hanlin's shoulder. "It's highly suspicious, but we don't have the authority to intervene." Sue Hanlin cast him a glance that seemed to say, "Do you really need to remind me?" The police regulations were clear on the matter. "Look, Jessica and that thug are getting into the van," Lu Tianfeng exclaimed, excitedly tapping Sue Hanlin's shoulder. "Quick, start the car and follow them." Sue Hanlin ignited the engine and relayed to Liang Xiaotang that he was tailing the van. The vehicle navigated through the streets of Temple Street, heading towards Kun Tong. "Take a right. They're turning," Lu Tianfeng shouted, pointing as the van signaled a right turn. Sue Hanlin followed the direction, but chose to continue straight ahead instead. The god of wealth, What is going on? Before the word ghost could escape his lips, Su Hanlin heard through his Bluetooth headset, Liang sir, the van has entered Guangdong Road, but there are too few vehicles to continue following. Understood, you need not follow. Go wait for the major crimes unit at the Kowloon police station. Okay. Su Hanlin did not retort. The white G55 SUV had been purchased from Jessica's car dealership, and the license plate was also from there. After turning around, he spoke while driving, Tank, I will drop you off ahead. You can take a taxi back to Temple Street. No, God of Wealth, I'll accompany you to Kowloon police station. I can help you find a place during the day and tidy up your room. Without waiting for Su Hanlin's agreement, Lu Tianfeng directly called his mother to inform her that he would not be home that evening. Old Ghost, Jessica, traveling in the van, was stopped near the Hong Kong-Macau ferry terminal on Guangdong Road by a traffic police checkpoint. Shortly after, the armed police officers opened their recording devices and began gathering evidence. Minutes later, Liang Xiaoting arrived at the scene with the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, glancing at Old Ghost, Jessica, and the other suspects, who were handcuffed and squatting on the side. Liang sir, when did the Major Crimes Unit also take on theft and obscene DVDs? A senior inspector from the traffic department teased. Chiu sir, theft and obscene DVDs are certainly not under the purview of the Major Crimes Unit, but these individuals are related to a serious criminal case. Okay. Traffic Inspector Chiu signaled his subordinates to dismantle the checkpoint and regroup. That moment, Liang Xiaoting donned rubber gloves and retrieved various bank cards, identification, jewelry, and obscene DVDs from the evidence bag, a fire of frustration igniting within him. Nevertheless, he ordered the armed police to escort Old Ghost, Jessica, and the others back to the Kowloon Police Station's Major Crimes Unit. As Jessica had indeed been in contact with the suspect and had previously investigated Old Ghost's background. An hour later, at Kowloon Police Station, Major Crimes Unit. Mr. Su, sir, is this the stolen property you mentioned? Liang Xiaoting stood in the evidence room, pointing at the illicit items, the obscene DVDs, as he addressed Su Hanlin. Su Hanlin examined the evidence bag, secretly checking the Justice Energy points. Justice Energy 60, 330. Wait, according to the system, I should have gained 50 Justice points at that time. It only counts as 20 points now, leaving 30 points unaccounted for. Liang sir, are all the pieces of evidence confirmed to be here? Su Hanlin inquired. Liang Xiaoting, not pleased with Su Hanlin's demeanor, nonetheless replied truthfully, the discs and stolen items are all here. By the way, all jewelry has been compared with the bank robbery's stolen items, and none matched. Jewelry? Yes, jewelry. Su Hanlin suddenly recalled seeing 2 jade accessories on Jessica's wrist in the interrogation room. Those 2 jade pieces were identical in shape and size to the pendant that had been stolen from Bei Ningxue. He conveyed his thoughts to Liang Xiaoting. Subsequently, Liang Xiaoting entered the interrogation room to closely examine the jade accessories on Jessica's wrist, also noting their resemblance to the pendants Bei Ningxue often wore. After inquiring, he learned that the bracelet accessory belonged to Shui Jinghui, the Porsche guy. Eager to solve the case, he disregarded the late hour, which had already struck 1 a.m., and called Bei Ningxue to inform her that he would personally drive to pick her up. Of course, Liang Xiaoting also aimed to take advantage of this opportunity for a private moment with Bei Ningxue. Upon arriving at Kowloon Police Station, Bei Ningxue saw the jade bracelet, which was indeed the pendant her grandmother had left her. She also informed Liang Xiaoting that the 2 jade pendants had a micro-engraved Bei character on them. At that moment, Su Hanlin also noticed a shift in his justice energy in his mind. Justice energy, 90-300. After Bei Ningxue declined Liang Xiaoting's offer to see her off, Su Hanlin, Lu Tianfeng, and the 3 exited Kowloon Police Station. God of Wealth, you're amazing. Not only are you skilled at solving cases, but you're also adept at attracting girlfriends. Quickly tell me how you discovered the clues. The Buddha says it cannot be spoken, cannot be spoken. Su Hanlin feigned the demeanor of a wise monk and continued, Tank, first drop off Vivian. Then I'll take you back to Temple Street. Lu Tianfeng glanced at Bei Ningxue, thinking that just her long legs could keep him entertained for 3 months, and added with a touch of confusion, you can drop off Vivian. I don't want to be a third wheel. I'll take a taxi back. I'll call you at noon to help you move. Chapter 15. Buying a house like buying cabbage? In the early hours, a white Mercedes G55 headed towards the police officer's residence. Inside the car, Bei Ningxue sat in the passenger seat, asking Tony, I'll come help you move today. Wait. Didn't you say you were going shopping with young man today? Oh no. How could I forget that? Su Hanlin slapped his forehead in realization and then turned to Bei Ningxue with a pleading look, as if to say, let us pretend to be a couple. It's your turn to fulfill your duties now. All right, focus on driving. I'll handle young man Bei Ningxue pushed Su Hanlin gently, urging him to concentrate on the road, and added, Tony, Mom wants you to come to our house for dinner on your day off. But I declined because of your training. Upon hearing this, Su Hanlin pondered, Vivian, this isn't a good solution. How about this? I can't visit Annie today because of moving, but I'll go tomorrow, which is Sunday. Yay. Thank you, Tony. Bei Ningxue clenched her small fist and cheered, feeling relieved. This was also because the assistant police commissioner, Bei Yohan, had casually suggested she invite Su Hanlin to dinner. What is there to think? The spirit of the contract is sacred and inviolable. Upon hearing this, Bei Ningxue felt a pang of sadness. She had harbored a secret crush on Su Hanlin since high school. Oh, I will also adhere to the contract and strive to play the role of a good girlfriend in front of young man. Bei Ningxue felt a bittersweet sorrow as she watched the G55 SUV come to a stop at her doorstep. After saying their goodbyes, Su Hanlin drove back to the luxurious Thompson Riviera in Repulse Bay as the first rays of sunlight gently broke over the horizon. Meanwhile, at the Kowloon Police Station, Major Crimes Unit, Liang Xiaodang received the scientific identification report from the forensic department regarding Jessica's jade accessories. The report clarified that the shapes and sizes of the two jade pendants matched those provided by Bei Ningxue, and it also indicated that the jade indeed bore a micro-engraved Bei character. With a slap, Liang Xiaodang tossed the folder onto the interrogation table, startling Jessica. Miss Jessica, we now suspect that you are an accomplice of the bank robbery suspects. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will be recorded by the officer as evidence. Listening to Liang Xiaodang's serious yet slightly intimidating inquiry, Jessica trembled in fear. With a quivering voice, she exclaimed, No, I didn't participate in the robbery. I had no idea that the jade bracelet Shui Jingwei gave me was stolen. I want to call a lawyer. Liang Xiaodang, with a scrutinizing gaze, observed Jessica's changing expressions. At that moment, his instincts told him that Jessica was indeed unaware. However, sufficient evidence was still necessary. He then instructed his subordinates to continue questioning Jessica while he returned to his small office to draft a report. Shui Jinghui, the Porsche guy, was not only a suspect in the bank robbery but also in the commercial crimes unit. He hesitated to issue a summons for Shui Jinghui at that moment, so he could only draft a report for his superior, suggesting communication with the commercial crimes unit. At noon, at Repulse Bay, Thompson Riviera, Su Hanlin was deep in slumber, dreaming of engaging in activities not suitable for children with Ms. Zhou. Suddenly, an urgent ringing sound broke through. Damn it! Su Hanlin rolled over, groggily reaching for his phone, and answered in a daze, Hello? God of Wealth, it's already noon. Hurry up and get up. I'm at your neighborhood gate. Just then, a limited edition red Bugatti zoomed past Lu Tianfeng, entering the Thompson Riviera community. Wow! A 30 million Hong Kong dollar limited edition Bugatti. Lu Tianfeng exclaimed, recognizing that this model was limited to only 100 units worldwide. Su Hanlin was startled awake by Lu Tianfeng's exclamation over the phone. In a flurry, he hung up, got out of bed, and hurriedly washed up. What a disaster! How did that little witch come knocking at my door? As he washed, he attempted to call Bei Ningxue for help. But why wasn't she answering? Perhaps she hadn't risen yet? At that moment, the voice of the maid, Xinjia, reached his ears. Tony, Miss Songman and a beautiful young lady are here to see you. I understand. Xinjia, please ask them to wait in the living room. I will be there shortly, Su Hanlin called out loudly towards the door. He then changed into a clean outfit from the cloakroom and, wearing slippers, made his way to the living room, where he found Bei Ningxue and Song Man seated together. What on earth was happening? Why were they together? Song Man puffed out her cheeks, her almond-shaped eyes glaring angrily. When Xinjia brought in some water, she pouted childishly. Tony, you're such a big liar. You promised to take me shopping and to the movies today. Oh well, I have a generous heart, so I forgive you. By the way, Tall Legs said you're moving today? Tall Legs? Su Hanlin couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, Man still loves to give people nicknames. Song Man jumped up, grabbing his arm and shaking it as she continued, Tony, my family has many vacant units. You can choose any you like. Su Hanlin quickly shook his head in refusal, knowing that the vacant units Song Man referred to were either in the peak, mid-levels, or luxurious villas in Shallow Water Bay, Sheko, or the eastern half of the mountain in Kowloon. Man, I've already rented a place. Once I move, I'll treat you to a grand feast. No, I want you to personally fry steak for me. Song Man insisted, a blend of stubbornness and coyness in her demeanor, her hands gripping his arm and shaking it. Tony can cook? Bei Ningxue exclaimed, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. She recalled the incident during their 5th-grade camping trip when Sue Hanlin had charred sausages and chicken wings. All right, I'll fry you steak tonight. After Sue Hanlin exchanged pleasantries with Xinjia, the three of them took the elevator downstairs, just in time to see Lu Tianfeng walking in. Tank, let me introduce you. This is Miss Songman, the sister of my good friend. Vivian, you met her last night. They all greeted one another, and Yang Man whimsically insisted that Bei Ningxue ride with her. Sue Hanlin drove Lu Tianfeng towards Banyan Mountain, Xingye Street. Inside the car, Lu Tianfeng remained silent, feeling increasingly aware of the disparity between himself and Sue Hanlin as their friendship deepened. However, he was not one to feel inferior. Rather, he aspired to change through his own efforts and cherished their friendship all the more. At the luxurious apartment near Huanghuking and Xingye Street, Song Man directed the housekeeping staff to clean and arrange Sue Hanlin's personal belongings while Bei Ningxue accompanied Lu Tianfeng to the supermarket for groceries and wine. As night fell, Sue Hanlin had just finished frying several portions of steak when the doorbell rang. Song Man, embodying the role of the hostess, skipped to the door. Brother, what brings you here? If you can come, why can't I? Song Yunhui stepped into the living room, holding a gift bag and smiling. Tony, I thought of you as a brother, and yet you didn't tell me about your move? He handed the gift bag to Sue Hanlin while surveying the roughly 800-square-foot apartment, smirking. Tony, I happen to have a villa nearby. You can stay there for free. No need, this is just a temporary residence. Once my police academy training is completed, I'll look to buy a suitable property, Sue Hanlin replied. Okay, I'll give you the lowest discount then. Lu Tianfeng, taken aback by this conversation, secretly scoffed. How heart-wrenching. Is real estate as cheap as cabbage? Just like that. Buying a property worth over 10 million Hong Kong dollars? Alas. It's no surprise he is a money god, buying houses as if they were cabbages. Hong Kong's property prices are the highest globally, with statistics indicating that 60% of its citizens cannot afford a home and must wait for government-subsidized housing. Subsequently, Song Yunhui opened a bottle of Kongdi red wine, and the young adults enjoyed wine and steak together. Meanwhile, at Kowloon Police Station, Director Yuan Pengkuan was dining with a chief superintendent from the Commercial Crime Unit, both enjoying Western cuisine. The two chief superintendents maintained a courteous demeanor, yet their conversation was anything but yielding as they debated the suspect Shui Jinghui in the bank robbery case, the only suspect the police had thus far, who was also implicated in international money laundering. Director Yuan, we need to summon him immediately, as the case is overseen by Big Brother, urged Chief Superintendent Go Puzuan, who had more reasons for caution, having been secretly investigating Shui Jinghui and his foreign trade company for several months. If we act now, all our preliminary work will go to waste. Well, I know a young man with exceptional deductive abilities. Let him assist the Commercial Crime Unit in finding evidence of Shui Jinghui's money laundering activities. Go Puzuan learned from Yuan Pengkuan that Sue Hanlin had managed to shed light on the bank robbery case despite the lack of clear physical evidence. Director Yuan, grant me one more week. If the Commercial Crime Unit fails to find concrete evidence by then, I will call Sue. Sue Hanlin, Yuan Pengkuan interjected. Yes. Let us invite Sue Hanlin. Yuan Pengkuan understood Go Puzuan's concerns. He feared Sue Hanlin might find definitive evidence of Shui Jinghui's money laundering within just a few days, which would be embarrassing. Nonetheless, he had already recognized Sue Hanlin as part of the Kowloon Police Station team. Ultimately, the two reached a consensus. If the Commercial Crime Unit could not obtain money laundering evidence within 15 days, the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit would summon Shui Jinghui for questioning. The following day, Sue Hanlin returned home for lunch with his stylish father, stylish mother, and elder brother before heading to a private shooting club. Bang bang bang. 58 points. Echoed the electronic voice of the target system. Upon hearing the score, he smirked, feeling a sense of grievance towards the system. 123100086. Despite having initial gun sensitivity, 0-10,000, justice energy, 90-300, redemption. Is the figure 10,000 indicative of the number of bullets? Could it be that firing a total of 10,000 rounds would enhance the initial gun sensitivity? To validate this conjecture, Sue Hanlin swiftly changed the magazine and began shooting. After firing 10 rounds and achieving a score of 90, the initial gun sensitivity underwent a transformation. Initial gun sensitivity, 9-10,000 Ah. It is not based on the number of bullets, but rather on the scoring rings. He then attempted to channel his justice energy into enhancing his initial gun sensitivity. Remarkably, the justice energy could indeed augment the initial gun sensitivity, with every point of justice energy translating to a 10-point increase in experience. Thus, 1,000 points of justice energy would suffice to upgrade the initial gun sensitivity. What a predicament. Sue Hanlin gazed at his remaining 89 points of justice energy, then expended 9 points to elevate his initial gun sensitivity experience to 109. Instantly, he felt a newfound comprehension of firearms, a sensation that defied verbal expression. The following day, Friday, Huanghucking Police Training School. In the morning, Sue Hanlin, along with Lu Tianfeng and other trainees, engaged in studies covering police regulations and leadership management, among other subjects. This afternoon, shooting practice beckoned. Shall we compare our skills? The stakes, 2 months' worth of dirty laundry and foul socks. Lu Tianfeng patted Sue Hanlin on the shoulder from behind, inwardly hoping he would agree to the challenge. Are you certain about the stakes of 2 months' dirty laundry? Recently, I encountered a remarkably skilled coach at a private shooting range. Are you not concerned about losing? Hearing Sue Hanlin's words, Lu Tianfeng scoffed inwardly, convinced that such a coach must be mediocre, otherwise. How could Sue Hanlin's shooting scores remain so dismal? Absolutely. All right. Since someone is willing, I expect you to do my laundry. And don't shed tears if you lose the afternoon shooting match, Sue Hanlin remarked. Fearing Sue Hanlin might back out, Lu Tianfeng insisted that all trainees serve as witnesses after class. In the afternoon, after physical training concluded, the instructor led them to the outdoor shooting range. The trainees were divided into 2 groups to commence shooting, with Lu Tianfeng in the first group. Bang, bang, bang. As the first group completed their rounds, Lu Tianfeng achieved a score of 91, securing the top position. The onlookers observed Lu Tianfeng's smug demeanor, spontaneously rallying behind Sue Hanlin. Go, God of Wealth. Sue Hanlin smiled and performed an American-style salute, returning Lu Tianfeng a glance that promised his impending defeat. For the past few days, he had intentionally concealed his prowess, consistently scoring between 80 and 85. However, ever since he acquired initial gun sensitivity, scoring 95 had become the norm, and he had even surpassed 100 on several occasions at the private shooting range. 98 rings. Wow, the God of Wealth is truly keeping his talents hidden. Indeed, it seems that after just a few days, he has transformed into a sharpshooter. The God of Wealth is magnificent. The trainees congratulated Sue Hanlin, their excitement palpable. Lu Tianfeng. Did the God of Wealth truly encounter a formidable coach at the private training facility? Why isn't Master Wong granting me a win against the God of Wealth at least once? 2 months of dirty laundry and foul socks. That moment, the assembly whistle blew, and the instructor, wielding a baton, regarded the trainees with a stern and authoritative gaze. He then approached Lu Tianfeng, bellowing, PI number 28438. You seem to enjoy gambling. Very well. Should you fail to outscore PI number 28505, Sue Hanlin, next week, you will be punished to wash the dirty laundry of all PI trainees for a week. Understood? Yes, Riss. Lu Tianfeng responded robustly. As Sue Hanlin stifled a laugh, the instructor moved before him, declaring, PI number 28505, if you do not outscore PI number 28438 next week, you too shall wash the dirty laundry of all PI trainees for a week. Understood? Yes, Riss. Sue Hanlin affirmed. PI number 28505, ensure you prevail in the shooting training. He echoed, fixing his gaze ahead at the instructor. Good. Chapter 17. The madam is indeed so aloof. Huanghucking Police Training School. Outdoor shooting training ground. After the PI trainees tidied the training facilities, groups of 3 or 5 rallied around Sue Hanlin and Lu Tianfeng, offering encouragement laced with playful banter. God of Wealth. Tank. Let us go. Next week, we shall intensify our training. Dirty laundry will be our price to pay. Sue Hanlin, confident in his initial gun sensitivity proficiency, responded grandly, Okay. If I lose to Tank next week, I shall wash my brother's clothes for 2 weeks. However, the foul socks shall be exempt. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianfeng's expression darkened. Based on today's shooting results, it appeared he had scored a few rings less than Sue Hanlin. Yet, the margin was slim. Unless luck favored him to score above 95, he would surely face defeat next week. At this moment, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, suddenly recalling a classic line from a Stephen Chow film. Once, there was a sincere love. No, wait. Once there was an opportunity to avoid foolishness, yet I resolutely chose the path of folly, extending it by an astonishing 86 years. With this thought, he approached Sue Hanlin, sincerity etched on his face, and asked, God of Wealth, are we not good brothers? Of course. Sue Hanlin replied, noting Lu Tianfeng's earnest demeanor while sensing a hidden agenda. Without allowing him to speak further, he continued, while we are indeed brothers. However, do not expect me to go easy on you in next week's shooting training, nor shall I wash your dirty laundry." He then turned to the other PI trainees, raising his voice, "Brothers, do you wish for Tank to wash your foul socks?" "Of course, yes," they chorused. "Tank, if your socks are not cleaned properly next week, we shall collectively lodge a complaint to the instructor." Many PI trainees laughed heartily, even contemplating stashing their dirty socks in lockers for a week to seize the opportunity. "Humph. If you want me to wash your clothes, you must first ensure that God of Wealth can win," Lu Tianfeng retorted, refusing to concede, yet met with a chorus of boos from the PI trainees. In the afternoon, all PI trainees were granted a 2-day holiday. As Su Hanlin, Lu Tianfeng, and the other PI trainees exited the police academy, a police vehicle bearing AM plates pulled up, and Yuan Pengkuan stepped out. "Mr. Su." "Sir Yuan." Su Hanlin greeted Lu Tianfeng and the other PI trainees before stepping forward to face Yuan Pengkuan, fully aware that his presence at the academy indicated a matter of importance. "Come, let us get in the car and discuss." Yuan Pengkuan warmly invited him to enter the vehicle, which then headed toward police headquarters. It seemed that in this session, only the God of Wealth need not worry about future departmental assignments. Indeed, look at the rapport he shares with that chief superintendent. As the PI trainees experienced more envy than admiration, Lu Tianfeng could no longer hold his tongue and began recounting Su Hanlin's assistance in solving a case for the Kowloon police station. Although the trainees were astonished, skepticism prevailed, as they were well aware of the nature of Lu Tianfeng and Su Hanlin's relationship. In the vehicle, Su Hanlin learned that Yuan Pengkuan sought him out due to his keen analytical and reasoning skills, requesting his assistance in the commercial crimes unit to locate evidence of money laundering linked to Shui Jinghui, the Porsche man. More accurately, they were to track down Shui Jinghui's concealed accounts involved in money laundering transactions, as well as the final accounts of the funds. "Sir Yuan, assisting the police is my duty, yet I cannot guarantee that I will find evidence against Shui Jinghui for money laundering." Su Hanlin left himself an out, unwilling to make absolute promises. Of course, do not feel overly pressured. It would be ideal to find the evidence, but if not, it is of no consequence. Although Yuan Pengkuan's words suggested that finding evidence was not paramount, Su Hanlin sensed an urgency in his tone, indicating that they needed to uncover concrete evidence of Shui Jinghui's criminal activities within a short time frame. There were two reasons for this urgency. First, the amount of money laundered by Shui Jinghui and his foreign trade company exceeded $100 million. The Hong Kong police not only required sufficient evidence, but also aimed to seize the illicit proceeds. The bank heist case has been ongoing for over half a month. The longer it drags on, the more likely the criminals might smuggle themselves out of Hong Kong. "Rest assured, Officer Yuan, I will do my utmost to assist the police," he affirmed. "Excellent. I knew I was not mistaken in you. If necessary, I will co-sign a leave request for you to the police academy with Officer Go." Subsequently, Yuan Pengkuan informed Su Hanlin that if the Kowloon police station's assistance was required during the investigation, he could reach out to him directly, leaving his personal phone number with Su. Minutes later, at the Hong Kong police headquarters, Su Hanlin, led by Yuan Pengkuan, entered the annex of the headquarters building. After registering and obtaining temporary passes, they proceeded to Officer Go Putsuan's office. "Officer Go, allow me to introduce this promising new star of the police force, Su Hanlin," Yuan Pengkuan announced, adding, "Just so you know, Officer Go, Mr. Su has already been earmarked by the Kowloon Major Crime Unit. I have already discussed this with the Assistant Commissioner of the Personnel Division." Su Hanlin felt speechless upon hearing this, inwardly scoffing, "Haha, before even graduating from training, I've become part of the Kowloon Major Crime Unit? And I've even been introduced to the Assistant Commissioner of Personnel? While the Kowloon Major Crime Unit is indeed impressive, I might have seriously offended Liang Xiaotang. No, I must find a way to avoid joining them. Tomorrow, I will have dinner at Vivian's house and subtly inquire with Uncle Bei." At that moment, Officer Go Putsuan, with a smile, pointed to Yuan Pengkuan, but instead turned to greet Su Hanlin. Naturally, Officer Go was eager to witness Su Hanlin's exceptional deductive and analytical skills. After bidding farewell to Yuan Pengkuan, Officer Go led Su into Group A of the Commercial Crime Unit. The unit was divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, with each group headed by a police inspector. Each group further comprised 4 subgroups, led by chief inspectors. They entered the office of Group A's leader, Ling Yuhan. "Madam Ling, this is Su Hanlin, who will be assisting you," Officer Go introduced. "Hello, Mr. Su." After their introductions, Su Hanlin silently mused. Ling Yuhan truly lives up to her name, exuding an icy queen-like demeanor. A knock interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," The door swung open, revealing a stunning woman, approximately 170 centimeters tall, with an exquisitely contoured face and an impressive figure, clad in police uniform, adorned with 3 stars, Chief Inspector. Madam Fei, you arrived just in time. This is Mr. Su, who will assist your team in investigating the money laundering case involving Shui Jinghui Trading Company. Following their introductions, Chief Inspector Fei Xiantong escorted Su Hanlin into an office, instructing her subordinates to bring all preliminary evidence regarding Shui Jinghui Trading Company. In a frosty tone, she remarked, Mr. Su, all the evidence is here. I wish you a swift deduction and analysis of the suspect's transaction details. Without waiting for Su Hanlin to respond, she clicked her high heels and exited, slamming the door behind her. Is everyone here so aloof? Su Hanlin mused to himself, just as the office door swung open once more. Fei Xiantong threw a file bag onto the table before him with a loud thud. Upon opening it, his smile vanished, his eyes ablaze with anger as he coldly questioned, Madam, what does this mean? In Chapter 18, Su Hanlin found himself in a stifling atmosphere within the small office of the Commercial Crime Unit at the Hong Kong Police Headquarters. The file bag contained his personal resume. Of course, he was not angry about his personal file, as a detailed resume was mandatory for applying to the Hong Kong police force. His fury stemmed from Fei Xiantong's thorough investigation into his life and studies at an American university, including detailed accounts of his previous relationships and the reasons for their demise. Damn it, I am here to assist the police with a case, yet I am being treated as a suspect? He thought, suppressing his anger. If she weren't a woman, I would have shown her a reality check. Possessing high intelligence and education, Su Hanlin maintained a stoic expression to mask his inner turmoil. Madam, since I am not welcome here. Very well, I shall take my leave. Rising, he forced a faint smile and handed the file bag back to Fei Xiantong, adding with a hint of defiance, the intelligence system of the Commercial Crime Unit is impressive. It holds many details the subject, had forgotten. The Commercial Crime Unit is one of the 3 elite departments of the Hong Kong Police, where officers are required to hold at least a master's degree. Chief Inspector Fei Xiantong, in her 30s, already possessed dual doctorates in law and business. She was initially resistant to Su Hanlin assisting with the Shui Jinghui money laundering case, hence her early show of authority. Mr. Su, if you wish to leave, I cannot stop you, as you are not yet a formal officer of the police force, nor are you my subordinate. With a frosty expression, Fei Xiantong gestured for him to leave. Hey, this woman must be a cold-hearted spinster, starved for affection? Su Hanlin thought, tossing the file bag onto the desk. As he prepared to exit, a surge of righteous energy coursed through him. Righteous energy. 600. The Shui Jinghui money laundering case has indeed granted me an additional 300 points of righteous energy. He reconsidered his departure, telling himself, for the sake of 300 points of righteous energy, I shall endure. He then grandiloquently reassured himself, Madam, while I may not be a formal officer yet, as a responsible citizen of Hong Kong, it is my duty to cooperate with the police. Chief Inspector Fei Xiantong, taken aback, regarded Su Hanlin with newfound respect, surprised by his depth. All the information regarding Shui Jinghui is here. Take your time to review it, and please inform me of any discoveries, she said before exiting, slamming the door with a decisive thud. I will endure. For the sake of righteous energy, I shall tolerate this insufferable woman, Su Hanlin thought, gritting his teeth as he stared at the aluminum door of the office. He took out his phone to send a text to his parents, informing them he would not be home for dinner. Setting his phone to silent, he began to meticulously review the Shui Jinghui report. Hours later, after stretching and shaking off the stiffness in his neck, he stepped out of the small office and approached a senior colleague in the smoking area. Coincidentally, this colleague was craving a cigarette, and they walked together to the rooftop. He offered a cigarette to his senior while lighting one for himself. Leaning against the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the Hong Kong skyline, in his mind, he directed 50 points of righteous energy towards case reenactment. At that moment, he felt as though he were immersed in the Shui Jinghui case. The scenes projected before him were synthesized from CIB, Criminal Intelligence Bureau, surveillance footage, and reports. He focused intently on the fragments, contemplating and deducing Shui Jinghui's role in the money laundering scheme. According to the surveillance images, written materials, and reports, the Commercial Crime Investigation Unit had only identified a few accounts belonging to Shui Jinghui's foreign trade company, with significant funds entering the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Yet they lacked concrete evidence to implicate him in illegal money laundering activities. Su Hanlin, with a doctorate from Harvard Business School, understood that substantial illicit funds were often laundered in the international financial and stock markets. Suddenly, a rectangular pendant around Shui Jinghui's neck flashed vividly in his mind. That pendant, could it be a storage device? Yes, it must be. All the transaction details related to the money laundering should be stored within it. Otherwise, the case reenactment function wouldn't have focused on it. With this revelation, Su Hanlin discarded his cigarette, but into a metal trash bin and turned to his colleague, stating with conviction, "Senior, please inform Madame Fei that I have made a significant discovery." What? Mr. Su truly has a discovery? The casually dressed male officer, initially in disbelief, confirmed the information several times before promptly turning around and hastening to report to Fei Xiantong. What? You say Mr. Su has made a significant discovery? Fei Xiantong sprang to her feet, her expression a mixture of shock and skepticism. Indeed, the Commercial Crime Bureau had been monitoring for months and had even deployed undercover agents into Shui Jinghui's foreign trade company without uncovering any evidence. How could she possibly believe that Su Hanlin had made a discovery merely through images, texts, and reports? Madam, Mr. Su informed me directly on the rooftop, and judging by his expression, there can be no mistake. As the officer finished speaking, several colleagues teased, "Changzai, did you receive some favor from Su Hanlin? We've been working hard for so long without any findings, and he accomplishes this in just a few hours?" At that moment, a middle-aged man pointed at Changzai with an understanding look. "Oh, I get it. Changzai's little sister is interning at the Department of Justice. She must be curry-favoring Su Hanxian, the beautiful mother, and Judge Su. You." Before Changzai could finish his retort, Fei Xiantong interjected, "Changzai, please escort Mr. Su to the briefing room, and make sure he brings along his significant discovery." "Yes, madam." After saluting, Changzai went to fetch Su Hanlin. In the briefing room of the Commercial Crime Bureau, Su Hanlin displayed several enlarged photographs on the board, pointing to a rectangular pendant around Shui Jinghui's neck. "Madam, and everyone, take a closer look. Doesn't this pendant resemble a storage device? Shui Jinghui is concealing the storage device on his person. There is reason to believe that it hides the accounts and transaction details of this money laundering operation." Everyone present, highly educated and intellectually astute, internally agreed that carrying a disguised storage device meant the information contained within must be of great importance. At that moment, they felt immense admiration for Su Hanlin's meticulous observational skills and were even more impressed by his ability to uncover leads in such a short time. Fei Xiantong shared this sentiment but was more concerned that the storage device might not contain any records of money laundering transactions. Su Hanlin observed the expressions of those present and, eager to expedite the acquisition of 300 units of righteous energy, suggested, "Madam, Shui Jinghui is also implicated in a major bank robbery. You can request the Kowloon Police Force's Major Crimes Unit to summon him. After obtaining the data from the storage device to confirm the money laundering evidence, we can collaborate on the case," he added, "not forgetting to stoke the fire, madam." According to the information provided by the CIB, Shui Jinghui's foreign trade company has already invested $20 million in the stock market. Don't you want to intercept the remaining nearly $80 million promptly? Upon hearing this, Fei Xiantong furrowed her brow in contemplation. She understood that once the funds entered the stock market and the foreign exchange market, intercepting the illicit money would be nearly impossible. Money laundering is a gang operation, and Shui Jinghui is merely one component. With this thought, Fei Xiantong instructed her subordinates to leave the briefing room and approached Su Hanlin, sincerely apologizing, "Mr. Su, I apologize for my previous impolite behavior. I hope we can become colleagues in the future." "Hey, the aloof woman actually apologized?" Su Hanlin scrutinized Fei Xiantong, who stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, with a delicate oval face, and was dressed stylishly in casual attire. Chapter 19. Targeted by bandits. After Fei Xiantong's sincere apology, she did not mind whether Su Hanlin accepted it. She turned away coldly, clicking her high heels as she exited the briefing room to draft a report. After all, the two departments needed to collaborate, requiring the cooperation of the chief superintendent, and she truly did not want to see Su Hanlin's smug expression. No, to be precise, she could not accept that he had found a lead in such a short time. At that moment, she felt a burning sensation on her face, as if she had been slapped repeatedly. Humph, women, ready to strike before the makeup is off. Su Hanlin watched Fei Xiantong leave, secretly scoffing, then checked the time, 5:30. He pulled out his phone to find 13 missed calls, 10 from Song Man, and the remaining 3 from Liang Ma, Baining Xue, and Song Yun Hui, to whom he replied with short messages. Observing the empty briefing room, he shook his head and left the Commercial Crime Bureau, thinking to himself, He retrieved his phone and sent the findings about Shui Jinghui via email to Director Yuan Pengkuan. Within 10 minutes, the phone rang. Upon seeing the name Yuan Pengkuan on the screen, he answered the call. "Su, sir, you are truly a valiant detective, making a significant discovery so quickly. Rest assured, once the bank robbery and money laundering cases are solved, I will coordinate with Superintendent Go to ensure you receive your reward." Hearing this, Su Hanlin silently scoffed. According to Hong Kong police regulations, informants providing valuable leads for solving cases would be rewarded with 5 of the total amount involved. However, as he was currently undergoing police training, he could only receive a limited bonus, not exceeding 3 million Hong Kong dollars. "Thank you, sir." After hanging up, Su Hanlin pursed his lips, contemplating how to profit from trading at his family's securities company during his day off. 50 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the police college in Wong Chuk Hang, and he paid over 300 Hong Kong dollars for the fare before getting out. Meanwhile, at the Kowloon police station, Director Yuan Pengkuan and Chief Superintendent Go Puzuan reached a consensus on a joint investigation. Liang Xiaodong received the assignment and, accompanied by his subordinate A Duanghua, sped towards the Shao Ke Wan Villa area to summon Shui Jinghui. In the car, A Duanghua prayed that Su Hanlin would finish his training and not be assigned to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. He was still avoiding a bet and was also hindered by his physical condition. Liang Xiaodong not only felt jealous of 1086, but also experienced a rising sense of crisis. From the tone of the chief superintendent, he inferred that Yuan Pengkuan had already made up his mind to assign Su Hanlin to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Given his speed in solving cases, along with the impending promotion to Assistant Police Commissioner, Su Hanlin would likely become his superior in a few years. "No. Vivian is mine, Liang Xiaodong. I will definitely win her over." Su Hanlin, although capable and well-connected, if he were to join the Major Crimes Unit, would be a dragon that I could not subdue. Jealousy drove Liang Xiaodong to lose his composure, silently raging within. In the Hong Kong police force, the hierarchy is strictly enforced. Subordinates must be recommended and evaluated by their direct supervisors to be promoted. If a supervisor rates a subordinate poorly during the annual assessment, the subordinate will not be eligible for a promotion within the year. At the entrance of a 2-story European-style villa covering 5,000 square feet in Shao Ke Wan, A Duanghua pressed the doorbell, but no one responded for a long time. Suddenly, Liang Xiaodong gently pushed the electronic control lock and found the door ajar. A smell of blood? He signaled several subordinates to put on plastic shoe covers. Entering the villa, they followed the scent of blood to the basement, where they discovered Shui Jinghui lying in a pool of blood. He crouched down, gloved hands feeling for any signs of life. There's still warmth. Quick! The perpetrator might not have gone far. Search the area for any suspicious individuals. After issuing the command, Liang Xiaodong instructed A Duanghua, retrieve the CCTV footage and notify forensics.
Yes.
Sir. A Duanghua called to request support from the Major Crimes Unit and notified forensics to come for evidence collection. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaodong pinched a piece of velvet cloth, lifting it gently to reveal neatly stacked 1,000 HKD bills, estimating around 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Opening a handbag next to the money, he found various jewels, diamonds, and luxury watches. We have a discovery. Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaodong carefully exited the basement and entered the study on the 2nd floor. The walls were plastered with photographs of Su Hanlin, each marked with red crosses. In Repulse Bay, Su Hanlin, his elder brother Su Hanza, and their father Su Yudao were gathered in the study discussing the economic recession becoming evident across various industries in the United States, with many large, medium, and small manufacturing enterprises facing deficits and massive layoffs. Su Hanlin, from a professional perspective, predicts that a year from now, the overall economy of the United States will face a harsh winter, leading to a significant depression. "Tony, if your analysis is correct, our company could profit immensely from this economic downturn," he declared. Su Hanja, filled with excitement, stood up, rubbing his hands together as he mentally calculated the potential gains from investing 20 million with a leverage of 50 times. Entering the Nasdaq at the appropriate index could yield nearly 100 million. At that moment, Su Yudao, his father, took a puff from his cigar and asked, "Tony, according to your analysis, at what point should we enter the Nasdaq index?" "Dad, this is a once-in-a-century opportunity. However, to be cautious, I suggest we enter with a light position, and leverage should not exceed 20 times. As for the timing, I believe entering at 13,270 points on the Dow Jones would be most suitable." Su Yudao remained silent, lost in thought. The Su family had already sold and mortgaged all their stocks, funds, and properties, managing to gather only $25 million. If this operation were to fail, the decades of hard work would not only be lost but would also leave them with substantial debt. Opportunity, risk, Franklin. Just as they awaited Su Yudeo's decision, the energy of justice suddenly surged from 40 to 380 points. Damn it! How did this happen? Where did the other justice energy points go? With this thought, Su Hanlin stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "Dad, I will continue to monitor the U.S. economy and the Nasdaq 100 index. I just remembered that Officer Yuan from the Kowloon police station wanted to discuss something with me." Upon learning that Officers Yuan Pengkuan and Liang Xiaodang were at Shek O, he drove there immediately. Arriving at the Shui Jinghui villa, he saw that the police had already cordoned off the area. Just as he was about to cross the line, a uniformed patrol officer stopped him. "Sir, you cannot enter." Officer Yuan, a senior officer in uniform, approached and told the patrol officer, "Brother, Su sir is one of us." Su Hanlin looked at the officer, not recognizing him. The officer, seeing his confusion, quickly explained, "Last time, during the bank robbery case, you were at the scene." He then whispered, "Su sir, the robbers have your photo plastered on the wall with a cross drawn over it." "What? The robbers have targeted me?" Chapter 20. Call the headquarters, discover the robbers. At the scene of the incident in Shek O, forensic team members were diligently collecting evidence, meticulously gathering even a single hair into evidence bags. Professional. Extremely professional. Su Hanlin pinched his nose and walked into the villa, finding Yuan Pengkuan grim-faced in the living room, listening to the case report. Although a police chief did not need to be on site, the bank robbery case was of significant importance. And given that it was a joint investigation with the Commercial Crime Bureau, Yuan Pengkuan had to come to understand the case upon learning that the suspect had been killed. "Officer Yuan." Su Hanlin greeted him and stood behind, listening to Liang Xiaotong's preliminary report from the scene. He learned that the murderer had brutally killed Shui Jinghui and had erased all traces cleanly. "Officer Liang, was a storage device found on the suspect?" Su Hanlin inquired. Hesitant to answer, Liang Xiaodang glanced at Officer Yuan's expression and replied, "No. My colleagues and the forensic team searched the villa thoroughly but found no storage device. They only discovered the stolen 28.5 million from the bank robbery and some jewelry in the basement." As he spoke, Liang Xiaodang feigned concern, warning Su Hanlin that the robbers might pose a threat to him. "Can I take a look?" After receiving permission from Yuan Pengkuan, Su Hanlin carefully donned rubber gloves and entered the study on the second floor. Seeing recent photos of his life on the wall, he suddenly felt a profound sense of crisis descend upon him, as if an invisible pressure was suffocating him. It wasn't fear for his own safety, but anxiety over the potential harm the robbers could inflict on his family. In that moment, he was eager to bring the criminals to justice as quickly as possible. After thoroughly investigating the scene, his suspicions deepened, especially after examining the basement. Why is the case replaying malfunctioning? He attempted to add 50 points of justice energy to the case replay, but his mind produced no images. Only when he raised the justice energy to 100 points did a few hazy images flash before him, though the details of the murderer remained indistinct. "Damn it! Did you discover something, Su sir?" Yuan Pengkuan asked. Su Hanlin shook his head. "No. Based on the scene investigation and the forensic team's initial analysis, the murderer is quite skilled. He has erased all traces cleanly." Yuan Pengkuan felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Even though they had recovered the stolen cash and jewelry from the bank robbery, the ringleader was still at large. His intuition, honed over years of service, told him that this case was more than just a simple bank robbery. "Officer Yuan, could you arrange for the police to provide protection for my family in the near future?" After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Pengkuan replied, "No problem. I will report to the Witness Protection Unit to temporarily secure your family." "Thank you, sir." Su Hanlin expressed his heartfelt gratitude and requested to be involved in the case. His desire to participate stemmed from genuine concern, not merely for the sake of justice energy points. Yuan Pengkuan welcomed his involvement eagerly. Liang Xiaotang, although outwardly cordial, was internally resentful, believing that with Su Sir's exceptional reasoning and analytical abilities, they would surely bring the criminals to justice soon. Of course, utilizing limited resources to solve cases is the police's consistent principle. We certainly cannot waste taxpayers' money. Su Hanlin subtly retorted, not forgetting to ask, "Officer Liang, wouldn't you agree?" "You. Enough. Get back to work." Yuan Pengkuan reprimanded Liang Xiaotang sternly, clearly favoring Su Hanlin. "Yes, sir." Liang Xiaotang exited the living room, casting a venomous glance back as he instructed his subordinates. At that moment, Fei Xintong entered with two plainclothes officers, not even glancing at Su Hanlin, and directly addressed Yuan Pengkuan. Officer Yuan, 30 minutes ago, 80 million from several accounts in Shui Jingwei's foreign trade company was transferred across hundreds of accounts. According to the IT department, the IP used for the transfer belongs to this villa. The questioning was palpable, and Su Hanlin could discern the implications, while Yuan Pengkuan undoubtedly perceived them as well. Madam Fei, are you certain it was 30 minutes ago? Yuan Pengkuan inquired, knowing that 30 minutes earlier, the major crimes unit, forensic team, and medical examiner had already entered the villa to collect evidence, while uniformed officers had established a perimeter outside. Fei Xintong responded emphatically, absolutely. The IT department confirmed it through triangulation using cellular networks. There is no mistake. Upon hearing this, Su Hanlin felt a shift in his justice energy levels. Justice energy, 280? Observing the three question marks and recalling Fei Xintong's earlier statement, he immediately utilized 100 points of justice energy to enhance the case replay. According to the case replay and data analysis, the suspect had employed mid-range relay wireless technology to remotely hijack the network IP. The analytical data indicated that the suspect was likely located near Yunjing Mountain. Yunjing Mountain? Yes. It is less than 1,000 meters from the villa, and the murderer could observe the police's every move within the villa through binoculars. With this realization, he promptly refined the information and reported it to Yuan Pengkuan. Yuan Pengkuan immediately radioed headquarters, requesting the SDU, the police dog unit, and the tactical team to search Yunjing Mountain. Certainly, to mislead the perpetrator, the police force at the villa remained unactivated. It became evident that Su Hanlin possessed considerable skill. His logic was clear, and his breadth of knowledge was comprehensive. Merely from my words, he could deduce the suspect's approximate location with reason and evidence. This talent must be directed to transfer him to the commercial crime unit. Contemplating this, Fei Xintong's eyes sparkled with fervor, eager to report to Go Putsuan immediately. Yunjin Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Su Hanlin was not with Yuan Pengkuan in the command vehicle, as the Shirao area was beyond the jurisdiction of the Kowloon police station. The command vehicle also housed the chief of the Shirao area police station. Furthermore, he wished to locate the murderer as swiftly as possible, seeking to discern from the perpetrator the reasons behind any potential threats against him. Accompanying him up the mountain was the military uniformed Sergeant Zhu Hongji, the same officer who had led him into the villa. Yunjin Mountain, towering and dense with trees, stood over 600 meters high, adorned with numerous natural caves. Sweating and panting, Sergeant Zhu Hongji remarked, "Su sir, this direction has already been searched by the team. The dog squad has already searched?" Su Hanlin questioned, recalling the recent downpour that had washed away any scent. Moreover, with every meter advanced in this direction, the righteous energy in parentheses would increase by 10 points. Such a sentiment was not something Su Hanlin could articulate to Sergeant Zhu Hongji. The two, leaning on their hiking sticks, continued onward for approximately 200 meters until they reached a cliff. "Su sir, look quickly, there's a silhouette at the cave entrance." Following the direction of the finger, Su Hanlin indeed spotted a figure in the middle of the cliff, holding binoculars and observing the search team. They hastily concealed themselves behind a tree, and he immediately signaled to the sergeant to call for backup. "Call headquarters. We've spotted the bandit." Bang! The gunshot rang out, and simultaneously, Sergeant Zhu Hongji collapsed into a pool of blood. Chapter 21. So it was. At Yunjin Mountain by the cliff, Su Hanlin rapidly moved the injured sergeant into a depression to perform basic first aid. Then, he pulled out his phone. No signal. Damn it. A glance at the walkie-talkie nearby. Just as he reached out to grab it, bang! A gunshot echoed. Damn it. What a bunch of reckless fools. Knowing full well that the police had surrounded them, they chose to confront rather than flee. While cursing, Su Hanlin used his hiking stick to pull the walkie-talkie closer. At that moment, a voice crackled through. "Headquarters call. Please respond." Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted again, and he could feel the bullets whizzing overhead. Amidst fear, panic, and the looming threat of death, Su Hanlin trembled, grasping the walkie-talkie, inhaling deeply to steady himself before speaking. "Call headquarters. This is Police Academy trainee Su Hanlin. PI number 28505. Sergeant Zhu Hongji has been shot and injured. Please dispatch emergency personnel immediately. The bandits are at the cliff of Yunjin Mountain. Number of suspects unknown, armed with lethal automatic weapons. Requesting support." After stating this, he awaited headquarters to verify his identity while nervously drawing out the sergeant's .38 caliber pistol for self-defense. "Headquarters call. Officer number PI-28505. Support will arrive in 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Sue Hanlin patiently awaited assistance. Knowing his weapon held only a few bullets and had a range of merely several dozen meters. Moreover, using a handgun against automatic weapons, unless one was out of their mind, those few minutes felt like centuries. Dada. A helicopter approached from afar, hovering above the cliff. Subsequently, SDU members clad in tactical gear descended near him. With the injured sergeant under the protection of several SDU officers, they retreated down the slope. The Hong Kong police force is disciplined, and the responsibility for dealing with heavily armed threats lies with the SDU. Other officers are tasked with perimeter security. At the foot of Yunjin Mountain, Sue Hanlin watched as the injured sergeant was lifted onto an ambulance, its siren wailing. The sound faded from his sight. At that moment, a car pulled up beside him, and a voice laced with sarcasm emerged from within. "Isn't this the future star of the police force, Sue, sir?" Then, Liang Xiaotang stepped out of the vehicle, scrutinizing Sue Hanlin from head to toe. Noticing Sue Hanlin covered in blood, his face pale, he continued, "Sue, sir, you look pale. Are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" As he spoke, he slapped his forehead, as if suddenly realizing, "Oh dear, you must have been frightened by the bandits." Gazing at Liang Xiaotang's handsome features and his feigned concern, Sue Hanlin felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if he might vomit. He detected an undercurrent of jealousy in Liang Xiaotang's words. Indeed, Liang Xiaotang had led the major crime unit to the scene promptly, and the diminutive Donghua had even brought people to the foot of Yunjin Mountain. However, due to the unexpected rain, they had not ascended the mountain to search, missing the opportunity to capture the bandits. "Liang, sir, I admit, during my first real encounter, I was afraid. But that does not mean I will be fearful in future missions. Although I felt terror, I still managed to trace the bandits." "Well said," Fei Xiantong interjected, stepping forward with an air of aloofness, implying, "Mr. Su, you are far superior to someone else. If my memory serves me right, that individual dropped his firearm during his first mission amidst a gunfight and nearly lost his life." Turning her expressionless gaze to Liang Xiaotang, she asked, "Isn't that so?" "Liang, sir?" Pfft. Sue Hanlin couldn't suppress his laughter, surprised to discover a more radiant side to Liang Xiaotang. "Madam Fei, you." Liang Xiaotang felt a wave of humiliation, wishing to vanish into a mouse hole. Fei Xiantong cast a glance, remaining icy. "What? Am I not stating the truth?" "Ha ha ha." Sue Hanlin chuckled, his gaze playful as he teased, "Liang, sir, you certainly have your own tales to tell. By the way, I'm dining at Uncle Bei's tonight. I must share this story with Wei Wei." At that moment, he had already emerged from the earlier panic. "Humph." Liang Xiaotang, asserting his composure, scoffed coldly and turned to his subordinates, barking, "What are you standing around for? Get back to work." "Yes, sir." Several subordinates immediately turned and left, yet their curiosity ignited, speculating about Liang Xiaotang's relationship with Fei Xianong. The earlier scene had clearly suggested there was a story between them. Naturally, Sue Hanlin was equally intrigued. After all, how could someone who dropped their firearm during their first mission and nearly met their demise end up leading the Kowloon Major Crime Unit with such an untroubled career? Was this the era of face value? He looked at Fei Xiantong with eager curiosity, hoping for answers. However, there were none. Fei Xiantong simply entered the vehicle with her subordinates from the Commercial Crime Unit and departed. More than 2 hours later, the SDU descended from Yunjin Mountain, though a few members were carried down on stretchers. Sue Hanlin learned from Yuan Sir that this group of bandits had been engaged in a standoff, gunfight, with the SDU, showing no intention of escaping. Furthermore, upon entering the cave in the cliff, the SDU discovered not only a small generator but also network communication equipment. Most crucially, several bandits bore pentagram tattoos on their waist, each adorned with a skull motif. This matched precisely with tattoos associated with a bank robbery case. Was it an organized gang at work? No, that didn't add up. Money laundering organization, bank robbery. This made no sense. The most alarming aspect was why they had deliberately left my photograph at the crime scene. Was it a warning? A series of questions flooded Sue Hanlin's mind, leaving him baffled. Ultimately, he decided not to waste any more mental energy, for there was something more pressing at hand, to ensure the protection of his family by a security company. His instincts warned him that this incident was far from over. After bidding farewell to Yuan Pengkuan, Sue Hanlin drove back to his temporary service department. After freshening up and changing into clean clothes, he sat before his computer, gazing at the enigmatic three-dimensional system in his mind. Through intelligence, 160, normal range 120 to 140, strength 25, agility 15, occupation police officer, skill case reenactment, primary shooting sense 380, 10,000, justice energy 3,080, exchange. He focused his thoughts and directly allocated 3,000 points of justice energy to the exchange. However, instead of displaying a candlestick chart or lottery numbers, what appeared was a race course with galloping horses and their corresponding numbers. A triple prize for horse racing? The preparation time had unexpectedly extended to an hour. How delightful! This system was becoming increasingly user-friendly. Subsequently, he calculated and recorded the horse numbers for the triple prize and placed his bets at a nearby betting point. Drawing from his experience with the previous lottery, he was confident that the horse racing ticket would yield a prize equivalent to 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Ding! Upon answering the call, Sue Hanlin's frown deepened with each word. It turned out to be a revelation. Chapter 22. A ransom note? After the call, Sue Hanlin gathered a clearer understanding of the motive behind the bank heist. The robbers had ostensibly committed theft, but their true purpose was concealed beneath the surface. The bank's personal safes contained thousands of private account passwords. Most crucially, the Commercial Crime Bureau had discovered that these accounts held between 100,000 to 5 million Hong Kong dollars. How this evidence was obtained remained confidential, as the case was still under wraps. The bank robbery case had officially been handed over to the police headquarters, with the Kowloon police station tasked with assisting. As for becoming a target, according to Yuan Pengkuan's explanation, it was likely due to his interference in a money laundering syndicate's operations. Sue Hanlin scoffed at the irony. Being marked as a target only heightened his suspicion that the case was more complex than it appeared. Was he truly to be at ease? Were the robbers already eliminated? Should he not worry for his safety? The points of justice energy still indicated 3 significant numbers, suggesting that this matter was far from resolved. Moreover, the system had awarded him 3,000 justice energy points for the annihilation of several robbers, indicating that this gang, marked with a hexagram, posed a substantial threat. At this moment, Sue Hanlin's sense of crisis intensified, and his resentment towards the system soared. If not for its demands, he would not have forsaken his lucrative Wall Street position to return to Hong Kong as a police officer, nor would his family face any threats to their safety. He retrieved a business card and dialed the number for Fei Xianhong. Hello, madam. Just as he was about to utter the name Fei, a cold, formulaic voice interrupted. Mr. Sue, I am quite busy right now, and regarding the case, it is still under confidentiality. Upon hearing this, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Damn it. Sue Hanlin seethed with anger, muttering to his phone. You want to tell me? Do you think I can investigate myself? At the Citibank branch in Hong Kong, he deposited a winning horse race check of 30 million Hong Kong dollars into his account and paid $10,000 to the Citibank customer service to arrange a meeting with all security firms in Hong Kong. Exiting the bank, he glanced at his watch. It was already 5:15 p.m. He was 15 minutes late for his appointment with Bai Ningxue. He hurriedly drove to the central shopping mall. Upon parking, Sue Hanlin walked to the designated meeting spot and spotted Bai Ningxue in a beige trench coat, a pink handbag slung across her shoulder, pacing in the plaza. He approached her with a sincere yet apologetic smile, saying, Sorry, I had an urgent matter and arrived late. Seeing your sincerity, I forgive you. Bai Ningxue replied playfully, with a hint of mischief in her smile. Then, with a sly glance, she continued, however, you must accept a punishment. Okay, what is the punishment? Sue Hanlin pretended to be frightened, complying with Bai Ningxue's antics. Bai Ningxue tilted her head at a 45-degree angle, biting her lip in contemplation before delightfully declaring, The punishment is that you must unconditionally agree to one request of mine. What? What is this? Sue Hanlin feigned reluctance, but Bai Ningxue tugged at his arm, leading him toward the mall's storage area while chattering, Daddy and Mommy just called to remind me. I've already bought the gift. At that moment, Sue Hanlin felt an illusion, as if he and Bai Ningxue were genuinely dating, rather than pretending to be a couple. It was an illusion, 1,000% illusion. My dream goddess, how could I possibly end up with someone like Madam? He shook his head internally, carrying various bags of nutritional products as he walked alongside Bai Ningxue toward a white G55 SUV. After placing the gifts in the trunk, just as he was about to get in, he heard Brother Tony. Without needing to turn, he recognized the voice of the little witch, Song Man. He turned around, forcing a smile, and asked, What a coincidence. Man, are you out shopping? Song Man shook her head, shot a glare at Bai Ningxue, then joyfully hopped beside him. leaning against him with her arms wrapped around his. She looked up, blinking her eyes playfully. I specifically came to find you. What? Sue Hanlin was taken aback, hastily pulling away and scrutinizing Songman. Are you following me? No. I'm not following you, Brother Tony. Songman's voice grew softer, and under Sue Hanlin's gaze, she pointed to a man in sunglasses a few meters away, whispering, I had Biaogu follow you. Sue Hanlin glanced at Biaogu, inwardly cursing. MMP, is my counter-surveillance ability really that poor? It seemed this Biaogu had been tailing him. Otherwise, how could Songman appear within half an hour of him being with Vivian? If you're looking for Brother Tony today, I'm afraid he doesn't have time. We need to go home to see Daddy and Mommy. Bei Ningxue dutifully executed their pretend couple agreement, stepping in to extricate Sue Hanlin from the situation. You're going to meet the parents. Songman exclaimed like a little lion, pointing at the two in astonishment. Yes, shut up. I want to hear Brother Tony tell me himself. Seeing tears welling in Songman's eyes, Sue Hanlin felt a twinge of guilt, but he truly regarded her as a sister, so he had to reply firmly, yes. Songman held back her tears, pouting in defiance. Brother Tony, as long as you don't get married, I want to give up. After saying this, she stomped her feet angrily and strutted over to Biaogu, giving him a kick and demanding, what are you still doing here? Drive. Watching Songman's departing figure, Bei Ningxue quietly asked, Tony, aren't you being too harsh on Man? Sue Hanlin responded with, a long pain is worse than a short one, as he opened the car door and sat down. Hearing this, Bei Ningxue felt a surge of delight and skipped into the passenger seat. In Seongkwano, the Villa District was designated for senior officials of the Hong Kong government, housing not only high-ranking police officers but also other government officials. Of course, residents were required to pay rent monthly and vacate upon retirement. Daddy, Mommy, Bei Ningxue called out as she opened the villa door, changing her shoes while walking into the living room. Welcome back, dear daughter. Bei Liangzhe, dressed in a wool sweater, rose from his seat with a newspaper in hand, taking a moment to size up Sue Hanlin. It's been years. Tony, you've become quite the gentleman. Hearing her daughter's return, Su Jinglei hurried to the door, playfully chiding, you come and go as you please. What gifts did you buy? As she directly took the nutritional products from Bei Ningxue. Uncle Andy, hello? Sue Hanlin politely greeted as he changed into slippers and stepped into the living room. It is often said that a mother-in-law grows fonder of her son-in-law over time. Su Jinglei personally served him a cup of coffee before joining Bei Ningxue in the kitchen to prepare dinner. Liangzhe approached Sue Hanlin with the formality of an interviewer, inquiring about his recent years of study in the United States. The primary focus, however, remained on questioning his decision to forsake a lucrative career on Wall Street in favor of applying to the police force back in Hong Kong. These queries were ones he had long prepared for, spinning tales of his childhood dream of becoming a police officer, selecting only the most flattering anecdotes to share. Enough of this chatter. Let us dine. Su Jingru interjected, warmly inviting Sue Hanlin to take a seat. At the dining table, she dutifully served him dishes with great attentiveness. Tony, when will Judge Sue be available? Our families ought to dine together. Sue Hanlin felt a pang of alarm. Was this a prelude to an engagement? He covertly sought help from Bei Ningxue. Mom, Tony and I have only just begun dating. Besides, Tony has just returned to Hong Kong and his career is still in its infancy. Understanding her daughter's insistence on dating for a while before considering engagement, Su Jingru feigned agreement, all the while contemplating a private conversation with Su Huanchuan. After a sumptuous meal, Sue Hanlin was warmly seen off by the Bei family as he returned to his temporary residence in a service department. Upon opening the door, a letter slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. A blackmail letter? Chapter 23. Lu Tianfeng, why did you deceive me? Sue Hanlin picked up the letter, closing the door with his foot as he sank into the plush fabric of the sofa. The message read, to save your brother's life, prepare 250,000 HKD. At first glance, the ordinary A4 paper seemed like a prank. After all, his elder brother, Su Hanza, managed the family's stock brokerage. 250,000 HKD was a trifling sum for him. Dismissing the letter, he tossed the envelope onto the coffee table, only for several photographs to tumble out. Picking one up, he gasped and leapt to his feet, his eyes fixated on the image. Lu Tianfeng was bound tightly, with swollen lips and bloodstains marring his features. Frantically, Sue Hanlin bent down to open the envelope and search for contact information, eventually finding a phone number scrawled on the back of one photograph. He hastily extracted his phone and dialed the number. Hello, I have the money, But if you dare touch a hair on my brother's head, I will make you regret it for life." A sinister laugh echoed through the receiver. "Mr. Su, our Weihai Finance Company is a legitimate business. Your brother has engaged in margin trading and owes our company a total of 280,000 HKD with a written contract to prove it." Su Hanlin's fury surged upon hearing the additional amount. 280,000. "Fine, tell me the address. I will deliver a check right now." "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but our finance company only accepts cash." "All right, provide the address. I will bring cash in 2 hours to redeem him." Considering Lu Tianfeng's safety, Su Hanlin had no choice but to comply with their demands. "Mr. Su, your straightforwardness is appreciated. I will send you the address via text." However, to ensure that the photographs were not digitally manipulated, he insisted on hearing Lu Tianfeng's voice before hanging up. As he dialed Song Yunhui's number while heading to the elevator for the underground parking, Su Hanlin was acutely aware that, upon returning to Hong Kong, he had not yet secured a local bank card for withdrawals. With only his Citibank Platinum card, he could only withdraw USD, and the ATM limit in Hong Kong was a mere 200,000 HKD per day. Damn, why isn't he answering? Once in the driver's seat, he buckled up and continued to call Song Yunhui, his persistence finally paying off when the call connected. "Tony, weren't you supposed to meet the parents? Why are you free to call me?" Before Song Yunhui could continue his banter, Su Hanlin cut in urgently. "Daniel, how much cash do you have on hand?" "Cash? About 80,000 to 90,000. By the way, what do you need cash for at this hour?" Su Hanlin fabricated a poor excuse to deflect, knowing that if Lu Tianfeng's margin trading came to light, it could lead to a permanent stain on his record or worse, expulsion from the police academy. 2 hours later, with 280,000 HKD in cash, he drove to the 18th floor of the Yunfan business building in Sham Shui Pa. After knocking on the door of the Weihai Finance Company, he waited impatiently without receiving a response. Pushing the door, it wouldn't budge. He quickly dialed the previously provided number, hearing it ring from inside, but no one answered. A sense of dread enveloped him. He hurriedly called Lu Tianfeng's phone, only to reach the voicemail. "Hello, this is Lu Tianfeng. I cannot take your call right now. Please leave a message after the beep." "Call the police?" Su Hanlin immediately dismissed the thought. Reporting it would only complicate matters, potentially leading to Lu Tianfeng's dismissal. Agitated and desperate, he sought an outlet for his frustration. Images of Bai Ningxue, Song Man, and his elder brother Su Hanza flickered through his mind, but he dismissed them. Ultimately, he decided to find Song Yunhui for a drink to vent and return the 80,000 HKD. At the private yacht club on Guangdong Road, a security guard stopped Su Hanlin's SUV. "Sir, this is a private yacht club. Please show your membership card." The club enforced strict security measures, requiring all entrants to swipe their membership cards. Of course, as a member, Su Hanlin possessed a private club card, a gift from Song Yunhui, but he personally paid the annual fee of 1,000,000 HKD. He produced a dark golden membership card, embossed with a sailboat insignia, made of titanium alloy, and handed it to the guard for verification. "Mr. Su, please proceed." After the security personnel confirmed his membership, they respectfully opened the electric gate for him. Upon entering the yacht club, he learned that Song Yunhui and several models had already set sail. He planned to ask the staff for a small boat to take him out when he caught sight of a beautiful woman in a slip dress. Uncertain, he called out, "Jessica." "Mr. Su." Jessica approached, her silk floral slip dress accentuating her features. With a coy smile, she asked, "Are you looking for a phone?" "A phone?" "Lu Tianfeng." Su Hanlin sprang to his feet, gripping Jessica's arm tightly, a mix of urgency and anger in his voice. "Tell me, where is Lu Tianfeng? Speak. Let go. You're hurting me," Jessica pleaded, struggling to break free, but her delicate frame stood no chance against his formidable strength. "A phone is in the private room discussing matters with Ghost Brother." "Ghost Brother? Old Ghost? How could Tank be mixed up with gangsters?" Everything clicked into place. "Huh. To think I considered you a brother. Lu Tianfeng, how could you deceive me?" Following Jessica's pointing finger, he stormed towards the private room, fury boiling over. He raised his foot and kicked the door open with a resounding crash. "God of Wealth? How did you find this place?" Lu Tianfeng stood, bewildered, avoiding Su Hanlin's piercing gaze. "Tell me, why did you deceive me?" Su Hanlin's fist clenched tightly as he pointed accusingly at Lu Tianfeng, his voice laced with rage. Recalling how his last relationship had crumbled due to betrayal. "You insolent fool. How dare you act up in front of young Master Tian? That moment, Old Ghost swung a wine bottle towards Su Hanlin. In a panic, Lu Tianfeng grasped Old Ghost's wrist, pleading with Tian Xiao, "Yes, my brother. I'm willing to take the punishment." Tian Hongyi smirked, a hint of disdain in his eyes as he regarded Lu Tianfeng but remained silent. With a sudden movement, Lu Tianfeng seized the wine bottle and smashed it against his own forehead, crimson blood streaming down to stain his shirt. Just then, the club manager rushed in, perspiration beading on his forehead. After glancing at Su Hanlin, he hurried to Tian Hongyi's side, whispering urgently, "Young Master Tian, not only is Mr. Su the son of Judge Su, but he is also a close friend of young Master Song." Upon hearing this, Tian Hongyi slowly rose, a smile gracing his lips. "Mr. Su, in light of young Master Song, I hold this against you today." With that, he gestured for Old Ghost to take Lu Tianfeng to the club's medical room for treatment. "Lu Tianfeng, why did you deceive me?" As Su Hanlin spoke, he lifted a foot and kicked Lu Tianfeng against the wall. Chapter 24. "You see, Lu Tianfeng? Mr. Su, you are truly disrespecting me," he uttered with a thinly veiled threat, slowly stepping towards Su Hanlin. "Heh, others may address you as young Master Tian, but do you really believe you are significant? Let me hear you call out young Master Tian in front of your elder brother." Su Hanlin disdainfully glanced at him, dismissing Tian Hongyi, for he had previously conducted in-depth research on the Tian group. Tian Hongyi was merely a debauched scion, while his elder brother was the true heir to the conglomerate. "You. Fine, just do not find yourself in my path in the future." Tian Hongyi, infuriated yet smiling, sought to save face. He was well aware that although the Su family belonged to the middle class, their social network was extensive, and with the backing of the influential Song family, even his elder brother showed them deference. With simmering anger, he exited the private room. Old Gue glanced at Lu Tianfeng, who lay curled up on the floor, then at Su Hanlin, hastily following after Tian Hongyi, ingratiating himself with flattering words. "Young Master Tian, should I gather a few brothers to teach that Su a lesson?" Slap! Tian Hongyi halted, delivering a resounding slap to Old Gue's face, reprimanding him for his ineptitude. "Do you not realize that I came to the yacht club today to meet with young Master Song regarding a collaboration?" Upon hearing this, Old Gue, while offering compliments, chastised himself for being careless, nearly jeopardizing Tian Hongyi's important business. In the private yacht club, Lu Tianfeng lay on the floor, glancing up as Tian Hongyi walked away, and spoke, "Kaishin, young Master Tian is quite narrow-minded. Be cautious in the future. Wealthy tycoons in Hong Kong typically possess not only riches but also elevated social status. A single complaint from them holds the power equivalent to that of 1,000 grievances from ordinary citizens. Thus, when the police handle cases involving the affluent, it is often the chief inspector or a senior officer who coordinates the proceedings, with some top-tier magnates requiring the intervention of high-ranking officials." Su Hanlin curled his lips. He was not afraid of wealthy complaints. Joining the police force was a coerced decision, and even if he could not be promoted, accumulating righteous energy was sufficient. "Now, tell me, why did you deceive me?" Su Hanlin inquired, tossing a cigarette to Lu Tianfeng while taking one for himself, lighting it, and inhaling deeply to calm his nerves. Lu Tianfeng propped himself up with one hand, sitting cross-legged on the ground, taking a puff of smoke, and slowly recounted his tale. Su Hanlin listened patiently, not interrupting. He learned from Tank that Lu Tianfeng wished to provide a better life for his family and, having received insider information from a classmate in securities, had ventured into high-risk investments. Initially, he profited hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars, but greed led him to mortgage his home and borrow $3 million from a financial company, ultimately losing everything and still owing securities firms a substantial debt. Margin trading, or margins, refers to the financing services offered by banks and securities firms to investors. In simple terms, these institutions provide leveraged funds for legal financial investments. Naturally, profits and risks are directly proportional, yet most individuals end up drowning in debt and losing everything. Something felt off. Tank was aware of his family's brokerage firm and understood the inherent risks of such ventures. Moreover, there was no reason for him to engage in margin trading without consulting Su Hanlin. The more he pondered, the more peculiar the circumstances appeared. Could it be? Yes, this had to be the explanation. Only this scenario made sense. To validate his suspicions, he skillfully probed Lu Tianfeng. "Tank, you witnessed Old Gue firsthand. Jessica was only brought back to the precinct by the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit after your involvement. Additionally, knowing you borrowed money at high interest for margin trading, Are you not afraid of being expelled from the police academy? Of course I am afraid, but I am at my wit's end. Do you know? Just an hour ago, I severely injured several subordinates of Weihai Financial Company. If old Gue had not arrived in time to help me, I would likely be interrogated as a suspect by the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit right now. Su Hanlin smirked inwardly, thinking to himself, engaging in margin trading without consulting me. Was it pride or vanity that drove you? The extortion letter was merely a ploy by Weihai Financial Company to retrieve your communications. Yet, you were tied up and still managed to injure others? And old Gue arrived just in time? This feels like a Hollywood script, with everyone acting like stars. The only explanation is that you accepted an undercover task. Otherwise, how could there be so many coincidences? With this realization, Su Hanlin felt considerably lighter. He feigned compliance while presenting a fade of sympathy. Tank. A paper cannot contain a fire. You would do well to confess to the police academy come Monday. I know. I will submit my resignation letter on Monday. He observed Lu Tianfeng's dejected expression, realizing that the earlier probing had merely exposed his deception. All right. Everyone has their ambitions. As long as you do not engage in illegal activities in the future, we shall remain brothers. With that, he stood and exited the private room, stopping at the club manager's desk to instruct him to calculate the losses and deduct the amount from his membership card. Mr. Su, you are a friend of young Master Song. You need not cover this expense. The manager, all smiles on the surface, thought to himself, this club was established with young Master Song's funds. If I charge you, you will likely leave immediately the next day. He continued, Mr. Su, the small yacht is ready. Will you be heading out to meet young Master Song now? Yes, Su Hanlin nodded, scanning the club's lobby with his peripheral vision, noting Tianhongyi's absence. Just as he reached the entrance, a voice called out from behind. Mr. Su. Turning around, he saw Jessica approaching with a sultry gaze, swaying her hips enticingly. Miss Jessica, what brings you here? Are you accompanying me on the sea? Jessica nodded without speaking, elegantly sidling up to him, entwining her arms around his. Su Hanlin felt the pleasurable pressure of her ample figure against his arm, yet he remained composed, fully aware that Jessica was acting under Tianhongyi's instructions. Sure enough, as he turned, he caught sight of a figure observing them from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the club. Huh, what a little minx. Su Hanlin chuckled, playfully pinching Jessica's chin before they boarded the small yacht. The Andiamo, translating to Let's Go, is a 48-meter yacht with 3 decks and a speed of 27 knots. As they boarded the yacht, Song Yunhui was seen embracing 2 bikini-clad models. Tony, what do you think of my newly purchased yacht? Not much, Su Hanlin replied, pulling out a bundle of Hong Kong dollars from a black plastic bag and tossing it towards him. Heh, you borrowed 80,000, and you return 100,000. He casually split the money in half and handed it to the 2 models beside him. Naturally, the girls giggled and planted kisses on his cheeks. What are you thinking? You'll be spending the night on your yacht, and the 20,000 is for drinks and other expenses. In Hong Kong, financial matters among friends are quite clear-cut. Even the wealthy do not give away sums of money without reason. Okay, aside from the master bedroom, feel free to choose any other room. By the way, do you want me to arrange for 2 more models for you tomorrow? Do you think I want your harem? Su Hanlin laughed, teasingly retorting, I know you play the groom every night. I wouldn't want to disturb your romantic escapades. With that, he took Jessica's hand and led her into the cabin. Of course, Su Hanlin had no intention of engaging in any intimate activities with a gold digger like Jessica, who resembled a public bus. Chapter 25. The informant Jessica inside the cabin of the Anyamo yacht, he poured a bottle of Roman e Conti, not allowing it to breathe, but directly pouring 2 glasses, handing one to Jessica. So, how much did Tianhongyi pay you to accompany me? 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Jessica calmly accepted the glass of red wine and stated her overnight fee, informing him that as long as he notified Tianhongyi in advance, the return time for Song Yuhui would be accompanied by an additional payment of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. 20,000 for Daniel's itinerary? The young master of the Tian family certainly had a grandiose approach. Sipping her wine, she directly inquired if he would be interested in earning some extra money each month. Upon hearing this, Jessica's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming that of course, she wanted to. Who could possibly have an aversion to money? She assumed Su Hanlin intended to financially support her and promptly began to remove her light blue spaghetti strap dress. To her surprise, he was taken aback by her boldness, causing him to cough and spill the wine he had just sipped. Stop! Put your dress back on. I am not a creature ruled by my lower instincts. He tossed the delicate fabric back at her face. Was there truly a cat that did not indulge in its desires? Could it be that her silicone enhancements had gone awry? Jessica hastily glanced down at her own ample curves. No, she mused. Her figure was no less appealing than that of the two young models from earlier. Perhaps Sue was not as virile as he appeared? Sue Hanlin continued, instructing her to keep an eye on Lu Tianfeng's every move. You want me to spy on our phone? After confirming his request with a nod, Jessica shook her head vigorously, refusing. No, Mr. Sue. I cannot do such a thing. That line might work on naive students still sheltered in their ivory towers, but not on me. You are far too inexperienced to deceive me. Sue Hanlin bent down, unfastened a black strap, and pulled out a stack of Hong Kong dollars, stating, 10,000 a month, plus extra if you have significant information. Jessica continued to shake her head in refusal. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000 a month, with additional payment for significant news. Her gaze fixated greedily on the stacks of cash, clearly indicating her desire for him to increase the offer. Sue Hanlin chuckled coldly, tossing the 50,000 back into the bag and rising to tower over her. Don't think that 50,000 is a fair deal. I could find many women in Hong Kong who are just as attractive as you to act as informants for a mere 10,000 a month. Upon hearing this, Jessica quickly grasped his wrist, adopting a sweet tone. I will do it, for 50,000 a month. Sue Hanlin smirked, sitting on the edge of the bed and playfully pinching her cheek. Right now, you are only worth 10,000 a month. Think carefully about your decision. Of course, significant information will warrant extra compensation. After a moment of contemplation, Jessica bit her lip, her gaze resolute as she replied, I will do it for 10,000 a month. However, I have heard that informants receive a 5% bonus from the police upon the successful resolution of major cases. Certainly. As long as you provide valuable evidence and leads, the reward will be promptly dispatched upon case closure, and the police will arrange a new identity for you. Sue Hanlin enticed Jessica. Although he was uncertain of Lu Tianfeng's true motives for being undercover, his instincts told him that the case was of considerable significance. Without offering tempting conditions, a materialistic woman would never take the risk of conveying valuable information. Mr. Sue, may I have some time to think it over? Jessica was acutely aware that potential gains were proportional to risks. She admitted her materialism, but that did not imply a lack of intelligence. Of course. Sue Hanlin shrugged, leaving Jessica in the bedroom as he stepped onto the deck, crossing his arms behind his head and gazing at the starry sky deep in thought. In Shamshuepa, outside a dilapidated building from the 90s, Lu Tianfeng circled the area several times to ensure he was not being followed before entering a 2,000 square feet unit in the Chenghui building. Indeed, this was the safe house provided by the police for him. He turned on the light, revealing the peeling walls and outdated, dust-free furnishings of the room. After cleaning the wooden desk, he opened a drawer to retrieve a brand new notebook, commencing the documentation of his first day as an undercover agent. Naturally, the text was encoded in a specific cipher known only to him. 10 minutes later, a series of knocks echoed at the door, a short, too-long pattern. Lu Tianfeng let out a sigh of relief. This was the specific code he had established with his contact. He hurried to open the door, allowing a woman of ordinary appearance and proportionate figure to enter. After ensuring the corridor was clear, she pulled the door shut behind her. Madam, Sue Hanlin seems to have guessed my undercover identity. He detailed his suspicions and analyses comprehensively. Yes, I am aware of the situation. I will make arrangements when I return. From now on, I will meet you at the safe house every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this time. If you encounter an emergency and cannot come, use this phone to send a text. She handed him an old mobile phone. The following day, as a half-sun rose on the horizon, Sue Hanlin awoke with a sneeze, chuckling to himself. How did I end up sleeping on the deck? He stretched and pulled off the blanket. At that moment, Song Yuhui appeared with a cup of hot milk, handing it to him while teasing, Tony, how have you changed so much in 6 months? Leaving a beautiful woman in the bedroom to sleep on the deck? Sue Hanlin accepted the milk and retorted, I have no interest in public transport. If you're interested in her, feel free. Song Yuhui laughed heartily, unfazed, as he and Sue shared a similar disdain for public transport. All right, once we dock, I'll have the modeling agency call a few newcomers. Sue Hanlin interrupted, never mind. Once we dock, I have appointments with several security companies. Security companies? Hiring bodyguards? Song Yuhui inquired, concerned. What is going on? Sue Hanlin, half serious, replied, nothing critical, just taking precautions. You know I will soon finish my police academy training and will face criminals daily. Hiring bodyguards will allow me to maintain order in Hong Kong and be a competent officer. He wished to shield his family and friends from any knowledge of the dangers he faced, especially knowing that his parents would certainly demand he quit the police force if they found out. Since you have matters to attend to, I will notify the captain to dock. He turned to head toward the third-floor control room, spotting Jessica at the staircase with red-rimmed eyes, clearly exhausted from a sleepless night. He greeted her and informed her that Sue was on the deck. "Mr. Sue, have you made a decision?" "Yes, I have considered it carefully. However, Mr. Sue, can you promise me that regardless of the outcome, you will provide me with some money to leave Hong Kong?" Hearing Jessica's pleading tone, Sue Hanlin did not respond immediately but scrutinized her closely. Chapter 26. Hiring bodyguards. Jessica sat anxiously on the deck, her legs crossed, eagerly awaiting Sue Hanlin's decision. At this moment, he had already resolved to comply, as the police had dispatched an undercover agent to approach the young master of the Tian family. Even if the case was not significant, for the sake of the informant's safety, the team leader would arrange a new identity and provide a substantial sum as compensation for her departure from Hong Kong. However, Jessica was his informant, not a police informant, making the rearrangement of identity more complicated. With that in mind, Sue Hanlin sincerely stated, "I agree to your request. Once the case is resolved, I will arrange a new identity for you and provide you with funds to start a new life abroad." "Thank you. There is no need for gratitude. Our relationship is one of equality. You work for me. These arrangements are merely part of the deal. Now, you can call the young master of the Tian family and inform him that Daniel will be docking in an hour." With that, Sue Hanlin stepped aside to give Jessica space, while he quietly observed her. At that moment, Song Yuhui watched the two from the control room window, pondering. What does he mean by public transport? Tony wouldn't he be considering a long-term arrangement, would he? Thankfully, he is dating Vivian. If it were with my sister. At this thought, Song Yuhui shivered, unwilling to contemplate further. Over an hour later, the Andiamo yacht docked at a private pier. Song Yunhui and Sue Hanlin stepped onto the dock. "Young Master Song." Tian Hongyi approached with a cheerful demeanor, slightly obsequious as he inquired about investing in a network project. After a lengthy discourse, Song Yunhui interjected, stating that the investment was substantial, fraught with risks, and that the return would only materialize 5 years post-IPO. "In that case, please draft a detailed proposal and feasibility report. I will have the investment evaluation team assess it and respond accordingly." Upon hearing this, Tian Hongyi felt a surge of delight, eagerly nodding in agreement and promising to prepare the detailed proposal within 2 weeks. After watching Tian Hongyi leave, Sue Hanlin glanced at Daniel with a teasing expression. "I can already tell the risks outweigh the returns in this project. Are you truly considering a collaboration with that playboy?" "Ha ha ha." Song Yunhui laughed heartily. "How could that be? With your intellect, can't you discern that I was merely deflecting? To be frank, I didn't even look at his last proposal. If he hadn't just reiterated it, I would have forgotten all about it." Sue Hanlin couldn't help but chuckle, pointing out, "You still have that same mischievous streak." "Mischievous? Are you any different? In fact, you are even more cunning. Haven't you learned those tricks from me?" Song Yunhui thought to himself before adding, however, "Tony, I must admit that while that project seems dubious, the concept of a network initiative is indeed promising. How about we refrain from being adversarial and instead establish a network company together as partners?" Sue Hanlin countered with a question. "Do you think investing in the stock market or foreign exchange is more lucrative than in networks?" "Okay, let's pretend I said nothing." Song Yunhui shrugged, feigning defeat before changing the subject. "Aren't you supposed to meet with the security company? As it happens, I have no other plans today, so I can accompany you to select a bodyguard." The two of them rode an AG 550 SUV, with Song Yunhui's bodyguard at the wheel. The sports car, naturally, was driven by a dedicated staff member from the yacht club to the security company. Upon entering the office of the security company, the manager immediately stood up to warmly greet them upon recognizing the young master of the Song family. "Young Master Song, are you looking to increase your security detail?" the manager asked with a beaming smile. "No, my good brother Tony is hiring bodyguards for his family," Song Yunhui replied, shaking his head and pointing to Sue Hanlin. Sorry. The manager quickly apologized and got to the point. "Mr. Tony, do you have specific requirements for the bodyguards?" Earlier, on their way, Song Yunhui had already shared the details regarding the bodyguard requirements. In Hong Kong, wealthy individuals typically request bodyguards in 2 categories: personal bodyguards and accompanying security personnel. Sue Hanlin decisively ruled out the latter and conveyed his requirements to the security manager. "My demands are quite simple. The bodyguard's overall capabilities do not need to be exceptional, but they must be of Chinese descent and have a family. Most importantly, they should have no undesirable or peculiar habits. Upon hearing these requirements, the manager secretly admired Sue Hanlin's seemingly simple yet actually very high standards. In today's world, finding someone capable of providing protection is a rarity, let alone without any peculiar habits. He thought to himself, does this man not realize the immense pressure bodyguards face? They need special interests to relieve stress? With that in mind, the manager sent a silent expletive Sue Hanlin's way, but maintained a professional smile as he quickly sifted through the database to find suitable candidates. After a few minutes, the manager printed out the profiles of the selected candidates and handed them to Sue Hanlin. As he reviewed the dozens of profiles, he meticulously eliminated those with past psychological traumas or violent histories. Ultimately, with Song Yunhui's suggestions, he narrowed it down to 6 men and 1 woman. Young Master Song, young Master Sue, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. These 7 individuals represent the pinnacle of security capabilities in all of Hong Kong. I will notify them to come over right away. The manager, filled with satisfaction, contacted the 7 candidates, secretly pleased since these were the most affordable, with an annual fee of 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Once the manager left, Song Yunhui quietly remarked, Tony, although these bodyguards seem excellent, you should carefully consider the implications of long-term hiring. Sue Hanlin sighed, expressing his frustration, Daniel, I understand the drawbacks of long-term bodyguard employment, but is there any other viable solution at the moment? Song Yunhui shook his head, choosing not to respond, as he was fully aware that the Sue family lacked the resources to cultivate dedicated bodyguards. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed into the reception area. The 7 bodyguards stood in a straight line, and the manager smiled broadly, announcing, This is your new employer, Mr. Sue Hanlin. Manager Wong, I have yet to accept employment. This gentleman is not my employer. One female bodyguard clad in training attire interjected coldly. The manager awkwardly smiled to diffuse the tension and quickly turned to Sue Hanlin for clarification. Interrupting the manager, Sue Hanlin stood and approached bodyguard Su Qingrong, stating, Miss Sue, I have already learned of your requirements from Manager Wong. I can meet your demands. Once you accept this position, I will arrange for a professor from Harvard Medical School to consult on your sister's treatment. Additionally, I will increase your annual compensation by 500,000, with bonuses to be calculated separately. Though Su Qingrong was a female bodyguard, she had previously protected high-profile individuals. This team of 7 formed a complete security unit, with her as the captain, indicating her exceptional capabilities. Due to her sister's serious illness, employers typically scheduled appointments with her at least 3 years in advance. Sue Hanlin was confident that with financial incentives and sincerity, Su Qingrong would have no reason to decline his offer. Mr. Sue, as long as you agree to my final condition, I will accept the position. Please, state your request. My team and I will solely be responsible for your personal safety and will not engage in any other matters. Furthermore, the total annual fee for the entire team cannot be less than 1 million. Upon hearing this, Sue Hanlin chuckled lightly, maintaining a relaxed tone. Miss Sue, that's not merely a request, but I accept. Su Qingrong internally sighed in relief, as her peculiar conditions had left her team without assignments for the past 6 months. If they remained idle, she would struggle to cover her own medical expenses, let alone support the livelihoods of her fellow team members. All right, she replied coldly, extending her hand in a formal handshake. Mr. Sue, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Likewise, Sue Hanlin responded, swiping his card to pay 200,000 to the security company and signing the employment contract. Finally, a significant weight lifted from his chest. Chapter 27. 3-1 opposing the police. At Repulse Bay, in the luxurious Thompson Riviera, Sue Hanlin led Su Qingrong through the door, exchanging shoes as he turned to the living room and called out, Hey, Dad, Mom, I'm back. Our precious son has returned. Quickly wash your hands and come to dinner. His mother replied, then noticed the stern-looking Su Qingrong, who was scanning the room with piercing eyes. Son, who is this young lady? Mom, didn't you mention that you often feel lonely at home? Therefore, I hired her from the security company to keep you company. She can drive you to work and accompany you for shopping and conversation, right? Sue Hanlin replied cheekily, attempting to lighten the mood. His mother scrutinized him with an astute gaze, clearly indicating that she wouldn't be deceived by his words. Sue Hanlin chuckled awkwardly, pulling his mother's arm playfully while trying to explain, to take precautions against any unforeseen circumstances. I specifically hired protection for the family's safety. Have you encountered any danger? His mother, as a high-ranking official, was not easily swayed by a few words and pressed for the core of the issue, asking, "Tell me, has a bank robber threatened you?" Sue Hanlin gazed at the ceiling, internally lamenting. The Chief Justice possesses an extraordinary acuity, effortlessly pinpointing the crux of the matter after merely a few words. Am I to fabricate a benevolent falsehood? Has my intelligence diminished since acquiring the system? Contemplating this, I continue to curry favor with Mother Ling. Look, let Miss Sue take a seat. I shall report truthfully. Humph. After a cold huff from Mother Ling, she turned to kindly invite Su Qingrong to sit. Su Tai, Judge Su, I shall stand during work hours, I replied, continuing to assess the furnishings and layout of the house. At that moment, Father Ling emerged from the study, having heard Sue Hanlin summon the bodyguards. Concerned for his son's safety and leaving his work behind. Son, I have long advised you against becoming a police officer. Just look, you're encountering danger before even completing your training. If you must confront criminals daily, how can your mother and I not worry about you constantly? Thus, on Monday, you shall submit your resignation to the police academy. Though Mother Ling remained silent, her expression clearly indicated her support for Father Ling's decision. In that instant, I was enveloped in a profound sense of love and familial warmth. After all, which parent in this world does not care for their children? The love of parents is the only form of affection in existence that is selfless and devoid of expectation. For a moment, I found myself at a loss as to how to refuse Mother Ling and Father Ling. Curse this damned system. It's not necessary for you to worry about me, Father and Mother. Sue Hanlin inwardly cursed while maintaining a facade of joviality, jesting. Rest assured, Mother and Father, the public security in Hong Kong is commendable. What dangers could possibly lurk? Moreover, a few days ago, while assisting the Commercial Crimes Unit, Madame Fay had even inquired if I would be willing to undergo further training upon completion of my current program. Really? Mother Ling scrutinized me, for as a Chief Justice, she was well aware of the police department's allocation procedures. Personnel assignments are determined based on comprehensive evaluations. Certainly, if a senior officer takes notice, it could expedite the assignment process. It dawned on her that Mr. Su had indeed hired security to safeguard against potential threats to his family while he carried out his duties. At that moment, Su Qingrong was convinced that Sue Hanlin had not deceived her. Of course it's true. Father Su Yudao resolutely declared that he would not agree to any assignment in the Commercial Crimes Unit. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the police academy to process your resignation. Sue Hanlin, overwhelmed with emotion, felt a profound sense of paternal love. Father, no more discussion. It is decided. Tomorrow you shall submit your resignation. Whether you wish to join the family business or return to Wall Street in the United States is entirely your choice. Listening to Father Ling's firm words, I gazed pleadingly at Mother Ling. This time, the judge will take a democratic approach. Once your elder brother returns from the company, we shall vote. Instantly, Sue Hanlin's face soured, and he slumped onto the sofa in frustration. It was evident without needing to think that the outcome would be 3-1 in favor of resignation. At the Hong Kong Police Headquarters, in the Commercial Crimes Unit, Madame Fay presented a CIB investigation report to Inspector Ling Hanyu with an air of aloofness, asserting, "Madam, this report clearly states that the swift resolution of the bank robbery case is due to Sue Hanlin's exceptional deductive reasoning and analytical abilities. According to the information received from Interpol regarding the Six-Star International Money Laundering Organization, their arrival in Hong Kong cannot solely be for a few $100 million. Based on their usual patterns, they are bound to engage in substantial activities during their stay. Therefore, I earnestly request that Madam allow Chief Sir to assign Sue Hanlin to this case." Inspector Ling's fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk as she pondered for a moment before breaking into a rare smile and pointing, Your clever ideas are endless. I shall personally approach Chief Sir shortly." "Thank you, Madam." "Goodbye, Madam," Fei Xinhong replied, her lips curving into a triumphant smile as she exited the inspector's office and returned to the main office. A casually dressed man, displaying his police identification as a PI trainee inspector, hurriedly inquired, "Chief, did Madam Ling agree?" "Yes. Finally, someone is assisting me with data analysis," the man exclaimed, elated, as he danced with joy. "Ah Bin, since you're so pleased, you shall treat everyone to afternoon tea." Fei Xintong maintained a serious demeanor. "My order is a latte. No sugar." Ah Bin wore a crestfallen expression as he watched Fei Xintong enter her small office. "Yes, it's rare for Stingy Bin to treat us. Right? I want a cheesecake and add a cup of milk tea. Coffee, pineapple bun." The other colleagues in Group A of the Commercial Crimes Unit eagerly placed their orders, not forgetting to express their gratitude to the Stingy Bin. "Thank you. They chorused. Oh dear. Abin lamented. My savings for a down payment on a house will be delayed by another month. Abin, how much do you have saved now? 200,000. Sure. Instantly, all members of Group A exchanged eye rolls and hushing gestures. 200,000 Hong Kong dollars wouldn't even be enough for half a bathroom. In the afternoon at Repulse Bay, in the luxurious Thompson Court, Su Hanlin paced anxiously in his bedroom, contemplating how to persuade Father Ling and Mother Ling. Of course, he had not even considered his elder brother, Su Hanza, who had followed Mother Ling's lead during the family meeting. Sigh. I can't possibly tell Father Ling and Mother Ling that if they leave the police force, I will be immediately erased by the system. If he were to speak the truth, he could easily envision Father Ling insisting on sending him for psychiatric treatment. Knock, knock, knock. Xinjia is at the door, calling, Tony, dinner is ready. Oh. You all eat first. I'll be there shortly. Su Hanlin knew that procrastination was futile. Sure enough, before a minute had passed, there was another round of knocks at the door, accompanied by his brother's voice. Tony, you needn't hide any longer. Both Father Ling and Mother Ling unanimously support your resignation. Chapter 28. What? I have to wait until tomorrow? Xiang Dun? Brother. I suddenly. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Han's voice called from outside. Tony, can we please change the excuse? It seems like every time it's either Xiang Dun or you're in retreat. Can we not find a different excuse? He tapped his forehead, trying to recall that over the past 3 years, he had only used the excuse about 20 times. How had it become every time in his brother's words? 20 times isn't that many, is it? Knock, knock. Another series of knocks echoed, and Su Hanlin, feeling a mix of impatience and resignation, replied, Coming, coming. He then opened the wooden door to his bedroom, reluctantly stepping alongside his brother into the dining room. Father Ling, Mother Ling. He greeted them in a dispirited manner, plopping down at the dining table. Mother Ling felt a pang in her heart, but resolved not to indulge him this time, prioritizing his future safety. Dear son, today all the dishes were specially prepared by Xinjia for you. Do taste them. Mother Ling lovingly urged, placing food into his bowl with her chopsticks. Mother Ling, you're biased. You haven't served me food all year. Su Hanza feigned a complaint. Look, all the dishes are what Tony enjoys. Mother Ling chuckled playfully. Are you still competing with your younger brother? She then served Su Hanza as well. After a warm family dinner, as Su Hanlin decisively stood to return to his room, his elder brother Su Hanza cheerfully grasped his arm and firmly pressed him back into his seat. Tony, I also support Father Ling and Mother Ling's decision. If you resign and join our brokerage firm, the CEO position is yours. I will be your deputy. Father Ling Su Yudao chuckled as he stood, waving his hand. 3-1. Tony, your family is entirely against your continued service as a police officer. Mother Ling. Su Hanlin pleaded, hoping that Mother Ling would exercise her authority to support him this once. In a tone reminiscent of a judge, Liang Ma solemnly declared that the defense's arguments were insufficient, thereby dismissing the request. The ruling was clear. External assistance was the only recourse available. At that moment, Su Hanlin immediately thought of the external aid candidate, Bai Ningxue. Yes. He would concoct a reason. With this in mind, Su Hanlin feigned vulnerability as he informed Liang Ba and Liang Ma that he had joined the police force for love. He had pursued Bai Ningxue for many years and had only recently agreed to date her, but on the condition that he would be a police officer. Is everything you said true? Liang Ma inquired, a mix of surprise and delight in her tone. Of course. Just yesterday, I visited Uncle Bai, and Annie mentioned that both families would have dinner together soon. Su Hanlin replied, half truthfully, while discreetly texting Bai Ningxue under the dining table. He continued, if you don't believe me, I can call Vivian right now. Exchanging knowing glances, Liang Ba and Liang Ma shared a silent agreement, both calculating the same outcome. An early marriage, as they anticipated grandchildren. There's no need for you to call. I haven't seen Bai Sir in quite some time. Liang Ma remarked, turning to glare at Su Hanja, adding, look at Tony, he's already in a relationship. And you, at over 30, aren't you anxious to date? Subsequently, Liang Ma stepped into the living room to call Bai John. Isn't this a family decision regarding Tony's resignation? Why has the focus shifted to me? Su Hanja muttered under his breath, glancing furtively at Liang Ba. Oh no, Liang Ba would surely pressure him to date, marry, and have children to hold his grandchildren. With this thought, he sprang to his feet and exclaimed, Dad, the Nasdaq 100 index has started to fluctuate. I need to monitor it at the office. He hastily left the dining table without waiting for Su Yudao to respond, rushing toward the door. Brother, Remember to have a long and the others accompany you. Su Hanlin shouted towards the exit. Got it, Su Hanja replied, slipping on his shoes and, along with 3 bodyguards, took the elevator down. At Bei John's residence, he cheerfully concluded a call. All right, once Tony finishes his police training, let us arrange a dinner for both families. Xie Jingru quickly sat beside her husband, asking, What did Judge Su say? Didn't you hear? Why are you asking me? Bei John replied, a bit exasperated. I just didn't catch it all, Xie Jingru pushed, nudging Bei John's arm, urging him to elaborate. Reluctantly, Bei John recounted Judge Su's words in detail. After listening, Xie Jingru nodded thoughtfully. Vivian and Tony have known each other since childhood. Judge Su has good family values. She then turned to suggest, if that's the case, once Tony's job is stable, let us encourage them to marry early. I'd love to be a grandmother soon. Meanwhile, Bei Ningxue was in her bedroom crafting a message for Su Hanlin. Tony, this is great. I was planning to wait a few weeks to tell Mommy that we should break up due to our incompatible personalities. Now, what should I do? Continue pretending to be your girlfriend? Keep deceiving both our parents? Feeling anxious, she worried Su Hanlin might not grasp her hints. After contemplating, she resolutely hit send, her bright eyes fixed on her phone screen, awaiting his reply. At Repulse Bay, in the luxurious Thompson Riviera, Su Hanlin was secretly observing Liang Ma in the living room when a familiar voice chimed from his phone. Hey, big brother, you have a message. He opened the message and glanced at it, failing to comprehend its implications. He replied simply, let us keep pretending to be friends for now. If things change, we might just turn this play into reality. With a playful tone, he sent the message, unaware that his teasing would keep Bei Ningxue awake with joy throughout the night. Nevertheless, he was more concerned with whether he could sway Liang Ba and Liang Ma's decision, as it bore significant consequences. In the throes of anxiety, time dragged interminably. Damn it, cursed system. If only heaven granted me another chance to choose, I would opt for a system-free existence, even if it meant an eternity of 10,000 years. As he ruminated over the system, Liang Ma ended her call with a smile, saying, My dear son, why haven't you invited Vivian over for dinner? Sorry, Mom. This time, your good son had no choice but to deceive you. Please don't blame me when you learn the truth. Su Hanlin internally apologized to Liang Ma while outwardly grinning. I was just waiting for the right moment, after completing police training, to invite Vivian home. As he spoke, he eagerly took Liang Ma's arm, tentatively suggesting, You see, I think, tomorrow. With a gentle but firm tap on his forehead, Liang Ma, infused with maternal love yet sternness, replied, Regarding your resignation, I need to discuss it with your father. I'll give you a definitive answer tomorrow morning. What? I have to wait until tomorrow? Su Hanlin slumped like a deflated balloon, his spirits dampened. Chapter 29. Discovering a great business opportunity. Su Hanlin, dejected and frustrated, returned to his bedroom, silently making a decision. If Liang Ba and Liang Ma insisted on his resignation tomorrow, he would risk being sent to a psychiatric hospital just to reveal the existence of the system. Surely, that was better than being erased by it. He lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Just then, a familiar voice from his phone interrupted. Hey, big brother, you have a message. He fished out his phone from his pocket, opening the message with both hands. Bei Ningxue had written, Tony, Mommy just told me that Auntie Su said once your police training is over, the two families should have dinner together. Hee. Now you don't have to worry. Upon reading this, he leapt from his bed, raising a fist in excitement, shouting, Yes. After sending a reply to Bei Ningxue, he began pacing his bedroom, channeling his exhilaration while simultaneously devising a plan to acquire wealth. He understood that without financial backing, he could not pay informants and thereby solve cases quickly. From bank robberies to money laundering, all cases required substantial evidence for the system to initiate case reenactment and analyze data. Money, he thought, summoning the system's three-dimensional interface in his mind. Intelligence, 160, normal range, 120 to 140, strength, 25 agility, 15 profession, police officer, skills, case reenactment, basic firearm proficiency, 690,000, justice energy, 80, redemption. Seeing that his justice energy was down to 80 points, he promptly abandoned the idea of exchanging it for opportunities. Damn it, I'm a Harvard Business School graduate. I once turned 100,000 into millions in just 6 months. I can still do it. With this thought, Su Hanlin sat down at his computer desk, logging into Citibank's online banking to check his balance. 1,380,000. He transferred 1 million to his international forex account and began analyzing exchange rates for USD against JPY, GBP, and Euro. After thorough analysis, he set his sights on the JPY, deducing from Japan's economic data and industrial manufacturing trends that a modest increase in the JPY was forthcoming. Opening his forex trading software, he placed buy orders with 10 times leverage within the price range of 93.36 to 94.00. With the leverage, he managed to secure 10 million worth of JPY. As the price slightly rose to 94.10, Su Hanlin was engaged in short-term trading, requiring him to monitor the charts closely. Several hours later, fluctuations appeared in the market, with a surge in buy orders pushing the JPY price to 95.00. Whoa! This signals that the market makers are preparing to sell. Upon observing this, he decisively sold all his buy orders, but contrary to his analysis, the price did not dip as anticipated. Instead, it continued to rise. Such significant market movements were indeed rare. However, Su Hanlin understood the principle of securing profits and not lamenting losses. Gazing at the computer screen displaying a balance of $9.5 million in his foreign exchange account, a triumphant smile crept across his lips. For ease of calculation, he preferred to work with whole numbers. He rose, stretched lazily, and yawned while checking the time. 1:15 in the morning. After freshening up, he lay in bed, picking up his phone to browse foreign exchange consultations. However, after a short while, his eyes grew dry and strained from the small screen, prompting him to inwardly grumble about the inadequacy of his device. Wouldn't it be splendid if a larger screen phone were developed? Indeed, he pondered that if a phone with a larger screen were created, it would not only captivate electronic enthusiasts, but also allow for the installation of various applications akin to a computer. In 2006, most phones were still button-operated, with very few featuring full touchscreens. With that thought, his fatigue dissipated, and he brought his laptop to bed, eager to document his ideas. The following day, at 6 in the morning, the alarm persistently roused Su Hanlin from his slumber. He squinted, reached out to silence the annoying beeping, and managed to doze for a few more minutes before reluctantly getting up and trudging into the bathroom. After splashing cold water on his face, he returned to his bedroom, picked up his phone, and dialed Song Yunhui's number. The phone rang several times before Song's irate voice echoed through the receiver. "Tony, do you even know what time it is?" Su Hanlin quickly pulled the phone away from his ear, and as the shouting subsided, he delved directly into the thoughts he had formulated the previous night. On the other end, Song Yunhui grew increasingly excited as he absorbed the details of the project, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Tony, wait for me. I'll be at your place within 30 minutes. Hearing the urgency in Song's voice, Su Hanlin smirked and muttered under his breath, "You dare to raise your voice at me?" He resolutely decided that in this joint venture, Song's share would not exceed 20%. No, it must not surpass 15%. He then asserted, "Daniel, I am heading to Huanghucking for training. Let us meet at the Four Seasons Hotel in the afternoon, and you can take care of the bill." "All right. If the project succeeds, I can cover a year's worth of expenses." Su Hanlin hung up, humming a popular tune as he entered the dining room. While enjoying his breakfast, he shared his project ideas with his father, Liang Ba. Liang Ba set down his utensils, his face alight with joy, and exclaimed, "My clever son, if this project truly succeeds and goes public, the returns will be astronomical." "Excellent. I will meet with the HSBC loan department this morning to mortgage all our properties. Let us take this gamble together." Su Hanlin, eager to interject, quickly added, "Dad, let us stick to our plan regarding the mortgage funds. We should invest in the Nasdaq index. As for the startup capital for the phone project, I will find a way to secure it. And if funds are insufficient, we still have Daniel, right? Besides, Mom has already informed Uncle Bay and received his approval for me to continue my training." He cast a discreet glance at his mother before continuing, "This way, I can marry Vivian sooner, and you and Mom can hold your grandchild sooner, right?" "Yes, yes." Su Hanlin's older brother, Su Huanza, worried that the conversation might turn against him, hurriedly chimed in, "With Uncle Bay's arrangements, Tony, once your police training is concluded, you will certainly not be assigned to a dangerous department." As Liang Ba began to respond, Liang Ma shot a cold glare at him, compelling him to swallow his words. Liang Ba shrank back slightly, mumbling, "You are the queen of this family. The decision is yours." Su Hanlin observed his father's capitulation, realizing how deeply Liang Ba cherished Liang Ma. Watching their affectionate exchange, he couldn't help but think of Bei Ningxue and Song Man. Subsequently, He discussed with Liang Ba and his brother the establishment of an investment company, which would partner with Song Yunhui to form a communications venture. After thorough consideration, Liang Ba raised no objections, recognizing that with the Song Group's esteemed reputation in Hong Kong, they would be shielded from various adversities. At Huanghucking Police Training Academy, Su Hanlin walked from the parking area to the teaching building, noticing several fellow trainees gathered around the bulletin board. I can't believe Tank borrowed money at high interest. Indeed, the academy's punishment was too severe, expulsion with no chance of re-employment. His peers shook their heads in sympathy for Lu Tianfeng. At that moment, Su Hanlin was convinced that Lu Tianfeng had accepted an undercover assignment from the police force. Chapter 30. Brothers are brothers, business is business. The academic office of the police academy was located on the second floor of the administration building. Dressed in his PI trainee uniform, Su Hanlin's polished shoes gleamed like mirrors. He took a deep breath at the door to steady his nerves, then knocked lightly. Come in. A stern female voice responded. Su Hanlin was taken aback. He had expected a male superior. Confused, he pushed the door open, shutting it behind him as he found himself face to face with Inspector Ling Yuhan from the Commercial Crime Bureau. Surprised yet instinctively respectful, he saluted and greeted. Good morning, madam. Good morning. Please take a seat, Ling Yuhan replied without a hint of a smile, her demeanor serious as she gestured for him to sit. Thank you, madam. Su Hanlin sat up straight, his mind racing with questions about why she had summoned him. Could it be that Tank's undercover assignment was related to the Commercial Crime Bureau? No, even if Tank's mission was classified, only the highest-ranking officials would be privy to such sensitive information. Ling Yuhan, rarely showing a smile, spoke in a calm tone. PI trainee number 28505. Based on your previous collaborations with the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit and CCB, I would like to inquire about your willingness to join the CCB after your training concludes. She paused, allowing him to respond. Although the personnel department could assign trainees as needed, the Hong Kong police force valued fairness and humane management, always seeking the opinions of those involved before appointments. Su Hanlin felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was merely a request for his preference regarding assignments. Given her earlier severity, he had briefly feared he would be tasked with an undercover role. With that in mind, he responded formulaically, I will comply with the personnel department's allocation. Good. Ling Yuhan beamed with satisfaction at his reply. Just as she was about to speak again, the door burst open with a bang. Yuan Penghuan stormed in, pointing angrily at Ling Yuhan. Madam Ling, is this how you manage the CCB? Ling Yuhan feigned ignorance, shrugging slightly. Sorry, sir. I didn't catch what you said. Yuan Penghuan struggled to contain his anger. After all, he was a senior officer, and maintaining composure was essential. Furthermore, Ling Yuhan was not his subordinate but a member of the CCB, which meant she had every right to decline his orders. Su Hanlin was already slated to be the inspector for Kowloon Police Station, just waiting for his training to conclude before assuming his post. Ling Yuhan remained unfazed, calmly informing Yuan Penghuan, Sir, according to the personnel allocation principles, PI trainees must undergo a comprehensive evaluation upon completion of their training. However, if PI trainee number 28505, Su Hanlin, expresses a desire to join the Kowloon Police Station. At this moment, both Ling Yuhan and Yuan Penghuan turned their gazes towards Su Hanlin, clearly indicating that they awaited his decision. You two can quarrel all you want. Why drag me into this? He thought. What choice do I have? Who can I afford to offend? Rising abruptly, he met their eyes and declared loudly, PI trainee number 28505 will abide by the personnel department's comprehensive evaluation for assignment. Ling Yuhan and Yuan Penghuan exchanged glances, each thinking, what a sly one. However, their respect for him only grew, particularly in Ling Yuhan's mind, as she contemplated whether he should be involved in the six-pointed star money laundering case. Yuan Penghuan contemplated departing from the police academy to immediately head to the police headquarters to seek out the assistant commissioner of the personnel division, Beijan. Instantly, the atmosphere in the office of the academic affairs department became oppressive. Seeing both sirs remain silent, Su Hanlin mustered the courage to speak. Sirs, madam, if there are no further matters, may I proceed to my class? In unison, the two responded with a resounding hum, signaling his permission to leave. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, madam. He saluted both individuals before turning to exit the office. Upon stepping out of the administration area, he glanced back at the academic affairs office on the second floor. Meanwhile, the trainees of the probationary inspector training course were engaged in hushed discussions. Did you hear what I just overheard in the academic affairs office? Quickly tell us. The curiosity of several trainees was piqued, urging him to divulge. Each of you owes me a favor for washing one piece of my dirty laundry. The other trainees responded with a chorus of hisses. Diske, you talk too much. Sigh, let me speak. The gossiping PI trainee relayed the information he had gathered, recounting it in detail. Wow, the god of wealth truly lives up to his name. Even before the training has concluded, a high-ranking official is snatching him up? Indeed. How wonderful it would be if I could join the commercial crimes unit. Tell me, which department do you think the god of wealth will choose? The gossiping male inquired. Is that even a question? Naturally, it's one of the police force's 3 prestigious units, the CCB. Yes, if it were up to me, I would also choose the CCB. At that moment, Sue Hanlin, having arrived at the entrance of the lecture hall, overheard their discussions and shook his head, softly lamenting. You do not understand my sorrow. In the afternoon, after a day of training, Sue Hanlin freshened up, changed into casual clothes, and as he picked up his dirty laundry, he was reminded of Liu Tianfeng, since ever since Tank became an UC, he could no longer fulfill their bet. He packed the dirty clothes to take home for washing. Just then, the sound of his phone ringing broke the silence. Upon seeing Daniel's name, he promptly answered. No need to rush. I'll be at the Four Seasons Hotel CAF in 40 minutes. After hanging up, he made his way to the Four Seasons Hotel, specifically to the outdoor CAF. As Sue Hanlin stepped onto the balcony, Song Yue raised his hand in greeting. As soon as he sat down, Song Yue eagerly asked Tony, quickly, tell me all about your project. Here, this is my comprehensive idea. He pulled out several pages of A4 from his bag and handed them over. Then, he called over a waiter to order a cup of cat poop coffee and a dessert. After a little over 10 minutes, once Song Yue had thoroughly reviewed the project on his phone, he pondered for a moment before smiling. Tony, regardless of the investment amount, I require 51%. Pfft. Tony immediately turned his head and sprayed coffee onto the ground. Grabbing a napkin to wipe his lips, he sarcastically remarked, Oh, I didn't realize, Daniel, that after years apart, you fully embraced your capitalistic nature. Song Yue chuckled heartily, seemingly unfazed, and cautiously inquired, So, how much equity are you willing to offer? Just to clarify, it cannot be less than 49%. Sue Hanlin rolled his eyes and retorted, Dream on, it cannot exceed 15%. Besides, considering our years of brotherhood, I'm only bringing you in as an investor because I don't actually need the funds. The two engaged in a battle of wits, neither yielding an inch. Ultimately, Song Yue waved his hand and said, Tony, we can negotiate the equity ratio later. I have obtained some information through other channels. Take a look. He then handed Sue Hanlin several industry research reports. From the materials, it became evident that several companies in the mobile communications sector were secretly developing full-screen touch smartphones. However, their focus was primarily on high-end devices, whereas his vision was for the mid to low-end market. Placing the documents on the table, Sue Hanlin realized that Song Yue had gathered such detailed information in just one day, indicating that he had likely been planning in secret for quite some time. Moreover, he recognized that Song Yue had merely sketched out a framework. The market research report lacked executable plans and development strategies. With this in mind, he solemnly stated, Daniel, brothers are brothers, but business is business. Chapter 31, Skill Enhancement. Despite his seemingly frivolous lifestyle of drinking, chasing women, and mingling with young models, Song Yue possessed remarkable acumen in enterprise management and seizing business opportunities, exhibiting undeniable entrepreneurial talent. Setting aside his playful demeanor, Song Yue earnestly asserted, Tony, do you think I cannot distinguish between business and brotherly affection? Sue Hanlin shrugged and replied, No, then it is settled. We are currently discussing business, devoid of brotherly sentiments. Your plan, albeit only a preliminary framework, has precise market positioning, and you've specifically proposed inviting Chinese-American experts in electronic communications from Motorola and MIT to invest in technology. Most crucially, the total investment required for this plan is a staggering $500 million. As he spoke, Song Yue clicked his tongue in admiration, a mixture of praise and envy, exclaiming, What a waste of the financial and commercial talents bestowed upon you by the Creator. After hearing this, Sue Hanlin summarized succinctly, expressing that he was merely nurturing goldfish in his head. Instead of becoming a business magnate, he had chosen to be a police officer. From his words, it was clear that Song Yue was eager to invest, driven by the perspective of opportunity, while also harboring a slight emotional component. However, the smartphone project represented a pivotal moment for the Sue family's foray into industry, and he could not relinquish the controlling stake. Sue Hanlin tapped his index finger on the glass table, gravely stating, Daniel, since this is business, The equity distribution will be negotiated later by my elder brother, Liangba. For now, let's sign a business investment letter of intent and a project confidentiality agreement. Okay, no problem. Song Yuhui readily agreed, knowing that since they were already aware of each other's bottom lines, signing the agreement would benefit both parties in terms of confidentiality and their brotherly bond. Subsequently, the two reached out to their lawyers to arrange for the signing of the agreement at the Lanyu Stock Brokerage Company. A few dozen minutes later, in the Central Business District's financial building at the Lanyu Stock Brokerage Company, Liang Ba signed the agreement, thereby rendering it effective. Song Yue put away a copy of the agreement and once again sincerely invited Su Hanlin to abandon his police career and join him in business, even tempting him with equity shares. Daniel, there's no need to persuade me further. I don't know what's come over me, but I insist on being a low-paid, high-risk, and arduous police officer. Liang Ba expressed his frustration with a hint of anger. Su Hanlin glanced at Liang Ba, then turned to catch a glimpse of his elder brother, Song Yuhui, offering a sheepish smile without uttering a word. Criticism? Cursing? If criticism and cursing could sever the system's ties, I would gladly endure 100,000 instances of both each day. Alas, my heart is heavy. How could you understand? With this thought, he imagined curling up in a corner like a kitten, licking his wounds. Later, the trio invited Song Yuhui to join them for dinner, but he politely declined. After watching him depart, elder brother Su Hanja turned with concern and asked, Tony, are you truly confident you can raise $8 million in startup capital within a month? Based on your plan, the Su family must maintain a 51% stake, corresponding to a staggering $260 million in funding. This amount is beyond what we could raise even if we sold all our properties. Su Hanlin confidently replied, Rest assured, last night, I engaged in short-term trading in the foreign exchange market and encountered a wave of significant movements unseen in years, earning over $9 million overnight. The initial startup funds are no problem. As for subsequent investments, Liang Ba Su Yudao scoffed, glaring at him with frustration before storming off. Su Hanlin exclaimed, What the heck? I overstepped and got reprimanded by Liang Ba. Su Hanja wore a look of exasperation, pointing at him. Tony, you know Liang Ba has always regretted. As he spoke, elder brother pointed at him before swiftly chasing after Liang Ba. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Su Hanlin resolutely decided that until his training at the police academy concluded, he absolutely could not return home, lest his mother inadvertently persuade him to resign. He decisively took out his mobile phone and sent a brief message to his elder brother, informing him that $9 million would be transferred to his personal account the following day, and that he would continue to monitor the U.S. NASDAQ index. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 36 weeks had passed. During this period, the informant Jessica had relayed several inconsequential leads, as Lu Tianfeng had yet to fully earn the trust of the second young master of the Tian family. The smartphone project ultimately saw the Su family holding 55% of the shares, formalized through a cooperation agreement signed by his elder brother and Song Yunhui. According to the investment agreement, the Su family ceded 4% of the shares to electronic communications expert Qin Jingtong, while Song Yunhui transferred 5% to MIT's Chinese communications professor Jiang Kale, thereby jointly establishing Lanyu Communications Technology Company. Naturally, he also attended the grand signing ceremony, as he held 20% of the shares within the Su family's 55% stake. In the private shooting club in Sangquano, the sound of gunfire echoed, bang, bang, bang. Su Hanlin was practicing moving target shooting and extreme shooting. The IPSC shooting sport required varying numbers of moving targets depending on the venue. He was currently at a 1,000 square meter range with 30 moving targets, and hitting all of them accurately within 15 minutes was considered a pass. To participate in IPSC competitions, one must complete the shooting accurately within 9 minutes. 9 minutes and 23 seconds. After his final shot, the private shooting coach pressed the stopwatch and said, Tony, if you continue practicing for 6 months, you could certainly participate in the Hong Kong IPSC shooting competition. The IPSC sport is based on the principles of DVC, precision, firepower, speed, an abbreviation derived from the Latin words diligentia, vis, celeritas. Hearing this, Su Hanlin inwardly rolled his eyes at the coach, thinking, the IPSC event requires DVC. While I have no issue with the first two, as for the speed of 9 minutes and 23 seconds, I can only chuckle. Even with 6 months of practice, reducing the time to under 9 minutes to compete in the IPSC would place him at the bottom. The previous IPCS champion had a record of 8,223. With this thought, he made excuses to the coach, saying, I will report to the personnel department of the police tomorrow. I fear I will be too busy with work to practice in the future. The coach felt regretful but did not press the matter, knowing that the IPCS was merely a sport. Work took precedence. Tony, will you continue practicing? Of course. He had intentionally declined a dinner invitation from fellow PI trainees to come to the private club, as he was on the verge of meeting the upgrade requirements for his basic shooting skill. Basic shooting skill, 9,999 10,000. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 10 rounds from one magazine, hitting a perfect score of 100, then continued to change magazines and shoot. After 3 magazines totaling 300 rounds, his basic shooting skill experience remained at 99.99, unchanged. With no other option, he handed his membership card to the coach and purchased 100 rounds for shooting. The coach, taking the membership card, advised, Tony, practicing this way not only fails to enhance your skills, but could also lead to muscle strain. Thank you. Just buy 100 rounds. If I can't finish them, I'll save them. I won't strain my muscles. He knew the coach wouldn't refuse, as he earned a commission for every round shot. All right. After receiving the bullets, he took a half-hour break. When he finally hit 3,000 rounds, his mind registered that his basic shooting skill had finally reached the upgrade experience. Damn it, it's finally upgraded. At that moment, he observed that his basic shooting skill had transformed into unity of man and gun. Intelligence, 160, normal range, 120 to 140, strength, 25 agility, 15 occupation, police, skill, case reconstruction, unity of man and gun, justice energy, 80, redemption. Seeing this, Sue Hanlin immediately picked up his gun, eager to test the unity of man and gun skill. In the IPSC Extreme Training Room, after finishing 3 magazines, he removed his ear protection and asked the coach, how much time? The coach replied, not bad. You were 10 seconds faster than before, 9 minutes and 13 seconds. Sue Hanlin inwardly cursed. What is the use of skill enhancement? Chapter 32. Yao Ma Ti Police Station. Could it be that after the upgrade, the skill requires justice energy points to activate? With this thought, he immediately focused his mind on the unity of man and gun skill, trying to add 10 points of justice energy. But the skill showed no response, remaining in parentheses with several question marks. Was it a matter of insufficient justice energy points? He continued to add points, 10, 20, 50, 80. Unity of man and gun, 80? Damn, no change. Looking at his 0 justice energy points, Sue Hanlin couldn't help but mutter a curse. What a useless system. This lousy skill doesn't even work and consumes 80 points of justice energy. Useless. Useless. He silently berated, attempting with all his might to manipulate the justice energy. However, nothing happened. The skill in the skill bar reverted back to a question mark. Unity of man and gun. Sue Hanlin. Could it be that the justice energy points are insufficient? Or does it require specific conditions to activate? After pondering for a long time without clarity, he noticed that there were still dozens of bullets left in the box. He handed the remaining bullets to the coach, feeling dejected as he said, let's call it a day for practice. Before he could finish his sentence, a ringing phone echoed from afar. He walked to the locker, took out his phone, and upon seeing Vivian's name on the screen, he answered, Tony, Dad and Mom have already left for the seafood restaurant in Shek O. I called Auntie Sue to let her know you were at the shooting range. You mustn't tell them you were still practicing. Sue Hanlin. Can I honestly say I'm still at the shooting club? The answer was clear, and he readily admitted. Before he could confess, Bei Ningxue continued. Auntie and the others have already set off. You should hurry up. Okay, I will arrive on time in an hour. After hanging up, he dashed to the bathroom, changed his clothes, and sprinted to the parking lot. He knew that rush hour traffic in Hong Kong could be quite congested. 40 minutes later, he arrived at the seafood restaurant in Shek O, known as the 3rd best seafood restaurant in the world. Guided by a waiter, Sue Hanlin entered a vintage-style private room. Upon entering, he hurriedly apologized, saying, sorry for being late due to traffic. Bei Yohan smiled and pointed to his watch, saying, you're not late. We arrived early. Bei Ningxue quickly stood up and said, Auntie, Uncle, you all enjoy tea with my dad and Mom first. I will take Tony to pick out seafood. Go ahead. She naturally took Sue Hanlin's arm and exited the room. The two seemed increasingly well-matched. Sue Hanlin's mother smiled approvingly, while both Bei Yohan and his wife nodded in agreement. Indeed, these two have grown up in the same school, so they can be considered childhood sweethearts. Bei Yohan remarked. Exactly. I think we should arrange their wedding for next year, he added. Sue Hanlin's mother chimed in, pouring tea for them, Mrs. Bei, I agree. The matter of marriage should be handled by us elders. Nowadays, young people do not like to marry early. If we were to follow their wishes, we might not know how long it would take to hold our grandchild. Right, right, right. Su Yudao interjected at the opportune moment. Considering their marriage, we might not be able to hold our grandchild anytime soon. Look at Vivian. She is busy with work. Tony just finished training. If he is assigned to the O department, the Major Crime Unit, or CCB, when would they have time for children? Hearing this, Bei Yohan clearly picked up on Su Yudao's subtle inquiry about Su Hanlin's departmental assignment. As the Assistant Commissioner of the Personnel Department, he was well aware of the distribution of the current PI trainees. However, he could not disclose this information to Su Yudao and Su's mother. The Commercial Crime Bureau, CCB, and the Kowloon Police Station were embroiled in a heated debate over the departmental allocation of Inspector Su Hanlin. Both senior officers insisted on their respective departments, causing considerable consternation within the Human Resources Department, which had convened several meetings to discuss the matter. This situation ensured that Su Hanlin's name was firmly lodged in the minds of various senior officials within the police force. Ultimately, it was decided that he would be assigned to the Yaomati police station. As this thought crossed his mind, Bei Yohan took a sip of tea and remarked, "Mr. Su, rest assured, the police force has a comprehensive maternity uniform." Jing Ba inwardly scoffed, wishing to learn which department Tony was specifically assigned to. Instead of receiving such vague information, how can we maintain a good relationship with the in-laws under these circumstances? Just then, Bei Ningxue entered, linking her arm with Su Hanlin's. Naturally, their conversation was overheard at the entrance. "Dad." Bei Ningxue released his arm and dashed to Bei Yohan, playfully asking, "Tony's assignment is tomorrow. Would it violate police regulations if you told us today? Come on, Dad, please tell us." At this moment, he felt exasperated with the in-laws for resorting to such tactics just to glean information about his assignment. Jing Ma chimed in, maintaining a smile, "John, if you can't share, then don't. The latest by tomorrow." "All right, I'll break the rules just this once and tell you. Tony has been assigned to the Yaomati police station. Initially, an inspector's assignment and the promotion to assistant commissioner of police were of no concern to him, if it weren't for the faux romantic relationship with Bei Ningxue. Yaomati police station? Su Hanlin was momentarily stunned. Being a local of Hong Kong, he knew that over 80% of residents would be familiar with that police station, as all police dramas produced by TVB were filmed there. Upon hearing this, both Jing Ba and Jing Ma felt a weight lift off their chests, knowing that the Yaomati police station primarily handled low-risk cases, while serious crimes were typically referred to the Kowloon Police Headquarters. Later, they enjoyed a cheerful meal together, inevitably discussing the couple's marriage plans. After much negotiation between him and Bei Ningxue, the engagement banquet was postponed by a year. There was little choice. After all, they were merely pretend lovers. The following day at the Hong Kong Police Headquarters, within the Human Resources Department, Su Hanlin, clad in a white PI shirt and navy blue trousers, stood with other recruits awaiting his promotion. A senior superintendent formally announced, "Mr. Su Hanlin, based on the comprehensive evaluation by the Human Resources Department, you are hereby promoted to the rank of inspector." Upon saying this, the senior superintendent personally received 2 insignia for inspector from a nearby female staff member and proceeded to adorn Su Hanlin with them. "Thank you, sir," he responded loudly while saluting, suddenly feeling a surge of clarity in his mind as the Human Gun Unity skill activated. Human Gun Unity, 88 minutes. Could 80 units of righteous energy be utilized for 8 minutes of skill? This indicated that 10 units of righteous energy would allow for 1 minute of skill usage. With a sense of experimentation, he mentally attempted to remove the energy from the skill. To his surprise, it was indeed movable. He transferred 70 units of righteous energy back and observed that the Human Gun Unity skill now indicated 1 minute. At this moment, he understood that Human Gun Unity could only be wielded after officially becoming a police officer. Once the promotion ceremony concluded, he felt an overwhelming desire to rush to a private shooting club to experience the might of the Human Gun Unity skill. However, he had to report to the Yaomati police station next. Chapter 33. Confirming the Vice Squad cannot handle major cases? At Guangdong Road, a 3-story Edwardian blue-gray building housed the Yaomati police station. Under the guidance of Superintendent Zhang from the Human Resources Department, Su Hanlin knocked on the door and entered the superintendent's office. "Superintendent Ma warmly introduced, this is Inspector Su Hanlin, who has been specifically assigned to your station." What a lovely way to phrase it. Specifically assigned. Everyone knew that Inspector Su Hanlin was sent here due to the persistent disputes between the senior officers of CCB and Kowloon Police. Mai, internally skeptical, outwardly smiled and shook hands, welcoming Su Hanlin to the Yaomati police station. Thank you, sir. I am honored to serve at the Yaomati police station, he replied while discreetly assessing Superintendent Mai, who appeared to be around 40 years old, bald with an onion-shaped nose, and sporting a potbelly from years of desk work. Standing at 168 centimeters and resembling a traditional landowner from the old society of mainland China, Superintendent Zhang cheerfully added, Mai, I've delivered the personnel, but I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. He then meaningfully patted Su Hanlin on the shoulder, saying, Inspector Su, work well with Superintendent Mai and strive to solve more major cases. I hope to see you at the promotion interview soon. Upon hearing this, Mai internally scoffed, recognizing Zhang's adeptness at flattery, which was truly unparalleled. Of course, he was not flattering Su Hanlin, but rather the Assistant Commissioner of Police, Bei Johan. Thank you, sir. I will dedicate myself to serving the police force and the citizens of Hong Kong. He stood tall, responding earnestly, deliberately avoiding mention of the promotion interview. Promotions within the Hong Kong police require stringent criteria. A minimum of 3 years of service with excellent annual evaluations before superiors would issue a recommendation for a promotion interview. While there are exceptions, they typically involve handling significant cases, requiring the signature of the big boss of the police department. After bidding farewell to Superintendent Zhang, Mai escorted Su Hanlin to the Criminal Investigation Unit, introducing him to each department along the way. Through these introductions, Su Hanlin gleaned a general understanding of the administrative structure at the Yaomati police station. The station was led by a superintendent, with an administrative unit, criminal investigation unit, and action unit, comprising a total of 228 officers. The administrative unit was headed by a chief inspector, while the criminal and action units each had a senior inspector leading them, and each unit was further divided into 4 subgroups, A, B, C, D, each led by an inspector. Upon entering a spacious criminal investigation unit office of approximately 60 square meters, the officers, busy with their cases, stood up and greeted in unison, Morning, sire. Just then, the door to a small office swung open, revealing a man in a white shirt with the insignia of a senior inspector, approximately 177 centimeters tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, who stepped out and greeted, Morning, sir. With a cheerful demeanor, Mai formally introduced Senior Inspector Liu Iran to Su Hanlin before departing the Criminal Investigation Unit. Liu Iran politely welcomed Su Hanlin to the Criminal Investigation Unit and informed him that he would be leading Subgroup D. Internally, he felt a surge of joy, having successfully fulfilled the request from Liang Xiaodang of the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Subgroup D primarily handled vice-related operations around Boring Street and had little to do with serious cases. This implication raised concerns about his chances for promotion in the coming years. Most importantly, he had learned from Liang Xiaodang that this arrangement was also intentional on the part of Superintendent Yuan from Kowloon Police. Yes, sir. Su Hanlin replied loudly while saluting, acutely sensing Liu Iran's hostility. He was aware that there were currently 2 vacancies for group leader positions within the Criminal Investigation Unit, one of which was responsible for significant criminal incidents. Yet, he had been assigned to the Vice Squad, which was suspicious in itself. As Su Hanlin and Liu Iran approached the office door of Subgroup D, they overheard discussions from within. Hey, I heard the new inspector assigned to our group has offended a certain senior officer and was sent here? A young officer inquired eagerly. Yeah, you're our go-to for information. Spill the details. Several officers crowded around Captain Morong Xia, awaiting the scoop. Morong Xia reveled in this moment of attention from his colleagues, especially from his crush, Long Yao Yao. Waving his hand for silence, he began. According to reliable sources, our new colleague, Inspector Su Hanlin, is a Harvard Business School PhD graduate. His future was once bright, but after offending a senior officer, he was meant to be assigned to the CCB, but instead found himself here with us. As the members of Team D engaged in animated discussions, Liu Iran cleared his throat twice before entering the room with Su Hanlin. Following this, the senior inspector Liu Iran introduced him to his colleagues and then decisively took his leave, without a word of reprimand for Morong Xia and the others. Su silently smirked, aware that winning over this group would not be an overnight endeavor. He then feigned nonchalance, cheerfully announcing, Hello everyone, we shall work together from now on. I will treat you all to afternoon tea today. With that, he produced 5 notes of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars from his wallet and handed them to the only female officer in the team, Long Yao Yao, adding, Thank you for your hard work in buying tea for everyone. Long Yao Yao accepted the 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. Her spirits lifted as she dialed the phone and noted down her colleagues' orders, thinking to herself that Su Sir was quite generous. Treating everyone to tea with such a sum surely indicated his affluent background. Upon entering the approximately 10-square-meter office, Su Hanlin settled down and picked up several personnel files from his desk. Morong Xia, Sergeant, age, 26, years of service, 6. Long Yao Yao, Officer, age, 25. Specialty, exceptional intellect, nicknamed the Human Database, Yang Yang. Chen Feng. With this information, he grasped the general situation of his team members, noting that all but Chen Feng had served in the police force for over 2 years. Lighting a cigarette, he pondered how to effectively lead his team. Should I involve them in the stock market to make money? No, that would surely attract the ICAC's attention before long, he muttered to himself, dismissing the absurd notion. The only solution is to aim for promotions and salary increases. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he called. Long Yao Yao entered, smiling as she presented a cup of black coffee, saying, Sir, your coffee without sugar or milk. She continued, Sir, Lu Sir has asked me to inform you that tonight, we will collaborate with the Kowloon police station for a joint operation targeting areas like Yao Ma Ti and Bow Tie Street. Su Hanlin accepted the coffee, contemplating. Okay, I understand. Notify Chen Feng to play the role of a customer tonight at Bow Tie Street. Yes, sir. Long Yao Yao responded loudly just as the desk phone rang. He gestured for her to leave. Goodbye, sir. With that, Long Yao Yao exited the office, closing the door behind her. He answered the phone and heard Liang Xiaodong's smug voice. Su Sir, congratulations on becoming a member of the police force, heading the anti-vice unit. Upon hearing Liang's emphasis on anti-vice unit, Su coldly replied, Liang Sir, unless you have anything else, I'm quite busy. Without waiting for Liang to respond, he hung up, snorting in disdain at Liang's petty demeanor. Are you so certain that the anti-vice unit cannot handle major cases? Meanwhile, in the Kowloon police station's major crimes unit, Liang Xiaotang, after hearing the dial tone, chuckled instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha, delightful. How satisfying, he exclaimed, thinking, since the big sir has assigned you to the Yao Ma Ti police station for anti-vice work, don't even think about rising above this. No, tonight's joint operation cannot allow him an easy ride. With that thought, he instructed his subordinate, the short fellow, to bring the joint operation plan into his office. As night fell, the vibrant LED lights of the bustling metropolis of Hong Kong adorned the city in a kaleidoscope of colors. At the Yao Ma Ti police station, Team D had been busy throughout the day, either briefing subordinates on the operation or studying the electronic map of Bow Tie Street to formulate their action plan. Before the 1997 handover, Bow Tie Street was notorious for its red light district, but after the handover, the government had taken stringent measures to eradicate such areas. Nonetheless, many still sought easy gains, and illegal businesses persisted. Inside the spacious office, Sergeant Morong Xia was slurping wonton noodles, calling out for more as he gestured to Su Hanlin's office. Yao Yao, go see what grand scheme Su Sir is concocting. Grand scheme? Chen Feng sprang up and peered through the office's blinds, quietly complaining, it's just a routine joint anti-vice operation. Could we possibly encounter any gangsters? I hope tonight's operation doesn't. At that moment, Yang Yang chimed in, playfully teasing, Ah Feng, if anything unexpected happens during the operation, you can take the opportunity to lose your virginity. Laughter erupted among the other officers, including Long Yao Yao. Go away. Chen Feng blushed, waving his hands, earnestly declaring, my first time must be with my dream goddess. This elicited another round of laughter from his colleagues. Su Hanlin stepped through the door, inquiring about the source of their merriment. What is so amusing? Share it with me, so I can join in the fun. Sorry, sir. Sergeant Morong Xia quickly set his wonton noodles down on the table, wiping his lips. Long Yao Yao, Yang Yang, and a few other officers stood up, their expressions turning serious as they focused on Su Hanlin. Internally pleased with their respect, he maintained a serious facade while stating, we have 40 minutes until the operation begins. Everyone check your equipment. We depart in 10 minutes. Yes, sir. The officers of Team D sprang into action, meticulously checking their recording and surveillance equipment. 10 minutes later, Su Hanlin led the anti-vice team in 2 vehicles toward Bow Tie Street. He instructed Chen Feng to drive the G55 Mercedes-Benz SUV alone to the first target. Upon arriving at the designated area, Su Hanlin encouraged Chen Feng through his earpiece. Moments later, the surveillance van crackled with the sound of a brash voice. Sir, we have new arrivals. You will be satisfied. Oh, how's the quality? Chen Feng inquired. If you're not satisfied, I can send someone else to you within half an hour, came the confident reply. As long as the quality is good. Money is not an issue. With that, Chen Feng produced a $500 note and handed it over. Meanwhile, in the surveillance vehicle, Su Hanlin listened intently through his earpiece, observing the scene at the first target. At this moment, I seriously suspect that a Feng is just pretending to be innocent, Sergeant Morong Xia quipped. Long Yao Yao, Yang Yang, and the other officers nodded in agreement. Indeed. Does a Feng seem familiar with the routine to you? Su Hanlin turned and sharply admonished. Silence. Then, a sultry female voice echoed through the surveillance feed. Sir, how long would you like to spend? Just 1 hour. If you perform well, you'll get the full hour. Upon hearing this, he calmly commanded, action. With that, he flung open the car door, and along with the other officers donned in tactical gear, charged into the dilapidated building of the 1990s. Freeze. Hands on your head. Line up and squat. Several officers wielding batons ordered the clients to squat against the wall, while the women lined up, disheveled and bowing their heads. Su Hanlin instructed Yang Yang and Long Yao Yao to lead the officers in registering all individuals present. He and Sergeant Morong Xia meticulously inspected each partition, which was divided into 3 square-meter cubicles. Entering a pink-walled cubicle, a pungent odor assaulted him. He quickly pinched his nose, donning rubber gloves to search for any illicit substances. As he bent down to unfasten a black backpack, a surge of righteous energy coursed through his mind, and several question marks transformed into 300. Righteous energy. 80, 300. Opening the backpack, his eyes gleamed as he discovered it was filled with $1,000 bills. A quick estimation revealed no less than 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Good grief. Is this client a tycoon? Why would they carry such a large sum to see a lady? Morong Xia exclaimed from behind him, contemplating the substantial reward this operation would yield. Su Hanlin picked up a fresh roll of Hong Kong dollars and extracted a note he had scrutinized repeatedly. Afterward, he reached into his wallet and pulled out a $1,000 bill for comparison. Something seems amiss. Su, sir, what's wrong? You wouldn't be suggesting that this money is counterfeit, would you? Morong Xia inquired. He nodded affirmatively, asserting, indeed, you are correct. This money is, without a doubt, counterfeit. At this revelation, Morong Xia inwardly cursed, exclaiming, damn. I really have a knack for jinxing things. Now the bonus is down the drain. Su, sir, should we report this to the Monetary Authority and the Commercial Crime Bureau immediately, or inform Sir My first? According to police regulations, counterfeit financial cases must be reported to the Monetary Authority and the Commercial Crime Bureau without delay. Let's not rush to report just yet. We must first ascertain the owner of this batch of counterfeit bills, he instructed. Afterward, he directed Morong Xia to summon Pai Tiao Ku and Feng Jie to identify the suspects. Under the identification of Feng Jie and Pai Tiao Ku, they confirmed the owner of the backpack. Su Hanlin immediately ordered Yang Yang to bring the suspect, surnamed Li, into the interrogation room. Observing the suspect, Li Bin, who sat on a soft bed appearing somewhat refined, he formally addressed him. Mr. Li, you have the right to remain silent. However, should you choose to speak, my officer will document your statement as evidence in court. Seeing that the suspect remained unfazed, Su Hanlin understood that conventional questioning would not penetrate Li Bin's mental defenses. With a relaxed smile, he remarked, your lack of cooperation is inconsequential. The existing evidence alone is sufficient to sentence you to 20 years in prison. Of course, if you choose to cooperate with the police, I can report to the Department of Justice to have you turned into a witness. Li Bin, exuding an air of indifference with a hint of disdain, glanced at him before closing his eyes. At this moment, Morong Xia discreetly signaled him to step outside. After instructing Yang Yang and Chen Feng to keep an eye on the suspect, he exited the room. What is it? Morong Xia asked. Su, sir, the suspect has been confirmed. According to procedure, we must report this immediately and transfer the case. He rolled his eyes, replying, if we were to transfer it, why would I bother negotiating with the suspect? Moreover, with 300 points of justice energy, it is evident that this case is significant. Contemplating this, he stated solemnly, Officer 2-5103, I command that this case not be reported for the time being. Our anti-vice unit will continue the investigation. Of course, I shall bear all consequences alone. Morong Xia, taken aback, thought in shock, a counterfeit case is a serious matter. Can you truly shoulder this alone? If the higher-ups pursue this, I am certain even Sir Mai would be unable to bear the burden. Without a doubt, I am 1,000% sure the entire team would face dismissal from the police force. Chapter 35 How dare they not answer my calls? Su Hanlin observed the expression on Morong Xia's face and could surmise that he was likely cursing him inwardly. However, he felt neither anger nor concern. For the Hong Kong police force adheres strictly to a hierarchy. Reporting up the chain is a grave taboo. Even if Morong Xia were to bypass the chain of command and obstruct the investigation into the counterfeit bills, he would leave a negative impression of disrespect and disunity in the eyes of his superiors. After much internal struggle, Morong Xia finally resolved, "Su sir, if the suspect confesses within 5 hours, I shall accompany you on a wild endeavor. However, the rest of the team will still require your personal attention." "Good." Su Hanlin gently patted Morong Xia's shoulder, expressing sincere gratitude. "Thank you for your support. Please trust me. Within 5 hours, even if the suspect does not cooperate, I will uncover new leads regarding the counterfeit bills." "Let us hope so." Su Hanlin chuckled confidently, stating, "We shall see in 5 hours." He then summoned Yang Yang, Long Yao Yao, and several subordinates to reiterate what he had conveyed to Morong Xia. He emphasized, "Brothers, should there be accountability from our superiors, I will shoulder all responsibility and ensure none of you are implicated. You may choose to withdraw now, and the senior officers will escort the patrons and Feng Jie back to the station. Rest assured, once the case is resolved, I will acknowledge your contributions in my report." Long Yao Yao, Yang Yang, and the others exchanged glances, silently weighing the pros and cons. Yang Yang discreetly scrutinized him, pondering, "Indeed, Su Sir does not seem impulsive. He appears genuinely confident in discovering new leads. Shall we take the gamble? If we win, this could secure the sergeant's promotion, and we might even get a chance to tackle serious cases in Kowloon." Resolute in his decision, he declared, "Su Sir, although I still struggle to fully acknowledge your capabilities, your willingness to shoulder all responsibility and consider the team, I shall accompany you in this gamble." Long Yao Yao and Qin Feng exchanged glances, and seeing that both the sergeant and the senior officers supported Su Hanlin's decision, they nodded in agreement. At that moment, Su Hanlin noticed the expressions of his subordinates, understanding that after resolving the counterfeit case, his abilities would gain their recognition. "Good." Su Hanlin commanded clearly. "Officers Long Yao Yao and Qin Feng, you will accompany the senior officers to escort the patrons and Feng Jie back to the station. Ensure that Feng Jie and Pai Tiaoku are detained separately for further questioning." "Yes, sir." Long Yao Yao and Qin Feng responded solemnly before turning to personally escort Feng Jie and Pai Tiaoku back to the Yaomati police station in a patrol vehicle. Su Hanlin instructed Yang Yang to activate the DV for full video recording, while Sergeant Morong Xia escorted the suspect, Li Bin, into the police van. Inside the vehicle, Su Hanlin addressed him, "Mr. Li, this is your final opportunity to collaborate with the police." As he spoke, he produced a cigarette, lit it, and offered it to the silver bracelet-wearing Li Bin before continuing, "I understand your concerns. However, rest assured, once the case is resolved, the police will provide you with a new identity. You can start anew with your family." After waiting a few minutes, he noticed that the suspect, Li Bin, maintained a calm demeanor, leisurely smoking as though he had not heard a word. Su Hanlin scoffed lightly, signaling Morong Xia to keep a close watch on the suspect as he exited the vehicle, shutting the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he focused his mind, channeling 50 points of justice energy into the case reenactment. Suddenly, images of the case began to unfold in his mind like a slideshow. 5 minutes later, he felt as though he had been transported into the scene. Understanding that the suspect's visit to Feng Jie on the first floor was due to her striking resemblance to his deceased wife, Mi Xiling. Through the case analysis function, Su Hanlin realized that Li Bin's calmness stemmed from his knowledge of Hong Kong's legal system. As one of the masterminds, the Department of Justice would not allow him to become a witness. Whether Li Bin cooperated or not, he would face life imprisonment in Stanley Prison. And then, there was nothing further. The system's case analysis reached this conclusion abruptly. Su Hanlin mused, "I never imagined he would be a lovesick fool." Subsequently, he turned, pulling open the van door and leaning in to sit across from Li Bin. "Would you care for another cigarette?" Su Hanlin smiled as Li Bin nodded, still silent. Unfazed, he produced another cigarette, lit it, and casually remarked, "Mi Xiling." Upon hearing this, Li Bin's expression shifted, and he instinctively asked, "How do you know? Are you?" As he spoke, Li Bin lifted the hem of his checkered shirt, revealing a tattoo. A 6-pointed star skull tattoo? Does this mean Li Bin is affiliated with the bank robbery gang and money laundering organization? But wait, if they were indeed connected, why hadn't the system's case analysis linked Li Bin with the criminals? Considering this, Su Hanlin was uncertain what the suspect's tattoo represented, yet he nodded subtly to keep Li Bin at ease. As he discreetly channeled his justice energy points, he noticed his energy had risen by 100 points. Without a doubt, he knew this was a result of the recent anti-vice operation. After contemplating, he allocated all 130 points of justice energy toward the case reenactment. But this time, instead of a slideshow, an electronic map emerged with 4 large red circles. Observing this, he inwardly cursed the system. Damn it, the map marks 4 regions, each governed by different police stations. In such a vast area, all over 20,000 police personnel in Hong Kong were deployed, yet within hours, they were unable to uncover any further hiding places for the counterfeit gold bullion. Damn, why can't the system provide an accurate GPS location? Su Hanlin curled his lip in disdain, exited the system, and instructed Yang Yang to drive back to the police station. He then ordered Morong Xia to temporarily disable the DV recorder. Su sir, disabling the DV recorder is against police regulations, she protested, feigning anger. Sergeant 25103. I command you to turn off the DV recorder, he retorted. It was infuriating. How could she lack such flexibility? No wonder she had not advanced to the rank of probationary inspector. Yes, sir. Morong Xia felt resentful but complied, pressing the button to turn off the DV. Upon hearing this, Li Bin felt a surge of satisfaction, convinced that Su Hanlin was indeed a member of their organization. Observing Morong Xia sulkily peering out of the car window, he shifted his posture and quietly inquired, Su sir, do you have a plan? Hey, are the fish biting the hook automatically? No, this is Li Bin testing me. Damn, he almost fell for it. Su Hanlin seethed internally, wishing he could toss Li Bin into Stanley Prison right then and there. Yet outwardly, he signaled to the suspect with a reassuring glance, conveying that he would handle everything. Li Bin understood and secretly signaled an OK gesture. Nodding, he turned to Morong Xia and commanded, Sergeant 25103, turn the DV recorder back on. Yes, sir. Morong Xia replied weakly, reluctantly switching the DV back on and pointing it at the suspect, Li Bin. After several minutes, the police van halted outside the Yau Ma Ti police station. Su Hanlin ordered Sergeant Morong Xia to escort the suspect to the holding room. After watching Li Bin ascend the stairs, he took out his phone to call his direct superior, Louis Ran. 3 attempts were made, but the call went to voicemail without being answered. How outrageous. He won't even answer my call. Chapter 36, Key Points. Is it necessary to steal the spotlight like this? After failing to reach his direct superior, Su Hanlin returned to the Criminal Investigation Unit to draft the report on the counterfeit gold bullion case. Meanwhile, at the intersection of Prince Edward Road and Boring Street, Louis Ran sat in the command vehicle, silencing his phone with a smile. Liang sir, you guessed correctly. It was Su Hanlin's call. I just heard from the action team that he has returned to the station. I think we should call him around midnight. Okay. Liang Xiaoting nodded with satisfaction, saying, this time, let us keep Su Hanlin glued to the computer screen for the next 3 days writing reports. Ha ha ha. Louis Ran pointed and replied, Liang sir, rest assured, I will ensure that the report reads more like a thesis before it's approved. Let him experience what it's like to be a newcomer and understand that the police force is a disciplined unit, emphasizing teamwork over individual heroism, unlike in Hollywood blockbusters. In the D Group office on the 2nd floor of Yau Ma Ti police station, Su Hanlin's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard as he crafted the report on the counterfeit gold bullion case, attaching the phishing operation plan at the end. Minutes later, after meticulously proofreading the report and confirming its accuracy, he took it to the commissioner's office. Of course, he did not call ahead, as the commissioner, Magellan, would be at the station overseeing the citywide operation that night. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor commissioner's office, he knocked on the door. Hearing a voice say, come in, he pushed the door open. Sir, I have an important case to report. I couldn't reach Lu sir on the phone, he stated, handing the report to Magellan as the latter nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the report, Magellan felt displeased, thinking to himself that newcomers truly do not understand the rules. However, upon seeing the words counterfeit gold bullion case, his eyes lit up, and he began reading the report intently, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the desk as he contemplated. No wonder the big sir valued Su Hanlin so highly, even at the risk of offending the CCB's go sir. This individual not only possessed exceptional analytical skills, but also proved to be a fortunate asset. Clearly, Yuan Sir's placement of him in the vice squad was not an act of suppression, but rather a means of honing his skills. Having realized this, Magellan began to view Su Hanlin more favorably. Have a seat. Please explain your action plan in detail. Thank you, sir. After sitting down, Su Hanlin elaborated on his prepared notes and 2 alternative action plans. Okay. Magellan nodded approvingly as he listened, acknowledging Su Hanlin's comprehensive supplementary plan that took as many unforeseen factors into account as possible. As he rose to pat Sue Hanlin on the shoulder warmly, he added, "Proceed with your action plan. As for the big sir, I will report directly to him myself." Sue Hanlin snapped to attention, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir. Goodbye, sir." After saying this, he turned and left Magellan's office, returning to the Criminal Investigation Unit to await the return of Groups A, B, and C to assist him in implementing the phishing operation plan. The counterfeit gold bullion case was a significant matter. He was well aware that Magellan would not report to the Monetary Authority or the Commercial Crime Bureau for the time being, but he must report to his direct superior, Yuan Pengkuan, the commander of the Kowloon police station. After all, the credit for such a case was too substantial for a mere superintendent to claim alone. Upon returning to the vice squad, Sue Hanlin pondered that the personnel from the other three groups would take another half-hour to return to the station. He then decided to head to the holding room. "Sue, sir." Li Bin hurriedly stood up, glancing around the empty space before whispering, "Is there any way you can help me escape? I must deliver the gold bullion by midnight." Sue Hanlin met Li Bin's gaze with an incredulous expression. "Do you think that as a mere inspector, I possess the ability to assist you in escaping from a heavily guarded police station? Moreover, the organization has only just allowed me to become an inspector. Why would I jeopardize that by aiding you?" Sue Hanlin secretly admired his own acting skills, thinking that if he auditioned for a role at TVB, he would undoubtedly succeed on the first try. At this moment, Li Bin, deep in thought, became even more convinced that Sue Hanlin was an undercover agent infiltrating the Hong Kong police force for their organization, providing internal intelligence for a grand plan rather than exposing himself for a minor leader. Realizing this, Li Bin quickly clarified, "Sue, sir, you misunderstand. I would never ask you to help me escape from the police station. I simply wish for you to contact others in the organization to deliver the gold bullion to the designated location." Feigning difficulty, Sue Hanlin inwardly reveled in the situation. Hadn't he expected Li Bin to divulge the remaining hiding spots of the counterfeit gold bullion so swiftly? To be cautious, he refrained from giving an immediate answer, fearing that Li Bin would continue to probe whether he was a member of the six-star organization. After carefully considering his words, he replied, "The organization communicates in a strictly linear manner, prohibiting any cross-connections. Your request puts me in a difficult position. Moreover, I have only just managed to recruit a member into the police force." Li Bin quickly interjected, speaking urgently, "Sue, sir, this batch of gold bullion is a crucial part of a grand plan. Rest assured, as long as it reaches its destination on time, you will be rewarded by the organization. Additionally, I can personally offer a 1 million incentive." Upon hearing this, Sue Hanlin did not immediately agree, as it conflicted with his 3 action plans. His strategy was to inquire during the process, attempting to facilitate Li Bin's escape from the police station, ascertain the hiding location of the counterfeit gold, and identify the recipient before apprehending the criminals all at once. He then told Li Bin, "Let me think it over. I will give you an answer in an hour." Leaving the holding room, Sue Hanlin did not return to the vice squad, but instead ascended the stairs to find Commissioner Magellan. After knocking on the door, he entered and recounted the details of his interaction with the suspect in the holding room. "Sue, sir, please take a seat. The big sir is on his way to the police station. Once he arrives, you can report to him directly." Finally, Magellan graciously prepared a cup of coffee for Sue Hanlin himself. "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." He accepted the coffee and, with a reluctant sip, praised the Magellan coffee as exceptionally delightful. Moments later, the sound of footsteps approached, echoing with a rhythmic tap-tap-tap. The door to the director's office swung open, revealing Yuan Pengkuan, Liang Xiaodang, and Louis Ran. "Sir." Sue Hanlin and his companion sprang to attention, saluting. After casting a quick glance at Sue Hanlin, Yuan Pengkuan turned to inquire, "Magellan, where's the counterfeit gold bowl?" "Sir, to maintain confidentiality, I violated police regulations and stored the counterfeit gold bowl in my office safe." He hurriedly produced the key, crouched down to input a series of codes, and retrieved a black backpack containing the counterfeit gold bowl, placing it on the desk. Hiss. Yuan Pengkuan, wearing rubber gloves, picked up a 1,000 Hong Kong dollar note, inhaling sharply. Had it not been for Sue Hanlin pointing out several discrepancies, Yuan Pengkuan might have mistaken the counterfeit for real currency. Subsequently, Magellan subtly signaled, and he instantly understood, proceeding to report the new developments in the case to Sir Yuan. After Sue Hanlin finished his report, Liang Xiaodang quickly interjected, saying, "Sir, rest assured, the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit will spare no effort in the investigation. I will personally disguise myself as you see and lure out the recipient." Hearing this, Sue Hanlin silently cursed, "Impi, have some decency. Is it necessary to steal the limelight?" Chapter 37. The Fusion of Man and Gun. Can Bullets Curve? Inside the office of the Oyolmadi police station, Magellan's smile transformed into a cold smirk. However, with Sir Yuan Pengkuin present, he refrained from reprimanding anyone, though his anger simmered beneath the surface. He silently cursed. What a disgrace. How many major cases does the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit handle each year? Is that why Liang Xiaoteng can advance so quickly to Chief Inspector? Finally, we have a major case in the Oyolmadi police station, and it seems it's about to be snatched away. You want to take credit for this? With this thought, Magellan shot a glare at Liang Xiaoteng and then at Liu Yiran, his gaze fixed on the imposing Sir Yuan Pengkuin. Suddenly, Liu Yiran felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had drawn Magellan's ire by associating too closely with Liang Sir. Slowly, he inched closer to Magellan, signaling his desire to distance himself from Liang Xiaoteng and share in the bounty of the counterfeit gold bull case. Liang Xiaoteng continued, this time, the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit will take full responsibility with the Oyolmadi Criminal Unit cooperating. Yuan Pengkuin listened patiently, understanding that regardless of whether it was Kowloon Major Crimes or Oyolmadi conducting the operation, it was ultimately under his command. Liang Sir, I apologize for the interruption. Su Hanlin waved his hand and addressed Yuan Pengkuin, stating, Sir, all 228 officers of the Oyolmadi police station possess the skill and confidence to execute this operation under your and Magellan's leadership. Good. Magellan interjected, saying, Sir, this counterfeit gold bull case was initiated by Su Sir, who apprehended the suspect Li Bin. The new leads were also discovered by him, and the operational plan was devised by Su Sir. He is the unequivocal choice to lead this operation. Naturally, under your central command, the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit will assist in the capture of the recipient and trace the counterfeit production site. Yuan Pengkuin nodded, asserting with authority, good. This operation will be led by the Oyolmadi police station, with Kowloon Major Crimes providing support. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaoteng immediately wore a bitter expression, while Liu Yiran secretly rejoiced, knowing that with the Oyolmadi unit in charge, the criminal unit would be responsible. As the head of the criminal units A, B, C, and D teams, if this operation wasn't under his command, who else could it be? Who else had the qualifications? Seeing Director Magellan nod in his direction filled him with excitement, and he snapped to attention, his posture straight as an English soldier, his eyes ablaze with anticipation for orders. The operation would be led by the criminal unit. As he spoke, Magellan deliberately paused, turning to say, the execution of the arrest will be led by Su Hanlin, Su Sir, with the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit assisting. He then turned to Liu Yiran, instructing him to handle the follow-up work after the vice operation. Liu Yiran. Damn it. Why is Su Hanlin, that disgrace, in charge? I am the senior inspector of the criminal unit, for goodness sake. MMP, let Su Hanlin take all the credit, while I deal with the situation. Yes, sir. Su Hanlin stomped his foot in frustration, saluting in response, then glanced at Liang Xiaoteng and Liu Yiran, relishing their sour expressions, feeling more satisfied than indulging in two young models. From the suspect Li Bin, Su Hanlin learned that the remaining counterfeit gold bulls were hidden in locker B213 at the Kowloon Shopping Center, as well as at the address on Duck Lane. He then engaged in a detailed discussion with Sir Yuan Pengkuin and Director Magellan. Finally, Sir Yuan ordered Liang Xiaoteng of Kowloon Major Crimes to lead a team to the Kowloon Shopping Center to seize the counterfeit gold bulls, while Su Hanlin was to lead the Oyolmadi Criminal Unit and Kowloon Major Crimes B and C teams to Duck Lane to conduct the operation. Night fell over Duck Lane. The street remained aglow with dazzling lights, and the shops lining either side had yet to close, with electronics enthusiasts rummaging through various stores for electronic components and finished products. After arriving at the back street of Duck Lane, Su Hanlin, disguised, personally investigated the recipient's establishment. Through his reconnaissance and information from the paparazzi, he gathered that the establishment had 3 informants, although no heavy weaponry was detected. To be cautious, he instructed Team D and the other personnel to don bulletproof vests. Outside Unit B13 of the Sanchi Hudong, Sergeant Mu Rongxia, with the assistance of seasoned officer Yang Yang, used a steel cutter to snap the lock on the security door with a resounding crack. Subsequently, 2 officers clad in riot gear, at Su Hanlin's signal, forcefully breached the door with a loud crash. At the same moment, Su Hanlin commanded the operation. Don't. The words move had barely left his mouth when gunfire erupted. Retreat. Retreat. The suspects are armed with medium-caliber weapons. Officers are injured. Call an ambulance. Su Hanlin crouched beside the door, firing back at the suspects while dragging the injured Sergeant Mu Rongxia out of the building. MMP, What happened to the paparazzi's intel? They said the suspects were unarmed. Yang, sheltered outside, suggested immediately calling in the SDU, Special Duties Unit, for support. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hanlin shook his head in refusal. This operation was to remain concealed from the Monetary Authority and the Commercial Crime Bureau, and calling in the SDU would necessitate reporting the situation. In that case, he and the officers of Team D would surely face disciplinary action from the police force. At the Kowloon police station, in the command center, live updates crackled through the radio. Yuan Pengkuen's expression darkened as he glanced at Magellan beside him, weighing his options before seizing the radio. IP number 28505, Inspector Su Hanlin, I now order you to await SDU support. Just as he was about to pick up the phone to call the SDU, Su Hanlin's voice crackled over the radio. Sir, please give me 20 minutes. I will call for SDU support in 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, Magellan pondered for a moment before replying, Yuan, sir, let's give Su Hanlin those 20 minutes. If we call the SDU, the Commercial Crime Bureau will not only take over the case but may also file a complaint against our Kowloon police station. As he spoke, Magellan glanced at Chief Yuan Pengkuen, awaiting his decision. From the radio, Su Hanlin learned that Chief Yuan Pengkuen had granted him 20 minutes. He quickly checked his Justice Energy points. Justice Energy, 30,500. Seeing this, he contemplated using 30 Justice Energy points to exchange for the skill fusion of man and gun. It was a gamble. The fusion of man and gun skill had to be effective if he could eliminate the suspects within 3 minutes. He lunged forward into the unit, firing 2 shots that struck the suspect squarely in the forehead. Immediately afterward, he rolled to the side on the ground, narrowly evading a barrage of gunfire from another assailant. Taking refuge in a blind spot, he shouted, Your 2 accomplices have already been neutralized. Surrender now, and I will advocate for leniency on your behalf. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets ricocheted off the concrete structure, debris raining down. Su Hanlin, hearing the suspect's gun fall silent, deduced that the assailant was reloading. Lying on the ground, he propelled himself forward. Bang, bang, 2 shots rang out, hitting the suspect's arms with unerring precision. A third bullet struck the weapon mid-air with a metallic clink, sending it skidding into the corner. Su Hanlin gaped in astonishment, recalling the angle of his shots. According to ballistics, it was impossible for bullets to curve and accurately strike the suspect's arms. Could it be that the symbiosis of man and gun allowed for such remarkable feats? Chapter 38. Secondment to the Commercial Crimes Unit. Could bullets actually curve? The remarkable skill of man-gun unity was astounding. In future encounters with suspects hiding behind solid cover, as long as there were bullets in the chamber, subduing them with a single shot seemed feasible. But no, the crucial factor was the presence of a point of righteous energy. Contemplating this, Su Hanlin accessed the system panel, which displayed righteous energy, 500, 1000. The figure in parentheses indicated that the case was far from over. However, it would need to be handed over to the Commercial Crimes Unit for further investigation, and only after the counterfeit gold bull manufacturing den was uncovered would the system finalize the case. At that moment, veteran officer Yang gestured to Long Yaoyao as Chen Feng rushed into the room. They glanced at Su Hanlin lying on the ground before confirming that the 2 suspects had lost vital signs, while the remaining assailant, injured and unable to resist, was subdued. Long Yaoyao turned and hurried to Su Hanlin's side, crouching down with concern. Sir, you're hurt. Su Hanlin glanced at his arm, where a scrape mingled with dust and blood, and chuckled. It's nothing, just a minor abrasion. Go help Yang and the others manage the scene, and escort the suspect to the hospital for treatment. Yes, she replied, and he got to his feet, pondering how to explain in his report that bullets could curve, something even science couldn't elucidate. It could only be described as a spontaneous eruption of human potential. At that moment, Louis Iran rushed over, panting. Su, sir, the chief wants me to inform you that other colleagues will handle the aftermath. You need to return to the station and draft your report. The chief is waiting for your in-person briefing. Su Hanlin smirked, deliberately elongating his response. Why? Yes. He said this without sparing a glance at Louis Iran, exiting the storeroom. At 2:30 a.m., at the Yaomati police station, Su Hanlin reviewed the report before printing it and placing it in a folder. He approached the third-floor office of the chief. Knocking, he heard, "Come in." Upon entering, he saw Chief Yuan Pengkuen seated at the desk, with Inspector Magellan sitting respectfully across from him. "Sir, here is the action report," Su Hanlin said, bowing slightly as he placed the report on the desk. Yuan Pengkuen waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Su, sir, no need to be formal. Have a seat." Thank you, sir. After sitting, Magellan stood up to pour a cup of coffee, offering it to Sue Hanlin while inquiring, I heard from Lou, sir, that you apprehended another suspect? Yes, sir, but the suspect was injured and is currently receiving treatment at the hospital. According to medical advice, he will need 12 hours before he can be interrogated, Sue Hanlin reported honestly. He understood that Magellan was keen to extract information from the suspect regarding the counterfeit operation before transferring the case to the Commercial Crimes Unit. Upon confirming, Magellan nodded with a smile, gently patting Sue Hanlin on the shoulder, saying, Well done. Please inform the team that they can take half a day off tomorrow to rest. You should also take a half day for yourself, as the work is never-ending. Sue Hanlin sprang up, responding, Thank you, sir. I will convey the chief's consideration to the vice squad. At that moment, Yuan Pengkuan set down the report, gesturing with a smile. You don't need to be so formal here. Hearing this, Sue Hanlin inwardly scoffed. If I were truly one of your own, I wouldn't have been assigned to the vice squad. As he mulled over this thought, he maintained an expression of feigned surprise, sitting down with a smile. Thank you, sir. He then cautiously asked, Sir, may I request that the follow-up case continue with the Yaomati criminal unit? Rest assured, as long as the counterfeit gold case is handed over to the Yaomati police station, I guarantee it will be resolved on schedule. Magellan's expression brightened at this, looking expectantly at Chief Yuan Pengkuan. Yuan Pengkuan noted their expressions, contemplating for a moment before stating, The counterfeit gold case cannot be handed over to you. Half an hour ago, Chief Gua from the Commercial Crimes Unit personally called to inquire about this. If we don't transfer the case by tomorrow, he will file a complaint with the police department. At this point, Yuan Pengkuan smiled at Sue Hanlin and continued, however, If you wish to participate in the follow-up investigation of the counterfeit gold case, I can speak to Chief Gua to arrange for your temporary assignment to the Commercial Crimes Unit. Sue Hanlin jumped up, stamping his foot and standing at attention, exclaiming, Thank you, sir. I am eager to continue investigating the counterfeit gold case. Although he expressed immense gratitude, he was acutely aware that it was Chief Gua who had requested his assistance, rather than Yuan Pengkuan's intervention. Nevertheless, he was keen to accumulate more energy points and find a way to exit the vice squad. After all, not every sting operation would lead to a major case. All right, you can take a day off tomorrow and report to Chief Fei Xiantong in the Commercial Crimes Unit the day after tomorrow. After this, Yuan Pengkuan waved his hand, signaling Sue Hanlin to rest. Upon returning to the vice squad and announcing the half-day off, he was met with cheers from Long Yao Yao, Yang Yang, and others. As he exited the Yaomati police station, he suddenly remembered to inquire about the condition of Inspector Morong Xia. Just then, he saw Long Yao Yao, clad in light blue denim and sandals, stepping out. Yao Yao, do you know which hospital Morong Xia is in? Sue Hanlin asked. Long Yao Yao nodded, replying, Sue, sir. Xia is at Yaomati Public Hospital. Are you going to see Xia now? Yes. If I don't go today, I'll be seconded to the Commercial Crimes Unit tomorrow, and I fear I won't have the time to visit. Long Yao Yao looked regretful, mumbling, Sue, sir, you've just joined the vice squad and are already leaving us? Just then, Yang mentioned a day off and suggested a barbecue with Sue, sir. Sue Hanlin chuckled, assuring her, I won't be away from the Commercial Crimes Unit for too long. Once we assist in uncovering the counterfeit gold manufacturing den, I will return to the vice squad. Besides, during my secondment, we can still arrange a time to meet. If everyone is free this weekend, we can take a yacht out to sea. Wow. Long Yao Yao's eyes sparkled as she jumped up excitedly. Sue, sir, it's a deal. We'll go out to sea this weekend. Before Sue Hanlin could respond, Yang Yang emerged, looking puzzled. Yao Yao, weren't we planning a barbecue this weekend? How did it change to a yacht trip? Long Yao Yao eagerly explained. Sue Hanlin proposed a yacht trip, and we can go for free. Upon hearing this, Yang Yang was also intrigued. After all, not only was it free, but he had never been on a private yacht before. Despite being a veteran officer earning over 20,000 HKD a month, after paying rent and living expenses, he saved less than 10,000 HKD a month, barely enough to rent a private yacht. Sue, sir, can I bring my family? Yang Yang inquired. Of course, all expenses will be covered by me. Sue Hanlin replied readily, fully aware that since the arrest of the counterfeit gold bulls consignee, his subordinates in the anti-vice team had come to respect him. It could be said that from that moment on, he had finally established his first cadre. Thank you, sir. Long Yao Yao exclaimed, excitedly tugging at Sue Hanlin's arm and jumping with joy. In her exuberance, her soft lips brushed against his cheek. Chapter 39. Brother Tony, I heard you have a new love? At the entrance of the Oilseed police station, Sue Hanlin. Are girls nowadays so bold? Sending kisses without hesitation? Or have I become so disconnected from society while engrossed in financial studies at Harvard? With this thought, he glanced at Long Yao Yao, noticing her fair complexion suddenly adorned with 2 rosy blushes. She stared wide-eyed, covering her lips in shyness. He forced a smile, scratching the back of his head, intending to alleviate the awkwardness when a voice dripping with disdain interrupted. "Oh, sir, you seem to be quite fortunate. Not long after joining the police force, you already have a madam bestowing kisses upon you." As he spoke, Liang shouting approached Su Hanlin, teasingly adding, "If Vivian finds out, will she be heartbroken?" With a hearty laugh, he patted Su Hanlin on the shoulder and sauntered into the station. Beside them, Yang Yang wore a dazed expression. Did Yao Yao just send a kiss? No way. Aren't Yao Yao and Xia secretly in love with each other? Has Yao Yao shifted her affections in just one day? With a sigh, he shook his head, muttering softly, "Women are truly fickle." At this moment, Su Hanlin turned to retort, "Oh, Liang sir certainly possesses keen insight. Yao Yao helped me pluck a white hair, and you mistake it for a kiss. Impressive. No wonder you're preparing for the chief inspector's promotion exam soon." "You." Liang Xiaoteng halted, turning around to point an accusatory finger, yet refrained from speaking. To explain would be to cover up, and to remain silent would imply acquiescence. Hearing this, Yang Yang glanced over, murmuring to himself, so Yao Yao was merely helping Su Sir with his white hair. I knew it. With Yao Yao's personality, how could she shift her affections in just a day? As he spoke, he playfully patted Long Yao Yao and pointed at his own hair, saying, "Yao Yao, please help me pluck a few golden strands." Slap. Long Yao Yao, blushing with a mix of embarrassment and anger, smacked Yang Yang's head, exclaiming, "Are you crazy? You want someone to misinterpret this as a spectacle?" After saying this, she discreetly glanced at Su Hanlin, her cheeks flush with a rosy hue. At the Oilseed Public Hospital, Su Hanlin, Yang Yang, and Long Yao Yao stood outside the intensive care unit, peering through the glass to see Mu Rongxia connected to a ventilator, surrounded by EEG, ECG, and other machines. Upon inquiry with the attending physician, they learned that although Mu Rongxia wore a bulletproof vest, the impact of the bullet had caused internal injuries. Fortunately, there was no immediate danger to life, and with a few months of recovery, she would be discharged. Would the use of imported special medication yield better results? Su Hanlin asked. The doctor nodded. Certainly, using special medication can shorten hospitalization time and alleviate the patient's suffering. However, these medications are quite expensive and must be paid out of pocket. In Hong Kong, public hospitals provide free medical services to all citizens, but patients must schedule appointments. However, police personnel do not need to wait. Doctor, write a prescription for the special medication with minimal side effects, and I will cover that expense. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Yang, Yao Yao, and Chun Feng hastily pulled out their wallets to contribute. Su Hanlin gestured for them to stop, saying, "Your salaries are not high, and you have families to support. Besides, I bear responsibility for Xia's injury. I will cover the costs of the special medication and the international experts' fees. You all have your ears to the ground, don't you? This amount is manageable for me as your superior." Upon hearing this, Yang Yang, Long Yao Yao, and the others exchanged glances, and seeing Su Hanlin's resolute demeanor, they reluctantly put their wallets away. At that moment, a little girl with a lunchbox sobbed, "Sister Yao Yao, will my brother never wake up like Daddy?" Long Yao Yao rushed to the girl's side, crouching down to wipe away her tears with a wet tissue, comforting her. "Qian, your brother is just too tired and has fallen asleep. He will wake up in a few days and can take you to play at Disneyland." "Really? Of course." "Sister Yao Yao never lies," she replied, lifting Qian into her arms and asking, "Where's your mother?" Qian blinked her eyes and obediently replied, "Mommy went home to get clean clothes. She told me to wait for my brother to wake up outside the hospital." Su Hanlin learned from Yang Yang that the little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, was named Mu Rongqian and was the younger sister of police officer Mu Rongxia. He also discovered that Mu Rongxia's father had been a traffic officer who tragically lost his life in an accident. "Qian." Su Hanlin approached Long Yao Yao and said, "Would you like Sister Yao Yao to accompany you home? When your brother wakes up, your mother can bring you back to see him." Mu Rongqian pouted adorably and replied, "No, no, no. Mommy told me to wait here. She also said not to talk to strangers." With that, she turned her head away, ignoring Su Hanlin any further. Su Hanlin couldn't help but chuckle at Mu Rongqian's cute demeanor, reaching out to gently touch her rosy cheek. He turned and pulled out several $1,000 bills from his wallet, saying, "Yang, please hire a caregiver. If the funds are insufficient, just call me, and I will transfer the money. At this moment, Long Yao Yao, Chen Feng, and Yang Yang felt a warm sensation in their hearts. Surprised by how considerate Su Hanlin was toward his subordinates, they were grateful to have such a kind and affluent superior. After leaving the public hospital, Su Hanlin checked the time. 4:15 a.m. He drove back to his temporary accommodation, a service department, as dawn began to break. After washing up and changing into pajamas, he lay on the soft bed, opening his laptop to observe the recent foreign exchange market trends with a particular focus on the Nasdaq 100 index. He pondered that the temporary accommodation was too far from the police station and considered renting a place near the station for the weekend or even purchasing a property. He quickly searched for this year's housing price trends in Hong Kong, analyzing that property prices would continue to rise. Even if there were temporary dips, the long-term outlook remained optimistic. He promptly checked his personal assets. Account balance, 48 million US dollars, 45 stake in Blue Universe Stock Brokerage Company, 20 stake in Blue Universe Technology Communications. Gazing at his personal assets, he muttered to himself, 48 million US dollars only converts to 14.8 million Hong Kong dollars. With the current property prices in Hong Kong, I can only afford a modest unit. Alas, there remains a substantial distance between me and my lofty aspirations of residing in a luxurious mansion, mingling with celebrities, and indulging in youthful models. He then reviewed the system's three-dimensional data. Intelligence, 160, normal range is 120 to 140, strength, 25 agility, 15 profession, police, skill, case reenactment, gun and man is 100 minutes, justice energy, 500, 1000, exchange. 500 points of justice energy only convert to 5 million Hong Kong dollars in business opportunities. Upon reaching this conclusion, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn system. I don't want to be a cop. I want to make money, big money, and become wealthy. Can you please unbind me automatically?" Cursing the system under his breath, he continued to lament while opening the international forex trading software. Importing the data from the past week into his self-developed analysis program, he analyzed the recent euro trends alongside the U.S. economy. Without hesitation, he converted 500,000 USD to take a 10-fold leverage position against the dollar's decline. A few hours later, the dollar experienced a downward fluctuation against the euro. Just then, there was a series of loud knocks on the door. He shouted from inside, "Just a moment, I'll be right there." Then, decisively, he sold the dollars at 3,046 euros, and due to minimal market fluctuation, he made a profit of 2 million US dollars. Observing the balance in his account, he grimaced internally, muttering to himself, "Damn it, a few hours of trading profits equate to 30 years of a detective's salary." Without a system, in a decade he could rival Buffett, and in 2 decades surpass him, outshining Soros as well. He opened the door to find Song Man and Bai Ningshue, and before he could greet them, Song Man affectionately linked her arm with his, looking up and asking, "Brother Tony, I heard you have a new sweetheart?" "New sweetheart? Long legs?" Su Hanlin felt a dark cloud form above his head, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, Liang Xiaotang is truly a petty person. He must have shared the scene from last night at the police station. Wait, that's not right. If Liang the Petty were to report, he would only tell Wei Weian. How would Man know?" Seeing the confusion on his face, Song Man pulled out her pink mobile phone, opening the album and thrusting it before him. Bai Ningshue, too, awaited his explanation. Upon seeing the sender of the multimedia message was Liang Xiaotang, Su Hanlin cursed again. As expected, "It's that petty fellow." He then forced a sheepish smile, scratching the back of his head, inviting the 2 lovely ladies in and dutifully preparing coffee for them. He concocted a harmless lie, claiming the photo's angle had created a visual misinterpretation. In truth, Officer Long Yao Yao had merely been helping him pluck his white hairs. Upon hearing this, Song Man realized, "So that's how it is. I knew it. Brother Tony's taste has never declined. Have you taken a liking to the runway model?" She huffed coldly, gritting her teeth. "Liang Xiaotang actually slandered my brother Tony and deceived me. Just wait." At that moment, in the Kowloon Police Headquarters Major Crimes Unit, Liang Xiaotang was attending a regular meeting when, out of the blue, he sneezed multiple times. "Who is holding a grudge against me now?" he pondered, a list of names flashing through his mind, with Su Hanlin topping the list. "Is that so, Tony?" Bai Ningshue took a sip of coffee, regarding Su Hanlin with a knowing smile. "Of course." Su Hanlin shrugged, his expression sincere, showing no signs of deception. his acting skills rivaling that of an acclaimed actor. He understood women. Even if they knew a man was lying, they often willingly immersed themselves in the bliss of falsehood. Besides, if Song Man weren't present, he would have spoken the truth. Noticing his reluctance to share, Bai Ningshue shifted the topic, saying, "Tony, next Monday I will be transferring to the Kowloon police station. During lunch, accompany me to the real estate agency to rent a unit close to the station." "Absolutely. I also need to rent a place near Kowloon. How about we rent 2 adjacent units?" Su Hanlin did not inquire about Bai Ningshue's transfer, reminding himself that he would certainly tell himself. Song Man interjected, hands on her hips, stubbornly declaring, "No way. You are not allowed to rent an adjacent unit with the runway model." "Why not?" Song Man tugged at his arm, pouting adorably while asserting, "It's just not allowed. If you two rent adjacent units then I shall live with you." At that moment, Bai Ningshue stood up, affectionately wrapping her arms around Su Hanlin's neck, smiling as she said, Man, Tony and I are indeed a couple, and we have already met each other's parents. We could even live together." "Met the parents? Cohabitate?" Song Man frowned, pursing her lips, secretly thinking, Liang the fraud did not deceive me. The runway model indeed met Brother Tony's parents. "No. Brother Tony is mine. Fair competition? Of course, I can't compete with the runway model." With that thought, a sly smile crept onto Song Man's face as she mused to herself, "Yes, just like that." While pouring coffee, she glanced at the laptop displaying the foreign exchange trading interface, exclaiming, "Brother Tony, you are incredible. You earned $2 million in just a few hours in the Forex market. You're even better than my brother. He does business well. Yet his financial investments barely earn as much in a month as you do in just a few hours, and he often loses more than he gains." As she spoke, Song Man rushed to his side, pleading, "Brother Tony, with your exceptional investment talent, why not? Let us do this. I'll invest, and you provide the analytical data, and we can start a financial investment company together. We can split the profits 50-50. Hearing this, Bai Ningshue's curiosity piqued, and she also approached to see the Forex trading software displaying 3 hours of trading records and the green profit figure of $2 million. She thought to herself, could it be that Tony, as my auntie mentioned, entered the police force to pursue me? No. I know Su Hanlin didn't join the police force just to pretend to be a fake boyfriend before he applied. Seeing Su Hanlin remain unmoved, Song Man continued, 40-60 is also fine. Brother Tony, you can have 60, and I'll take 40. She added with a wink, if Brother Tony marries me, not only will the financial investment company belong to you, but I will also have my father prepare a substantial dowry. Bai Ningshue interjected, coming to his defense, Man, my Tony has an unparalleled talent for finance. He would rather relinquish this gift to join the police force. Do you think Tony would forsake his principles and his pursuits for the sake of money? Su Hanlin. Have I truly become such an admirable figure in Wei Weiyan's eyes? Could it be that Tooth sister? No. How could she possibly fall for me? We are merely pretending to be a couple for now. How could it possibly develop into a real relationship? In the morning, the three of them visited several properties in the Kowloon Public Hospital area, guided by the real estate agent. They found many places unsatisfactory, either due to the environment or exorbitant rents. Finally, they discovered a property with a pleasing environment and reasonable rent, and just as they were about to sign the lease, the agent received a call informing them that the unit was no longer available. Stepping out of the Yashin community under the blazing sun, Song Man pouted angrily, exclaiming, "Long legs, the previous unit had not only a great environment and was spacious, but it was also beautifully renovated for only 50,000 HKD a month. Why didn't we rent it?" Bai Ningshue. Su Hanlin. He slapped his forehead, wanting to say that Song Man was unaware of the harsh realities of life. 50,000 HKD a month is cheap? Does she not know that an apprentice inspector earns only 25,000 HKD a month? Just then, Su Hanlin's phone rang in his pocket, and upon seeing Long Yao on the screen, he answered to hear her anxious, tearful voice, "Su sir, Qian is missing. I just reviewed the hospital surveillance footage and saw her being abducted." Remaining calm, he instructed, "Wait for me at the hospital. I'll be right there." Turning, he handed a blank check to Bai Ningshue, saying, "Wei Weiyan, a colleague's sister has been abducted. Here, take this check and purchase a unit of at least 1,000 square feet. Use the remaining funds to hire a cleaning service and buy some furniture." Bai Ningshue accepted the check, concerned, "Do you need me to call my father?" "No need." At that moment, Song Man, standing nearby, mentally cursed the person who had called Su Hanlin. It had been challenging enough for her to use Song's real estate to sabotage Bei Ningshua's chance of renting an adjacent unit. She never expected they would end up buying a house together and living under the same roof. Su Hanlin bid farewell to the two ladies and drove towards Yaomati Public Hospital. While in the car, he donned his Bluetooth headset and called Yang. Learning that Yang had already contacted classmates to retrieve the traffic department's road surveillance footage. He anxiously said, "Yang, you are violating police regulations. Come to the public hospital immediately. We need to retrieve the road surveillance footage. The Kowloon Major Crimes Unit will follow the proper procedures to apply." After hanging up, he continued driving while contemplating the motive behind the abduction of Morong Qian. Could it be related to the case of the Golden Bull that had gone cold? Upon arriving at the entrance of the hospital, Su Hanlin was approached by Long Yaoyao, her face stained with tears, as she recounted the details of the incident with a choked voice. "You say, this is already the second case of child abduction at the Oilmadi Public Hospital this year?" Su Hanlin inquired. "Indeed," Long Yaoyao affirmed with a nod before continuing. "I have already called 999 to report the incident, and the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit will be here shortly." Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden screech of brakes echoed as a Toyota sedan pulled up at the hospital entrance. "Su, sir," a man, approximately 30 years old and standing around 170 centimeters tall, emerged from the vehicle and greeted Su Hanlin. After a moment of contemplation, Su recognized him as Inspector Bao Yangxia, the leader of Kowloon Major Crimes Unit's Team D. "Inspector Bao, is this case under your jurisdiction?" he asked, extending his hand. "I heard that this abduction at the hospital marks the second incident this year." Inspector Bao nodded and replied, "In fact, this is the fourth case in the Kowloon area. The suspect has chosen different hospitals for each abduction, and due to limited police resources, we cannot monitor all medical facilities in Kowloon." He continued, expressing hope. "I've heard from Chief Sir that you possess exceptional analytical skills in solving cases. Would you be able to assist?" "Inspector Bao, you flatter me. Whether it involves my subordinate sister, Mu Rongqian, or an ordinary citizen, I will exert every effort," Su Hanlin responded. Hearing this, Inspector Bao gratefully tightened his handshake, exclaiming, "Thank you." He then turned to Long Yaoyao to gather more details about the case. Meanwhile, Su Hanlin proceeded to the hospital surveillance room to examine the footage of the incident. The video revealed Mu Rongqian purchasing ice cream at a convenience store outside the hospital when a van stopped beside her and abducted her. The van merely slowed down without stopping completely during the act. Aware that the limited clues were insufficient for an incident reenactment analysis, he refrained from utilizing the system's capabilities. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Su, sir, any findings?" Su Hanlin turned and shook his head, stating, "The surveillance footage provides too few clues. If only there were more, we could potentially deduce the suspect's modus operandi." His words carried weight, as Inspector Bao was troubled by the children's abduction case, with Chief Yuan Pengkuan having already ordered a time-sensitive resolution. It was also noted that the parents of the victims visited the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit weekly to inquire about the progress of the investigations. "Su, sir, I have not only other case leads but also several pieces of evidence. May I inquire if you are available?" Bao Yangxia hesitated to directly request Su Hanlin's presence at the Kowloon police station, knowing he had just solved a case involving counterfeit gold. "I am available, but perhaps we should consult with Liang Sir about my assistance in this case," Su replied. Upon hearing this, Bao Yangxia quickly expressed his gratitude and dialed Liang Xiaoting's number for permission. However, to his dismay, he was met with a refusal. "You're kidding me. How can I possibly coordinate with the other teams to expedite this matter? Even if I manage to bring in more personnel, can we apprehend the suspect before the chief's deadline?" Bao Yangxia seethed internally, realizing that Liang Xiaotong's rejection was unexpected. "Is it really that you fear Su Sir's involvement might undermine your standing with the chief?" he thought, forcing a smile and awkwardly requesting, "Su Sir, I apologize. It seems you cannot assist with the investigation. However, might you be able to lend your support discreetly?" Understanding that Liang Xiaoting was obstructing the investigation, Su Hanlin nodded in agreement to offer covert assistance and instructed Bao Yangxia to photograph the existing leads and evidence. "Inspector Bao, an hour has passed since the abduction. Please send other officers to the transport department to retrieve surveillance footage of the suspect's vehicle. By combining the previous clues and evidence, I should be able to roughly deduce the suspect's possible locations. This will aid in concentrating our forces in key areas for further investigation." As he finished speaking, Long Yaoyao returned, supporting a tear-streaked woman who pleaded, "Sir, please, find my daughter. Rest assured, We will do our utmost to safely return Mu Rongqian, Bao Yangxia responded formulaically, unwilling to offer any guarantees. He then instructed two subordinates to obtain the traffic surveillance footage while he and other officers hurried back to the Kowloon police station to gather evidence from other cases. After seeing Bao Yangxia leave the hospital, Su Hanlin turned to comfort the distressed woman, saying, Madam Mu, please trust the police and me. We will ensure your daughter's safe return. Madam Mu had just learned from Yao Yao that Su Hanlin was not only her daughter's superior, but also the one who provided the special medication and consulted experts for her treatment. Su, sir, thank you so much. For Asya to be with you is truly a blessing from a past life. Rest assured, Madam Mu, Asya is not only my subordinate, but also my brother. He will recover and be discharged soon, Su Hanlin assured her, his thoughts drifting to the urgency of the situation. He felt a surge of concern for Mu Rongqian's safety, as the severity of the suspect's crimes warranted the harshest penalties. He continued to comfort Madam Mu while instructing Long Yao Yao to look after her. He then signaled to Yang Yang and Chen Feng, indicating he had matters to discuss. Yang Yang quickly understood and nodded, while Chen Feng appeared somewhat confused. Yang Yang nudged Chen Feng, and the two followed Su Hanlin to a white Mercedes G55 SUV. Inside the vehicle, Yang Yang eagerly inquired, Su, sir, do you have a plan? Appreciating Yang Yang's astuteness, Su Hanlin confirmed, indeed. He succinctly outlined his strategy to the duo. After hearing the plan, Yang Yang and Chen Feng's eyes lit up in agreement. Moments later, as Su Hanlin sat in the car reviewing the evidence and clues provided by Bao Yangxia while simultaneously analyzing the suspect's traffic surveillance footage, he instructed, Inspector Bao, please drive me to the scenes of the other child abduction cases. Bao Yangxia complied, navigating the Mercedes G55 towards the locations of the other incidents. In the back seat, Su Hanlin closed his eyes, holding the evidence photos while channeling his focus into the incident reenactment skill, adding 100 points of justice energy. As the system analyzed the abduction cases, Su Hanlin was enveloped in a cold sweat, beginning to grasp the possible motives behind Mu Rongqian's abduction. Desperate thoughts raced through his mind. No, it cannot be. Surely it is not as I fear. Chapter 42. Liang Xiaodang is not a good person. 3-3. Su Hanlin felt an intense urgency within, yet maintained a composed exterior, understanding that panic would only lead to mistakes. It was crucial to remain calm in order to analyze the data from the incident reenactment and identify possible areas to locate the suspect and rescue Mu Rongqian. As he observed the 4 identified areas on the electronic map in his mind, Sham Shuipo, Sha Tin, Kun Tong, and Wang Tai-sin, he was not in the mood to curse the system. Instead, he employed a process of elimination based on the suspect's previous disappearance locations to deduce where the perpetrator might be hiding. After careful contemplation, Su Hanlin ruled out Sham Shuipo, noting that despite its chaotic appearance, the Criminal Intelligence Bureau had a substantial presence of undercover officers and police informants in the area. The region is rumored to be involved in the trafficking of human tissues. Even if UC fails to obtain leads, police informants can glean information through their own channels. Indeed, Su Hanlin's inner turmoil stems from the system's analyses pointing towards the trafficking of human organs. The surge of righteous energy by 3000 indicates the heinous nature of the gang, leading him to speculate that the first 3 children may have already met a tragic fate. Notably, the other 3 children, including Qianqian, share a commonality. They all underwent comprehensive medical examinations at public hospitals in Kowloon within the past 3 years. It is hard to believe that Inspector Bao Yangxia of the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit has overlooked this connection. The only plausible explanation is that Bao did not fully disclose the case details. Su Hanlin even conjectured that there were not only cases of abducted children in Kowloon, but also incidents of missing persons. With this thought, he suppressed his anger and casually asked, Bao, sir, are there any unresolved missing persons cases in Kowloon over the past 3 years? While driving, Bao Yangxia instinctively replied, yes. He quickly pulled the car over, turned to explain, Su, sir, your analytical skills are remarkable. To deduce that the abduction of children is linked to a human trafficking organization in such a short time, based on the evidence and clues you've gathered, is impressive. He paused, contemplating, then continued, indeed. Our colleagues have also found several missing persons who had undergone medical examinations at hospitals in Kowloon in recent years. We suspect that this case may indeed be related to a human trafficking ring. Damn it! Su Hanlin cursed under his breath, suppressing his fury and instructing Bao Yangxia to drive to the Kowloon police station. He understood that blaming Bao would be futile and would only waste precious time in the critical first 24 hours of rescue. Bao Yangxia, hearing the reprimand, did not take offense, as the case was under the purview of the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, with Liang Sir at the helm. As a subordinate, he was bound to comply with his superior's orders. Bao Yangxia gave an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond, and turned back to start the car, heading towards the Kowloon police station. Inside the car, after thorough contemplation, Su Hanlin reported the case situation to his superior, Liu Yiran, via phone, urging him to inform Director McClellan of their request for a joint investigation between the Yaomati Criminal Unit and the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Upon learning the gravity of the situation, Senior Inspector Liu Yiran swiftly instructed his subordinates to call Yang Yang and Chen Feng to come over. At that moment, Liu Yiran recognized that Su Hanlin's report was merely procedural, yet he felt grateful. Given the seriousness of the case and the significant clues provided by Su Hanlin from the criminal unit, solving the case of the abducted children would also reflect positively on his record. He regretted listening to Liang, that conniving individual. How foolish of me to be swayed by a few words. Liu Yiran murmured to himself in self-reproach, vowing never to associate with Liang again. At the Kowloon police station, in the director's office, McClellan presented the joint report from Liu Yiran and Su Hanlin to Chief Inspector Yuan Pengkuan, awaiting his decision. Liang Xiaotang appeared tense, internally tormented, fearing that this investigation would once again be led by the Yaomati Criminal Unit, with Kowloon Major Crimes merely cooperating. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of jealousy towards Su Hanlin, despising him as if his own fortune were plummeting. Yuan Pengkuan cast a discreet glance at the two, taking in their expressions. Ultimately, after careful consideration, he decided that the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit would lead the case, with the Yaomati Criminal Unit providing support. Although McClellan was reluctant, he understood that the chief inspector was making a comprehensive decision. Last night's case had already given special consideration to Su Hanlin from the criminal unit. Allowing the criminal unit to lead this time would complicate matters. The art of leadership lies in maintaining balance. "Thank you, sir," Liang Xiaotang exclaimed, standing up excitedly to accept the orders, secretly gloating as he glanced at McClellan. Yuan Pengkuan gestured for Liang to sit down, sternly advising, "Liang, sir, this case involves cross-regional collaboration. Ensure to maintain good relations with colleagues from other districts." "Yes, sir." Liang Xiaotang stood tall, firmly responding before turning to leave with McClellan from the director's office. In the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, Su Hanlin furrowed his brow, standing before the board with his arms crossed over his chest, intently studying the 100 map of Xiangjiang, which included the Sha-Tin, Kuntong, and Wang Tai-Sin districts. At that moment, he heard the sound of polished shoes against the floor, followed by applause. Liang Xiaotang, noticing the attention of the major crimes and criminal unit colleagues on him, nodded with satisfaction and declared, "The case of the abducted children, codenamed Rescue, will be led by the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, with the Yaomati Criminal Unit in support." He paused, casting a provocative glance at Su Hanlin, as if to say, "Is your extraordinary analytical prowess truly impressive? This case is still under my charge." Su Hanlin shot back a sharp look but refrained from responding. At that moment, Liu Yiran, observing Liang Xiaotang's demeanor, felt an urge to confront him, perhaps even delivering a few kicks. McClellan, noticing the fury in his subordinate's eyes, turned to Liang and instructed, "Liang, sir, begin assigning tasks. The Yaomati police station will fully cooperate." "Yes, sir." Liang Xiaotang feigned respect, though internally reluctant, as he saluted McClellan and began to allocate tasks. The Yaomati Criminal Unit was primarily responsible for investigating the Wang Tai-Sin district. If suspects were identified, they were to report immediately and await backup. Upon hearing this, before Su Hanlin could speak, Liu Yiran scoffed, "Liang, sir, if the criminal unit indeed discovers a suspect's hideout in the Wang Tai-Sin district, are we to simply watch them escape without taking action? You know, the scene can change in an instant. Can you guarantee that the suspect will remain until backup arrives?" At this moment, Su Hanlin chimed in, "Liang, sir, I believe what Liu sir said holds merit. Even if we call for SDU support via helicopter, it would take at least 20 minutes to arrive. If you drive from Sha-Tin or Kuntong, it could take an hour to reach. How can we then talk about support? Moreover, the critical 24 hours for solving the case have already passed 5 hours. We should not waste any more time at the station." Liang Xiaotang, glancing around, noted the anger not only from Liu Yiran and Su Hanlin, but also the simmering fury in McClellan's gaze. Reluctantly, he conceded to allow the Yaomati Criminal Unit to remain adaptable. At the Kowloon police station parking lot, Liu Yiran, thick-skinned, slid into the passenger seat of a white Mercedes. Turning to Su Hanlin, "Su sir, Liang is truly despicable. The likelihood of suspects hiding in Wang Tai-Sin is minimal. Yet he assigned that area to us. Su Hanlin secretly scoffed, thinking, haha, if Liang is despicable, then you are hardly a saint. Chapter 43. Suspect Hideout in Saikung? 1-3. Though Su Hanlin harbored disdain for Senior Inspector Liu Yiran, he genuinely needed his support for the investigation in Wang Tai-sin. Having been in the police force for over a decade, Liu had far more contacts and informants than Su. The critical factor was that this time, the senior inspector from the Yaomati criminal unit, Wei Yuj, was a classmate of Liu S from police training. Liu, sir, we will rely on you for this investigation and outreach, Su Hanlin stated sincerely. Liu Yiran nodded. Su, sir, rest assured, even though I'm your superior, I will follow your lead in this operation. However, Liang sir assigned us to the Wang Tai-sin district, which seems unlikely for suspect activity. I genuinely resent this. Su Hanlin shared Liu's frustration, but to locate the suspect's hideout and rescue Mu Rongqian, he had no choice but to comply with Liang Xiaoting's allocation. He understood Liu Yiran's grievance, as the majority of the credit for solving the case would rightfully belong to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, leaving the criminal unit with only a minor share of the accolades. As he turned on the ignition, Su Hanlin casually replied, Liu, sir, we are all here to serve the citizens of Xiangjiang. Capturing the suspect and rescuing the 4 abducted children, along with the other missing individuals, is the priority. As for who leads, that is a matter for the higher-ups. As he spoke, he paused, inwardly reflecting that ever since the cursed system had come into existence, cases had been piling up one after another. He feared that there would be no significant cases to solve. Subsequently, Su Hanlin pressed the accelerator, driving towards the Wang Tai-sin district. Liu Yiran thought to himself, how is it that I have not advanced in rank like Liang Xiaoran? Could it be my own limitations that hinder my progress? Indeed, that must be the case. He recalled his training days at the police academy, where his performance had rivaled that of Liang Xiaoran. Now, Liang Xiaoran was set to take the examination for promotion to chief inspector, while he himself would have to wait a considerable time for his own opportunity. With this thought, Liu Yiran resolved to cling tightly to the leg of his superior, Magellan, hoping that with Su Hanlin's outstanding capabilities, he might solve more cases and perhaps even qualify for the chief inspector examination within 2 years. In the backseat of the Mercedes G55, Yang Yang, Long Yao Yao, and Qin Feng shared a silent agreement. By aligning themselves with Su Hanlin, they too could expedite their promotions and salary increases. In Wang Tai-sin district, within the Tunmun community, Su Hanlin sat in the command vehicle, directing uniformed patrol officers to conduct covert investigations in their assigned areas. He also commanded the rapid response team to remain on standby to support the uniformed patrol officers. He, along with Liu Yiran and Yang Yang, were responsible for the Tunmun community. With a swift motion, the door of the command vehicle swung open and Liu Yiran, drenched in sweat, rushed inside, neglecting to take a sip of water before reporting, Sir, all the informants have been dispatched. We should receive intelligence before nightfall. Thank you for your hard work, Su Hanlin replied, bending down to toss a bottle of mineral water towards him. After a moment's contemplation, he realized they could not wait for the informant's reports or the results of the patrols. Concerned for Mu Rongqian's safety, he handed over command to Senior Inspector Liu Yiran and, accompanied by Yang Yang, Long Yao Yao, and Qin Feng, set off to navigate through various Tunmun neighborhoods. Inside the vehicle, Yang Yang spoke up, Sir, everyone is anxious. But wandering aimlessly through the Tunmun community won't lead us to any suspects. We should wait for UC or the informants to relay information. Before Su Hanlin could respond, Long Yao Yao, in a fit of indignation, interjected, Be quiet. Sir has his reasons for acting this way. Besides, can you guarantee that UC, the informants, or the paparazzi will provide us with useful information? Yang Yang fell silent. At that moment, Su Hanlin, driving, added, All right, enough bickering. Let's proceed to the largest community, Taijing Tun, conduct visits, and gather information. Remember, do not reveal your identities as police officers. Disguise yourselves as individuals searching for Qian's family. Yes, sir. Yang Yang, Long Yao Yao, and the others replied in unison. Taijing Tun community, constructed in the late 1990s, is the largest in Wang Tai-sin district. The 4 of them split into 2 groups. Su Hanlin and Qin Feng formed one, while Yang Yang and Long Yao Yao made up the other. Entering the community to gather intelligence, Su Hanlin gestured towards a nearby game room and said, Let us go ask around in there. Qin Feng nodded, following Su Hanlin towards the game room, well aware that such community game rooms often held the most valuable information. Upon entering, they were immediately hit by a potent mix of smoke, sweat, and foot odor, nearly overwhelming Su Hanlin. He furrowed his brow but did not cover his nose as he stepped inside, listening to the players chatting while they played cards. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. He turned to look and was instantly struck with surprise. Why was Lu Tianfeng here? Wasn't he supposed to be mingling with the old ghost and the second son of the Tian family? Could it be that his undercover mission had changed? As this thought crossed his mind, he stealthily approached Lu Tianfeng from behind when, unexpectedly, he felt a surge of righteous energy points increase by 100. Righteous energy, 500, 4100. At that moment, beside Lu Tianfeng, a man with a pea-sized black mole beneath his mouth, wearing flip-flops and resting his feet on a stool while holding a cigarette, remarked, "A Feng, I want to question it if you rent a speedboat from me. However, recently, a major client has reserved several boats for 6 months." Lu Tianfeng retorted angrily, "You have several speedboats, but I only need to rent one. Does your client really use multiple boats simultaneously every day?" The man with the mole replied, "Yes. 5 boats are used almost daily. Just a few hours ago, my client took a sleeping girl across the sea on one of the boats." Hearing this, Su Hanlin's eyes gleamed with cold intensity as he seized the man with the mole by the front of his shirt, pinning him against the wall. He withdrew his badge and declared, "I am an inspector from the Yaomati Police Station S Criminal Division. Now, I am asking you questions. Please answer truthfully." The skinny man, panicking, raised his hands in surrender, pleading, "Can we talk if you let me go? I might consider letting you go, but if you try any tricks." Su Hanlin warned, releasing his grip slightly. At that moment, Chen Feng also produced his badge and began questioning Lu Tianfeng. Su Hanlin glanced at Chen Feng, signaling him to take Lu Tianfeng outside for further inquiries. He then followed the man with the mole out of the game room and into a nearby deserted alley, where the man suddenly seized Chen Feng's arm, flinging him towards Su Hanlin, and bolted away. Bang! Su Hanlin raised his gun and fired a shot into the air, shouting, "Don't move." The man with the mole, upon hearing the gunshot, dropped to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, never having anticipated that Su Hanlin would fire a weapon in a residential area. Lu Tianfeng, well aware of Su Hanlin's marksmanship, crouched down, covering his head. Su Hanlin rushed to the man with the mole, bending down to lift him with one hand while gripping his neck with the other, pressing him against the concrete wall and demanding, "Was that girl you sent away today?" The man with the mole, glancing sideways at the photograph Su Hanlin held, stammered, She looks familiar. Sir, can you let me down so we can talk?" Su Hanlin's lips curled slightly as he tucked the photograph into his pocket and pulled out a pair of silver handcuffs, clicking one end onto the man's wrist and the other to a steel pipe. He retrieved the photograph once more, holding it in front of the man and asking, "Are you certain that the girl who took the speedboat a few hours ago is this one?" Coughing a few times, the man with the mole scrutinized the photograph of Morong Qian and replied, "Sir, it must be her. Yes, that's definitely the girl." He then pointed to the small gold lock on Qian Qian's wrist and continued, "Just a few hours ago, the girl who boarded the speedboat was wearing a similar gold lock. Quickly, tell me where they docked." Su Hanlin urged, "Sir, I truly don't know where they docked. I just piloted the speedboat to deliver them to Saikang, where they boarded a yacht," the man with the mole confessed. Su Hanlin scrutinized him, sensing that he was not lying. At that moment, his righteous energy increased by another 100 points. Righteous energy, 500, 4,000. Su Hanlin and Chen Feng escorted the man with the mole back, while Lu Tianfeng entered the Mercedes G55 and used 50 righteous energy points to replay the case. Observing the case replay, the analysis revealed 3 potential locations: Shizhou, Zamaozhou, and Chanshaozhou. Su Hanlin silently mused that all these places were located in Saikang, implying that the suspects might be hiding in Saikang. Chapter 44. Why isn't Qian Qian among the hostages? 2-3. In the command vehicle of Wang Tai Sin District, Su Hanlin combined the mole's testimony with the system's analytical data and informed Senior Inspector Liu Yan, recommending that they report to Magellan immediately. Without hesitation, Liu Yan utilized the vehicle's radio to communicate with their superior, as they would require the cooperation of the Marine Police to search for the suspect's hiding spot in Saikang. The 2 men patiently awaited their superior's orders, both aware that coordinating the dispatch of a patrol boat would require effort from their superiors. Just then, the car doors swung open, and Yang stepped into the command vehicle, inquiring, "Sir." The 2 suspects were being escorted to the Kowloon police station. Su Hanlin and Lu Iran simultaneously responded, stating they were detained at the Yaomati police station, informing the officers that the 2 suspects would not be granted bail or visitation until the child abduction case was resolved. "Yes, sir." Yang Yang saluted before joining Long Yao Yao and several uniformed action team officers, who boarded a rapid response vehicle to transport the suspects back to the Yao Ma Ti police station. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaotang learned that Su Hanlin had discovered the suspects had hidden in a new area, and his immediate reaction was that he had been deceived. Damn it, Su Hanlin. Just wait, if I don't report you to Chief Sir this time, I want to bear the surname Liang. After shouting a few commands, Liang Xiaotang notified the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit to head to Sai Kung Si. On the way, he glanced at the short and stout officer, Ma Er, with disdain, saying, Ma Er, you'd better avoid Su Hanlin from now on. If you're afraid of him, I'll request your transfer to another police station soon. Sir, please, no. Ma Er recounted the details of his bet with Su Hanlin to Liang Xiaotang. You. Liang Xiaotang pointed angrily, then turned his head to urge his subordinates to sound the sirens and accelerate. He was determined to give the short officer one last chance. If he failed to seize it, he would be transferred away. Su Hanlin, Liu Yiran, and the uniformed action team officers boarded several patrol boats heading towards Sai Kung Si, ostensibly under Liu Yiran's command, but in reality, it was Su Hanlin who held the reins. Su Sir, which island do you plan to search first? Shizhou, Zimangzhou, or Chansio? Liu Yiran, standing on the deck of a patrol boat with binoculars, surveyed the islands several nautical miles away. Search all 3 islands simultaneously, Liu Yiran quickly replied. However, he realized that not only were their forces insufficient for such a large-scale search, but if the suspects were indeed on those islands, they would likely escape by boat. If the suspects fled to international waters. Su Hanlin smiled confidently and said, Liu Sir, not only do I want a large-scale search, but I also want to call the SDU to have helicopters on standby in the air. This tactic will startle the suspects. Just think, if we conduct a large-scale search, the suspects will surely panic and flee. In their haste to escape, they will likely take hostages. This way, we can ensure the safety of the hostages while luring out the suspects. Su Hanlin turned to Liu Yiran with a reassuring glance and continued, given our limited police resources, conducting a covert search or waiting for leads could endanger the abducted children. Hearing this, Liu Yiran nodded and said, All right, I will notify the team to simultaneously search Shizhou, Zimangzhou, and Chansio. After over an hour of extensive searching, they finally discovered traces of the suspects in an old brick-and-mortar house on Chansio. Su Hanlin directed the search team to surround the house and called for SDU support while also informing the Marine Police to maintain vigilance around the island to prevent the suspects from escaping by boat. Damn, these suspects chose to confront the police instead of fleeing by boat? Su Hanlin thought, initially concluding that the suspects must have some form of support. Otherwise, their foolish decision to confront the police was inexplicable. Just as he was about to use the loudspeaker to communicate with the suspects, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed from above. A few minutes later, Liang Xiaotang and his colleagues from the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit descended from the helicopter. Su Sir, I will command here. Liu Sir is on his way from Zimangzhou by boat. Without hesitation, Liang Xiaotang took control of the scene. Su Hanlin internally cursed but handed over the loudspeaker. Liang Sir, a negotiation expert is en route by helicopter. Please be cautious with your words to avoid provoking the suspects and endangering the hostages. Liang Xiaotang took the loudspeaker, shot Su Hanlin a glance that implied, Do I need you to tell me that? And then turned to call out, Listen inside. If you have demands, you may communicate with the police. But you must ensure the safety of the hostages. At this moment, a coarse male voice came from inside the house. Listen, prepare a helicopter within 30 minutes. I guarantee the safety of the hostages. Both Su Hanlin and Liang Xiaotang understood immediately that failing to meet the suspect's demand for a helicopter would put the hostages in jeopardy. Liang Xiaotang promptly reported the suspect's demands to Chief Sir Yuan Pengkuan. After receiving approval from Chief Sir, he raised the loudspeaker and formally stated, Listen inside. The helicopter is undergoing pre-flight checks and requires 50 minutes to arrive. Hearing Liang Xiaotang negotiating for time with the criminals, Su Hanlin felt anxious but was powerless to act. The open space 20 meters from the house made it impossible to conduct close reconnaissance and ascertain whether the suspects were armed. The only feasible approach for reconnaissance was to scale the cliff behind the house. With this thought, he turned and sprinted towards the cliff. After running a few kilometers, he arrived at the base of the cliff, where he saw a team of SDU officers preparing to climb. Breathless, he approached the SDU team and displayed his credentials. I am Inspector Su Hanlin from the Yao Ma Ti Criminal Unit, one of the case leaders. A masked SDU team leader, armed with an MP5, took the credentials and, after verifying via radio, replied respectfully yet sternly, Su Sir, This operation is under the SDU's jurisdiction. He then continued to assist his team in checking climbing equipment. Sue Hanlin thought to himself, unbelievable. Climbing with bare hands? Looking up at the towering cliff, after a few minutes, he made a rapid sprint to the cliff's base, leaping up to grab a protruding rock, using his legs to push himself up. The masked SDU officers, along with their team leader, gaped in astonishment as Sue Hanlin climbed the cliff like a monkey. Wow, Sue Sir is quite something. Scaling the cliff without any climbing gear? Exclaimed one SDU officer, pointing at Sue Hanlin's back. Shut up. Prepare to ascend, scolded the SDU team leader, yet he did not stop Sue Hanlin, fearing that a loud voice might alert the suspects on the cliff above. The SDU team leader could only allow Sue Hanlin to continue his ascent. After more than 10 minutes, Sue Hanlin, drenched in sweat, finally reached the top of the cliff, hiding in a corner to catch his breath. At that moment, the SDU team also reached the top, and several masked SDU officers gave him a thumbs up in respect. Subsequently, the SDU team leader signaled for the team to use their personal monitoring equipment to conduct reconnaissance on the house interior. Sue Hanlin reciprocated with a hand signal indicating that he understood basic gestures and was willing to follow the team leader's command. The team leader pondered for a moment before shaking his head, refusing Sue Hanlin's suggestion. Sue Hanlin was not offended. He understood that the SDU operated as a team, and having an unfamiliar person could lead to mistakes. He then gestured to the SDU team leader that he would act independently and stealthily approached a team member holding a monitoring device. Why is Qian not among the hostages? Chapter 45. The Realm of Man and Gun in Perfect Harmony, 3-3. Through the microprobe, he saw 6 suspects inside the house wielding knives, with no heavy firearms in sight. A small child, tear-stained and dazed, was curled up beside 3 adults. On a bed lay a person whose condition suggested they were incapacitated, limbs bound, and connected to an 4-drip. However, among all the microprobe footage, Sue Hanlin still did not see Morong Qian's figure. Could it be that Qian had not come to the island? Suddenly, Sue Hanlin recalled something and thought to himself, of course, there were no yachts spotted on the island, which means Qian is still on the yacht? At that moment, the SDU team leader made a hand signal indicating readiness to act, raising 3 fingers, lowering 1 finger after a second. 3 seconds later, 2 SDU officers threw flashbangs into the house through the window. What the hell? I can't see. It was a flashbang. I could not see either. Meanwhile, Sue Hanlin gripped his service weapon tightly, leaping through the window alongside the SDU team members. Bang! Bang! Sue Hanlin fired 8 rounds in quick succession, 5 of which struck the hearts of the 5 suspects with unerring accuracy. The remaining 3 bullets found their mark, one hitting a suspect's right wrist and the other 2 piercing his thighs. Without hesitation, he approached the suspects, kicked the knife away, and aimed his gun at them, demanding, "Where's the girl you kidnapped a few hours ago?" At that moment, the SDU team members declared one after another, secure. One of the SDU commandos crouched down to check the vital signs of the suspects, only to find that all 5 had succumbed. Wow, Sue Sir's marksmanship is even more precise than our sniper instructor, one remarked. Are you blind, Hunter? From the angle Sue Sir shot, it was clear that some bullets curved to hit the suspects. At that point, an SDU team member, masked and armed with a shotgun, exclaimed, "Damn, bullets curving. That's the legendary realm of man and gun unity." Instantly, all the SDU members, including the squad leader, cast admiring glances at Sue Hanlin. However, Sue Hanlin noticed the blood trickling from a suspect's mouth, who wore a sinister smile but remained tight-lipped about Morong Qian's whereabouts. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The suspect screamed as a small hole appeared in his thigh, blood gushing forth. Sue Hanlin turned to the SDU team with an awkward smile, saying, "Damn, how did the gun misfire?" Then, he bellowed, "If you don't speak, be careful or I might accidentally shoot again." Even ants struggle to survive, let alone humans. The suspect had initially feared he would spend the rest of his life in Chaiwan prison, but he never anticipated Sue Hanlin's ruthlessness, threatening him with a misfiring gun. At that moment, the SDU team members were bewildered, pondering, was that really a misfire? It seems like it. I didn't see Sue Sir pull the trigger. The other SDU members shared similar thoughts, including the squad leader. The police regulations in Hong Kong clearly state that once a suspect surrenders, threats and intimidation cannot be employed, let alone firing a weapon in such a manner. The squad leader, witnessing the suspect's significant blood loss, quickly ordered a team member to retrieve a first aid kit to staunch the bleeding. Under Sue Hanlin's bloodthirsty gaze, the suspect coughed up blood, enduring the pain as veins bulged, and managed to utter, "Sir, I will tell you. Over an hour ago, my boss took her on a yacht from the Shandong Islands into international waters." Upon hearing this, Su Hanlin dashed out of the room, colliding with Liang Xiaotang at the entrance. "Su, sir, what are you doing inside?" Su Hanlin, aflame with urgency, shot Liang Xiaotang a bloodthirsty glare, pushed past him, and sprinted to the makeshift command center to grab a high-power radio. IP number 28505, Inspector Su Hanlin, calling headquarters. Minutes later, the dispatch verified Su Hanlin's identity through the internal network and connected him to the Kowloon police station. "Su, sir, this is Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan from Kowloon police station." Su Hanlin promptly reported the situation concisely over the radio, requesting patrol boats and helicopters to pursue the suspects. Yuan Pengkuan, learning that the suspects were fleeing on a yacht towards international waters, reflected for a moment before responding. "Su, sir, I approve your action plan, and I will send SDU to support you." "Thank you, sir." Moments later, a squad of masked SDU members arrived at his side. "Su, sir, I have been ordered to assist you in pursuing the suspects." "Thank you." Su Hanlin then covered his hand and boarded the helicopter alongside the SDU members, refraining from inquiring about the squad leader's name due to the confidentiality regulations regarding SDU, Flying Tiger, personnel. After over 30 minutes of flight towards the Shandong Islands, an SDU team member armed with a police sniper rifle spoke up, 2 nautical miles ahead, "We have spotted a vessel." Hearing this, Su Hanlin quickly leaned out of the cabin, grabbing binoculars, and indeed spotted a yacht speeding towards international waters. Once back inside the cabin, he mentally assessed: intelligence, 160, normal range, 120 to 140, strength, 25 agility, 15 occupation, police, skill, case reenactment, mangun unity, 00 minutes, justice energy, 3,400, 3,000, exchange. Observing that his justice energy stood at 3,350 points, he calculated, reenacting the case twice cost 150 points, while utilizing the mangun unity skill for 5 minutes equaled 50 points. The reward for neutralizing a suspect was 3,000 points, with an extra 100 points from capturing the suspect with a birthmark. I'm such a fool. Although this system doesn't speak or issue any tasks, its computational ability undoubtedly surpasses my own. Moreover, the system seems to siphon off some of my justice energy points, and I have no one to complain to. As Su Hanlin ruminated, the helicopter's loudspeaker announced, "We are the Hong Kong police. The yacht ahead, please shut down your engine and submit to inspection." After 3 repeated commands, the yacht not only failed to stop but accelerated towards international waters. This confirmed that the yacht was indeed piloted by the suspects. The SDU squad leader inquired, "Sniper, do you think you can hit the engine?" The sniper shook his head, explaining, "Given the high speed of both the helicopter and the yacht, it is impossible to accurately hit the engine." Turning to Su Hanlin, he asked, "Su, sir, since you have achieved mangun unity, do you feel confident?" At this moment, all the SDU members, including the squad leader, turned their gazes towards Su Hanlin. He scratched the back of his head and offered a sheepish smile, saying, "I only have a 70 chance." Upon hearing this, the sniper, with the squad leader's consent, respectfully handed the sniper rifle to him. Su Hanlin accepted the police sniper rifle and immediately exchanged 100 justice energy points for 10 minutes of mangun unity. Instantly, he felt a profound connection with the sniper rifle, as if they had fused into one. He also became adept at wielding the sniper rifle. Kneeling down, he adjusted the scope and held his breath to aim at the yacht's engine through the crosshairs. Bang! The armor-piercing round struck the yacht's engine with precision, yet the yacht did not slow down. Su Hanlin remained undeterred, understanding that the bullet had likely failed to breach the engine's transmission system. Pulling the bolt back, he chambered another round and continued firing. Bang! Bang! He kept firing until the 4th bullet penetrated through the same hole, causing the yacht to decelerate and ultimately come to a halt. The SDU sniper, holding binoculars, wore a dazed expression, mouth agape, unable to utter a word in shock. The SDU squad leader, noticing the team's astonished expressions, snatched the binoculars to take a look. He promptly exclaimed, "Is the mangun unity realm truly this formidable?" During their sniper training, instructors had mentioned that fewer than 10 individuals worldwide could accurately shoot the same point while moving at high speed. In other words, only around 10 people have reached the mangun unity realm globally, and Su Hanlin was the 11th. Chapter 46, Internal Hearing, 1-3. In the waters of the Shandong Islands, Su Hanlin, peering through the sniper scope, observed 3 suspects hastily boarding a speedboat, attempting to flee into international waters. Thinking of escaping? You inhumane scum, trafficking human organs, deserve to descend into the abyss of hell. Sue Hanlin pressed his lips together, his eyes gleaming with cold fury, and chambered around with a click. He noted that 3 minutes remained for mangun unity, then aimed at the speedboat over 700 meters away. Bang! In the blink of an eye, 2 suspects aboard the speedboat tumbled into the sea. Another suspect, in a state of panic, witnessed his accomplice being shot and immediately extinguished the engine, raising his hands to his head in surrender. The suspect understood that attempting to flee would lead to certain death. While being apprehended by the police might afford him a chance at survival, albeit under the harsh conditions of Hong Kong law, which prescribes life imprisonment as the maximum penalty, with no death sentence in effect. Come on, run. Sue Hanlin cursed inwardly, wishing for the suspect to continue piloting the speedboat into the open sea. As he saw the suspect give up, he muttered an exclamation of frustration before rising to return the sniper rifle to the SDU sharpshooter. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Eliminate the suspect. Eliminate the suspect. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding him that such actions would be unlawful. Crucially, the SDU team was watching closely. A single shot would result in an internal hearing followed by referral to the Department of Justice for prosecution. With that in mind, he descended to the yacht's deck alongside 2 SDU officers. Minutes later, he found Morong Chien still asleep in the yacht's lower cabin. The SDU team leader examined her and confidently remarked, "Sue, sir, this young lady appears to be in a deep slumber, likely induced by ether or another anesthetic. She must be taken to the hospital for treatment." Upon hearing this, Sue Hanlin entrusted Chien to an SDU team member and ascended to the helicopter via the hoist. He remained on the yacht, overseeing the suspect alongside 2 SDU officers. "Sue, sir, your marksmanship is incredible. May I become your apprentice?" The SDU sniper knelt in a gesture reminiscent of ancient apprenticeship. Sue hurriedly assisted him up, firmly declining, "My good man, you already possess a solid foundation in firearms knowledge. The mastery of the unity between man and weapon is a personal journey. It cannot be taught by others." The sniper's expression darkened at this, and he did not persist in his request. Hours later, at Kowloon Police Station, Sue Hanlin signed the transfer documents for the suspects, Black Mole, Chun Baiwen, and Lu Tianfeng. "Sue, sir, thank you for your hard work. The case is now in the hands of the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Enjoy your well-deserved leave. I hear you'll be temporarily assigned to the Commercial Crime Unit starting tomorrow. Congratulations." As Liang Xiaoting spoke, he feigned a sudden recollection, adding, "By the way, Wei Wei and will be transferring to Kowloon Police Station tomorrow." Sue shot Liang a sidelong glance, inwardly cursing. "How convenient of you to mention everything but the merits of the case report regarding the Yao Ma Ti incident." "Liang, sir, Wei Wei's transfer to Kowloon Police Station was arranged by our superiors. What are you so pleased about?" "Oh, I forgot to mention, this morning, Wei Wei and I purchased a unit just over 1,000 square feet near Kowloon Police Station." Liang's face darkened instantly, his thoughts racing with ire. "Damn. A pair of lovebirds, aren't they? Just living together? Should I take a shovel and dig out the wall?" Outwardly, he maintained a facade of pleasantry, saying, "Congratulations, Sue, sir. Be sure to send out invitations for your housewarming. I'd love to bring the entire Kowloon Major Crimes team to celebrate." "Absolutely. The Kowloon Major Crimes team is always welcome. But Liang, sir, you need not attend." Sue Hanlin's words had barely left his lips when Liang inquired, "Why not?" Sue could not suppress a chuckle, playfully elongating his response, "Because you are not welcome." At that moment, Yang Yang and Chen Feng burst into laughter, while the Kowloon Major Crimes team members stifled their mirth, their faces flushed. "Humph." Liang Xiaotong's expression darkened as he coldly snapped, "What are you all still doing here? Hurry up and secure the suspect." He shot Sue a venomous glance before departing. Sue maintained a smile, watching Liang vanish from sight. Chen Feng erupted in laughter, while Yang Yang, suppressing his amusement, calmly remarked, "Sir, the suspect obtained the victim's medical examination details with alarming accuracy, indicating someone within the Kowloon District Public Hospital has accepted a bribe." Sue Hanlin nodded in agreement, responding, "Your deduction is astute, but the case has already been handed over. Furthermore, bribery cases fall under the jurisdiction of the Independent Commission Against Corruption. We have no authority there." He paused momentarily before continuing, "By the way, how is Qian doing?" Chen Feng quickly replied, "Sir, Qian has awakened. The doctor says she will be under observation for a day and can be discharged tomorrow." However, the other victims. Upon hearing this, Su could surmise, even without Chen Feng's words, that the other victims had likely suffered the loss of vital organs. Chen Feng, filled with indignation, continued. Word has it that the remains of 2 children abducted 6 months ago have been discovered. They are now being sent for DNA comparison. In that instant, the trio felt no excitement at having solved a case. Rather, a heavy weight settled upon their hearts. At 5 p.m., at Yaomati police station, Su Hanlin entered Liu Yiran's office, report in hand. Sir, here is today's case report. He handed the document over. Liu Yiran took the report, gesturing for Su to sit. Su, sir, I have some unfortunate news to share. Brace yourself. Su leaped to his feet, urgently asking, Sir, is it Morong Xia's condition worsening? Not at all. Please sit down. Let me explain. From Liu Yiran's expression, Su sensed that unfavorable news awaited him. Indeed, Liu's subsequent words confirmed his fears. It appears that Black Mole, Chen Baiwen, has lodged a complaint with the Public Relations Department, and you will face an internal hearing next week. Naturally, this also means a suspension during the hearing, and your assignment to the Commercial Crime Unit will have to wait for the hearing's conclusion. Su hastily inquired, Sir, do you know the reason for my internal hearing? Liu nodded, tossing him a cigarette which Su lit, saying, for threatening a suspect with police weaponry. At this point, Liu extended his hand apologetically, adding, Sorry, Su, sir, but it's standard procedure. I must ask you to surrender your firearm and identification. Su understood that losing his temper would not resolve the situation. He complied, handing over his firearm and identification, awaiting the internal hearing from the Public Relations Department. After leaving Liu Yiran's office and returning to the anti-vice unit, Su donned his Armani trench coat and turned to leave just as Yang approached, anxiously asking, Sir, I just heard you were facing an internal hearing? Indeed. Su Hanlin shrugged, managing a wry smile as he remarked, Consider it a little vacation for myself. Chapter 47. Not a deliberate shot, but a misfire. 2-3. In the upscale neighborhood of Yabai Old Street in Kowloon, the Shia Garden boasts amenities such as a swimming pool, gym, and club. The critical factor is that this complex is only a few minutes' drive from Kowloon Police Station and in the precious real estate market of Hong Kong. Shia Garden commands a price of 200,000 HKD per square meter. As Su Hanlin arrived at the entrance of Block C1 of Shia Garden, he spotted Bei Ningxue anxiously scanning the area while clutching her phone. Approaching her, he noticed beads of sweat on her nose and apologized. Sorry, Wei Weian, I've been swamped with police matters today. I appreciate your help with the property purchase and furnishing. No worries. Bei Ningxue smiled charmingly, responding, I have a place to stay as well, and as for the furniture and cleaning, Man has hired a service for that. By the way, the total cost of the unit is 27.6 million Hong Kong dollars, but the blank check you provided only covers 26 million. The remaining 1.6 million was covered by Man, and I have fronted 300,000 for the furniture. You don't need to reimburse me. We can deduct it from future rent. Su found himself at a loss for words. His intent in purchasing the property was to secure an independent and private space. His invitation for Bei Ningxue to stay was meant to be temporary until she found a suitable place of her own. No. He would have to devise a suitable reason to have Wei Weian move out. With her living there, his chances of wooing starlets and enjoying the company of younger models would be severely hindered. Upon contemplating this, he shifted the topic and inquired about Man's whereabouts, wishing to transfer money to her via credit card. She is currently overseeing a group of renovation workers to arrange your room. Bei Ningxue replied with a mischievous smile. It seems Man is also planning to move in. She mentioned considering the 1.6 million as rent. Su Hanlin felt a chill run down his spine. One was already enough of a headache, and now a second, willful little sprite. He shuddered at the thought and, together with Bei Ningxue, took the elevator to apartment 1505 in C1 block of Shia Garden. Just a little to the left, now a tad to the right, okay? Song Man was directing the workers in arranging the furniture. The workers dutifully followed her instructions, placing the sofa and coffee table in their designated spots. Upon entering the room, Su Hanlin was greeted by a decor that embodied the popular Nordic minimalist style. The furniture complemented the cool yet warm aesthetic perfectly. This simplistic and understated style was his favorite, reminiscent of his rented apartment in the United States. Brother Tony. Song Man joyfully bounced over like a little sprite, affectionately linking her arm with his and gazing up at him. What do you think? Isn't it amazing? Absolutely splendid. Su Hanlin gently pinched Song Man's nose in an affectionate manner before breaking free to say, Man, Please give me your account number so I can transfer the money to you. Before she could respond, he continued, Man, as a public servant, I cannot accept money or gifts from citizens. If I fail to repay you, I can only imagine that within a week, Lian Ji will invite me for coffee. Bainingsu chimed in, Indeed. Man, 6 million might just be your pocket money for the month, but that sum could keep Tony in Chaiwan for several years. After some coaxing and playful intimidation from the two, Song Man reluctantly sent her account number via text. Su Hanlin then called Citibank Hong Kong, applied for a 200,000 check from his platinum credit card, and wrote a check for 160,000 to hand to Song Man. Just then, the phone rang. Su Hanlin answered, and a concerned yet slightly anxious voice came through. Sir, I just heard from Ah Yang that you are currently suspended and facing an internal hearing? He replied honestly, yes, but there is no need for concern. I'll just consider this as an early vacation. He added, by the way, I just moved into a new place today. I'm hosting a party this weekend. Do come along with Ah Yang and the others. After hanging up, Bainingsu asked nervously, Tony, what is going on? You've just started. How could you be facing an internal hearing? Sorry. My internal hearing involves a case that I cannot disclose to you. It's fine. I understand police regulations. Bainingsu maintained her composure, although internally, she was contemplating asking Assistant Director Bai John at the police department later that evening. That night, after the three dined at a nearby Japanese restaurant, Su Hanlin did everything in his power to appease Song Man, promising to accompany her on a boat trip that weekend, which ultimately convinced the little sprite not to insist on living with him. Bainingsu, noticing his weary appearance, declined Su Hanlin's south offer to drive her home, opting to take a taxi instead, as she would officially move into Shia Garden the following day. The next morning, Su Hanlin awoke feeling refreshed. After his morning routine, he donned a formal suit and striped tie and drove to the Public Relations Division of the police department. This division was responsible for handling citizen complaints and monitoring internal hearings regarding police personnel violations. He presented his identification at the reception, registered, and after receiving a temporary pass, was escorted by a senior officer into a small meeting room measuring 30 square meters. A stern-looking man in a suit, approximately in his 40s, introduced himself, Inspector Su Hanlin, IP number 28505. I am Senior Superintendent Fong Wenchuan. He then introduced his colleagues, Superintendent Guo Jincheng and Chief Inspector Chang Rui's. Good day, sirs. Su Hanlin sat upright, regarding the three senior officers across from him with seriousness. Senior Superintendent Fong formally read the case number and the details of the complaint. Inspector Su Hanlin, you are accused by the suspect Feng Yangqiu, the man with the mole, of using your weapon to threaten his safety. Do you have any objections? Fong Wenchuan inquired. Su Hanlin responded earnestly, Sir, I admit to firing my weapon into the air, but I did so in accordance with the regulations governing weapon use. The Su at this moment, he harbored no concerns regarding the internal hearing. Setting aside the use of police force, his tone during the interrogation of suspects was merely slightly inappropriate, yet it did not constitute an abuse of power, nor would it lead to any reprimand. After driving away from the police station, he did not return home but headed directly to the financial firm, Blue Universe Securities, located in Central. Within the office of the general manager at Blue Universe Securities, Tony was greeted by his elder brother, Su Hanja, who cheerfully inquired, What brings you here today? He then instructed his secretary to bring in a cup of coffee. Of course I have business to discuss. By the way, where is Dad? Not in the office? Su Hanlin asked. Dad has gone to the RD center with Song Yunhui, Su Hanja replied, reaching for a cigar box and offering, Would you like one? Su Hanlin quickly declined, exclaiming, No. Every time I see someone smoking a cigar, it reminds me of a certain male organ. He then pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a satisfying puff, exhaling a ring of smoke before continuing, Brother, the financial investment company you helped me register in the British Virgin Islands, is it still operational? Su Hanja took a puff of his cigar, which also evoked thoughts of a man's anatomy, and spat into the trash can twice, before taking a cigarette from Su Hanlin and reflecting. A few minutes later, Su Hanja suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I've got it. Is it called Zhongju Financial Investment Company? Yes, that's the one. You didn't help me dissolve it, did you? Su Hanlin asked eagerly. No. I remember handling a few transactions through it earlier this year, Su Hanja replied, pausing to scrutinize Su Hanlin before lowering his voice and asking, Tony, hasn't there been some volatility in the Forex market recently? Su Hanlin shook his head, explaining, I am now a public servant and cannot own an independent company in my name. Otherwise, the Independent Commission Against Corruption would investigate me, and I would have to explain for ages. Furthermore, I plan to merge that financial investment company into our family brokerage. I will merely keep it under my control in secret. Seeing his brother's puzzled expression, Sue Hanlin continued, I have officially joined the force, and I intend to declare my personal assets to the police department in the coming days. Su Hanja immediately understood. During their tenure, Hong Kong police officers are not permitted to engage in business ventures directly. Of course, family businesses, properties, and equivalent securities are exceptions, provided that appropriate income documentation is submitted to the police department for record-keeping. Su Hanja, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration, pointed at him but refrained from admonishing him. Instead, he made an internal call, instructing the accountant to prepare Su Hanlin's personal asset report before the end of the morning. In the afternoon, after the two brothers had lunch together, Su Hanlin, while waiting at a traffic light on Yabi Old Street, glanced at the personal asset documents on the passenger seat. After a moment's contemplation, he parked his Mercedes G55 in a temporary parking area and dialed John B. Sir, this is Su Hanlin. Do you have time this afternoon? On the other end of the line, hearing the formal address rather than Uncle John, John B. realized that Su Hanlin was reaching out for a professional matter. He initially thought Su Hanlin was inquiring about the internal hearing and contemplated evading the topic, as the Public Relations Division, while a subordinate department of the police, did not have the authority to intervene in internal hearings, given that there was also an independent body, the Independent Police Complaints Council. Su Hanlin continued, Sir, I have yet to declare my personal assets since joining the police, and fortunately, I have the time to do so during my recent suspension. Upon hearing this, John B. retracted his previous reluctance and cheerfully replied, Inspector Su, I am available this afternoon. Bring your documents, and I will personally assist you with the declaration. Thank you, sir. Su Hanlin agreed upon a meeting time for later that afternoon and turned his car back toward the police station. Later that afternoon, within the Service Quality Inspection Division of the Police Department, Su Hanlin, under John B.'s guidance, presented a substantial personal asset file to a civilian deputy commissioner. Deputy Commissioner Makambwa accepted the asset file, briefly skimmed through its contents, and was immediately taken aback. He was aware of the media reports highlighting the financial prodigy Su Hanlin, who had garnered millions in the Forex market within just 6 months. However, he was astounded to discover that Su Hanlin's assets had reached several tens of millions of dollars, and they were steadily increasing. As the head of oversight, Deputy Commissioner Makambwa astutely deduced that the joint venture with the Song Family Enterprise, Blue Universe Technology, Communications, Company, would undoubtedly hold a market value of no less than $1 billion in the future. At this moment, he understood why John B. was assisting Su Hanlin with his personal asset declaration. Inspector Su, there are rumors that you possess a remarkable talent for Forex investments, but I did not expect your vision in investing in real estate to be even more astute, Deputy Commissioner Makambwa remarked with a smile, his demeanor courteous as he sought to foster a good rapport with Su Hanlin. Sir, since I was young, my ambition has always been to uphold justice, maintain public order in Hong Kong, and serve the citizens as a police officer. Ha ha ha. Deputy Commissioner Makambwa chuckled heartily, praising Su Hanlin before bidding him farewell. In the office of the Assistant Police Commissioner of the Human Resources Division, John B. increasingly found Su Hanlin, his future son-in-law, to be quite agreeable. Tony, Vivian mentioned yesterday that you purchased property next to the Kowloon Police Station on Yabi Old Street? Yes, Uncle John. John B. said with a blend of authority and familial affection. As elders, we should not interfere too much in the affairs of young people. However, since Vivian is considering moving out, have you thought about selecting a date for your engagement ceremony? Su Hanlin was at a loss for words. He desperately wanted to explain to John B. Uncle John, my relationship with your daughter is merely a ruse. How could we possibly get engaged? Moreover, while Vivian and he lived in the same residence, they were not cohabitating in the conventional sense. Internally grappling with this predicament, he maintained an outward facade of surprise, scratching the back of his head and offering a sheepish smile. Well, Uncle John, I too wish for an engagement soon, but as you know, Vivian and I have only been dating for a short while. Would it be possible to wait until we have a deeper understanding of one another before holding the engagement ceremony? John B. felt a slight displeasure in his heart, but maintained his authoritative demeanor as he cautioned, Take good care of my precious daughter. If Vivian encounters any distress, you will have to answer to me. With that, he hastily found an excuse to dismiss Su Hanlin from his office. Goodbye, sir. Su Hanlin exited John B.'s office, muttering under his breath, in the future, I will resolutely avoid meeting Vivian's parents alone, especially when they keep bringing up engagement and marriage. At 6 o'clock that afternoon, In apartment 1505 of Shia Garden, Sue Hanlin opened the door to a delightful aroma wafting through the air, causing his stomach to rumble in response. At that moment, Bei Ningxue peeked out from the open kitchen and cheerfully exclaimed, "Welcome back. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. I called Annie for advice and specifically made your favorite pig's trotter soup with red dates and goji berries." Sue Hanlin's mind momentarily blanked. This warm scene resembled a devoted wife welcoming her husband home. Shaking his head to dispel this absurd thought, he washed his hands and actively assisted Bei Ningxue in serving the dishes. "Tony, come try my cooking," she said, clad in comfortable home attire, while she filled his plate. The table was adorned with sweet and sour ribs, steamed grouper, steamed lion's head meatballs, and the pig's trotter soup, his favorites. His heartstrings tugged at the sight. As he ate, Sue Hanlin pondered whether to pursue a genuine relationship with Vivian. However, he quickly quashed that thought. "I have yet to achieve my goals of dating a celebrity, having a young model, and keeping a mistress. How could I abandon all that for a fleeting romance?" Noticing his furrowed brow in silence, Bei Ningxue, concerned, asked, "Tony, if the food doesn't suit your taste, I'll make improvements next time." "Huh. No. Your cooking is exquisite. It's absolutely delicious. Then why were you frowning just now? Are you worried about the internal hearing?" Bei Ningxue inquired with concern. Sue Hanlin shook his head, expressing his lack of concern about the internal hearing. This afternoon, upon visiting the police department and encountering Uncle Bei, he broached the subject of their engagement. Have you agreed?" "No," I replied, stating that we would consider engagement after gaining a deeper understanding of one another. As Sue Hanlin's words fell, Bei Ningxue sighed with disappointment and lowered her head, silently eating her rice. After dinner, he took the initiative to tidy the table and, after placing the dishes in the dishwasher, greeted Bei Ningxue before retreating to his bedroom. Temporarily setting aside his romantic entanglements, Sue Hanlin accessed the system panel, Intelligence, 160, Normal Range 120 to 140, Strength, 25 Agility, 15 Occupation, Police Officer, Skill, Case Reenactment, Gun Body Integration, 00 minutes, Justice Energy, 3,300, 2,000, Redemption. Gazing at the 3,300 points of Justice Energy, he pondered the most judicious way to utilize them. Ultimately, he resolved to allocate 2,000 points to enhance his strength and agility, reserving the remaining 300 for emergencies. With that thought, Sue Hanlin focused his mind and began to augment his strength attribute. The initial 25 points of Justice Energy yielded no visible increase in strength until he reached 50 points, at which point his strength rose to 16. Following that, he expended 475 points of Justice Energy in one go, and his strength surged to 30. Calculating in his mind, Sue Hanlin deduced that raising his strength from 16 to 20 required 118. 75 points of Justice Energy for each increment. At that moment, he witnessed a tangible transformation in his strength attribute. Moments later, he noticed the appearance of a minute unit next to elementary strength, 0 minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Sue Hanlin promptly added 10 points of Justice Energy, and indeed, elementary strength evolved to 1 minute. Curiously, he noticed no immediate reaction. Previously, increasing his strength by 30 points had elicited a warm sensation. To verify his suspicions, Sue Hanlin donned his gym attire and made his way to the Yashihua Garden Gym. "Excuse me, is there a punching machine to measure strength?" Sue Hanlin inquired of a fitness instructor. The well-built instructor, casting a dismissive glance at Sue Hanlin's seemingly frail physique, indicated the direction with a hint of scorn. "All right, I'll take you there." Upon arriving at the strength testing machine, the instructor kindly advised, "You should wear boxing gloves." He retrieved a pair of black boxing gloves from behind the equipment and tossed them to Sue Hanlin. "Thanks." Sue Hanlin accepted the gloves, noting that he still had 2,840 points of Justice Energy remaining. He decided to allocate 40 points to elementary strength for a duration of 4 minutes. With all his might, he threw a right jab at the strength tester. Thud. An electronic female voice announced, 280 pounds. 280 pounds? That was equivalent to a mid-level boxer. Hadn't his strength doubled from over 100 pounds with just a 5-point increase? Contemplating this, Sue Hanlin assumed a boxing stance and continued to strike the machine. The voice echoed, 220 pounds, 280 pounds, 215 pounds, 260 pounds. The instructor, astonished, exclaimed, "What the hell? This is insane." Observing the rapid succession of Sue Hanlin's punches, he was incredulous. For minutes later, Sue Hanlin, still unfeeling fatigue or soreness, realized that elementary strength did not merely enhance strength, but also provided extraordinary endurance without adverse effects. Nearby, several muscular instructors looked on in astonishment, silently muttering, "Freak, super freak. How can he sustain such rapid punches for minutes without breaking a sweat?" Each punch exceeded 200 pounds. If he maintained this strength and endurance in an international middleweight boxing match, he could outlast his opponents and possibly seize the world championship. "Sir, have you ever considered turning professional?" Sue Hanlin turned to see a muscular man, brimming with explosive power, but politely declined. "Sorry, not interested." He then departed calmly under the watchful eyes of the impressed instructors. Upon returning to his residence, Sue Hanlin found the living room empty and proceeded directly to his bedroom. Suppressing his excitement, he mused, "If my strength attribute increased to 30, transforming into elementary strength, then what if I max out my agility? Will it become elementary agility?" Checking his remaining justice energy, he noted 2,700 points and impulsively allocated 1,000 points to agility. Agility, 19. Wow. 1,000 points only raised my agility by 4? That means it takes 250 points of justice energy for each agility increment. At that moment, Sue Hanlin regretted using 1,000 points all at once. Damn it, I'll go for it. He again assigned 1,000 points to agility. As the points vanished, he witnessed a visible change in the agility attribute. Teleportation, 0 once. Seeing agility transform into teleportation, Sue Hanlin instinctively added 10 points of justice energy. No response? Is it due to insufficient justice energy? He added another 10 points, but still saw no reaction. What the hell? A total of 100 justice energy consumed 4. Teleportation, 1 once? Cursing the system in his mind, he noticed a timer appear for the teleportation state. 59, 59. Damn it, there's a time limit too. Frustrated, Sue Hanlin focused his mind and, in an instant, exceeded human limits to teleport to 5 meters, colliding with the wall. Ouch. Gasping in pain, he crouched down, rubbing his head, careful not to disturb Bei Ningxue next door. Minutes later, he stood, shaking off the pain, and climbed onto his bed to check his attributes. Intelligence, 160, normal range 120 to 140, elementary strength, 0-minute teleportation, 0 once occupation, police officer, inspector, skill, case reenactment, gun body integration, 0 minutes, justice energy, 600, 2000, redemption. Noticing the remaining 600 points of justice energy, he felt once more that it was insufficient and deemed the redemption business opportunity skill utterly useless. He then reached for his laptop, opened an international forex trading software, and after an hour of analysis, concluded that the forex market was too volatile for heavy short-term operations today. Meanwhile, at a table in Lan Kwai Fong, the second young master of the Tian family, Tian Hongyi, along with Lao Gui and Lu Tianfeng, were flanked by 2 heavily made-up, scantily clad princesses. Lao Gui, eager to curry favor, remarked, "Young Master Tian, I've just received reliable information that Sue Hanlin is currently suspended, undergoing an internal hearing. Should we?" The second young master of the Tian family waved his hand, dismissing the courtesans from the table, and exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Tianfeng, a cunning smile forming as he concocted a plan. "Feng, haven't you always wanted to follow my lead? Here's what we should do." Lu Tianfeng feigned delight, growing increasingly pleased on the surface, while harboring concerns for his good friend Sue Hanlin. He was acutely aware that this was a test orchestrated by the second young master of the Tian family, Tian Hongyi, aimed at gauging his trustworthiness. Successfully navigating this challenge would greatly benefit the undercover operation, potentially allowing for an earlier return to the team. Conversely, failure would lead to an abrupt conclusion of the undercover mission, relegating him to a civilian role within the police department for several years before he could hope to re-enter the front line. Caught in this dilemma, Lu Tianfeng had little time for contemplation. Tian Hongyi clapped him on the shoulder, proclaiming, "Feng, I have always believed in you. If you accomplish this, I shall reward you with 200,000 Hong Kong dollars." The old rogue, seasoned by years in the underworld, had honed his ability to read people. Moreover, 200,000 Hong Kong dollars was no trifling sum. It could easily buy a life. Feng, with Tian Shao holding you in such high regard and offering such a reward, what is there to hesitate about? Raise a toast to Tian Shao and express your agreement. Listening to the old rogue's words, Lu Tianfeng felt an overwhelming urge to send him straight to Stanley Prison. Yet, he maintained a facade of profound gratitude, lifting his glass and declaring, Tan Xiao. Thank you for this opportunity. Rest assured, I will execute the task flawlessly. Ha ha ha. Tian Hongyi laughed heartily. Good brother, I did not misjudge you. Cheers. Tonight. Whatever lady catches your fancy, I shall take care of the bill. Lu Tianfeng quickly clinked glasses and downed half a glass of XO, responding, thank you, Tian Xiao. An hour later, Tian Hongyi, slightly inebriated, was seen leaving Lan Kuai-fong, flanked by two princesses. Lu Tianfeng, too, returned to his rented apartment with a revealingly dressed companion. After finding ways to intoxicate her into a stupor, he retrieved a special contact phone and sent an urgent meeting message to his informant. 10 minutes later, a notification chimed. Meet at the old place in 30 minutes. As Lu Tianfeng opened the door, a thought struck him, and he hurried back to the bedroom, swiftly undressing the princess before hastily making his way to the safe house. After circling around the Tunmun district to ensure he was not being followed, he entered the safe house. What is the emergency? The informant inquired. After collecting his thoughts, Lu Tianfeng responded, a few hours ago, Tian Hongyi gave me 30 million Hong Kong dollars to deposit anonymously into Inspector Su Hanlin's private account and instructed me to report him to the ICAC. My analysis suggests that Tian Hongyi intends to frame Su Sir, thereby coercing Uncle Su into selling his shares in Blue Universe Technology in exchange for clearing Su Sir's name regarding bribery allegations. The informant pondered this carefully before saying, follow Tian Hongyi's instructions to gain his trust. Once the case concludes, I will report to the police department alongside Sir to explain the situation to the ICAC and restore Su Sir's reputation. But, Lu Tianfeng began, only to be cut off by the informant's stern tone. No buts. Execute the order. Yes, sir. The informant, noticing Lu Tianfeng's despondency, softened his tone. Ah Feng, rest assured. Once the case is concluded, not only will Su Sir's reputation be restored, but any assets held by Tian Hongyi from Mr. Su Yudao will also be returned following the court's ruling. The next morning, as Su Hanlin jogged back with Bei Ningxue, they were approached by 4 men and women who displayed their credentials, stating, Inspector Su Hanlin, I am Deputy Director Jiang Xinghe of the ICAC. You are suspected of accepting bribes. Please come with us for an investigation. What? The ICAC? Su Hanlin exclaimed in disbelief, asking, Director Jiang Xinghe, you must be mistaken. I would never accept a bribe. Jiang Xinghe replied sternly, Inspector Su Hanlin, please cooperate with the ICAC for your investigation. Okay, but I need to call my lawyer first. I want to say a word until my lawyer is present. Of course, that is your right. However, please accompany us to the ICAC headquarters, where you can contact your lawyer. Su Hanlin shrugged, comforted Bei Ningxue for a moment, and then complied with Jiang Xinghe's request. At the ICAC headquarters interrogation room, Su Hanlin, accompanied by his lawyer, entered the small space, noting the omnipresent surveillance cameras and reinforced walls. Deputy Director Jiang Xinghe, courteous yet authoritative, invited him to sit and stated, Inspector Su Hanlin, the ICAC has received a formal complaint alleging that you accepted a bribe of 30 million Hong Kong dollars. What do you have to say about that? 30 million? In Hong Kong dollars? Su Hanlin's mind raced. He recalled checking his Citibank Platinum card balance the previous night, which showed he owed the bank $200,000 US dollars. Furthermore, his Citibank Platinum card was always settled in US dollars. Suddenly, he remembered the police salary card, telling himself it was impossible. The information on the police salary card was confidential, known only to him and the financial department of the police. How could someone maliciously accuse him if they did not possess the account information? Director Jiang, I have not received any bribes. I am being falsely accused. Is that so? Jiang Xinghe sneered, gesturing for a subordinate to present a bank transfer record. Upon seeing it, Su Hanlin realized that indeed, the salary card had a balance of 30,029,000 Hong Kong dollars. Tell me, Inspector Su Hanlin, how did such a large sum suddenly appear in your personal account last night? Jiang Xinghe questioned seriously. An ICAC investigator interjected, Inspector Su, the police salary card is highly confidential. You cannot tell me that someone mistakenly transferred 30 million Hong Kong dollars into your account. The investigator continued, upon our verification, this large sum was directly transferred into your account via online banking. Su Hanlin pushed the bank transfer record towards Jiang Xinghe, confidently stating, Director Jiang, while I currently cannot provide evidence to refute the accusation, this transfer record alone does not substantiate a bribery charge against me. Moreover, while 30 million Hong Kong dollars is indeed a significant amount, my assets exceed it by tenfold. As he spoke, his lawyer produced a document proving his assets. Jiang Xinghe took the document and casually glanced at it, instructing a nearby investigator to verify its authenticity. Inspector Sue Hanlin, please cooperate with our investigation so we can determine whether you have been wrongfully accused or if there are indeed facts of bribery. Of course, Sue Hanlin replied, shrugging. Director Jiang, doesn't the ICAC require the accuser to confront me directly? You could invite them to face me. Jiang Xinghe chuckled coldly, shaking his head. Inspector Sue, as a fellow officer, you should understand that while the ICAC possesses witness and material evidence, it cannot yet confirm your acceptance of bribes. However, if you cannot clarify the source of this substantial sum, the Department of Justice could still charge you with suspected bribery in court. He then softened his tone, stating, every person investigated by the ICAC claims they have not accepted bribes. Hearing this, Sue Hanlin smiled. Director Jiang, according to ICAC regulations, in such a situation, you can only restrict my personal freedom for 48 hours. So, please find me concrete evidence of direct bribery within that time. With that, he crossed his arms tightly over his chest, leaning back in his chair and pretending to rest his eyes, while inwardly he speculated. Which scoundrel has falsely accused me? I hope I never discover their identity, or else. At that moment, Lu Tianfeng sneezed repeatedly, rubbing his nose and muttering, damn, which scoundrel is cursing me behind my back? There is no need to inquire further. It must be about the princess from last night. According to her sisters, she went directly to the hospital for an 4 after leaving your place. Old Ghost teased, a Feng, you truly are something else. You made the princess develop a high fever overnight. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianfeng broke out in a cold sweat, relieved that he had allowed the princess to cool off in the air conditioning all night long. He struck a muscle pose, boasting, Ghost brother, just look at my physique. I could easily work as a male escort. How could a princess withstand my antics? Old Ghost, envious yet jealous, remarked, youth is indeed a wonderful thing. He then changed the subject, saying, a Feng, you handled last night's affair splendidly. According to the reports from the brothers, Sue Hanlin was invited for coffee by the ICAC this morning. As he spoke, he fished out 2 rolls of large bills, valued at 1,000 each, in Hong Kong dollars, and handed one to Lu Tianfeng, continuing, this is a reward from young Master Tian. Lu Tianfeng accepted 1 roll containing 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, saying, Ghost brother, my connection with young Master Tian is thanks to your recommendation. This 100,000 Hong Kong dollars is my tribute to you. I hope you will take good care of me from now on. Old Ghost, without a hint of modesty, put the 100,000 back in his pocket, thinking to himself, not bad, a Feng is quite understanding. I should give him more opportunities in the future. A Feng, you will have to endure some time in prison, but don't worry. I've arranged for the brothers to establish good relations in Stanley. Once you are released, young Master Tian will entrust you with significant responsibilities. Hearing this, Lu Tianfeng inwardly scoffed, thinking that the second young master of the Tian family is truly despicable, capable of devising such insidious schemes. Inside the ICAC headquarters, Song Yunhui and Su Yudao entered the office of the investigation director, Bian Haokai, holding a joint recommendation letter from prominent gentlemen. After half an hour of deliberation, Bian Haokai reluctantly agreed to release Sue Hanlin but insisted on assigning 2 investigators to monitor his movements 24/7 to prevent any attempts at escape. In the ICAC interrogation room, Jiang Xinghe was employing psychological tactics to dismantle Sue Hanlin's mental defenses when a knock sounded at the door. An investigator approached him and whispered, Director Jiang. What? Number 48-hour detention? Jiang Xinghe sprang to his feet, angrily slamming his hand on the table and waving the investigator away. He then shot Sue Hanlin a fierce glare, saying in a formal tone, Inspector Sue Hanlin, you may temporarily leave the ICAC. Please keep your lines of communication open. If there are any questions regarding the case, you may be called in for further investigation. Okay, Sue Hanlin replied, casting a glance back at Jiang Xinghe before smiling and exiting the interrogation room with his lawyer. Just as they reached the first-floor lobby, Su Yudeo's voice rang out, Tony. Dad, big brother, Daniel, what brings you here? Su Yudao huffed. I told you not to become a cop. Look at you. During your training at the police academy, you faced threats to your personal safety. You've barely started your job and already faced an internal hearing suspension. Now you're under investigation by the ICAC. Once they finish their inquiry, you must submit your resignation. Hearing his father's undeniable tone, Sue Hanlin attempted to speak, but Su Yudao firmly reiterated, you must resign. If Weiwei breaks up with you, I think Man would make a fine daughter-in-law for the Su family. Sue Hanlin hurriedly shifted the topic. Dad, this is the place for this discussion. How about we hold a family meeting after the ICAC inquiry? Humph. If you don't resign this time, you can forget about recognizing me as your father, Su Yudao declared angrily, storming out of the ICAC headquarters with his bodyguards. Su Hanza, watching their father's departing figure, turned to Tony and said, Dad is adamant about you resigning. Yeah, Tony, I think you should resign this time. The communications company could use trustworthy management, Song Yunhui added. Chapter 52. Surveillance? Is there surveillance on me? Su Hanlin shook his head, his tone resolute. Resigning is out of the question, not until the day I retire. With Daniel and Dad managing Blue Universe Technology, the communications company, I am confident we will develop a revolutionary smart touch phone system within 2 years. He then patted his brother Su Hanza on the shoulder, smiling, brother, you know Dad well enough. Even if he wants me to resign, he has to get through Mom first. This afternoon, I'll have Weiwei take Mom shopping. Su Hanza was momentarily speechless, but admired his brother for using his girlfriend to navigate the situation. You know this will lead to a prolonged Cold War with Dad, right? How could it? Just wait and see. Under Mom's pressure, Dad will be done being angry with me in less than 3 days. Su Hanlin maintained his smile as he continued. All right, let us not linger. The police headquarters eyes into the place for chit-chat. After the three exited the police headquarters, Song Yunhui saw that Su Hanlin was fine for the moment and took a car to the mobile phone research lab. Su Hanlin declined his brother's offer to escort him, opting instead to take a taxi back to Shia Garden and heading to the property management office. Manager Chun, how is the security in your community managed? This morning, someone managed to break into my room, and your security team didn't notice? Are the surveillance cameras merely for show, or were they not turned on? We pay exorbitant property fees every month. What is that money being used for? Hearing Su Hanlin's inquiries, Manager Chun wore a bitter expression, forcing a smile as he replied. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. There was a malfunction with the surveillance video today, so we didn't capture any outsiders entering Building C1. Upon hearing this, Su Hanlin's first reaction was that the surveillance video didn't malfunction, but rather was intentionally sabotaged. The person who framed him must have used this opportunity to sneak into his room and hide K in the toilet tank. He seized the chance to request a review of the surveillance footage. After Manager Chin consented, they both entered the monitoring room to review the footage. Half an hour later, Su Hanlin exited the monitoring room and sat on a bench in the community garden, channeling 50 points of righteous energy into case reenactment. As he observed the familiar silhouette of the person who framed him in the slideshow, a sense of recognition washed over him. He mentally compared the figures of friends and colleagues in his mind. At that moment, Lu Tianfeng's figure appeared, closely aligning with the blurred silhouette from the case reenactment, showing over 90% similarity. Su Hanlin abruptly stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination, pondering. How could Tank, as an undercover agent, frame me? Could it be that someone is manipulating him from behind the scenes? But who could that be? With this thought, he pulled out his phone to send a meeting message to his sole informant, Jessica. After about 10 minutes, Jessica replied, meet at the usual place in 3 hours. Reading the phrase, the usual place, Su Hanlin smiled. It was their agreed-upon code. The usual place did not refer to an address, but rather to a convenient meeting spot for Jessica. Of course, the meeting would take place in a Seaview room at the Peninsula Hotel. Su Hanlin glanced at the time. 1:28 p.m. He planned to grab a quick bite at a nearby tea restaurant. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. Upon answering, Bei Ningxue asked with concern, Tony, I just heard from Uncle that you've been released on bail. Where are you now? I'll come find you. Su Hanlin quickly replied, Weiwei, you still have work. There's no need to come find me. By the way, please call Mom later and ask her to go shopping. Help me smooth things over with her so she can talk to Dad. On the other end, Bei Ningxue knew without asking that it was Su Yudao, opposing Su Hanlin's new career as a cop once again. Okay, I'll call Annie right away to set a time. Thanks. Su Hanlin cheerfully hung up after their conversation, had lunch at the tea restaurant, and returned to room 1505 at Shia Garden. He donned a wig and fake beard, disguising himself as a man in his 40s. He then left, avoiding the surveillance cameras, took the fire escape to the 10th floor, and rode the elevator. 2 hours later, after switching taxis several times to ensure he had evaded any surveillance, he purchased a new outfit with cash and changed before heading to the Peninsula Hotel. At the Peninsula Hotel, after sending Jessica a text with his room number, he waited for about 10 minutes before hearing a knock on the door. The doorbell rang. Rising to open the door, he welcomed Jessica inside, then peered down the empty corridor before closing the door. Su, sir, you summoned me in such haste. Could it be? As she spoke, Jessica removed the scarf from her head and took off her sunglasses, settling herself on the plush bed, beckoning Su Hanlin with a playful gesture. Be serious. Su Hanlin replied sternly. What have the second young master of the Tian family, Old Ghost, and Lu Tianfeng been up to recently? Seeing her invitation fall flat, Jessica casually pulled a lady's cigarette from her handbag and lit it, saying, Tian Xiao is still the same, drinking and chasing girls every day. As for Old Ghost and Lu Tianfeng, they've been rather lavish lately. According to Old Ghost, it seems that a Feng has done something significant for Tian Xiao, and they've been rewarded for it. Upon hearing this, Su Hanlin deduced who was behind the scheme to frame him. Yet he could not fathom the motivation of the second young master of the Tian family to bring about his ruin. Su Hanlin produced a slip of paper with account details and passwords, handing it over. This is an anonymous account I opened for you at a Swiss bank. From now on, I will deposit your informant fee into this account each month. Do remember to change the initial password. With a playful smile, Jessica accepted the note, saying, Su sir, remember our last outing at Victoria Harbor? As she began to slip out of her dress, Su Hanlin cast a glance at her figure and coldly remarked, The informant fee needs to be transferred within 3 days. If you wish to rest here, feel free. I will be away for 2 days. With that, he donned a wig and a false beard before leaving the Four Seasons Hotel. At the Hong Kong Police Headquarters, the Narcotics Bureau, NB, was in chaos. Jiang Xinghe reprimanded his team. What on earth are you doing? How could a few elite officers and paparazzi allow Su Hanlin to vanish from your sight? The NB officers bowed their heads, apologizing. Sorry, sir. We won't lose track of him again. Infuriated, Senior Inspector Jiang Xinghe snapped. Next time? You don't have a next time. Do you realize Su Hanlin has been out of your sight for over 3 hours? In that time, he could have traveled from Kowloon to Macau. At that moment, the phone rang. Jiang, still fuming, picked it up without checking the caller ID. Hello. Who is this? Jiang sir, what has you so fiery today? Su Hanlin's teasing voice came through. Jiang's anger flared further as he inquired. Why is Inspector Su deliberately evading the NB's surveillance? Su Hanlin feigned ignorance. Surveillance? Is the NB monitoring me? I had no idea. Jiang, at a loss for words, turned to glare at his subordinate and asked, Su sir, are you calling just to mock me? Of course not. Chapter 53. Su sir, you are quite charming. Jiang patiently listened to Su's deliberately drawn-out tone, knowing full well that Su would not call without cause. Jiang sir, I've just received a tip-off. The person framing me is called Lu Tianfeng, a subordinate of Old Ghost. By the way, Lu Tianfeng trained at the Huanghegang Police Academy and was a fellow PI student of mine. Thank you for providing such crucial information, Su sir. I will assign my team to follow up on this lead. Jiang did not inquire about the source of the tip, as there was an unspoken understanding within the Hong Kong police force not to question the identities of informants, as it served to protect their safety. Okay. I await Liang sir's prompt investigation to clear my name. After hanging up, Su Hanlin smirked to himself. Go ahead and investigate. Your Narcotics Bureau and Criminal Intelligence Department often collaborate. Let's see how you handle it when you discover that the undercover in your midst has framed me. If you attempt to burden me with a drug charge for the sake of your mission, do not blame me. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su caught sight of an LED billboard not far from the Yashihua garden, which was looping an advertisement for the Tian family business. Tian Hongyi, no matter your motives for framing me, since you have declared war, let us see this through to the end. Before he could finish, Liang shouting appeared from nowhere, feigning concern. Oh, isn't this Su sir? I heard you were summoned by the Narcotics Bureau. Would you like me to instruct the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit to mobilize informants to help you find clues? Su Hanlin retorted. Pa, I wouldn't trust you. You probably can't wait to watch me make a fool of myself. Your unsolicited concern is unwelcome, Liang sir. I believe the Narcotics Bureau will clear my name shortly. As for you, do not squander taxpayer money and focus on resolving the child abduction and missing persons cases as soon as possible. As Su finished speaking, Long Yao Yao, Yang Yang, and Chin Feng approached with various hot pot ingredients. Long Yao Yao, candid as ever, remarked, Liang sir, I heard the only suspect in the child abduction case died this morning after unsuccessful resuscitation. How long do you think it will take to ascertain which hospital leaked patient information to the suspect? Liang Xiaoteng was rendered speechless, his heart heavy with disappointment. What had once seemed an easy case was now complicated, as the suspect had unexpectedly succumbed to complications after initially being out of danger. His anticipated accolades had been slashed considerably, and his frustration grew as he had dispatched 3 teams to investigate all public hospitals in Kowloon without discovering any wrongdoing by the doctors. At that moment, Yang Yang quickly interjected, Yao Yao, we are here to celebrate Su sir's housewarming. Liang Sir is a valiant detective from the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, and I have no doubt he will uncover who sold patient information to the suspect within a week. He then added with a smile, "Isn't that right, Liang Sir?" Liang, seething with suppressed anger, chose not to respond. With a dark expression, he led his subordinates away from the Yashihua garden towards Zhang GT restaurant. Su Hanlin, Long Yaoyao, and the others exchanged amused glances at Liang's discomfort before entering Unit 1505 of Building C1 in Yashihua Garden. "Su Sir, congratulations on your new home. Cheers," Long Yaoyao exclaimed, downing a glass of beer in one go. Su Hanlin, Yang Yang, and the others followed suit, raising their glasses. "Come on, let's eat. This seafood will lose its flavor if it's overcooked." As they enjoyed their hot pot and chilled beer, the conversation flowed. "Su Sir, your home is quite spacious. Surely not less than 100 square meters. I wonder how long it will take for me to afford such a grand residence." At Chen Feng's envious remark, Yao Yao playfully tapped his head with her chopsticks, saying, "Ah Feng, it's not that I underestimate you. Your entire life combined wouldn't be enough to buy this place. Do you realize that Yashihua Garden starts at 200,000 per square meter? A home like Su Sir's must be priced at no less than 25 million Hong Kong dollars. Chen Feng pouted and laughed. "Can't you let me dream?" At that moment, Yang Yang chimed in, "Ah Feng, if you take the promotion exam every 3 years, by the time you retire, you'll be a chief superintendent, and with your pension, you'll be able to afford it." Long Yaoyao agreed. "Exactly. As long as we stick with Su Sir and solve major cases month after month, promotions and raises will be just around the corner." As they spoke, Yang Yang and Chen Feng nodded in agreement, raising their glasses once more. Su Hanlin savored his meal and drink, but did not commit to any promises, considering that while he could manage things in the vice squad, transferring to another department would only allow him to bring one subordinate along. Just then, the door creaked open, and Bei Ningxue entered with shopping bags, sniffing the air. "It smells wonderful. Tony, you started the hot pot without me?" After changing into slippers and entering the living room, she spotted Long Yaoyao, Yang Yang, and the others, cheerfully exclaiming, "Oh, we have guests. I thought you all were eating hot pot without me." Madam. Yang Yang and others sprang to their feet to greet. Bei Ningxue smiled and cheerfully said, "Just call me Vivian. By the way, you all continue eating. I will return to my room to change into another outfit and fetch a bottle of red wine." Having said that, she led the way into her room with a handful of shopping bags. Long Yaoyao glanced back, confirmed that Bei Ningxue had entered the room, and whispered, "Su Sir, is your girlfriend really the flower of the police force, madam?" At this moment, Chen Feng chimed in playfully, "Yao Yao, how long until you confess to the chief?" Upon hearing this, Long Yaoyao immediately wiped the smile off her face, thought for a moment, and replied, "I will confess after a Xia, Morong Xia, recovers and is discharged from the hospital." "Who is going to confess?" Bei Ningxue, dressed in loose loungewear and holding a bottle of red wine, approached and sat beside Su Hanlin. Su Hanlin pointed at Long Yaoyao and said, "Yao Yao is going to confess to a Xia." Upon hearing this, he caught a glimpse of Bei Ningxue's slightly disappointed expression and quickly stood up to divert the conversation, asking, "Yao Yao, how is Qianqian doing after she wakes up? Have you taken her to see a psychologist?" Long Yaoyao, typically carefree, did not notice that Su Hanlin was intentionally changing the subject. "I have taken her to see a psychologist. They said that Yao Yao was in a coma and it didn't cause any psychological trauma." Then, she turned and asked straightforwardly, "Vivian, how did Su Sir confess to you? Can you tell us?" Su Hanlin replied, "Confess? We were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. All right, of course. I can't tell Long Yaoyao or Yang Yang this, and besides, he doesn't actually mind dating Bei Ningxue. The only reason he hasn't pursued her is that he feels he hasn't enjoyed enough of life yet, and doesn't wish to rush into love, marriage, and children." Bei Ningxue shot Su Hanlin a glance and then turned to smile at Long Yaoyao, saying, "Yao Yao, it was your Su Sir who confessed to me, as I was the one who actively pursued him at first, and someone outright rejected my confession." As she said this, she turned to Tony and asked pointedly, "Am I not stating the facts?" Su Hanlin laughed awkwardly and quickly nodded in agreement, though he remained silent. "Oh, so it was a case of a girl pursuing a boy," Long Yaoyao exclaimed, as if she had discovered a new continent. "Su Sir, you are quite charming." Chapter 54, Madam, you are trespassing, 13-1505, Block C1, Xia Garden. The joyful time always flew by swiftly. Around 11 p.m., Long Yaoyao, Yang Yang, and others stood at the door teasing, "Su Sir, madam, we are waiting for your wedding candies and wine." Su Hanlin humorously retorted, On the day of the wedding, I will definitely make you drink until you drop. All right, it's quite late now. Yang, Chen Feng, as gentlemen, you are responsible for safely escorting Yao Yao home. Yes, sir. Su Hanlin and Bai Ningxue stood at the door, watching as Yao Yao and the others took the elevator down before returning to their room. Bai Ningxue adjusted her bangs, turned her head, and said, My aunt mentioned that I should slowly work on Uncle when I get back. She asked me to tell you to cooperate with the internal inquiry and assist the Narcotics Investigation Department to clear your name as soon as possible. Su Hanlin sincerely replied, Thank you, Vivian. If you really want to thank me, then while you are on vacation, make me a few Western meals these days. No problem. After Su Hanlin gave an okay gesture, he continued, It's getting late. You have work tomorrow, so get some rest. Good night. With that, he turned and walked back into the bedroom. Bai Ningxue pouted her cherry lips, clenched her fists, and inwardly cursed Su Hanlin to remain a single dog for life. In the master bedroom, Su Hanlin sat at his computer, checking that he had 550 points of justice energy remaining. He pursed his lips and decided against using the justice energy to redeem business opportunities. Next, he overdrew 500,000 from his Citibank Platinum credit card and transferred it to his foreign exchange trading account, setting a buy order for the Japanese yen at 98.50 with a tenfold leverage. He also set a sell order at 99.00 before yawning and lying down on the bed, soon drifting off to sleep. Over the next 3 days, Su Hanlin enjoyed a comfortable life, sipping coffee, trading foreign exchange, and cooking gourmet meals. Although the foreign exchange market saw little fluctuation during those days, he managed to earn 2 million. Had it not been for the internal inquiry, he would have actively invited Song Yunhui to host a swimsuit party on a yacht. While sitting on the balcony watching the latest financial news, a sudden urgent ringing of the phone broke the silence. Upon answering, a stern voice came through. Inspector Su Hanlin, this is Senior Superintendent Fong Wenxuan from the Public Relations Department. According to the scientific analysis provided by the Firearms Division, combined with the statements from the SDU, it was indeed an accidental discharge. Furthermore, based on Liu Tianfeng's testimony, it has been confirmed that the suspect fired a warning shot after fleeing, which was deemed appropriate enforcement without threats, coercion, or intimidation. Following the review by the Independent Commission Against Corruption, I am now notifying you that the internal inquiry has been revoked. Upon hearing this, Su Hanlin jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, Thank you, sir. After hanging up, he murmured to himself, The efficiency of the Public Relations Department is truly commendable. Within just 3 days, they have clarified the situation and revoked the internal inquiry. If only the Narcotics Investigation Department could be this efficient. It is often said that one should not speak ill of others behind their backs. That moment, in the Narcotics Investigation Department at police headquarters, Jiang Xinghe sneezed repeatedly. Rubbing his nose, he thought it was due to the cold air, only to turn and see that the air conditioning was set to 25 degrees. He mused that it must be Madame Ling from the Commercial Crime Unit, reporting him to the higher-ups. Indeed, Senior Superintendent Ling Yuhan from the Commercial Crime Unit was lodging a complaint with the higher-ups against the Narcotics Investigation Department, claiming they were jeopardizing Liu Tianfeng's undercover mission. Sir, according to Liu Tianfeng's analysis, Tian Hongyi's flamboyant exterior is a deliberate disguise. In reality, he is meticulous and ruthless. Moreover, combined with intelligence from the Criminal Intelligence Division, it is highly likely that Tian Hongyi is a key figure in the six-star organization operating in Hong Kong. Ling Yuhan continued angrily, however. Due to the Narcotics Investigation Department's intervention, while the undercover identity has not been exposed, it has become impossible to penetrate the core of Tian Hongyi's organization. Hearing this, Senior Superintendent Go Puzuan of the Commercial Crime Unit felt a sharp pain in his head. He had not anticipated that Su Hanlin would identify the scapegoat within a single day. Had it not been for this lead, the Narcotics Investigation Department would not have been able to swiftly pinpoint the undercover Liu Tianfeng. Most critically, this had disrupted Tian Hongyi's subsequent plans, resulting in Liu Tianfeng, who had initially gained trust, being unable to infiltrate the criminal organization S-Corps. The situation had developed to this point. Thus, they would withdraw the undercover mission and wait for Su Hanlin to finish his internal inquiry and return to duty to participate in the investigation of the international money laundering case. Listening to his superior, Ling Yuhan could only acquiesce, secretly hoping that with Su Hanlin's exceptional reasoning and analytical skills, new leads on international money laundering could be uncovered. Not long after Su Hanlin received the notice of the revocation of the internal inquiry, Jiang Xinghe called to inform him to go to police headquarters to sign documents and collect 100,000 HKD in cash. This is truly a double blessing. I must find someone to celebrate tonight. Just as he was about to invite Song Yun-hui, the doorbell rang. Su Hanlin opened the door and coolly said, "What brings you here?" Lu Tianfeng chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head as he replied, "God of wealth, why don't you invite me in?" Su Hanlin leaned against the door frame, blocking Lu Tianfeng's entrance, saying, "If I let you in, will you hide a bag of K in my room and report me to the Narcotics Investigation Department?" "God of wealth, I'm sorry. I was compelled to frame you to gain Tian Hongyi's trust." Lu Tianfeng pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, saying, "God of wealth, I have failed my undercover mission. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to come find you so openly today. Speaking of which, I owe you for helping me in my undercover task early. However, I must extend my gratitude to you, God of wealth, for your undercover work during this period. I feel as though I am suffering from severe dissociative identity disorder." Although Su Hanlin has not experienced the life of an undercover agent, he understands that such individuals must collect intelligence while remaining perpetually vigilant to avoid exposure. Under such immense dual psychological pressure, it is common for ordinary people to suffer mental breakdowns. Therefore, upon returning from their missions, undercover agents often undergo prolonged psychological counseling. Feng, since your undercover assignment has been prematurely terminated, it is time to face life anew. However, you framed me for drug possession, and I shall not forgive you easily. At that moment, the elevator doors slid open, revealing a chilling female voice. "Su Sir, regarding the allegations against Lu Tianfeng for framing you with drug possession, it was all carried out under orders. If you wish to assign blame, direct it toward me." Su Hanlin turned his head in the direction of the voice, inwardly cursing. Damn, why is it Fei Xintong, that icy woman? Yet, outwardly, he maintained a composed demeanor and inquired, "Madam, please do not tell me you came specifically to seek me out?" Fei Xintong, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor, approached Su Hanlin, her expression frosty as she pushed past him and entered the room. Turning back, she stated, "Inspector Su Hanlin, this is to formally notify you that you are to report to the Commercial Crimes Unit next Monday." Su Hanlin shot a glance at Lu Tianfeng, who shrugged and shook his head, indicating that he had not come with Fei Xintong. "Madam, your intrusion here is tantamount to trespassing. I could call 999 to report you." "Of course." Fei Xintong shrugged, gesturing as if inviting him to make the call. Observing her uninvited presence as she surveyed the room's decor and layout, nodding occasionally as if to commend his taste, Su Hanlin thought to himself, "What does my taste have to do with you? Were it not for your gender, I could easily dispose of you in 3 seconds." He silently fumed, standing in his flip-flops and slightly bowing as if to usher her out. Is Inspector Su so unwelcoming? Fei Xuantong's icy visage cracked with a hint of a smile, which sent a shiver through Su Hanlin, compelling him to declare, "Madam, you are indeed unwelcome. I kindly ask you to leave." Lu Tianfeng, standing outside the door, glanced anxiously from side to side, unsure whether to enter or retreat. As he observed the exchange between the two, "You might come to regret this." Fei Xuantong's lips curled into a smirk as she teased, "Well then, since you are uninterested in learning why Tian Hongyi framed you, I shall take my leave." With that, she strode away, her long legs clicking rhythmically against the floor. How is it that he does not call out to stop me? Does he know Tian Hongyi's true intentions? Just then, the sound of a door slamming echoed behind her. She shot a frosty glare at Lu Tianfeng, demanding to know if he had breached police protocol by informing Su Hanlin. Lu Tianfeng, taken aback, hastily shook his head and swore with 3 fingers raised, "I guarantee I have not disclosed a single word to Su Sir." Fei Xintong frowned, glancing back at the closed door of cell 1505, murmuring to herself as she walked toward the elevator, "This makes no sense." According to psychology, human curiosity is insatiable, particularly when it pertains to matters of personal concern. As she stepped into the elevator, she heard Su Hanlin call out, "Madam." I knew he would call out to inquire about Tian Hongyi's motives before I departed. Fei Xintong thought triumphantly, resolved to keep Su Hanlin on edge and refrain from divulging too much information. Su Hanlin leaned halfway out the door, stating, "Madam, see you on Monday." With that, he slammed the door shut. Lu Tianfeng felt the air grow colder around him, retreating into the fire escape, unwilling to share the elevator with Fei Xintong. Inside the room, Su Hanlin spat contemptuously, self-important and aloof. No wonder she remains unmarried at her age. Yet, observing her earlier confidence, he pondered, could it be that she truly understands Tian Hongyi's ulterior motives? As he paced the living room, he contemplated whether to make a phone call. Should I call? Or not? No, I have case reenactments to conduct. As long as I gather sufficient evidence, I can analyze it through the system myself without having to consult that cold-faced woman. With that thought, he decided to inform his mother, Su Huanchuan, about his reinstatement. After several attempts to call, he concluded that Judge Su must be in court. Unable to answer her phone, in Hong Kong's courts, mobile phones must be silenced, and recording, photographing, or live streaming is strictly prohibited. Su Hanlin held his phone, considering whom to share his reinstatement joy with, his elder brother, Song Yunhui, Bai Ningxue, excluding those who might be disapproving of his job as a police officer. He was left with Bai Ningxue and Song Man. Without hesitation, he chose Bai Ningxue to share his happiness. Upon calling Bai Ningxue, he excitedly announced, "Vivian, I just received a call from the Public Relations Unit Senior Officer. My internal hearing has concluded. Next Monday, I will officially be seconded to the Commercial Crimes Unit. Madam personally came to notify me." On the other end, Bai Ningxue responded joyfully, "That's wonderful. We must certainly celebrate with a bottle of red wine tonight." At that moment, Liang shouting passed by Bai Ningxue and overheard her words, muttering to himself, "Celebrate tonight? Impossible. Don't they know there's an operation tonight? Oh, right. I haven't informed the team about the action plan for this evening." Clapping his hands together, Liang Xiaodang commanded the attention of the members of the Kowloon Major Crimes B Group. "Tonight, B Group has an operation. Briefing in 1 hour in the conference room for a detailed action plan." "Yes, sir." The members of Kowloon Major Crimes B Group, including Bai Ningxue, responded in unison. After Liang Xiaodang departed, 2 senior team members began to grumble quietly, "Ugh. I promised my son we'd watch Jurassic Park together, and now that's fallen through. Brother Xiong, how long has it been? You still haven't taken your son to see Jurassic Park? I remember when we were patrolling together. You used to complain every day about taking your son to see it." One of the older men, who appeared to be in his 40s and slightly overweight, jested. Although Hong Kong police officers enjoy a decent salary and benefits, the patrol officers work long shifts of 10 to 12 hours. Major crimes teams do not have a fixed end-of-day schedule. Even during holidays, they must return to duty in the event of an emergency. As Su Hanlin drove his white Mercedes G55 toward the police headquarters drug investigation unit, he received a call from Bai Ningxue and learned that she could not celebrate with him that evening. "No matter, we can celebrate when you take a break." After offering her some words of comfort, he pressed the button on his Bluetooth headset to end the call. A few dozen minutes later, he entered the drug investigation unit in the deputy building of the police headquarters. "Officer Jiang, thank you for swiftly clarifying the case and restoring my reputation." Su Hanlin smiled as he took a seat, reviewing the item release list, confirming its accuracy before signing and handing it over. Senior Inspector Jiang Xinghe accepted the release list, his expression troubled yet managing a faint smile. "Su sir, this was all thanks to the clues you provided that our team was able to clarify things." Rising, he shook hands with Su Hanlin, saying, "Congratulations on your reinstatement." "Thank you." Su Hanlin expressed his sincere gratitude after shaking hands. Observing Jiang Xinghe's troubled expression, he inquired, "What troubles you, Officer Jiang? Have you encountered a particularly challenging case? Do you require my assistance?" "Sorry, that slipped my mind. I forgot about police protocol." Jiang Xinghe waved his hand dismissively. "This case is not confidential. In fact, it has some connection to you, Su sir. Our team, following your leads, ultimately learned from Lu Tianfeng that 1 kilogram of K was supplied by Lao Gue. Based on that information, we collaborated with the paparazzi to conduct a covert investigation of Lao Gue, but during the operation, I made an error in command. Old Gue unexpectedly disposed of all the K tablets by flushing them down the toilet." Su Hanlin, upon hearing this, chuckled and remarked, "I thought it was something serious. Isn't it simply a matter of insufficient evidence for conviction? It's straightforward. We can find other evidence of old Gue's drug dealing to secure a conviction." Jiang Xinghe, rolling his eyes in exasperation, replied, "Su sir, drug cases differ from other criminal cases. A complete chain of evidence requires both the person and the goods to be caught red-handed. Unless there are additional audiovisual materials, the prosecution may struggle against the suspect's lawyer." Su Hanlin humbly interjected, "Perhaps I can uncover irrefutable proof." "Really?" Jiang Xinghe asked. "Hold on, Jiang sir. If convenient, let me first review the police's current evidence and leads regarding old Gue's K tablet dealings. It would be best if I could also see the recent surveillance reports from the Criminal Intelligence Bureau regarding old Gue," Su Hanlin said, feeling troubled about how to deal with Tian Hongyi. Now that his informant old Gue was implicated in drug trafficking, he aimed to eliminate his henchman first before focusing his efforts on confronting the solitary figure of Tian Hongyi. Without reliable subordinates to act on his behalf, Tianhongyi would surely strike secretly, which was precisely what Su Hanlin anticipated. As soon as Tianhongyi took action, Su Hanlin could gather sufficient leads and analyze the criminal facts through a reenactment of the case, ultimately finding evidence to bring him to justice. All right. Jiang Xinghe responded cheerfully. Su sir, please wait for a moment. I will have my colleagues compile old Gui's data, leads, and material evidence into a report for you. Su Hanlin, concerned about inadvertently contaminating the evidence, quickly added, Jiang sir, just take photographs of all the leads and material evidence and present them to me. There is no need to retrieve the items from the evidence room. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinghe felt a sense of relief. He too feared contaminating the evidence. There had been a case in Hong Kong where officers, while transporting evidence back to the station, apprehended a suspect halfway, causing the evidence to be out of sight for 30 minutes and resulting in crucial contamination. Okay, we'll prepare as you request, Su sir. Jiang Xinghe stood up and opened the office door, calling out to the spacious office, Sherma, take photographs of all leads and material evidence related to old Gui and bring them to my office. Yes, sir. Sherma promptly stood up, saying, I'll finish what I'm doing and head over. Drop your current tasks. Go immediately. You have 30 minutes. Jiang Xinghe urged. Aware that without critical material evidence pinpointing old Gui's criminal acts, the station would deny bail per protocol, and the suspect's lawyer could apply for a bail order at the magistrate's court. Now that they had already alerted the snake, if old Gui managed to secure bail and was released, he would undoubtedly attempt every means possible to eliminate all evidence. Yes, sir. Sherma quickly set aside his work to prepare the photographs and documents. Meanwhile, in the temporary holding room, old Gui sat comfortably in the interrogation room, unrestrained, saying, Chief Inspector, I'll need your help to apply for a bail order again. Once I get out this time, I will surely express my gratitude. The Chief Inspector, adjusting his glasses, privately thought, if it weren't for you recruiting the undercover officer Liu Tianfeng, would we be in this predicament? If it weren't for the fact that Tian Shao still needs you in many ways, you would likely already be in a sack, sunk in the sea to feed the fish. However, he maintained a polite and professional demeanor, saying, we're all working for Tian Shao. You needn't be so formal. Just be patient. According to the magistrate's procedures, you will receive your bail order in a few hours. After saying this, he stood up, carrying his briefcase, and left under the watchful gaze of the officers. On the 6th floor of the police headquarters vice building, in the Narcotics Investigation Department, Su Hanlin was invited into the briefing room, where he saw over 100 photographs displayed in chronological order on the walls. A whiteboard illustrated old Gui's social connections. Su sir, this is the surveillance record of old Gui over the past few days, Jiang Xinghe said, politely handing over the documents. Su Hanlin accepted the folder but did not open it immediately. Instead, he focused intently on the enlarged photographs on the wall. As he observed, he mused internally, well, I didn't expect old Gui's daily life to be so vibrant. In the morning, he has beautiful women accompanying him for dim sum. At noon, he secretly meets with a financial company secretary. In the afternoon, he visits a sauna, and at night, he frequents Lan Kuai-Fong goodness. With such a debauched lifestyle, 3 blue pills a day probably wouldn't suffice. After reviewing the photographs, Su Hanlin pulled up a chair, sat down, and began to read the 24-hour monitoring records of old Gui in detail. Time flew by, and Jiang Xinghe grew increasingly anxious, though he maintained a calm exterior while waiting patiently nearby. Sir, Sherma whispered, glancing at Su Hanlin, who was engrossed in the report. Our entire team has reviewed these tracking reports countless times without discovering any issues. Jiang Xinghe shot Sherma a sharp glare and, after suppressing his frustration, whispered back, What do you know? Do you understand that Su Sir cracked the commercial crime case, currently investigating the false gold bull by employing a similar method? Moreover, I heard from a senior at Kowloon Police Station that Su Sir also analyzed all leads and material evidence from a recent bank robbery case through photographs. Upon hearing this, Sherma's eyes widened, and his mind went blank, looking utterly bewildered. The false gold bull case had not been resolved and had not been reported in police news, while the bank robbery was prominently featured. Naturally, the police news did not mention Su Hanlin's name, so Sherma was unaware. Moments later, once Sherma regained his composure, he looked at Su Hanlin with admiration before turning away, expressing concern. Sir, according to protocol, we can only detain old Gui for a maximum of 2 hours. I wonder if Su Sir will be able to find new leads and evidence within an hour. Jiang Xinghe was internally agitated. He pushed Sharma out of the briefing room and instructed him to notify the other team members to stand by in pairs in areas where Old Gue frequently operated. Should Sue Hanlin discover new leads here, they would immediately proceed to gather evidence. Inside the briefing room, Sue Hanlin reviewed all leads and material evidence in his mind to ensure nothing was overlooked. He noticed he still had 550 points of righteous energy remaining. He decided to expend 50 points to activate the case reenactment, at once integrating and displaying all photographic content 10 minutes later. The slideshow paused on an image of dim sum at the Fusheng restaurant. As he gazed at the still image in his mind, Sue Hanlin furrowed his brow and instinctively reached for a cigarette, ready to light it, only to remember that smoking was prohibited in the briefing room. He held the cigarette to his nose and inhaled while scrutinizing the image of the private room at Fusheng restaurant in his mind. Over the past 3 days, the only variation was the different beautiful women accompanying him each day, which seemed entirely unrelated to drug trafficking. Why did the case reenactment freeze on this particular moment? No, something must have been overlooked. With this thought, Sue Hanlin hastily retrieved the photographs from the Narcotics Investigation Department's surveillance team. Meticulously comparing them one by one, there were no anomalies. Every day, the same restaurant, the same dim sum, and the same private room. Nothing suspicious. Besides, it's common for people in Hong Kong to enjoy dim sum in the same restaurant for decades. Moreover, the narcotics investigation team would have surely conducted a covert search of the private room. Sue Hanlin muttered to himself. No, there must be something else that was overlooked. What could it be? Sue Hanlin pondered, yet he could not fathom the answer. However, he was certain that the system would not err. There had to be a detail that had been missed. In that moment, with his arms crossed tightly against his chest and one hand supporting his chin, he suddenly caught a glimpse. Chapter 57. Trouble. Evidence may be destroyed. Sue Hanlin, with his arms tightly crossed against his chest and one hand resting on his chin, suddenly noticed the header on the surveillance report that read time. Yes, it was the time. He smacked his forehead in realization and hurriedly compared the photographs against the time noted in the surveillance report at this moment. The still image in his mind began to play again. What on earth is this? As he was about to finish his sentence, a sudden blackout enveloped his mind, and an architectural blueprint appeared before him. Startled, Sue Hanlin initially thought he had unlocked a new skill related to case reenactment, only to realize it was merely a screen switch. Gazing at the blueprint, he pondered, could this be the floor plan of the Fusheng restaurant? Hastily, he opened the briefing room door, just as Jiang Xinghe was preparing to enter. Jiang, sir, do you have the architectural structure of Fusheng restaurant? Sue Hanlin inquired urgently. Jiang Xinghe, perplexed, thought, aren't we investigating Old Gue for selling drugs? Why this sudden interest in the restaurant's floor plan? Could it be a drug den? That seemed improbable. After Old Gue's arrest, I personally led a search of Fusheng and found nothing unusual. Sue, sir, the narcotics division does not have the architectural plan for Fusheng restaurant. If you require it, I can file a request to obtain it from the building department, Jiang Xinghe replied. Sue Hanlin glanced at his watch. Less than 90 minutes remained until the court issued the bail order. There was no time to file a request and retrieve the blueprint. Wait, Jiang, sir, do you have any background investigation data on Fusheng restaurant? Upon seeing Sue Hanlin's anxious demeanor, Jiang Xinghe surmised he must have discovered a new lead related to the restaurant. Though he believed there was no issue with Fusheng, he feared the possibility of a hidden danger. Sue, sir, the narcotics division lacks background data on Fusheng restaurant. However, the criminal intelligence division does have such information. If you need it, I can retrieve it right away. Sue Hanlin waved his hand dismissively, saying it was unnecessary. Jiang, sir, just make a quick call to check if Fusheng has undergone any major renovations in recent years. Okay. Jiang Xinghe pulled out his phone and made the call in Sue Hanlin's presence. Yes, understood. Thank you, senior brother. After hanging up, he was astonished. Sue, sir, how did you deduce that Fusheng had undergone extensive renovations? Before Jiang Xinghe could respond, Sue Hanlin confidently stated, you needn't tell me. I just learned that Fusheng restaurant experienced a fire 3 years ago and underwent comprehensive renovations. What does the restaurant's renovation have to do with Old Gue's case? Jiang Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. Of course it is relevant. I suspect there are concealed compartments within the restaurant, possibly leading to other properties. Jiang, sir, you must immediately apply for a search warrant to investigate Fusheng restaurant, Sue Hanlin urged, fearing that if they delayed, evidence hidden in the compartments might be destroyed. As Jiang Xinghe activated the police car siren and sped towards Fusheng restaurant, they arrived within 40 minutes, thanks in part to the assistance of a traffic officer on a motorcycle. Otherwise, even an hour would have been considered swift. illustrating the notorious congestion of Hong Kong's traffic. After presenting the search warrant, Jiang Xinghe and his team conducted a meticulous search of Fuxing restaurant. Su Hanlin followed closely behind, donning rubber gloves as he entered the private dining room where old Gue often enjoyed his morning tea. He knocked and tapped, carefully listening for echoes to determine if there were any hidden compartments within the room. However, after 20 minutes of thorough investigation, no secret passages were discovered. At that moment, Sherma, with tissue stuffed in his nostrils, was knocking on the walls and corners of the shared restroom. Sherma, have you found anything? Jiang Xinghe inquired from the restroom door. Sherma shook his head and replied in a muffled voice, Sir, could it be that Su Sir's analysis is incorrect? The team has searched extensively. If there were hidden compartments, we would have uncovered them by now. Although Jiang Xinghe internally acknowledged Sherma's point, he sternly admonished, You talk too much. Focus on your search. I will check on Su Sir. Having said that, he left and entered the dining room on the second floor, finding Su Hanlin lost in thought, staring at the wall. Su Sir, still no findings? Jiang asked, to which Su Hanlin remained silent, continuing to compare the wall with the blueprint in his mind. Noticing an increase in his justice energy, Su was convinced that evidence of old Gue's crimes lay hidden within Fuxing restaurant. He closed his eyes and began mimicking old Gue's actions based on the mental slideshow. Jiang Xinghe observed Su Hanlin's uncharacteristic behavior, astonished that he walked down the corridor without touching the walls or the plants adorning either side. It was as if he were gliding effortlessly. Eventually, Su Hanlin arrived at the kitchen area, pausing to survey his surroundings. He speculated about old Gue's habitual actions upon entering. Suddenly, the words changing room caught his eye, and as he approached the door, his justice energy surged significantly. Jiang Sir, has this area been searched? Su Hanlin pointed towards the changing room. Jiang Xinghe replied uncertainly, It should have been. Wait, let me check with Sherma. He was responsible for this area. With that, he hurried towards the restroom. A few minutes later, Jiang Xinghe and Sherma reached the changing room door. Sherma, still with tissue in his nostrils, asked, Su Sir? Su Hanlin gestured for him to remove the tissue before speaking. Sorry, Su Sir. Sherma quickly pulled out the 2 strips of tissue and exclaimed, We only searched half of the changing room. Su Hanlin interjected, What do you mean half? Where's the other half? Sherma hurriedly explained, Well, I was leading the team in the changing room when a female staff member rushed in, clutching her abdomen, and went into the restroom. What? Their SA restroom in the changing room? Su Hanlin asked urgently. Yes. Oh no, the evidence may be destroyed. Chapter 58. The unexpected surge of justice energy with a powerful kick. Jiang Xinghe forcefully kicked open the changing room door. He had sensed something was amiss, and upon hearing about the restroom's existence, it all clicked. In the bustling Hong Kong, who would allocate over 10 square meters for a changing room for staff, and even more, who would thoughtfully install a restroom within it? The 3 entered in succession, with Jiang Xinghe and Sherma intentionally lagging half a step behind Su Hanlin. Upon entering the restroom, Su Hanlin observed it was approximately 3 square meters in size. Without needing to give instructions, Jiang Xinghe and Sherma pressed their ears against the walls, tapping to listen for any hidden mechanisms. Minutes later, Sherma shouted from atop the toilet, Sir, this wall is hollow. Jiang Xinghe and Su Hanlin approached, and Jiang pressed his ear to the wall. It's a steel wall. Search for a hidden mechanism nearby. Bending down, Jiang Xinghe and Sherma searched for a way to open the door. At that moment, Su Hanlin noticed the toilet beneath him appeared significantly older than the one next door. Logically, the adjacent toilet should show more wear, as it was frequently used. But this one was in worse condition. Something was off. Su Hanlin lifted the toilet lid but found nothing amiss. As he opened the tank lid, he was met with a numerical combination lock. Wow, he gasped, exclaiming, This facility rivals that of a Hollywood 007 blockbuster. Sherma cast a glance at the digital keypad lock, teasingly remarking, Could it possibly have a self-destruct mechanism like in the movies? Although his words were spoken lightly, they were met with earnest consideration. Su Hanlin and Jiang Xinghe exchanged a knowing look, nodded subtly, and exited the restroom. Calling headquarters. This is Senior Inspector Jiang Xinghe from the Narcotics Investigation Unit. Please dispatch a code-breaking expert to the Fuxing restaurant on Xingye Street. After hanging up, Jiang Xinghe hurriedly dialed another number. Upon connection, he stated, Sir, this is Jiang Xinghe. We have discovered a secret room with a digital keypad at Fuxing restaurant. I have already called for backup to send a code-breaking expert. Sir, could you delay the bail for Lao Gue by a few hours? After a brief pause, a voice on the line responded, 3 hours. I can only grant you 3 hours. Thank you, sir. Jiang Xinghe hung up, elated. Su Hanlin, deep in thought, remarked, although I have no experience with cryptography, I understand that a code-breaking expert may not necessarily crack it within 3 hours. Jiang replied, I am aware that time is limited, but Hong Kong is a society governed by law. Lao Gui has obtained a bail order from the court. In the absence of new evidence, a 3-hour delay is the utmost effort our superior can exert. As Jiang Xinghe fell silent, Su Hanlin inferred from his expression that once the secret room was accessed, they would unearth new evidence against Lao Gui and promptly summon him back to the station. However, they both understood that a female suspect had entered before them, and as the police opened the secret room, they silently prayed there were no alternate exits. Otherwise, even if the female suspect destroyed the incriminating evidence, capturing her and breaking her psychological defenses might still lead them to implicate Lao Gui. Sherma, take a few officers to search the back residence for any hidden passages leading to Fuxing restaurant. As Jiang Xinghe's words faded, Sherma immediately turned and dashed out. At that moment, Su Hanlin mused about how convenient it would be if the system could directly decipher the code. He wondered if the case replay analysis function could assist in cracking it. Adopting a desperate measures for desperate times approach, he utilized 100 justice energy to enhance the case replay. Instantly, his mind conjured an image of Lao Gui standing before the toilet, inputting segments of the code. Unfortunately, despite his best efforts, he could only discern the first 4 digits, leaving the last 2 obscured. Fortunately, after several attempts, he confirmed the first 4 digits were 5185. Su Hanlin silently repeated, 518. 518. I must succeed. I must succeed. Compelled by an unseen force, he entered the restroom and entered 518518 on the keypad. A faint click echoed as a steel wall, approximately 60 centimeters wide behind the toilet, began to descend. Incredible. It truly is 518,518, he exclaimed, turning to shout, Sir Liang, the door has opened. What? The door has opened? Liang Xinghe, initially suspecting it was a figment of his imagination, approached the restroom door and witnessed an entrance approximately 60 centimeters wide and about 3 meters tall behind the toilet. Instantly, he drew his firearm, gripping it firmly as he approached the entrance, though he did not enter immediately. Instead, he cautiously peered inside, noticing a light illuminating the bottom of a ladder. He signaled to Su Hanlin and slid down the ladder. Su Hanlin followed closely behind, entering the dimly lit room of about 20 square meters, finding it utterly vacant. Alarmed, he thought, this is bad. The female suspect must have eliminated all incriminating evidence against Lao Gui. At that moment, Jiang Xinghe remained vigilant, gun drawn, scanning the surroundings with utmost caution. 20 minutes later, Su Hanlin observed his colleagues from the Narcotics Investigation Unit bagging several kilograms of K-powder, various soft drugs, and a few Black Star handguns, laying them on the table. He pondered, how could the female suspect have entered the secret room without destroying the evidence against Lao Gui? Was there insufficient time, or? Shaking his head, he concluded, Lao Gui has only a secondary education and has been entrenched in this world for over a decade, only recently rising to prominence. Furthermore, it is unlikely he could have orchestrated such a meticulous setup, as evidenced by the simple nature of the entrance code. Could it be the items the female suspect took were more critical than those she left behind? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, everything would be inexplicable. Hurriedly, Jiang Xinghe, Su Hanlin, and the team returned to the police headquarters. A duty officer abruptly stood up and exclaimed, Sir, Lao Gui was released on bail by his lawyer an hour ago. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinghe felt a surge of anger, realizing that the promised 3-hour delay had turned into less than an hour. However, he refrained from cursing at his superior and calmly instructed, notify the officers tracking Lao Gui to bring him back to the Narcotics Investigation Unit for further questioning. At that moment, Su Hanlin noticed the justice energy within the system suddenly beginning to tally up. Justice energy, 1300, 2900, huh? Why has it suddenly increased by 900 points? I remember using 100 points for the password analysis, which should have left me with only 400. Now it has increased by 900. Could it be Lao Gui has been silenced or has fled Hong Kong? As Su Hanlin speculated, Jiang Xinghe's phone rang. At that moment, a foreboding sense of dread washed over Su Hanlin. Chapter 59. Why hasn't Liang Xiaotang continued the investigation? What? Could you repeat that? Jiang Xinghe pressed the caller for clarification 3 times. Receiving the same answer, Lao Gui is dead. It was neither murder nor an accident. It It was suicide. Who would believe it? Jiang Xinghe was incredulous, and Su Hanlin was even more skeptical. Given Lao Gui's notorious weakness for women, how could he possibly take his own life? However, the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit's forensic team concluded the preliminary investigation indicated suicide. A definitive conclusion would require a thorough autopsy and final forensic report. At that moment, Jiang Xinghe mentally cursed the entire family of the senior officer before forcing a smile and saying, "Su sir, I appreciate your hard work today. Please wait here while I finalize Lao Gui's case report for my superior, and afterward, I will treat you to a drink." Su Hanlin glanced at the time. There was still over an hour until the end of the workday. Smiling, he replied, "There's no need for such formality, Liang sir. I'll treat you to a drink another day. Today, I really must head to the Yaomati police station to collect my credentials and service weapon. Otherwise, the station master won't be in on the weekend." Afterward, accompanied by Liang Xinghe, he drove the white G55 Mercedes SUV to Yaomati police station. Inside the vehicle, Su Hanlin reduced the speed, his gaze fixed on the road ahead as he contemplated the implications of Lao Gui's suicide. Judging by the justice energy points in the system, even if Lao Gui had indeed taken his own life, it was likely due to some external pressure. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind. Tian Hongyi. Lao Gui must have been threatened by the second son of the Tian family. No, it was more likely that Lao Gui possessed incriminating evidence against Tian Hongyi. Yes, that must explain why the female suspect did not destroy the evidence against Lao Gui after entering the secret room. With this realization, Su Hanlin resolved that even if the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit deemed Lao Gui's death a suicide, he would continue his investigation privately. As for Liang Xiaotang, he would surely use cunning means to remove him from the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Otherwise, his private investigation into Lao Gui's case would undoubtedly face obstacles. Upon arriving at Yaomati police station, Su Hanlin stepped into the gray-blue Edwardian-style three-story building. The duty officer greeted him with a smile. "Su sir, isn't it almost time to clock out? Are you here at the behest of the station master for reinstatement?" Nodding in acknowledgement, the officer continued, "Su sir, if manpower is short due to a Xia Mu Rongxia from your anti-vice team being injured and hospitalized, could you possibly transfer me over?" Finally, the duty officer remarked, "I joined the Yamadai police station on the same day as Asha." Su Hanlin cast a fleeting glance at the senior officer in uniform, casually responding, "Okay, once the commissioner allocates more positions to the vice squad, I'll submit a report to transfer you." However, he inwardly scoffed, entering the station on the same day as Asha, and she is already preparing for the promotion exam to become a sergeant while you remain a senior officer. The duty officer felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. The number of officers in each division is fixed. How could they simply increase it? Nevertheless, today, having conversed with Sir Su, he felt a sense of familiarity that might one day lead him to escape from uniform duties and enter the criminal investigation department. "Thank you, Sir Su. Please remember me when an opportunity arises." The duty officer waved cheerfully, watching Su Hanlin ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the third-floor office of the commissioner, he knocked gently on the door. "Come in." He pushed the door open and entered, spotting Commissioner Magellan savoring a cup of coffee, undoubtedly basking in praise from the higher-ups at the police department. "Sir Su, please take a seat." Magellan set down his coffee cup, gesturing with a smile. "I had a feeling you'd report back as soon as you received your reinstatement order." "How could I not come? Tomorrow is the weekend, and the commissioner won't be in. On Monday, I need to report to the commercial crime unit. Where would I find time to collect my credentials, firearm, and other equipment?" Su Hanlin mused internally. Magellan opened a drawer, retrieving the documents, firearm, and silver bracelet, pushing them towards him, saying, "Here, I've had everything ready for you to spare you a trip to the equipment department." "Thank you, sir," Su Hanlin exclaimed, rising abruptly, his shoes thudding against the floor. After saluting, he collected his credentials and equipment. At 9 p.m., in apartment 1505 of Block C1, Shia Garden, Su Hanlin donned an apron and meticulously prepared a piece of A5, grade Wagyu beef, which he had procured through connections with Song Yunhui. After a short while, he seated himself at the dining table, savoring a glass of Sichtokongda red wine alongside the melt-in-your-mouth, creamy-flavored Wagyu. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Bei Ningxue entered, her exhaustion evident as she dragged her bag into the living room, collapsing onto the sofa and exclaiming, "Tony, you seem quite enthusiastic, dining alone with steak and wine." Su Hanlin swallowed the beef in his mouth, turned, and called out, "I specifically managed to get a 5-grade Wagyu today. Would you like some? I can cook you a piece." A 5-grade Wagyu? Bei Ningxue leapt off the sofa, her fatigue forgotten, and rushed to the dining area, her face lighting up as she replied, "Thank you. Medium rare, please." She then settled at the dining table, pouring herself a glass from the decanter. 5 or 6 minutes later, Su Hanlin placed a medium rare steak before Bei Ningxue, saying with a gentlemanly demeanor, "Beautiful lady, please indulge in the chef's creation." With poise, Bei Ningxue picked up her knife and fork, elegantly slicing a small piece of beef. As she savored it, her eyes closed in delight, she exclaimed, "This is delicious, truly worthy of a 5-grade Wagyu." Upon opening her eyes, she gave a thumbs up, praising, "Tony, your steak is on par with any 5-star chef." Su Hanlin, mimicking British gentlemanly manners, slightly bowed and replied, "To receive such praise from a lovely lady is my utmost honor." The two enjoyed their steak and wine amidst laughter and conversation. "Vivian, doesn't your major crimes unit have an operation tonight? Why are you back so early?" Su Hanlin inquired. Bei Ningxue took a sip of her wine and replied, "Don't even mention it. The informant provided erroneous information, and the operation was cancelled. If it weren't for the old ghost suicide case, I could have returned even earlier." Taken aback, Su Hanlin quickly asked, "A homicide case? Isn't that the responsibility of Team A? Why is it up to your Team B?" Bei Ningxue, feeling relaxed after having a drink and aware of Su Hanlin's position, briefly recounted the incident. As they say, what is said in jest may be taken seriously. Su Hanlin gleaned a crucial lead from her words. The old ghost had received a phone call before his suicide. However, the phone card was a disposable one, making the owner untraceable. So, if no new leads come up, Liang Xiaodong will conclude it as a suicide and close the case? Su Hanlin noted. Bei Ningxue nodded, saying, "That's about right. Now we await the forensic report on the autopsy. If it determines suicide, the case will be closed." At that moment, she suddenly realized, pointing at Su Hanlin and questioned, "Oh, Tony, are you trying to extract information from me?" Su Hanlin shrugged, candidly explaining how the old ghost was suspected of dealing drugs and how he had been assisting the narcotics investigation unit in gathering evidence. After pondering for a moment, Bei Ningxue's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "So, the old ghost's suicide was incited by someone?" Su Hanlin remained silent, contemplating why Liang Xiaodong had not pursued further investigation into the old ghost's suicide, which seemed to harbor deeper implications. Chapter 60. Luck is also a form of strength. Upon returning to his bedroom, Su Hanlin did not immediately succumb to sleep, but instead lit a cigarette to reflect on the old ghost case. Since it had been confirmed that the old ghost received a call from a disposable card shortly before his death, why had Liang Xiaodong not continued the investigation? Why opt for the forensic autopsy report to close the case? What kind of call could have driven the greedy old ghost to take his own life? Could it be? With this thought, he swiftly retrieved his phone, found Liang Xinghe's business card, and dialed the number. Once connected, he got straight to the point. "Sir Liang, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. May I ask if you found out whether the old ghost had any living relatives during your investigation?" On the other end, Liang Xinghe replied, "Hold on, let me check." After rummaging through the drawer for the criminal intelligence report on the old ghost's background, he said, "Sir Su, according to the report, both of the old ghost's parents passed away 6 years ago. He was married once but had no children, and he divorced 3 years ago. After the divorce, his ex-wife immigrated to Canada about 6 months later." With a professional instinct, Liang Xinghe inquired, "So, Sir Su, have you uncovered new leads?" "Not at the moment. If I do, I'll inform you." After hanging up, Su Hanlin crossed his arms tightly against his chest, pondering. Divorce 3 years ago? The Fusheng restaurant fire 3 years ago? The old ghost's rise to prominence began 3 years ago. And Tianhongyi also returned from studying in Canada 3 years ago. Connecting these dots in his mind, he formed a web of relations, speculating, could it be that 3 years ago, Tianhongyi sought out the old ghost? To fully control the old ghost, he sent the pregnant ex-wife abroad to enjoy a life of luxury as a form of leverage? A tiger does not eat its cubs. Perhaps the old ghost chose suicide to ensure the safety of his wife and child? Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Bei Ningxue lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep as she contemplated how to continue tracing the disposable phone call and urging Liang Xiaodong to investigate the true cause behind the old ghost's death. The following day, Saturday, while a small portion of Hong Kong's populace enjoyed the weekend, the majority of citizens rose early for work. Naturally, Bei Ningxue, as a probationary inspector in the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, had to report for duty despite it not being a scheduled workday. After finishing his morning run, Su Hanlin returned home, washed up, had a simple breakfast, and drove to the best public obstetrics and gynecology hospital in the Kowloon district. Entering the hospital's records office, he presented his credentials, saying, "Nurse, I am Inspector Su from the Yamadi Criminal Investigation Unit. Could you please retrieve the obstetric examination records from 3 years ago? I need to check if a Ms. Zhang Xianghan underwent a pregnancy examination." The overweight nurse, though reluctant, understood that cooperating with the police investigation was a civic duty. She opened the medical records management software and searched for Zhang Xianghan. Moments later, the hospital's records system revealed that Zhang Xianghan had undergone a pregnancy check 3 years prior, on April 1, 2004. According to the records, she was already 3.5 weeks pregnant at that time. Upon receiving this information, Su Hanlin expressed his gratitude with excitement and promptly exited the public hospital. As he prepared to leave in his car, he slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to request a photocopy of Zhang Xianghan's pregnancy examination report. Without hesitation, he turned back and headed towards the records room. Just as he approached the door, the overweight nurse's voice halted him. "You little rascal, last time you nearly got me in trouble. Do you have any idea how many times I was interrogated by the ICAC because of the patient information I provided you? You think I would risk my retirement for this? Not a chance." At that moment, a man's voice resonated from within. "Honey, this is the last time. Really? The buyer is offering 150,000 HKD. Yes. With this 150,000, combined with our savings, we can finally make a down payment on a house. Haven't you always nagged about wanting a place of our own?" The man continued, "I know the ICAC is investigating the sale of patient information, but the buyer always pays in cash. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, the ICAC won't have anything to investigate." At this point, Su Hanlin, recording device in hand, pushed the door open and interjected, "Is that so, sir?" The man glanced at Su Hanlin's slight stature and then at the recording phone, before lunging at him to snatch it away. Su Hanlin sneered, sidestepped with a swift kick, and followed with a right hook that sent the burly man crashing to the ground. He then knelt on the man's back, handcuffing him while firmly stating, "I am not a little rascal. I am Inspector Su Hanlin of the Yaomati Criminal Investigation Department." He proceeded to formally declare, "You have the right to remain silent." At that moment, the overweight nurse turned pale, muttering to herself, "It's over. It's over." Before her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Su Hanlin observed the two collapsed individuals and comprehended the obsession that many in Hong Kong had with acquiring a modest 600-square-foot subdivided flat. Yet, he felt an overwhelming disdain, even an urge to resort to extreme measures against this couple, who had ventured into illegal activities to fund their home purchase. Their actions had led to the disappearance of individuals from public hospitals and the abduction of children, ultimately resulting in the tragic deaths of 2 children under the age of 10. 20 minutes later, Inspector Lu Iran arrived at the public hospital's records room with his team, including officers Yang Yang and Long Yao Yao. "Inspector Su, I must commend you. Just a visit to the hospital has led to the capture of those who sold patient information to criminals, something even the Kowloon Major Crime Unit and the ICAC could not uncover," Lu Iran praised sincerely. Ever since the Gold Bull case, he had held Su Hanlin in high regard. "Of course, the key point is that I learned you weren't assigned to the Vice Squad by chance, but rather as part of a deliberate training by Sir Yuan Pengkuan. Sir, you are truly remarkable. Could you share how you solved the case?" Long Yao Yao asked straightforwardly, "I'm willing to be your apprentice." Indeed, indeed. Chen Feng chimed in, eager to flatter. "Sir, you are undoubtedly the most successful officer in the Kowloon Police Department in solving cases swiftly." Su Hanlin basked in the praise internally, though he maintained a serious facade. "Please, do not place such lofty titles upon me. The resolution of this case is primarily due to my good fortune. Come now, Inspector Su, do not be so modest. Luck is indeed a form of skill in solving cases." Lu Iran, the senior inspector, responded with a smile. "Exactly. Luck is also a kind of strength," echoed Yang Yang, Long Yao Yao, and Qin Feng in agreement. Su Hanlin did not refute their claims. He acknowledged to himself that since acquiring the system, his luck had indeed improved. For instance, prior to the system, he would sometimes make over 2 million USD in the foreign exchange market in a month, though losses were also a possibility. However, since the system's integration, he had consistently earned between 1 to 2 million USD overnight. With this thought, he conceded that luck was indeed a form of strength, and then stated, "All right, let us hasten to bring the suspects back to the Yaomati police station and uncover the identity of the buyer of the patient information, as well as the details of the transaction." Chapter 61. Liang Xiaoteng is indeed suspicious. At the Yaomati police station, Su Hanlin and Yang Yang entered the criminal investigation section with the two suspects involved in the sale of patient information. Superintendent Magellan greeted them with a smile. Inspector Su, your luck is simply enviable. A casual visit to the hospital led you to the suspects. You can trust the criminal investigation department to interrogate them thoroughly and swiftly apprehend the buyer of the information. I will handle the other factors. Su Hanlin didn't need to speculate. He knew it was Liu Iran who had reported to the superintendent. He also discerned the underlying meaning of the superintendent's words, which indicated that they should proceed unfettered with the investigation. The Kowloon Major Crime Unit and the ICAC would provide their support. Thank you, sir. Su Hanlin and Liu Iran saluted in gratitude before escorting the two suspects into separate interrogation rooms. Su Hanlin took the lead seat in the interrogation room, while Yang Yang set up the recording device and sat beside him. After delivering a serious and formal opening statement, Su Hanlin learned that the suspect before him was named Xiang Pengqi, a 43-year-old bus driver. Mr. Xiang, if you cooperate voluntarily, I can plead with the court for a reduced sentence on your behalf. Do not harbor any illusions. You may not fully grasp the severity of your crimes. Under Hong Kong law, the minimum sentence is 8 to 15 years in prison. With a calm demeanor and a smile, Su Hanlin spoke. Yet the atmosphere in the interrogation room, coupled with the evidence he held, only intensified the psychological pressure on Xiang Pengqi. Under continued pressure, the suspect's defenses crumbled, and he divulged details about the buyer and the nature of their transactions. Rest assured, Mr. Xiang, I will certainly advocate for you during the trial. Su Hanlin assured him before instructing Yang Yang to have the two uniformed officers take Xiang Pengqi to the detention room. Su Hanlin then took the interrogation notes and knocked on Liu Iran's office door. Upon entering, he was surprised to find Liang Xiaoteng present. A wave of frustration surged within him, but he maintained a serious expression as he reported, Sir, the suspect has confessed. Liu Iran raised a hand to signal him to sit down, interrupting, Inspector Su, please take a seat. This case will not conclude quickly. Understanding this, Su Hanlin realized that Liang Xiaoteng was there to pressure the Criminal Investigation Department into transferring the suspects to the Kowloon Major Crime Unit. He placed the interrogation notes on the desk before him and sat down. Liang Xiaoteng smiled. Inspector Su, you truly are a rising star in the police force. Not only do you solve cases swiftly, but you also conduct interrogations with remarkable speed. He reached for the interrogation notes. With a swift motion, Su Hanlin slapped the notes down and turned to Liang Xiaoteng, stating coldly, Sir, while the Yaomati police station is a subordinate unit of the Kowloon police, you have not followed proper procedures. It seems inappropriate for you to request to see the interrogation notes. Anger flared within Liang Xiaoteng as he shot Su Hanlin a glare. Responding with a veiled tone, Inspector Su, perhaps it is your department that is not adhering to investigative protocols. Furthermore, did your instructors at the Huanghucking Police Academy not teach you basic etiquette when addressing superiors? Liu Iran hurriedly stood up to mediate, speaking favorably on behalf of Su Hanlin. Failing to address the contempt towards a superior could result in a 3-year stagnation in promotions at best, or worse, a transfer away from frontline departments, relegating one to the traffic department amidst a daily diet of automobile exhaust. At this moment, Su Hanlin felt not merely disdain for Liang Xiaoteng. He wished he could unleash his elementary power to knock him out directly. To earn the respect of subordinates, is it solely reliant on the insignia on one's shoulder? Liu Iran smiled and turned to ask, Isn't that right, Sir Liang? You. Liang Xiaoteng sprang up, gesturing behind him, suppressing his inner rage as he said, Sir Liu, the handover documents are right in front of you. Please sign them now so I can take the suspect back to Kowloon Major Crimes. Before Liu Iran could offer an evasive reply, Su Hanlin angrily stood up and declared, Sir Liang, this is not how one appropriates credit. I fear that if the case is handed over to you, it will end up like the old ghost suicide case, where, despite numerous doubts, the case was hastily closed. It's not about respect. I even suspect that a certain superior is deliberately shielding a suspect. In a fit of anger, Liang Xiaoteng retorted with a bitter smile, Oh, I am curious to hear from you, Su Sir, what doubts remain in the old ghost suicide case? At this, Su Hanlin smirked inwardly. Liang Xiaoteng was so easily baited, pursuing the doubts of the old ghost case. Could it be that Liang Xiaoteng truly had? Realizing this, he deliberately remarked, The old ghost rose to prominence 3 years ago, and the Fusheng restaurant also changed ownership following an unexpected fire that same year. Sir Liang, you wouldn't have failed to investigate these doubts, would you? If that is the case, I fear the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit has merely a hollow reputation. At this moment, Liu Yiran cast a meaningful glance at Liang Xiaotang before subtly signaling Su Hanlin. Su Hanlin understood instantly, turning to exit the room and directly entering the A Group office area of the Criminal Investigation Department. After a brief coordination, the A Group collaborated with Yang Yang, Long Yaoyao, and others to apprehend those purchasing patient information. He then returned to Liu Yiran's office to assist Liang Xiaotang with the case handover procedures. Inside Liu Yiran's office, Liang Xiaotang noticed Liu Yiran's continued reluctance to sign the handover documents. Under the pretense of Su Hanlin's casual concern for the old ghost case, he decisively abandoned the current handover process, opting to wait until the suspect was captured before completing the paperwork. In that case, I will trouble the Criminal Investigation Department to capture the suspect first, and then we can proceed with the handover. I'll return to Kowloon Major Crimes to handle other cases and come back in a few hours to finalize the transfer. Outwardly calm, Liang Xiaotang was internally anxious, as Su Hanlin's seemingly casual inquiry had stirred a tempest within him. Once outside the Yaomati police station, he retrieved a mobile SIM card from his wallet and sent a text alerting that the old ghost's wife and children had been discovered. Meanwhile, Liu Yiran moved to the window, pulling aside the blinds to observe Liang Xiaotang driving away from the Yaomati police station. He turned and asked Su Hanlin, "Do you also suspect Sir Liang?" "In fact, I have had my doubts as well. Over 3 years ago, Sir Liang began to consecutively solve major cases and apprehended several long-wanted fugitives. Consequently, he received commendations from senior officials and was even promoted to a senior inspector." Liu Yiran invited Su Hanlin to sit down and personally prepared 2 cups of instant coffee before continuing. At that time, all of us inspectors envied Liang Xiaotang's good fortune. However, a year later, during a joint operation, a suspect mentioned Liang Xiaotang's name just before dying. But due to a lack of witnesses, I could only conduct a private investigation, which has been the main reason I have maintained a good relationship with him. Upon hearing this, Su Hanlin silently scoffed. "Humph, I cannot believe you have no ulterior motives. I know that among your peers, you ranked first in overall capability. However, it seems Liang Xiaotang indeed has issues." Subsequently, Liu Yiran candidly acknowledged his own jealousy and openly conveyed to Su Hanlin his aspirations for promotion. "Sir Liu, during your private investigations, you must have gathered numerous leads. Would you be willing to share them with me? I would like to corroborate my suspicions." Chapter 62. Liang Xiaotang faces reassignment. Liu Yiran smiled without speaking, turning to crouch down, one hand covering the safe's digital keypad as he entered the code and opened the safe, retrieving a paper file. "Sir Su, this contains all the materials I have gathered over the past few years regarding my investigation into Liang Xiaotang." As he handed over the file, Su Hanlin took it and opened it, sitting down to examine it closely. Through Liu Yiran's investigative materials, combined with his own suspicions and connections to the old ghost and Fusheng restaurant, he firmly believed that Liang Xiaotang's recent major case resolutions were entirely facilitated by Tian Hongyi. If his conjecture proved correct, it would imply a mutual benefit between Liang Xiaotang and Tian Hongyi. This would explain the lingering doubts surrounding the old ghost suicide case and why he awaited the forensic report before closing the case. Oh no. His earlier remarks must have drawn Liang Xiaotang's attention. Could the old ghost's ex-wife, Zhang Xianghan, be in danger? With this thought in mind, Su Hanlin hurriedly urged Liu Yiran to report to Director Magellan. "Sir Liu, we must report to the director immediately. I fear for the safety of old ghost's ex-wife and children." On their way to the director's office on the 3rd floor, he spilled forth his deductions, reasoning, and concerns. In the Yaomati police station director's office, Inspector Magellan listened patiently to Su Hanlin and Liu Yiran's report and analysis, posing several questions along the way, all of which received satisfactory answers. After contemplating for a moment, he picked up the phone on his desk and called Senior Officer Yuan Pengkuan. "Sir, I have information regarding Senior Inspector Liang Xiaotang from Kowloon Major Crimes. It is imperative that I report to you in person." "Yes, very well. I will bring Sir Su and Sir Liu to your residence to report." Upon hearing this, Liu Yiran felt a surge of joy. Opportunities to report directly to a senior official were rare, especially at the official's residence. Naturally, Inspector Magellan was equally excited. Although he frequently interacted with Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan at work, he had never been invited to his residence. Moreover, the senior superintendent responsible for operations at Kowloon Police Station was nearing retirement, and he hoped to leverage the Liang Xiaotang case to ascend the ranks. "Time is precious. Let us hurry to the report," Magellan urged, suppressing his excitement. "You too must perform well, especially you, Sir Liu. If this case is handled properly, I will personally submit a report recommending you for promotion." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Liu Yiran's face was creased with joy, internally resolved to cooperate with Su Hanlin to ensure they received a promotion notification by the end of 2007. Is it really that exciting? It's just a visit to the chief superintendent's residence to report. Why the exhilaration? Can't one remain calm? Why not take it in stride like I do? Su Hanlin rolled his eyes internally, though he feigned enthusiasm outwardly. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaodang had returned to the Kowloon Major Crimes Office. He had just sat down, barely having time to take a sip of water when there was a knock at the door. Come in. Bei Ningxue entered, cradling a light blue plastic folder, and without preamble, stated, Sir, this report contains the re-evaluated doubts regarding the old ghost suicide case for your review. Handing over the folder, she took a seat upon Liang Xiaodang's indication. Liang Xiaodang took the folder, glanced through it casually, and smiled, saying Vivian. Bei Ningxue, with a serious demeanor, interjected, Sir, it is working hours. Please address me formally as Bei Ningxue or by my PI number. Okay. Liang Xiaodang gestured, adopting a formal demeanor as he stated, I will have the team verify this information. However, I have received the forensic department's autopsy report, which confirms that the old ghost died by suicide, not homicide. As she spoke, she handed over a forensic report, continuing, Wei Ningxue, the police force in Hong Kong is limited. We cannot squander taxpayers' money. Since the forensic department has determined that the old ghost died by suicide, the case should be closed, allowing our limited resources to focus on other investigations. By the way, join me later at the Yaomati police station to handle a case involving the sale of patient information for profit. Yes, sir. Bei Ningxue felt her doubts growing but maintained her trust and respect for her superior, burying her concerns deep within. After watching Bei Ningxue leave with a smile, Liang Xiaodang's expression darkened. He connected the dots between the Kowloon District Public Hospital's archive, the suspect selling patient information, and the old ghost suicide case. Suddenly, a chill of sweat ran down his back. He sprang to his feet, lowered the blinds at the window, locked the office door, and hurriedly retrieved a space card from his wallet, inserting it into his phone to make a call. Upon connection, he spoke urgently, I may have been exposed. Seconds later, a processed voice on the other end replied, in 1 hour, go to locker B13 at Kowloon Shopping Center. There is a detailed plan inside. The voice added ominously, the organization has invested a considerable sum in you and will not easily relinquish you. The cleanup crew will eliminate all doubts. After hanging up, Liang Xiaodang promptly dismantled the SIM card, breaking it in half before igniting it with a lighter and discarding it into the ashtray. In Seongkwan O's Villa District, Su Hanlin, Magellan, and Liu Yiran sat in the rooftop garden of a villa, waiting for the servants to leave. After Magellan detailed the events, Liu Yiran immediately handed over the report he and Su Hanlin had compiled. Yuan Pengkuan examined the report page by page, becoming increasingly alarmed. Yet his expression remained inscrutable due to years of honing his composure. After about 10 minutes, he placed the report on the glass round table and seemingly glanced at Su Hanlin and the others. At that moment, Inspector Magellan quickly understood and spoke up, Sir. Currently, only I, Inspector Liu, Inspector Su, and yourself are aware of Liang Xiaodang's situation. A slight smile graced Yuan Pengkuan's lips as he considered the situation, saying, the investigation into Senior Inspector Liang Xiaodang will be handled by your team at the Yaomati Criminal Investigation Division. On Monday, I will send you his detailed background. He paused before continuing, Senior Inspector Liu Yiran, prepare yourself. You will be transferred to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit by the end of the month. And Su, sir, on Monday, you will report to the Commercial Crime Unit. Once I coordinate with the higher-ups, you will return to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit to cooperate with Liu Sir in an undercover investigation. Yes, sir. Su Hanlin and Liu Yiran exchanged glances of quiet joy. Liu Yiran was thrilled about his transfer to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, signaling a promotion to Senior Inspector was imminent. Su Hanlin was pleased to infer from Yuan Pengkuan's words that Liang Xiaodang would be reassigned from the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, allowing Liu and himself to thoroughly investigate his recent cases. The two bid farewell to Yuan Pengkuan and left the villa at Magellan's signal. Liu Yiran took the wheel while Su Hanlin occupied the passenger seat as they hurried back to the Yaomati police station. Inside the car, Liu Yiran exclaimed, Su, sir, did you hear? The big sir has reassigned me to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit, which means Liang Xiaodang will be leaving the Kowloon police station. Just then, Su Hanlin suddenly remembered something and shouted, oh no! Chapter 63, No. Not waiting for you. Second update, Xi. Su Hanlin's shout startled Liu Yiran, who quickly swerved the car to the side and slammed on the brakes, asking urgently, Su, sir, What is wrong? Without pausing to explain, Su Hanlin pulled out his phone and dialed Magellan's number. When the call connected, he got straight to the point, sir. The old ghost's ex-wife, Zhang Xianghan, may be in danger. Please inform the big sir and suggest that Interpol provide protection. I'll send you Zhang Xianghan's information via email. Magellan responded. Got it? I'll report this to the big sir. He understood the crucial role Zhang Xianghan played in the investigation of Liang Xiaodang, potentially leading to the mastermind behind Liang's actions. He turned to report the situation to Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan. Their eyes met, and they exchanged knowing nods. Su Hanlin hung up and swiftly drafted an email using his full keyboard business phone, grateful for its email functionality. If he had been using a different phone, sending and receiving emails would have been nearly impossible. It was precisely this limitation that inspired his interest in developing a smart touchscreen phone. Minutes later, he sent Zhang Xianghan's profile to Inspector Magellan. As for her specific address in Canada, that information would need to be sourced through local police by Interpol. Sir, since the old ghost's ex-wife is so important, I fear. Louis Ran began but trailed off. Su Hanlin understood the implication and replied, for now, we can only pray that no harm has come to Zhang Xianghan and her child. Interpol was promptly contacted to ensure the safety of the mother and child. Louis Ran opened his mouth, initially contemplating mentioning that if harm befell them, it would further implicate Liang Xiaodang. Ultimately, he refrained. As law enforcement personnel, they understood the gravity of the situation without needing to voice it. The two returned to the Yaomati police station in silence. In the Criminal Investigation Division's Vice Squad, Yang reported, Sir, we apprehended the suspect involved in the sale of patient information. Through questioning, we found he was merely an intermediary. The actual buyer, verified through multiple sources, was one of the suspects you shot in the Shandong Islands. He handed over the interrogation record and report. Okay, Su Hanlin replied after reviewing the documents. Draft a closing report and notify the ICAC to transfer that nurse to them. The other two suspects will be handed over to the Department of Justice. Yes, sir. Yang responded, standing up to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Sir, your girlfriend just called. She sounded quite anxious. Su Hanlin was taken aback. Why was Bei Ningxue trying to reach him without using her phone? Thank you. I understand. He waved Yang out, then checked his phone to find it had powered off. Damn it. The battery is too unreliable. I need to get a spare. He bent down to replace the battery, turning the phone back on to find 9 voice messages waiting. 6 were from Bei Ningxue, while Song Man, Song Yunhui, and Lu Tianfeng each left 1 message. He activated the speakerphone and began listening to Bei Ningxue's urgent voice message while processing paperwork. Tony, Liang Sir has already closed the old ghost's suicide case. Tony, I suspect. Could Liang Sir be a corrupt officer? Tony, please call me back quickly. I think I found... Hearing her anxious tone, Su Hanlin quickly dialed her number. Beep. 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 Ding. This is Vivian. I cannot take your call right now. Please leave a message after the beep. After several attempts, he was directed to the voicemail. Rising abruptly, concern for Bei Ningxue's safety gripped him. From her voice message, it was clear she had likely uncovered evidence of Liang Xiaodang's wrongdoing. In a store at Kowloon Shopping Center, Liang Xiaodang pretended to browse for clothes while discreetly observing Bei Ningxue's silhouette in the dressing mirror. He feigned ignorance of her pursuit, casually selecting ties and t-shirts before making a purchase. Then, like any ordinary person, he jogged toward the entrance of the Kowloon Shopping Center's underground supermarket, turning to locker B13 and entering the code. Placing the shopping bag into the locker and conveniently tucking the document pouch into his bosom, Liang Xiaodang entered the supermarket with empty hands. After ambling through the aisles for a while, he feigned an urgent need and hastily stepped into the restroom. Upon opening the document pouch, he was met with a shocking realization. Damn it, I was warned that I might be exposed, yet they still expect me to remain within the police force? Trust the organization. The cleaner? I curse you. Liang silently scolded, though he dared not defy the orders. He was acutely aware that if the police force were to discover his indiscretions, he would face nothing more than dismissal followed by a transfer to the Department of Justice, serving a few years in Stanley Prison. However, defying the organization's directives would not only tarnish his reputation, but could also lead to a fate akin to that of Old Ghost. In that moment, he steeled himself, choosing to trust the cleaner, determined to obliterate all evidence that could compromise him. Could it be that I misjudged? Did Liang Sir come to the shopping center merely for shopping? Bei Ningxue watched from a distance as Liang Xiaodang entered the supermarket restroom. Having detected nothing suspicious along the way, furrowing her brow, she murmured to herself, Could I have been mistaken? It cannot be. She distinctly remembered catching a glimpse of him burning a space SIM card through the slats of the office blinds. With that thought, she cursed Tony for leaving so many messages and failing to return her calls promptly. Checking her phone, she realized she had several missed calls and, with a sigh, recalled that she had forgotten to turn off silent mode. At the Yamadai police station parking lot, Sue Hanlin had just ignited the engine of his Mercedes G55 when an amusing voice akin to that of a cartoon character echoed, "Hey, don't miss the beautiful girl's call." Upon hearing this, his worries dissipated considerably, for it was by Ningxue who had set that ringtone specifically for him. He turned off the engine and urgently inquired, "Hello? Vivian, where are you?" Bai Ningxue detected the concern laced in Sue Hanlin's voice, filling her heart with sweetness. So Tony does care for me after all. It seems the love manual's advice was indeed accurate. "Tony, I'm at the underground supermarket in Kowloon Shopping Center." Sue Hanlin, fearing that Liang Xiaoting might act rashly, quickly warned, "Vivian, stay where there are many people until I arrive. Remember, do not approach Liang, sir, nor continue to follow him. Do you understand?" On the other end of the line, Bai Ningxue wore a blissful smile, responding gently, "Yes, I will wait for you where it's crowded." Just then, Liang Xiaoting appeared behind Bai Ningxue, asking, "Vivian, are you waiting for me?" "No, I'm waiting for Tony to come," she stammered, waving her hand with a hint of panic, leaning against the shelf. Chapter 64. Superbrother? Third update. In the Kowloon Shopping Center underground supermarket, Liang Xiaoting leaned against the shelf, a wicked smile adorning his face as he fixated on the flustered Bai Ningxue, pondering where he might have slipped up. Was Vivian secretly tailing him? Thankfully, her tracking skills seemed rather subpar. If it had been a seasoned detective from the Criminal Intelligence Bureau, he might have been discovered. Despite his thoughts, he couldn't pinpoint any glaring mistakes. Yet Bai Ningxue's actions heightened his caution. At that moment, his phone rang with Sue Hanlin's urgent voice. "Vivian, what's wrong? What happened?" "Hello. Hello." Maintaining a facade of calm, Liang teased into the microphone. "Who did I think it was?" "Oh, it's you, Sue, sir. Rest assured. How could anything happen with Vivian and me here at Kowloon Shopping Center? If you don't believe me, let Vivian tell you herself." As he spoke, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He discerned from Sue Hanlin's tone that an internal investigation within the police force had likely commenced against him. Damn. Hadn't the organization sent the cleaner to eliminate all evidence against him? How could Sue Hanlin? No, the upper echelons of the police force be investigating him. Should he trust the cleaner or himself? After a moment of reflection, he recognized that in this world, he could only rely on himself. Yes, his fate must be in his own hands. He couldn't entirely depend on the organization's cleaner and must ensure he had an escape route. Bai Ningxue observed Liang Xiaoting's expression transform from a mischievous grin to one of menace. Fear gripped her heart, yet she feigned calmness, taking deep breaths to steady her nerves, saying, "Tony, I'm with Liang, sir, so you need not worry. By the way, what do you want for dinner?" "I happen to be in the supermarket." Before Sue Hanlin could respond, she added, "Forget it. I'll buy your favorite crabs and steam them for you tonight." On the other end of the line, Sue Hanlin was left stunned. "Crabs? Steamed crabs? No, wait. The last time our families dined on seafood, Vivian specifically asked me why I wasn't eating crabs. I distinctly told her I was allergic to them." Realizing this, he quickly donned his Bluetooth headset, his concern for Bai Ningxue's safety paramount, while outwardly playing along to buy time. In that instant, he pushed the Mercedes G55 to its limits, the V8 engine roaring as it surged from 0 to 100 km/h in just 5 seconds, exiting the Yamadai police station with urgency. Whoa, is that the reckless driver? Before he could finish his thought, a duty officer in uniform hurriedly covered his mouth. The officer quickly realized that within the entire Yamadai police station, only the recently prominent Inspector Sue Hanlin from the Vice Squad could be driving a Mercedes G55. The roar of the vehicle drew the attention of several officers in the parking lot. "Yao, wasn't he that Sir speeding out just now?" Chun Feng asked from the driver's seat, pointing in the direction of the departing Mercedes G55. Smack! Long Yao slapped Chun Feng's head, scolding, "Are you an idiot? If Sir is speeding, it must be for an urgent matter. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and follow him." Chun Feng, shrinking his neck in fear of retort, hastily started the engine, flooring the accelerator as he shifted into third gear, racing out of the police station parking lot. Meanwhile, Long Yao notified Yang via phone. Sue Hanlin sped along Guangdong Road toward Kowloon Shopping Center. After more than 10 minutes of exceeding the speed limit, A commanding voice echoed from behind, "Vehicle with license plate XS7788, pull over for inspection." Glancing in the rearview mirror, Sue Hanlin saw a traffic officer on a motorcycle accelerating behind him. He casually remarked to the mirror, "Sorry," but did not reduce his speed. Instead, he pressed the accelerator further. When the traffic officer realized the warning was ignored, he immediately called for backup via radio, requesting a roadblock ahead to intercept. What kind of fool is this? Racing in broad daylight? The traffic officer cursed inwardly, "If I catch you, I'll definitely charge you with reckless driving." Minutes later, as Sue Hanlin approached Guangdong Road, he was met with a congested sea of vehicles ahead. "Damn it, a traffic jam," he muttered under his breath, leaping from the car and sprinting toward Kowloon Shopping Center. At that moment, he summoned 100 units of righteous energy, boosting his speed to ensure he could maintain a sustained run. "Mommy, Mommy, look, it's Superman." A cute little girl licked her lollipop, pointing at Sue Hanlin as he dashed across the median. "Sweetheart, Superman is just a..." Before she could finish her sentence, a casually dressed woman gasped in shock, dropping the canister of formula she was carrying with a crash. "Wow, it's really Superman," she exclaimed, hastily pulling out her phone to record the scene, capturing Sue Hanlin's rapid movements and various acrobatic feats. Meanwhile, numerous citizens of Xiangjiang either commented on Sue Hanlin's back or pulled out their phones to film him. Meanwhile, numerous individuals began alerting major newspapers about the astonishing appearance of a superhero in the Kowloon district of Hong Kong. Initially, the editorial teams at various publications dismissed these calls, assuming they were the result of professional rivalry. However, as the reports flooded in, the editors promptly ordered an investigative follow-up. Sue Hanlin, concerned for Bei Nishua's safety, sprinted with urgency, leaping over the hood of a car and performing acrobatics, inadvertently igniting a wave of public interest. After more than 30 minutes of rapid running, Sue Hanlin entered the supermarket in the Kowloon Shopping Center without even breaking a sweat. "Vivian, are you in the supermarket?" he inquired. Bei Nishua, astonished, exclaimed, "But it's only been less than an hour. Not even Tony could have made it here that quickly." Liang Xiaoting, skeptical, called out from a distance, "Sue, sir, we are in the fresh seafood section." Hearing this, Sue Hanlin glanced at the supermarket directory and hurried towards the seafood area. He noticed Bei Nishua deliberately keeping her distance from Liang Xiaoting while selecting crabs. "Sue, sir, Liang, sir." They exchanged brief greetings. Bei Nishua, shocked, pinched Sue Hanlin's arm to confirm his corporeality, then asked, "Tony, did you fly here?" "Bingo." Sue Hanlin snapped his fingers, grinning. "You got it right. I indeed flew over." "Cut it out." Bei Nishua pouted, naturally linking her arm with Sue Hanlin's, finally dispelling her earlier anxiety. Just as Liang Xiaoting was about to engage in conversation, a flurry of camera flashes erupted. "Sir, I am a reporter from the Hong Kong Daily. How do you achieve such extraordinary physical feats?" A journalist thrust a recording device in Sue Hanlin's face, exuding an air that suggested he would not be allowed to leave without answering. Papa, look at all those beautiful reporters interviewing him. That's the superhero we just saw outside." A pair of identical twin girls exclaimed, tugging at their father's sleeve and pointing at Sue Hanlin. "Superhero?" Sue Hanlin regretted using his teleportation skill just outside the Kowloon Shopping Center. Chapter 65. Missing? I suspect foul play. As throngs of journalists and curious onlookers flooded into the supermarket, the security manager hastily dialed 999 for police assistance, commanding all personnel to maintain order and disperse the crowd to prevent a stampede. "Sir, do you possess knowledge regarding the unlocking of human potential?" inquired a tabloid journalist. "No comment." "Sir, have you discovered the secrets to gene activation?" "No comment." Sue Hanlin responded with a serious yet calm demeanor, consistently deflecting the barrage of questions from the reporters. He wisely chose silence as his best defense against their sharp inquiries, knowing that each question contained linguistic traps. What a predicament. One misstep in his responses could lead to his being subjected to experimental scrutiny. At that moment, security personnel worked to persuade the crowd to disperse, while officers from the Kowloon action team struggled through the throng to reach the seafood section, forming a human barrier. "Attention, ladies and gentlemen. I am Inspector Zhong Shengliang from the Kowloon Police. Please follow the officer's guidance and exit in an orderly fashion to avoid any accidents. Your cooperation is appreciated." An inspector, adorned in uniform and shouldering a large tank, utilized a megaphone to urge the crowd to evacuate. The reporters recognized that in such a confined space, a large gathering could easily lead to chaos, and thus complied with the police's directives, leaving the supermarket with the crowd. However, they were determined not to abandon their pursuit of Sue Hanlin. Minutes later, Sue Hanlin, Baini Shue, and others, accompanied by Inspector Zhang, exited the supermarket and boarded a patrol vehicle. Inspector Zhang, thank you for the rescue. Sue Hanlin presented his identification. Baini Shue and Liang Xiaoting also displayed their credentials. There's no need for thanks, Sue sir. It's all part of my duty, Zhang replied, relaying the incident to the Kowloon police station via internal radio. At the intersection of Guangdong Road, Chun Feng and Long Yaoyao stood beside a white G55 Mercedes, plate number XS7788. Xixiao. The owner of this vehicle is Inspector Sue Hanlin from the Yamadai Police Department. He is currently on duty. Could we, perhaps, overlook the parking violation? Long Yaoyao pleaded, revealing her identification. Shiji, it's difficult for me to do that, the traffic officer replied, placing a ticket on the windshield before turning back. This vehicle is a private SUV and not part of the police fleet. However, since Sue Sir is on duty, I will note this in my report and will not refer the case for reckless driving. Although slightly discontent, Long Yaoyao and Qin Feng expressed their gratitude to the traffic officer. Several hours later, within the Public Relations Department of the Kowloon Police Station, a 32-inch television displayed footage of Sue Hanlin performing remarkable parkour maneuvers. Inspector Sue Hanlin, as a law enforcement officer, are you aware of the repercussions of your actions? Sue fixed his gaze on the female officer before him while contemplating how to address the reporters. He understood that the investigative prowess of Hong Kong journalists rivaled that of the Criminal Intelligence Unit. With a flick of her wrist, the female officer tossed several tabloids and entertainment magazines onto the table before Sue. Take a look at this. See for yourself. Standing upright, Sue glanced sideways at the sensationalist headlines. Hong Kong police unveils superhuman detective. Superhuman detective unlocks the secrets of the human body? Does the super detective hold the key to human genetic codes? He had to admire the imagination of these tabloid journalists. What a pity they weren't writing screenplays in Hollywood. Sue silently lamented as discussions continued in the senior conference room regarding Liang Xiaoting's reassignment. As the chief superintendent Yuan Pengkuan presided over the meeting, it was clear that an issue of this magnitude transcended an individual incident. It had escalated into a matter of significance for the entire Kowloon police station and, indeed, the Hong Kong police force. Henceforth, it is imperative to clarify that the allegations surrounding Inspector Sue Hanlin's understanding of human potential and NDA codes are baseless. These claims lack scientific foundation, stated a public relations officer, handing over a document. According to Professor Hu Rue, an expert in human studies at Hong Kong University, while the extraordinary parkour feats performed by Inspector Sue Hanlin are beyond the capabilities of an average individual, with rigorous training, an adult male in peak condition could achieve similar results, he continued. Yuan Pengkuan reviewed the document, which not only included scientific analysis from human research experts, but also reports from triathlon coaches, asserting that under specific conditions, both elite athletes and ordinary individuals could potentially double their speed or strength. Through several reports, it can be concluded that with prolonged training and mastery of power techniques, one can achieve remarkable improvements in both speed and endurance. It is imperative for your public relations department to swiftly guide public opinion and enhance the overall image of the police force. As Yuan Pengkuan's words faded, several other officers promptly stood in response, exclaiming, "Yes, sir," particularly Officer Huang, a civilian staff member in the public relations department, understood well that Yuan Pengkuan was seizing this opportunity to establish Sue Hanlin as a prominent figure for the Kowloon police station. The public relations department immediately activated their contingency plan, convening a press conference and inviting over a dozen global experts in human potential through online video. These experts had, of course, been brought in by Sue Hanlin with the financial assistance of Song Yunhui. As various experts shared their insights through media reports and presented case studies, the narrative began to shift. The local newspapers shifted their focus from whether Sue Hanlin had truly surpassed human limits in the sport of parkour to sparking a wave of curiosity about human potential. At 9 p.m., the Kowloon police station was still illuminated in many offices. "Sue, sir, aren't you going to explain?" "Sorry, sir. I don't know how to explain," Sue Hanlin replied gravely. Regarding today's parkour event, he noted that this sport had gained immense popularity in Europe and America in recent years. Yuan Pengkuan's eyes glimmered with insight as he fixed his gaze on Sue Hanlin, detecting no signs of deceit. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "I am indifferent to your youthful sports. What I must inform you of is more urgent. Zhang Xianghan and her son are missing." "Missing? I suspect they may have met with foul play," Liang Xiaotang must have connections beyond just the second young master of the Tian family. It could very well be a larger organization. Their intelligence was so precise that they acted before the International Criminal Police could intervene. This thought, Su Hanlin refrained from inquiring whether the International Criminal Police would continue assisting in the search for Zhang Xianghan and her son. He was aware that cases of missing persons fell under the jurisdiction of local police. Undoubtedly, the likelihood of Zhang Xianghan and her son being victims of a crime was exceedingly high. Sir, should we initiate an internal investigation into Liang Xiaotang? Su Hanlin inquired. Without substantial evidence, we can only conduct a covert investigation. This is precisely why I wanted you in the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. However, tomorrow he will begin the transition to the Major Crimes Unit, and by Monday, he will officially be reassigned to a civilian role. Chapter 66. Alas, the system is not invincible. Wishing all book friends a happy Lantern Festival. At the Kowloon Police Station, upon hearing that Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan had reassigned Liang Xiaotang to a civilian position, Su Hanlin surmised that the chief was placing him under close surveillance for easier monitoring and investigation. At that moment, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. Had he been able to uncover information about the former wife of the old ghost, Zhang Xianghan, sooner and reported it to the chief to contact the International Criminal Police, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point. Unbeknownst to him, he had transitioned from seeking justice to actively investigating cases with motives that extended beyond mere pursuits of justice. Sir, as long as Liang Xiaotang engages in unlawful behavior, he will inevitably leave traces. I firmly believe that the net of justice is vast and will not overlook any wrongdoing. As soon as Su Hanlin finished speaking, Yuan Pengkuan smiled approvingly and patted him gently on the shoulder, saying, Inspector Su Hanlin, I trust that with your remarkable reasoning and analytical skills, you will uncover evidence of Liang Xiaotang's criminal activities. I have great faith in you. Thank you, sir. Yuan Pengkuan waved his hand. His smile tinged with authority as he said, Su sir, do not be so formal. Now it is getting late. You should return home and rest. Tomorrow is the weekend. Come to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit to assist Senior Inspector Luiran with the transition. By next Friday, I will report to the Personnel Division of the Police Department to have you reassigned back to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Yes, sir. After expressing his gratitude, Su Hanlin exited the chief's office and made his way to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Tony, Bei Ningxue sprang up, waving her hands as she hurried to him, glancing left and right and inwardly questioning herself. There hasn't been much change in his physique. Could it be true, as the experts analyzed, that Tony was concerned for me and unleashed his human potential? At this thought, she was immediately enveloped in sweetness. What about Liang Xiaotang? Officer Liang and the others have gone home, Bei Ningxue said without pressing further. Su Hanlin also chose not to elaborate, and the two of them silently exited the Kowloon police station, taking a vehicle back to Xia Garden. Upon entering the living room, Bei Ningxue called out, Tony, but refrained from expressing her thoughts, instead waving her hand and saying good night. She decided to wait until there was concrete evidence against Liang Xiaotang before informing Su Hanlin. Good night. The night passed without incident. The following morning, while Su Hanlin was still lost in slumber, he was stirred by a series of knocks on the door, accompanied by Bei Ningxue's voice. Tony, wake up and get ready for breakfast. Got it. I'm up now. Su Hanlin yawned, calling out from behind the door. He then stretched, washed up, and entered the dining area. Good morning, Vivian. Good morning, Tony. Su Hanlin sat at the dining table, and upon seeing the heart-shaped fried egg, hot milk, and bread before him, he politely expressed his gratitude. Hurry and eat. I need to change clothes. Today is your first day accompanying me to the Major Crimes Unit. With that, Bei Ningxue happily turned around, skipping back to her room to change. Su Hanlin felt a peculiar sensation arise within him, reminiscent of the exhilaration of first love. At the Kowloon police station, in the Major Crimes Unit, as Su Hanlin and Bei Ningxue walked side by side into the office area, Senior Inspector Luiran was already standing at the door of Liang Xiaotang's office. Good morning, Lu sir. Good morning, Su sir. The two exchanged glances and nodded but did not engage in conversation. At that moment, Bei Ningxue also greeted him, casting a glance at the small office before heading to Group B to begin her work. After watching Bei Ningxue's figure disappear, Luiran turned to Su Hanlin and asked, Is she your girlfriend? Indeed. Su Hanlin replied, a hint of pride in his voice, as if to convey to Luiran, What do you think? My girlfriend is exceptional in both appearance and figure. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to mention that he and Bei Ningxue were merely pretending to be a couple. The two conversed casually for over 10 minutes until they caught sight of Liang Xiaotong's grim face, which ignored their presence as he walked straight into his office, rummaging through a corner for a box to collect his personal belongings. Congratulations, Liang sir. Transitioning from a frontline department to a civilian role means you can enjoy fixed working hours and have weekends free for dating. Su Hanlin teased as he walked into the office, offering to help. Liang Xiaotong scoffed disdainfully, coldly responding, "No need to trouble Su sir. How naive. Does he truly believe I wish to help him?" Su Hanlin mused inwardly, his eyes fixed on Liang Xiaotong's personal items. At that moment, Liang Xiaotong inadvertently brushed against the mouse, causing the computer monitor to light up. Su Hanlin observed the login dialog on the screen and remarked pointedly, "Liang sir, you're about to move out of the office, yet you're still setting a personal password for your work computer?" Although Liang Xiaotong was irked, he shielded his input with his hand as he typed in the password. Once cleared, he turned to Lu Yiran, saying, "Lu sir, congratulations on your transfer to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. Please set your own computer login password later." "Thank you. And congratulations to Liang sir as well." Lu Yiran's words struck a chord, reminding him of the past 3 years when Liang Xiaotong had risen through the ranks with a smug demeanor. Witnessing Liang's current state brought him a sense of satisfaction akin to savoring a chilled plum drink. Liang Xiaotong, though his expression was grim, felt a sense of secret joy at leaving the frontline department, pondering whether the organization would no longer keep such a close watch on him. Perhaps it was time to consider submitting his resignation at an opportune moment. Meanwhile, Su Hanlin meticulously committed to memory the pattern of Liang Xiaotong's 3-fingered password input. "Sir." The short and stout Sergeant Gao Lang stood outside the door, knocking gently before stepping inside. Upon seeing Lu Yihan and Su Hanlin, he swallowed the words he had intended to say. "Oh, isn't this Sergeant Bai? Did you come to the Major Crimes Unit to fulfill a bet?" Su Hanlin turned around and teased. "Su sir, I will honor the bet. However, today I have come specifically to deliver a package for Liang sir," Gao Lang replied firmly, approaching Liang Xiaotong to take the cardboard box. The two then left the Major Crimes Unit at Kowloon No. 9. After watching Liang Xiaotong exit the office, Su Hanlin hurriedly sat at his desk to check his remaining energy points. Intelligence, 160, normal range, 120 to 140, basic strength, 0-minute teleportation, 0 once occupation, police officer, inspector, skills, case reenactment, gun and man integration, 0 minutes, justice energy, 1100, 2900, exchange. Seeing he had 1100 justice energy points left, he mused to himself, "After the old ghost's suicide, the system rewarded me with 900 justice energy points. Adding the previous 400, I now have a total of 1300 justice energy. Yesterday, I used 100 points for basic strength and spent another 100 points on one use of teleportation, leaving me precisely with 1100. It seems that this silent system has not informed me of my justice energy points." He focused his thoughts, adding 100 justice energy points to case reenactment, and began his analysis. As Su Hanlin observed his mind's analytical function, it provided him with an anonymous Swiss bank account. He thought, could it be that the clues are too scant for the system to analyze Liang Xiaotong's criminal behavior? It only yields the account CH040033 X times X times X times X times 4940Y without a password. Damn it, even if this is Liang Xiaotong's private secret account, it cannot be used to convict him. Alas, the system is not invincible. Chapter 67. Is he handing you his resignation letter? While Su Hanlin pondered at his desk, Lu Yihan did not disturb him. Instead, he turned to exit to his soon-to-be office to process the handover with Liang Xiaotong. Inside the office, Su Hanlin wrote down the anonymous Swiss account CH040033 X times X times X times X times 4940Y on a label for the case reenactment analysis. This clue is remarkably clean. The system's case reenactment analysis function only provided a Swiss bank account? Su Hanlin silently cursed. This was a first for him. At that moment, he closed his eyes and carefully recalled how Liang Xiaotong had obscured the input of his password with 3 fingers on the keypad. Indeed, it was a matter of guessing the password. Everyone has a certain habitual thinking pattern when setting passwords. Firstly, this set of numbers must hold significant meaning, perhaps related to family, personal birthdays, or student ID numbers. Naturally, some cautious individuals may increment or decrement these special numbers when establishing a password. Please do not attempt to guess others' passwords. Minutes later, Su Hanlin opened his eyes and glanced at the computer monitor displaying several sets of numbers: 209408, 209490, 209480. He incremented each set by 1, arriving at 310519, 310501. Sue Hanlin muttered, No, this set of numbers is incorrect. These numbers bear no crucial points related to Liang Xiaodong. Next, he decremented each set, 198397, 198389, 198379. He gazed at the numbers on the sticky note, perplexed. Liang Xiaodong, in his 30s, should have been born in 77. How could these all indicate 1983? 198397, 198389, 1983. As he read, he suddenly stood up, gripping the sticky note tightly, his eyes fixated on 198389, 198,389. If my memory serves me right, Vivian was born on this day? To confirm his memory, he dialed Bei Ningshue's number. Hello, Vivian, is your birthday 198,389? On the other end, Bei Ningshue felt a surge of sweetness, as if she had just tasted honey. Tony actually remembers my birthday? Could it be he plans to confess on my birthday this year? Should I agree or play it cool? Just then, Sue Hanlin's voice came through the receiver. Vivian, isn't 198389 your birthday? Upon hearing this, Bei Ningshue's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly responded, Yes. 198389 is indeed my birth date. You have a great memory. By the way, my birthday is still a few months away, and yours is next month. Upon hearing this, Sue Hanlin was filled with elation, realizing Liang Xiaodong had used Vivian's birth date as a password. Suppressing his excitement, he calmly replied, It doesn't matter whether I celebrate my birthday or not. Let's leave it at that for now. I have something important to attend to. After hanging up, he began pacing in the inspector's office. Bei Ningshue, meanwhile, pouted her lips, murmuring, I must prepare a big surprise for Tony on his birthday. Hee. Oh, who has stolen away our Kowloon police station's flower? A female administrative officer teased with a smile. Need I ask? It must be Inspector Sue Hanlin. Several administrative and criminal investigation officers bannered in the break room. Simultaneously, Sue Hanlin exited the office and proceeded to the materials room to search online. In the Hong Kong police inspector's office, the officers' computers were connected to the intranet. To access the internet for research, one would have to apply for temporary access from the network administrator or use a computer in the materials room. Naturally, applying for external network access was cumbersome, so officers typically opted for the materials room. In the Kowloon police station's materials room, after presenting his credentials, Sue Hanlin sat at a semi-new computer and entered the Swiss bank's online banking address. After inputting the account number from his sticky note, he entered the password 198389 and pressed enter. A dialog box popped up on the monitor, displaying a message, account or password incorrect. Sue Hanlin frowned, contemplating quietly. The account was derived from the case reenactment analysis. It cannot be wrong. Thus, it must be the password that is incorrect? Could it be? As he thought this, he hurriedly re-entered the account number, pondering whether Liang Xiaodong had increment or decrement the last digit, or perhaps adjusted the other numbers. Sue Hanlin furrowed his brow, caught in indecision. Each day, he had only 3 chances to enter the password incorrectly. Or rather, there were only 2 opportunities remaining. Entering the wrong password for the 3rd time would lock the account. With only 1 chance left, he decided to gamble and increment the last digit once more. With that thought, he entered 198,380 and closed his eyes as he pressed the enter key. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes a crack. Yes, I'm in. Sue Hanlin leaped up, exclaiming with excitement, his fists clenched in triumph. Inspector Sue Hanlin, this is the materials room. Please maintain silence, all right? A voice from the administrative staff cautioned him. Immediately, he forced a smile and repeatedly apologized. Sorry. Next, he clicked on the account balance to discover USD 3,000,000. The account held such a vast sum? Damn, what illicit activities had Liang Xiaodong engaged in on behalf of personal or organizational interests? Sue Hanlin examined the transfer records, revealing that nearly every year for the past 3 years, several deposits had been made into the account. He then printed the account information, balance, and transfer records. Of course, he had considered the possibility of taking the money, but not for personal gain. Rather, he contemplated donating it to an international children's welfare organization. Ultimately, however, reason prevailed over impulse, and he refrained, recognizing that this money constituted ill-gotten gains and served as direct evidence of Liang Xiaodong's bribery. Sue Hanlin, determined to prevent an incident akin to the mysterious disappearance of Zhang Xianghan and her son, clutched the printed materials and arranged a meeting with Yuan Pengkuan over the phone. Upon arriving at the villa in Seongkwon-o, he drove directly into the premises and was led to the study on the second floor by a servant. "Sir, I have obtained intelligence indicating that Liang Xiaoteng holds an anonymous account at a Swiss bank. To dispel any doubts Yuan Pengkuan might have about the non-existent informant, Su fabricated a story, asserting that the informant had vanished after providing him with this information. I suspect the informant has either fled or met with foul play." With a respectful gesture, he handed over the printed materials. After perusing the documents, Chief Superintendent Yuan contemplated for a moment before promptly contacting the international police in Hong Kong, requesting them to liaise with Swiss authorities to freeze the account. Hanging up, he smiled and gestured towards the timestamps of the transactions, saying, "Su, sir, I will notify the Kowloon Police Administrative Office to grant you Level A access to review cases corresponding to the transfer dates over the past 3 years. I hope your exceptional analytical skills can uncover irrefutable evidence of Liang Xiaotong's criminal activities." Before Su Hanlin could respond, Yuan's private phone rang. What? He submitted his resignation letter? Chapter 68. Tian Hongyi is indeed extraordinary. Su stood beside him, clearly hearing the voice on the line. How could this be? Just as the discovery of Liang Xiaotong's Swiss bank account surfaced, he chose this moment to resign? Had he sensed something amiss? That shouldn't be possible. Su recalled clearing all browsing history before shutting down the computer in the records room. The records room? He distinctly remembered erasing all traces unless the hacker possessed advanced computer skills to restore the system registry. Liang Xiaotong's resume did not indicate any proficiency in computer technology. As he mulled over these thoughts, Chief Superintendent Yuan, after a brief contemplation, declared with authority, "We will withhold the resignation letter and discreetly contact customs to prevent Liang Xiaoteng from leaving the country." After hanging up, he continued with a grave demeanor, "Su, sir, I trust you heard that?" Su Hanlin nodded, affirming he had listened. Yuan went on, "Without concrete evidence, customs can only restrict Liang Xiaotong's departure for 72 hours. Therefore, during this period, you will remain with the Commercial Crime Bureau, covertly assisting the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit in their investigation of Liang Xiaoteng." "Yes, sir." Su Hanlin gleaned a strategic insight from this, recognizing the necessity of subtly maneuvering through the situation. At that moment, after Liang Xiaoteng exited the Kowloon police station, he used a space card to make a call. "Hello. I am completely exposed. The police traced my anonymous Swiss account 2 hours ago. Su Hanlin has already reported my account information to the chief. Didn't you say the organization would ensure all traces were erased to guarantee my safety?" Without waiting for a response, he continued, "I have officially submitted my resignation to the police. This is your fault. Explain it to the organization. Also, I need 200,000 in cash ready by tomorrow, Monday. I must lay low." On the other end of the line, a figure cloaked in black with a mask, obscuring their identity, muttered, "Damn, I once tolerated you due to your importance within the police force. Now that you've resigned, you think you can still command me? Ha ha ha." The masked individual, covering the microphone, sinisterly chuckled before stating, "The 200,000 in cash is no problem. I will text you the location tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaoteng decisively hung up, extracted the SIM card, broke it in half, and discarded it. He then stepped outside a CAF to connect to Wi-Fi and sent an email to several gossip magazines. After leaving Yuan Pengkuan's residence, Su Hanlin refrained from driving to the Kowloon police station to avoid arousing Liang Xiaotong's suspicion. Instead, he messaged Senior Inspector Liu Yan, requesting a discreet investigation into who accessed the records room a few hours earlier, particularly focusing on the computer Liang had used. Hours later, at the Peninsula Hotel's outdoor CAF terrace, Su Hanlin sat in a corner, sipping coffee and enjoying pastries. "Liu, sir, over here." He waved, and Liu Yan strode over, ordering a cup of coffee. After the waiter served the coffee, Liu leaned in and whispered, "Su, sir, I've confirmed that the only person who used the computer in the records room today was Liang Xiaoteng." Su Hanlin was taken aback yet unsurprised. Considering Liang Xiaotong's cautious nature, he would never truthfully disclose his skills on his resume. He then handed over several A4 sheets, saying, "Please examine this transfer record and see if it relates to the case you mentioned." Liu Yan scrutinized the transfer record, his frown deepening as he read. A transaction from 2 years ago caught his attention. The timing coincided with his arrest of a long-wanted fugitive. Could it be that the tip-off from 2 years ago was intentionally leaked by Liang Xiaoteng? Realizing this, his eyes gleamed with insight as he pointed to the timestamp, exclaiming, "Su, sir, This time frame aligns perfectly with the arrest of that fugitive 2 years ago. It was also when he uttered Liang Xiaotong's name before dying. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he hurriedly inquired, "Su sir, could this anonymous Swiss bank account belong to Liang Xiaotong personally?" Su Hanlin nodded with a smile, explaining, "It is indeed his secret personal account, but this lead alone cannot incriminate him. The chief has given us 72 hours to find irrefutable evidence of Liang Xiaotong's criminal activities." Liu Yin, caught off guard, spat out his coffee in surprise, exclaiming, 72 hours? You must be joking. Su Hanlin raised his hand to interrupt, detailing Liang Xiaotong's resignation letter and the discovery of his personal account. At that moment, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "Oh, is that not Su sir?" Tian Hongyi approached, arm in arm with a stunning woman, teasing, "Su sir seems to be in high spirits, having just cleared his name of drug charges and now enjoying afternoon tea." He glanced at Liu Yin and added, "It seems the Hong Kong police force pays quite well. Even a senior inspector can afford to sip tea at the Peninsula Hotel?" Although he did not voice his subsequent thoughts, the surrounding elite sipping tea picked up on his insinuation, pondering whether they should propose budget cuts for the police force at the chief secretary's hearing. At that moment, Su Hanlin stood abruptly, his tone firm, warning, "Tian Hongyi, the police budget is allocated fairly and lawfully after hearings conducted by the chief secretary. If you have any objections, you may write to the chief executive. Also, this afternoon tea is on my own account, as a friend. Do I, Su Hanlin, lack the means to treat myself to tea? By the way, thank you for your concern, but you might want to focus on your own affairs. Last time you framed me, you had an old ghost take the blame. Next time." Tian Hongyi silently fumed, thinking, "Damn it, Su Hanlin, enjoy your moment of triumph. Once my plans are in place, I will bring your Su family to ruin and relish in your downfall. As for the old ghost, he is probably locked up in Stanley Prison right now." Yet outwardly, he feigned servility, smiling, "Su Xiao, with your financial acumen, you could easily afford to treat 1,000 people to tea at the Peninsula for a year." With that, he bowed slightly and departed with the young woman. Su Hanlin watched as Tian Hongyi's figure disappeared from view, his eyes gleaming with insight. He understood that such adaptable, cunning individuals were the most formidable adversaries. Take, for instance, the earlier encounter. He had deliberately provoked Tian with words, yet Tian chose to remain silent regarding the old ghost affair and instead offered a disarming smile and an apology. Indeed, Tian Hongyi was no ordinary character. Liu Iran rose to interject, nodding in agreement, acknowledging the complexity of the situation, which starkly contrasted with the portrayal in gossip magazines. Su Hanlin gestured for him to pause, stating, "Liu, let us set aside thoughts of Tian Hongyi for now. We have a mere 72 hours. I will discreetly gather clues from the outside, while you access all case files handled by Liang Xiaotong at the Kowloon police station over the past 3 years." At that moment, the sound of camera shutters echoed, blinding Su Hanlin with flashes of light. A group of reporters clad in vests relentlessly snapped photographs of him, their digital cameras keeping pace with their rapid-fire shutter clicks. "Su sir, I am Wu Shi from the Xiangyu magazine. Reports indicate that during your training at Huanghucking, you assisted the Kowloon police in solving a bank robbery and a counterfeit gold bullion case. The Hong Kong Police News has labeled you a valiant investigator and a star of the police force. What are your thoughts on this?" One reporter with wavy, light golden hair, freckled features, and a height of approximately 165 centimeters posed the question. Before Su Hanlin could respond, several other reporters chimed in with their inquiries. "Su sir, a whistleblower claims you recently participated in an internal hearing. Did you consider resigning at that time?" "Su sir, another whistleblower alleges that the Narcotics Bureau suspects you of drug possession. Have you ever used K?" Su Hanlin felt overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, astonished by the reporter's knowledge of the still confidential counterfeit gold bullion case. "I apologize, but for details regarding the case, please contact the police public relations department. As for my career, I shall remain with the police force until my retirement," he replied, catching sight of the Peninsula Hotel manager accompanied by a dozen security personnel arriving on the scene. With the manager's conciliatory words and the security's imposing presence, the reporters reluctantly vacated the outdoor CAF. "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for the oversight that allowed reporters to infiltrate. To express our regret, the Peninsula Hotel offers you a complimentary 7-day afternoon tea and a VIP card with a 10 discount, the manager said, presenting several vouchers and a card. Despite Su Hanlin's irritation, he acknowledged the manager's apology and smiled, choosing not to hold a grudge. "This is a one-time offer," he replied. "Rest assured, Mr. Su, There will be no repeat of this incident. I have already dismissed the negligent security chief, the manager assured, turning to apologize sincerely to the other guests and waiving their tea fees. Which one is Mr. Sue Hanlin? At that moment, a youthful boy, seemingly around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in student attire, entered the CAF, scanning the area. I am Sue Hanlin, he replied, approaching the boy, who appeared skeptical. With a smile, he produced his ID for the boy to see. Here. A gentleman asked me to deliver this to you. The boy then retrieved a thick envelope from his backpack and handed it over. Upon opening the envelope, Sue Hanlin discovered a stack of photographs, a voice recorder, a USB drive, and a pile of documents. He gasped as he examined the photos and hurried after the boy, grasping his arms tightly. Can you recall the appearance of the person who asked you to deliver this? Sue implored urgently. The boy, trembling, shook his head and whimpered. The person who gave me the envelope was wearing a Halloween mask. He gave me 1,000 Hong Kong dollars to deliver this to you. Sue, sir, what is going on? Louis Ran, who had followed closely behind, arrived. After apologizing to the boy and sending him on his way, Sue Hanlin handed over the envelope's contents. This should contain evidence against Liang Xiaotang. What? Louis Ran expressed disbelief, taking the envelope and examining the photographs, inhaling sharply as he recognized the clear images of Liang Xiaotang accepting bribes. Did this boy bring all of this? Yes. But how do we bring him back to the station? Louis Ran asked, a hint of reproach in his tone. Sue Hanlin glanced at the boy's departing figure. I already asked him. He is merely a courier. The person who instructed him wore a mask and a full Halloween costume. Apologies. Sue Hanlin waved off any need for further apologies as both men drove towards the Kowloon police station. While driving, Sue pondered not about the whistleblower, but rather the implications of presenting evidence against Liang Xiaotang at this critical juncture. Inside the Kowloon police station, in the chief's office, Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan and Superintendent Magellan scrutinized the photographs of Liang Xiaotang's criminal activities, accompanied by audio recordings from the scene. After some time, Yuan placed the photographs on his desk and instructed Sue Hanlin to turn off the recorder. Magellan, you lead the way. Sue and the B team will summon Liang Xiaotang for questioning. I will apply for a search warrant through the Department of Justice. Yes, sir. The three men saluted before departing for the B squad's office, where they briefly reviewed the case details. Moments later, 4 vehicles exited the Kowloon police station. Sue Hanlin refrained from driving his G55 SUV, knowing Liang Xiaotang would recognize it. Inside the car, Bai Ningshue turned to ask, Tony, do you really think Liang Sir is involved in something suspicious? Indeed, Sue Hanlin thought to himself, not merely questioning the gravity of the situation, but also feeling a surge of righteous energy within him. The 4 vehicles halted outside a residential complex in Sham, Shuipu named Fulin Mingyuan. Sue Hanlin, Louis Ran, and others donned bulletproof vests, weapons in hand, and followed Superintendent Magellan as they ascended to the 8th floor where Liang Xiaotang resided. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaotang, packing his belongings in his Sham Shuipu apartment, retrieved an old cardboard box from storage, tearing off the tape. He extracted a roll containing 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, about 10 rolls of cash, and stuffed them into a travel bag. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Liang Xiaotang swiftly drew his handgun, positioning himself beside the door and peering through the peephole, spotting Bai Ningshue and several B-team officers holding seasonal vegetables. Liang, sir, hurry and open the door. My colleagues and I brought hot pot ingredients to celebrate your promotion, Bai Ningshue urged while knocking. Hearing this, Liang Xiaotang's suspicions eased slightly. He had submitted his resignation without mentioning it to anyone at the station. Yet, he remained cautious, gripping his gun tightly as he slowly opened the door. In an instant, a hand reached out from the side, yanking him out, and darkness enveloped him before he could draw his weapon. With a snap, Sue Hanlin swiftly cuffed Liang Xiaotang's wrists. Sue, sir, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Louis Ran was taken aback, for this was his first time witnessing Sue Hanlin's remarkable skills. Sue, sir, your movements just now were incredibly impressive and cool. Would you be willing to teach us? Several officers from the Major Crimes Unit expressed their admiration, with Bai Ningshue and another female officer's eyes sparkling in awe. Chapter 70. The Significance of Numbers Behind the Medals? At Fulian Mingyuan, Hanlin, Louis Ran, and others escorted Liang Xiaotang back to the police station, while Sue Hanlin remained behind to gather evidence. His primary intent was to collect more clues, utilizing the system's case analysis function to discern whether Liang Xiaotang was affiliated with a particular organization or individual. Furthermore, being merely an inspector, Sue's rank was inferior to the senior inspector Liang Xiaotang, who was evidently unqualified. Together with his fellow officers from Major Crimes Unit B, including Bei Ningxue, they meticulously searched the two-bedroom apartment. Liang Xiaotang is indeed wealthy, Lu Yiran remarked upon discovering over 1 million Hong Kong dollars in a travel bag, along with an additional $20,000 tucked away in a drawer. One officer from Major Crimes Unit B began placing the items into evidence bags. Suddenly, a coin-shaped silver object clattered to the floor. "Oh, this badge is quite unique," one officer exclaimed, picking it up with gloved hands. "Each point of the six-pointed star is engraved with a skull." "Allow me to see." Su Hanlin quickly approached the officer, taking the silver badge into his hands. Upon closer inspection, a chilling realization dawned upon him. The design was identical to the tattoos of the bank robbers from the recent heist and the suspects in the false gold bull case. If Liang Xiaoting belonged to this organization, then Tian Hongyi must also be connected. With this thought, he carefully placed the coin-sized badge into a transparent evidence bag for the officers to photograph and register. Stepping outside the room to the fire escape, he lit a cigarette and leaned against the iron door, inhaling deeply while closing his eyes, channeling 50 points of justice energy towards the case analysis. As he envisioned a slideshow in his mind, a figure clad in a Halloween cloak and mask, indistinguishable as male or female, appeared. "Strange. Where is Tian Hongyi's segment?" Su Hanlin murmured with surprise. "I had just added clues about Tian Hongyi. Could it be that I didn't allocate enough justice energy points? Or perhaps Tian Hongyi is not a member of the Six-Pointed Star organization." With this thought lingering, he expended another 100 points of justice energy for a case reenactment. Yet the slideshow remained fixed on the figure in a cloak. Su Hanlin pondered, suggesting that there may not be a direct connection between Tian Hongyi and Liang Xiaotang, or that there were simply insufficient clues regarding Tian Hongyi for the system to analyze the masked individual's identity. Unable to decipher, he decided to refrain from further speculation. Once Liang Xiaotang confessed, everything would become clear. At the Kowloon police station, outside the interrogation room, Su Hanlin observed Lu Yiran questioning Liang Xiaotang through the special glass, then turned to McShaluan, sitting nearby. "Sir, after such a long interrogation, Liang Xiaotang hasn't uttered a word?" McShaluan replied, observing the interrogation room. "He admits to accepting bribes and acknowledges all charges, yet he refuses to disclose who he received money from or provide information about his associates, insisting instead that he be swiftly handed over to the Department of Justice." Su Hanlin opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from informing McShaluan about the six-pointed star badge discovered at Liang Xiaotang's residence. As Yuan Pengkuan had explicitly instructed that no one at Kowloon police station should be informed once he learned of the badge's existence. Continuing, McShaluan suggested, "Su sir, why not enter and assist Lu sir with the interrogation?" "Yes, sir." Su Hanlin turned to leave, but first stopped at the break room to prepare a cup of coffee before entering the interrogation room. "Liang sir, after such an extensive inquiry, you must be exhausted. Here, have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself." He cheerfully placed the paper coffee cup in front of Liang Xiaotang and continued, "Would you care for a cigarette as well?" Liang Xiaotang nodded in agreement, but remained silent. Su Hanlin, unfazed, took out a cigarette, lit it for Liang Xiaotang, and casually remarked, "Liang sir, upon learning that you have been betrayed by your so-called organization, you readily admit to all your crimes yet refuse to divulge information about your backers. I can only surmise that you fear retribution from this organization against yourself or your parents. Alternatively, it could be that the organization has offered you a substantial sum of money, promising to secure your release within a few years." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Liang Xiaotang, whispering, "Liang sir, the Six-Pointed Star organization could easily destroy any evidence of your crimes. Consider this. Would they allow you to live and enter Stanley Prison to protect their secrets?" Gently placing a hand on Liang Xiaotang's shoulder, he added, "You are an intelligent man. Reflect upon this carefully." These words struck like a hammer, shattering the protective barriers around Liang Xiaotang's psyche. To trust the organization, or not to trust it? This dilemma echoed repeatedly in his mind. Damn. Although Su Hanlin was irksome, his arguments bore a semblance of truth. If the organization could abandon me once, they could just as easily do so again. Perhaps. They might even make me disappear within the court or at Stanley Prison. With this realization, Liang Xiaotang's resolve solidified as he raised his head, eyes filled with determination. "Su sir, if I confess everything, can I become a witness for the prosecution?" At that moment, Lu Yiran quickly interjected, "Liang sir, you're aware of police procedures and that becoming a witness for the prosecution requires approval from the Department of Justice. However, I assure you that if you cooperate fully with the police, I will report to the senior officer to advocate for your status as a witness. At that instant, the red light in the interrogation room began to flash, and the door swung open as McShelowin signaled Louis Ran to pause the questioning. Louis Ran appeared bewildered. Why halt the interrogation when Liang Xiaotang was about to confess? Nevertheless, he dutifully complied with his superior's orders. Su Hanlin understood and quietly remarked, "You will soon find out." With a smile, he approached the door, but McShelowin blocked his path, whispering, "Sir, let me inform you that we will first conduct a private interrogation with Liang Xiaotang." "Sir, that doesn't align with protocol," Su Hanlin replied softly. McShelowin shot him a glare, as if to say, "Do you think I am unaware of that? I know it contradicts protocol, but the senior officer's orders must be followed. Execute the command." "Yes, sir." Su Hanlin turned back, glancing at the surveillance cameras in the interrogation room and confirming the cameras had been switched off, validating his suspicions. Yuan Sir intended to gather more information about the Six-Pointed Star organization before the CCB, Commercial Crime Bureau, arrived. "Liang Sir, do you know Tian Hongyi?" Su Hanlin switched off the nearby recording device and, with a smile, inquired further. "Tian Hongyi?" Liang Xiaotang searched the recesses of his memory, hesitantly responding, "Su Sir, are you referring to Tian Hongyi from Tian Enterprises?" To Su Hanlin's astonishment, Liang Xiaotang seemed unfamiliar with Tian Hongyi. Observing his demeanor, he appeared sincere rather than deceitful. Moreover, his justice energy level remained unchanged at 1100, 3900. Could it be that Tian Hongyi was indeed not a member of the Six-Pointed Star organization? With this thought in mind, Su Hanlin asked, "Liang Sir, what does the number behind the Six-Pointed Star badge signify?" Chapter 71. Fei Xiandong faces humiliation in the Kowloon police station. Within the interrogation room, Liang Xiaotang candidly stated, "I cannot definitively say what the group number 18 represents, but I suspect it pertains to a hierarchy of identity. As for whether others possess similar badges, I am unaware. Additionally, I do not know the appearance or background details of my contacts." Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck him, and he exclaimed, "Su Sir, wait. Initially, I was compelled to join the organization and harbored a profound curiosity about its internal structure. I even conducted a discreet investigation, but when I began to covertly follow a contact in hopes of uncovering their whereabouts, I was promptly warned." Su Hanlin listened patiently, contemplating the insights shared by Liang Xiaotang. He deduced that the organization was extremely secretive, with silver badges bearing identification numbers that likely held additional significance. The Six-Pointed Star tattoo, the Six-Pointed Star badge. In that moment, an inexplicable epiphany washed over him as he mused. The bank heist criminals bore the Six-Pointed Star tattoos, as did the false golden bull. Yet, Liang Xiaotang, devoid of tattoos, possessed a silver Six-Pointed Star badge, suggesting that Liang's status surpassed that of the criminals. Surely, the badge must denote a hierarchy. Might Tian Hongyi also be a badge holder? Subsequently, Liang Xiaotang recounted in detail how he became involved with the organization, the numerous tips he provided to the police on behalf of the so-called Six-Pointed Star organization, and how he assisted in cracking significant cases through this organization. Of course, Su Hanlin activated his phone's recording function as Liang began his narrative. The two conversed like old friends, sipping coffee and sharing cigarettes in a question-and-answer format. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and Su Hanlin turned to see the frosty-faced Inspector Fei Xiantong from the Commercial Crime Bureau stride in. "Su Sir, you are in violation of police regulations by conducting a private interview with the suspect. I will file a complaint against you." As Fei Xiantong's words hung in the air, Su Hanlin discreetly tucked his phone into his pocket, glancing at the wall-mounted surveillance camera, its red light flickering, indicating that the higher-ups had been informed and the camera was now active. With a nonchalant shrug, he replied, "Madam, do you really intend to file a complaint without any evidence? That would imply I could also accuse you of defamation, couldn't I? Now, if you would kindly apologize to me." He deliberately elongated his words. "I might consider having my lawyer send you a formal letter." Before Fei Xiantong could respond, Magellan interjected with a chuckle, "Madam, I can vouch for Su Sir. He only brought the suspect in because Liang Xiaotang requested to smoke." Louis Ran quickly added, "I also stand by Su Sir." Although the other members of the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit remained silent, their expressions indicated that they too could support Su Hanlin. Fei Xiantong cast a quick glance at Liang Xiaotang, then at the surveillance camera, inwardly questioning her own judgment. "Am I blind? The camera was clearly off when I entered. And look at all these cigarette butts at Liang Xiaotang's feet. How many were there when I came in?" A chill ran through her, causing Louis Ran, "Magellan, and the others to instinctively take a half-step back. Su Hanlin, unfazed by Fei Xuantong's piercing glare, met her gaze without flinching, a subtle smile playing on his lips, as if to say, "Will you apologize now, or wait for the lawyer's letter?" After several tense minutes of mutual scrutiny, Fei Xuantong finally averted her gaze. Unable to withstand Su Hanlin's clear yet resolute stare, she understood that in this law-abiding society of Xiangjiang, engaging in a legal battle with someone like Su Hanlin would likely compel her to admit fault and apologize. In a voice barely above a whisper, she uttered, "Sorry." "What?" "Madam, I didn't hear you." Su Hanlin tilted his head, placing a hand to his ear. Magellan and Louis Iran exchanged bewildered glances, incredulous at the scene unfolding before them. Was it April Fool's Day? The notoriously aloof and proud Inspector Fei Xuantong was actually apologizing? The other members of the Major Crimes Unit glanced at the pair in the interrogation room and murmured, "Su Sir is truly impressive. No wonder he's a star in the police force. He's the only man who has ever made Madam admit her mistake." One officer gave a thumbs up, quietly agreeing, "Indeed. I used to have my doubts about Liang Xiaodang, but now I genuinely admire Inspector Su Hanlin." In that moment, Fei Xuantong clenched her teeth, shut her eyes, and cried out, "Sorry." "Madam, I am not deaf. There's no need to shout," Su Hanlin replied with a grin, casually digging at his ear. "I've heard your apology, and as a gentleman of refinement, I forgive you for your earlier slanderous remarks." "You." Fei Xuantong, seething with anger, pointed behind her, raising a plastic black folder to strike Su Hanlin. "Su Sir, step aside. I must interrogate the suspect." Su Hanlin remained unmoved, gazing at Fei Xuantong with a smile. "I'm afraid, madam, that while the others in the CCB may interrogate Liang Xiaodang without issue, you are the exception." Upon hearing this, Fei Xuantong's fury ignited as she shouted, "IP number 20505, Su Hanlin. Do you not regard your superior's authority?" Standing tall, Su Hanlin saluted in a British military style and replied, "Sorry, madam. According to police regulations, you previously had a romantic relationship with the suspect Liang Xiaodang. To uphold the integrity of the law, you cannot participate in this interrogation." Instantly, Fei Xuantong fell silent, trembling with rage as she shot a venomous glare at Liang Xiaodang before turning to Su Hanlin and storming out of the interrogation room in her high heels. Madam was once in a relationship with Liang Xiaodang?" Magellan remarked, glancing at Louis Iran. Louis Iran shrugged, looking equally puzzled. "Sir, while I trained with Liang Xiaodang and Wang Chukhang, I was completely unaware of any past romance with Madam." The officers of the CCB exchanged glances, internally lamenting the loss of their weekend overtime, knowing they would now likely be working through the night. They turned to leave the interrogation room, hastily following the furious Inspector Fei Xuantong. A few minutes later, as the CCB personnel distanced themselves, Lu Iran curiously asked, "Su Sir, how did you know about Liang Xiaodang and Madam's past relationship?" Su Hanlin maintained a facade of respect towards his superior while subtly gesturing to Liang Xiaodang. Internally, he scoffed, questioning the intelligence of the inquiry. Was it not obvious? The information came directly from the source, Liang Xiaodang himself. At that moment, the corridor outside the interrogation room echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps, the clattering of high heels against the floor. Moments later, Fei Xuantong, her face a mask of frost, radiated an icy aura that suggested to everyone not to provoke her, lest they face the consequences. She reached the door of the interrogation room and, devoid of any emotion, stated, "IP number 208505, Inspector Su Hanlin." In the next chapter, titled "The Perils of Flattery," the scene unfolds outside the Kowloon police station, where Fei Xuantong, emanating an aura of coldness, declares, "Inspector Su Hanlin, you are to report to my office tomorrow morning." The other officers exchanged worried glances, fully aware of the impending retribution. A brazen act of retaliation that would be difficult for outsiders to challenge. Indeed, one should never offend a woman or a petty individual, despite working through the night. Su Hanlin would arrive for duty the following morning, albeit with a weary spirit, knowing that Madame Fei would seize the opportunity to document his alleged disrespect towards a superior, potentially jeopardizing his year-end evaluation. "Yes, madam. I will report punctually to your office at the CCB tomorrow." Su Hanlin responded boldly, undeterred by Fei Xuantong's intimidating presence, while internally smirking, women. As a gentleman of decorum, I shall not hold grudges against them." At that moment, Fei Xuantong, catching the expressions of Magellan, Louis Iran, and the others, regretted the tone she had used earlier. She She had initially hoped for Sue Hanlin to be temporarily assigned to the CCB to assist with the six-pointed star international money laundering case. However, the tone she had just used led her companions to believe she was deliberately making things difficult for them. That despicable young, indeed. One could only echo the sentiment. It is better to believe in the existence of ghosts than to trust the words of a man. If all the gentlemen present had heard this, they would have surely scoffed and dismissed her as a jilted woman. At this moment, Fei Xianhong found herself in a precarious situation, unsure of how to extricate herself when the phone rang, providing her with an excuse to escape from the gaze of the crowd. Lu Yiran approached gently, patting Sue Hanlin on the shoulder, expressing concern. "Sue, sir, hang in there for a few days. The big sir will transfer you to the major crimes unit. By the way, you can bring someone from the anti-vice unit to join the major crimes D group." Sue Hanlin looked bewildered, stealing a glance at Inspector Magellan, who nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The Kowloon Major Crimes Unit is divided into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D, with A and B led by senior inspectors. The C and D groups are somewhat weaker, but the leaders can be outstanding inspectors. "Sue, sir, congratulations in advance on your transfer to the Major Crimes Unit." "Sue, sir, since you're being transferred, shouldn't you treat your colleagues to a grand meal?" The colleagues from the Major Crimes Unit chimed in, urging Sue Hanlin to host a feast. "Thank you all. However, until the official transfer documents are issued, once I officially join, I will treat everyone to seafood at Kowloon Seafood City." Before Sue Hanlin could finish his sentence, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and soon Yuan Pengkuan, Chief Superintendent Guo Putsuan, and others arrived. Magellan, Lu Yiran, the other members of the Major Crimes Unit. What is happening? Why are so many senior officers visiting the inquiry room so late at night? Could it be that Liang Xiaoteng is involved in something more than just accepting bribes? It must be that Liang Xiaoteng is entangled in a significant case. Otherwise, why would so many senior officers abandon their weekend rest? Sue Hanlin was equally perplexed. What exactly is the organization known as the Six-Pointed Star? He had just sent a message to Director Yuan Pengkuan, briefly mentioning Liang Xiaoteng's connection to the Six-Pointed Star organization. In this short span of time, the 3 major departments of the police headquarters, CIB, CCB, and the Major Crimes Unit, had all arrived. Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan approached Sue Hanlin, first glancing at Liang Xiaoteng in the inquiry room before turning to him, saying, "Inspector Sue Hanlin, tonight you will work overtime to prepare the report. Tomorrow morning, report directly to the Major Crimes Unit. If CCB requires assistance, please take leave and assist them." "Yes, sir," Sue Hanlin replied with joy, relieved that he would no longer have to face Fei Xianhong's morose expression. Unbeknownst to him, after Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan ordered Liang Xiaoteng's arrest, he personally visited the personnel department to finalize his transfer. Consequently, Chief Superintendent Guo Putsuan was furious, nearly escalating the matter to the number 1 of the police force. Ultimately, it was Chief John Bei who intervened to mediate, promising that the next graduating inspectors from the Huanghuking Police Academy would have priority selection by CCB. Yuan Pengkuan continued, "Lu, sir, you are now to handle the transfer of Liang Xiaoteng and all evidence to CCB." After saying this, he subtly gestured to Sue Hanlin, exchanged pleasantries with Chief Superintendent Guo Putsuan and Chief Superintendent Gao Yuchen of CIB, and then departed. After watching Yuan Pengkuan leave, Guo Putsuan cheerfully remarked, "Sue, sir, after your 3-year tenure in the Major Crimes Unit, we welcome you to CCB." Everyone present looked at Sue Hanlin with envy. Being favored by Director Yuan Pengkuan of the Kowloon Police Station and Chief Superintendent Guo Putsuan of CCB meant that in 3 years, Sue, sir, would undoubtedly be promoted to senior inspector. No, perhaps it would not even take 3 years. Given Sue, sir's capabilities, he would likely receive a special promotion recommendation from the police department within 2 years. Amidst the envious gazes, Sue Hanlin felt no pride but rather deep concern. The winds of change never cease, and this could lead to his downfall. In the police department, every inspector and chief inspector has a designated position. One person's retirement or transfer allows another to rise. If promotions were based on a 3-year cycle, there would not be so many 40- and 50-year-old sergeants, nor would there be 60-year-old inspectors retiring. With this in mind, he replied solemnly, "Thank you, sir. Upon completion of my 3-year term, I will abide by the personnel department's arrangements." Lu Yiran felt a jolt at these words, nearly twisting his back, filled with envy and a hint of jealousy, thinking, "Sue, sir, don't let this opportunity slip away from me." Everyone in the police force knows that working in CCB is far more relaxed than in other frontline departments, with higher salaries and allowances. along with rapid promotion opportunities and easier transitions to management positions. Haha, truly, a star of the police force. After Guo Putsuin's hearty praise, he turned to Chief Superintendent Gao Yuchen of CIB and said, "Gao, sir, I see that the street tabloids and gossip magazines have not exaggerated. In fact, they have somewhat belittled Inspector Su Hanlin." Gao Yuchen nodded slightly, a smile on his face as he glanced at Guo Putsuin, yet he remained silent, increasingly intrigued by Su Hanlin. This interest was not unfounded. During Su Hanlin's training at the Huanghuking Police Academy, his collaboration with the Kowloon police station in solving cases had caught the attention of CIB's informants, who reported back to him. Of course, as a senior officer of CIB, he could discern that Guo Putsuin was intentionally elevating Su Hanlin while simultaneously aware of the contention between Guo Putsuin and Yuan Pengkuin regarding Su Hanlin's departmental assignment. At this moment, Su Hanlin felt a jolt of realization. Were the gossip reporters at the Peninsula Hotel CAF arranged specifically for him? What exactly were they publishing in the newspapers and magazines? Were they attempting to elevate him? Meanwhile, Tianhongyi, at a high-end club, was listening with glee to a gossip editor divulging information from the afternoon's freshly released tabloids. Chapter 73. Informant Jessica provides intelligence for the leader, Fairy Qing, plus one more chapter at a luxurious private club. Young Master Tian. This issue of the magazine is just the beginning. The next issue will feature even more explosive news. Oh, is there something even more sensational? Tianhongyi exclaimed, extending a hand to slip into the clothing of a nearby young starlet while glancing at the gossip editor sitting across from him. Of course, we have everything prepared. The article and images are all set. We can only stir up heated discussions online. The next issue will push the Su Hanlin incident to a climax. As he spoke, the impeccably dressed gossip editor handed over a sample draft while slyly pinching the delicate jaw of a nearby young model, continuing to explore with his hands. "Mr. Wong, please know, there are so many people here. Wait, we can go to the hotel, and you can do whatever you want." The young model feigned a soft sigh, gently pushing the gossip editor while raising a glass to sip. With her rosy lips, she began to feed the gossip editor wine. After enjoying the beauty's drink, Editor Wong laughed heartily, lightly brushing against the young model's earlobe, whispering, "Sweetheart, tonight I will show you what an electric motor is." "Good. Not bad." Tianhongyi suddenly stood up, pulled out a checkbook, swiftly wrote a figure, tore it off, and handed it over. "Mr. Wong, this is a thank you gift of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. After this is accomplished, I will reward you handsomely." "Thank you, young Master Tian." "Thank you, young Master Tian. Rest assured, I will ensure everything goes smoothly." The gossip editor nodded eagerly, accepting the cash check with both hands, acknowledging, "Young Master Tian, you are indeed generous. Not only do you offer a thank you gift, but you also have a fresh young model accompanying you." "All right," Tianhongyi said with delight. "Then I shall not disturb Mr. Wong's time as the groom." Turning to the young model, he instructed, "Lucy, be sure to take good care of Mr. Wong. I will also make sure you are well rewarded. If Mr. Wong is satisfied, I will invest in a film and have you play the second female lead." "Thank you, Mr. Tian. I shall certainly ensure Mr. Wong is satisfied." As she spoke, the young model Lucy's eyes sparkled with excitement, her upper body pressed closely against Editor Wong, her voice dripping with sweetness, almost yearning for a live broadcast. At 11 p.m., in the office of the Commissioner of Police at Kowloon Police Station, Yuan Pengkuin, having listened to Liang Xiaotong's recorded testimony, reached into his drawer to retrieve several gossip magazines and entertainment tabloids, tossing them onto Su Hanlin's desk. "Take a look." Su Hanlin cast a glance at the gossip magazines and entertainment tabloids, and upon opening one, he quickly grasped the reason behind CCB's scheming against him. These tabloids not only sensationalized his dialogue with Tianhongyi regarding police funding, but also insinuated to the public that an ordinary inspector's salary could easily cover an afternoon tea at the Peninsula Hotel. Although the general wages in Hong Kong are relatively high, so are the living expenses. A simple lunch at an average tea restaurant could cost over 100 Hong Kong dollars, inclusive of service charges. The most modest public housing starts at 5,000 HKD per month, while Su Hanlin's upscale residence in Shia Garden begins at 25,000 HKD. Most critically, they also detailed the process by which Su Hanlin of the Yaomati police station seized counterfeit banknotes. "Sir, the report about the afternoon tea at the Peninsula Hotel is entirely fabricated. I will pursue legal action against these gossip magazines and tabloids." Su Hanlin pointed to a publication detailing the counterfeit banknote case and continued, "Regarding the counterfeit case, I have strictly adhered to police regulations and have not disclosed a single word to anyone unrelated to the case. Yuan Penghuan smiled and waved his hand. Sir, there is no need to be so anxious. Please, have a seat. Once seated, Yuan Penghuan continued, I do trust you. Otherwise, I would not have permitted you to interrogate Liang Xiaoting alone. However, from the moment I saw that report, I instructed the police public relations department to conduct an internal hearing regarding you. While this report distorts the truth, it has severely impacted the reputation of the police force. Since you wish to hire a lawyer to pursue legal recourse, I will coordinate with the Police News Flash segment to hold a press conference next Monday to work together in restoring the police's reputation. By the way, during this period, refrain from driving your Mercedes G55. Opt for a more ordinary vehicle. Yes, sir. At Yuan Penghuan's gesture, Su Hanlin turned and exited the office, understanding that Yuan Sir's actions firmly tied him to his chariot of success. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized that Yuan Penghuan held a favorable reputation within the police force and might prove beneficial. Nevertheless, he decided not to overthink it and to take things step by step. He then greeted Liu Yiran and returned to Xia Garden, apartment 1505, together with Bei Ningxue. Bei Ningxue handed a cup of hot lemon water to Su Hanlin, asking Tony, what is wrong? You seem lost in thought. Is it because you're disappointed about not being transferred to CCB? Su Hanlin took a sip of the lemon water and replied, no, I'm contemplating the Liang Xiaoting case. Well, it's getting late, and tomorrow marks my first day reporting to the Major Crimes Unit. I mustn't be late. With that, he raised his cup and stood up, bidding, good night, before retreating to his bedroom. Sitting at his desk, he took up pen and paper, meticulously writing about the six-star organization, Liang Xiaoting, Tian Hongyi, Old Ghost, and the suspects in the counterfeit case. Upon examining the task relationship diagram he had drawn, he noted that neither Tian Hongyi nor Old Ghost seemed connected to the six-star organization, yet his intuition insisted that both were undoubtedly linked to it. Clues. If only he could gather sufficient evidence, he could utilize the system's case reenactment feature to unveil the identities of Tian Hongyi and the masked figure from Halloween. Yes, unmasking the identity of the masked figure would naturally reveal Tian Hongyi's identity. At this thought, he suddenly recalled the most pressing matter, quelling the media storm. Just as he pulled out his phone to contact a lawyer, he noticed it was already midnight, compelling him to draft an email to Hong Kong's renowned rights lawyer, Mr. L. He then sent a text message to his sole informant, Jessica, urging her to get as close to Tian Hongyi as possible, while increasing her informant fee from 20,000 HKD to 50,000 HKD. Moments later, his phone chimed. Ding, ding. As he lay in bed, he reached for his phone and opened the message, Jessica, if you want to hear the complete recording, it will cost you 200,000 HKD. What an utterly materialistic woman. What recording could possibly be worth such a sum? Su Hanlin dismissed it casually, using the media player to listen to the voice message, which revealed Tian Hongyi instructing the tabloids to maliciously manipulate his recorded statement. He then sprang up, grabbed his laptop, and executed a wire transfer of 200,000 HKD into Jessica's Swiss bank account, followed by a text, 200,000 HKD has been transferred. Please send the recording. Before long, Su Hanlin received a voice message from informant Jessica. After listening, he marveled at her potential as an informant, realizing how she had managed to acquire such crucial audio. As he contemplated the implications, he weighed the risks. Using this recording would require Jessica to testify in court, thereby exposing her, while not using it would leave him unable to dispel the tabloid's malicious narratives against him in the short term. Chapter 74. Suing Tian Hongyi for defamation, thanks to Uncle Diaosi for the tip, at Xia Garden, apartment 1505. The following morning, Su Hanlin emerged from his bedroom, sporting dark circles under his eyes, stretching and yawning. After a night of rational deliberation, he ultimately decided to utilize informant Jessica's recording to engage a legal team to sue multiple entertainment tabloids and gossip magazines to restore his reputation. Naturally, the focus would be on charging Tian Hongyi with defamation. As Jessica was his first informant, he would arrange through Yuan Penghuan to provide her with a new identity and pay a substantial sum to facilitate her start anew abroad. Indeed, money allows for such whims. Last night, just before the international forex market closed, he executed a few trades, netting himself over $2 million. Furthermore, he had confirmed that ever since acquiring the system, he had consistently made millions in forex trading. However, he could earn a maximum of 2,000 $280 daily. Exceeding that amount would lead to adverse market movements, as buying yen when it rises would result in a subsequent drop, and vice versa. He even suspected that this system possessed a form of intelligence, manipulating forex trends behind the scenes. Ding ding. Sue Hanlin, feeling drained, sat at the dining table and checked his phone, which displayed a notification from Citibank Hong Kong regarding his account balance. The account, 118,188, 8:23 a.m. Funds transferred, 2,000,000 USD. Account balance, 11,086,000 USD. Citibank accounts in Hong Kong typically comprise either 8 or 10 digits. Tony, you haven't been up all night, have you? Bei Ningxue inquired with concern as she placed a sandwich and hot dog in front of Sue Hanlin. I was busy making money last night, so I got a bit carried away, he replied, showing her the transaction notification on his phone, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Vivian, thank you for breakfast. I'll make breakfast tomorrow. Wow, Tony, you're incredible. You earned $2 million in one night. No way. You must treat me to a French dinner this weekend. As she spoke, Bei Ningxue suddenly paused, murmuring to herself, with Tony's capabilities, he will undoubtedly encounter someone better and more accomplished than me. Sue Hanlin waved a hand in front of Bei Ningxue. Hey, Vivian, what are you so lost in thought about? Don't worry. I'll gladly take you out for a lavish meal every weekend. Can you promise to treat me for a lifetime? After uttering this, a rosy blush spread across Bei Ningxue's cheeks as she regretted her lack of restraint. Sue Hanlin, meanwhile, was preoccupied with thoughts of not only taking legal action against Tianhongyi, but also delivering a substantial blow in the business realm. He hardly registered the deeper meaning behind Bei Ningxue's words, casually agreeing, no problem. Tony, is he subtly confessing his feelings for me? Should I accept or maintain my reserve? No, as mother advised, men often do not cherish love that comes too easily. While Bei Ningxue was lost in thought, a sudden ringing of the phone interrupted her reverie. Hello. Oh, it's Lawyer Liu. Let's meet during lunch to discuss the details. I happen to have a crucial recording evidence in hand. All right, see you at noon. Bye. After hanging up, Sue Hanlin sprang to his feet. From his brief conversation with Lawyer Liu, who specializes in rights protection, he learned that if the recording is authentic, their chances of success exceed 80%. Checking the time, he noticed it was already 8:30 and hurriedly urged Bei Ningxue to get ready so they could head to the Kowloon police station together. Bei Ningxue thought to herself, the phone call came at the perfect moment. I was just about to seize the opportunity to confess to Tony. Meanwhile, in a business suite at the Kowloon Grand Hotel, Editor Wang and the young model Lucy were entangled in a rather strenuous encounter. Come on, little electric motor. Hurry, I'm about to fly. Lucy feigned excitement, but internally scoffed. Pfft, a few minutes, and he calls himself an electric motor? Without the blue pill, I bet he barely lasts 60 seconds. Moments later, Editor Wang let out a loud shout, collapsing onto Lucy's delicate form, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang. Lucy called out a few times, and upon seeing he was sound asleep, she disdainfully mustered all her strength to push him away. Quickly dressing, she tiptoed to retrieve Wang's briefcase, balancing her high heels in one hand and the briefcase in the other as she quietly slipped out the door. Exiting the hotel, she hopped into a taxi, switched to a bus midway, and eventually arrived at the foot of Block C1 in the Shia Garden. There, she discreetly deposited a sample publication and a USB drive into the mailbox of Unit 1505. Lucy. No, Lucy was merely a pseudonym for Jessica, who had collected 20,000 Hong Kong dollars from Tianhongyi at a private club the previous night, pretending to be a novice model. Jessica pulled out her phone to send a brief message to Sue Hanlin. At the Kowloon police station, Sue Hanlin was engaged in a discussion with Liu Yiran regarding the Liang Xiaoteng case. He learned that since Liang had been transferred to the Commercial Crime Bureau, CCB, she had been uncooperative, insisting that until she was turned into a witness, she would not utter another word nor assist the police. Ding ding. Just then, a text message chimed in. Sue Hanlin signaled his apologies and pulled out his phone to read. Jessica, I have placed the items you requested in the designated mailbox. Please keep your promise and arrange a new identity for me promptly and ensure my passage abroad. After reading the message, Sue Hanlin put away his phone and requested a 2-hour leave from Liu Yiran, explaining that he needed to retrieve an important lead that concerned him and the reputation of the Kowloon police station. Sue, sir, will 2 hours suffice? You still need to meet the lawyer at noon. It's fine. The major case team led by Sergeant Chun Chung has already gone out early to handle a case and won't return until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. You should be back by 3:30 at the latest. Lou Iran replied. Thank you, Lou, sir. After Sue Hanlin left, he texted Jessica to remind her to carry her homecoming permit for travel to the mainland for a while. Once her new identity was processed, someone would escort her to the mainland, from where she would fly directly to a visa-on-arrival country and then on to Canada. After retrieving the documents from the mailbox at Shia Garden, Sue Hanlin drove to Lawyer Lou's office. Lawyer Lou, can these pieces of evidence substantiate a defamation charge against Tian Hongyi? Sue Hanlin inquired, sipping his coffee while awaiting a response. After reviewing the evidence, Lawyer Lou pondered for a moment and replied, Mr. Sue, based on the evidence you've provided, if this witness does not appear in court, from my years of courtroom experience, the jury and judge would likely only require Tian Hongyi to issue a public apology and serve 8 months of community service. However, if this witness is willing to testify in court, I am 90% confident that the jury and judge would sentence Tian Hongyi to 6 months in prison. Hearing this, Sue Hanlin exclaimed with delight, Lawyer Lou, please send a letter to Tian Hongyi on my behalf. I am certain the witness will testify, but if you wish to meet the witness, you may need to travel to the mainland personally. Okay. Lawyer Lou agreed with a smile. Understanding that Sue Hanlin was concerned for the witness's safety, given that Tian Hongyi is the second son of the Tian family business. Caution is indeed the mother of safety. He then instructed his apprentice lawyer to expedite the delivery of legal documents to the Tian family's residence in mid-levels. At that moment, Sue Hanlin took out his Citibank Platinum credit card and paid a lawyer's fee of 2 million Hong Kong dollars. He also entrusted Lawyer Lou to assemble a legal team to file a defamation lawsuit against several entertainment tabloids and gossip magazines for damage to his reputation. Of course, this was merely Sue Hanlin's first step in dealing with Tian Hongyi. Chapter 75. Framing and Unjust Attacks. What can they do to me? In Lawyer Lou's office, Sue Hanlin sat alone in the meeting room, waiting for Lawyer Lou to contact other lawyers to form a legal team and finalize the authorization documents. As he settled into a comfortable leather sofa, he absent-mindedly played with a Zippo lighter while resting his chin in contemplation of the series of events since joining the police force. Damn it, why has joining the force brought me so much trouble? First, I was envied by Liang, and then I was framed and slandered by the treacherous Tian Hongyi. Not to mention the media and the corrupt Superintendent Go Puchuan trying to destroy me. Had they assumed that because I maintained my composure, they could tread upon me without consequence? At this thought, Sue Hanlin's expression shifted from clarity to determination, his demeanor transforming from scholarly to fiercely assertive. Tian Hongyi, not only have you tarnished my reputation, but I shall also ensure you learn that offending Sue Hanlin brings consequences far worse than crossing paths with the likes of Song Yunhui. Sue Hanlin rose abruptly, shaking off his recent worries, and confidently declared, though the tree may wish for stillness, the wind does not cease. This is merely a reflection of its own frailty. As long as I grow stronger, be it slander, framing, or attempts to ruin me, what can they do to me? Yes, with strength comes resilience. Slander, framing, and ruin can do nothing to me. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed Song Yunhui's private line, getting straight to the point. Yunhui, please gather and email me all the information regarding the Tian family business. Specifically, I need detailed information about Tian Hongyi's assets and family connections. On the other end, Song Yunhui was taken aback by Sue Hanlin's forceful yet commanding tone. Is this really the Sue Hanlin I know? He seems far more assertive than usual. Typically, he is a gentleman who values politeness and humility. What could have prompted such a dramatic shift in his demeanor? Yet, despite his thoughts, Song Yunhui readily agreed to provide Sue Hanlin with the requested information about the Tian family business, as well as details regarding Tian Hongyi's personal assets and family ties. Thank you. I have other matters to attend to. Let's go sailing together this weekend. Sue Hanlin noticed Lawyer Lou entering the room, and after hanging up, he patiently listened to Lou's introduction of the legal team. All right, Lawyer Lou, I entrust this entire case to you. Once you finalize the lawyer's fees, please send me the bill. After shaking hands with Lawyer Lou, Sue Hanlin exited the office. As he stepped outside, he checked the time. It was 1:15 p.m. Just as he was about to hail a taxi, a woman's urgent voice rang out. Help! Someone has stolen my bag. Quickly, catch them. He turned to see a woman running and shouting, pursuing 2 helmeted men, one carrying her handbag while the other rode a 2-stroke motorcycle, veering into a narrow alley. Without hesitation, Sue Hanlin expended 50 points of justice energy to exchange for 5 minutes of basic strength, sprinting into the alley at breakneck speed in pursuit of the motorcycle. At this moment, The man clutching a bag noticed Sue Hanlin drawing ever closer in the reflection of the motorcycle mirror. He hastily patted the driver of the motorcycle, urging him urgently, "Accelerate. Go faster. There's a man on our tail." "Shut up. Can't you see the alley is filled with stairs? I can't pick up speed. Do you think I want to go slow?" The motorcycle driver cursed vehemently, yet twisted the throttle to gain speed. Moments later, the motorcycle veered into a downhill alley, the speed climbing to nearly 100 miles per hour. The bag-carrying man glanced back, seeing no sign of Sue Hanlin, and exhaled in relief, muttering, "Finally, we've shaken him off." "Shake off? He's right in front of us." The motorcycle driver's eyes gleamed with malice as he twisted the throttle, accelerating towards Sue Hanlin. 20 meters. 10 meters. Sue Hanlin fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching motorcycle. Initially tempted to draw his weapon for a warning, he reconsidered upon noticing several civilians in the alley, wishing to avoid further complaints. He resolutely abandoned the idea of drawing his gun, mentally noting that basic strength had a minute remaining. Calculating the distance, when the motorcycle was about 3 meters away, he leaped, delivering a powerful kick that landed squarely on the driver's chest. With screams of agony and the clattering sound of the motorcycle crashing, the two robbers tumbled to the ground, writhing in pain. Sue Hanlin approached, producing handcuffs and snapping them onto the two men, remarking, "Did you really think that riding a motorcycle would allow you to escape from me? Sir, I promise I won't run again. No, I swear I'll never commit robbery again. Please, have mercy." The bag-carrying man, gritting his teeth against the pain, raised the woman's handbag in surrender. At that moment, the motorcycle driver clung to Sue Hanlin's leg, pleading, "Sir, this is our first time. Please show leniency. If you let me go this time, I'll inform you at the first opportunity about any reliable intel I come across." "Huh? First time? If it were truly your first, my righteous energy wouldn't have increased by 60 points. According to the system's allocation of righteous energy points, 60 points indicate that you too are seasoned offenders, and likely involved in other crimes as well." With contempt, Sue Hanlin replied, "Do you think I would recruit just anyone as an informant?" At that moment, two uniformed patrol officers jogged over. After Sue Hanlin presented his credentials, he handed the two robbery suspects over to the patrol officers to be taken back to the precinct. "Sir Sue, as per protocol, you are also required to accompany us to the precinct to provide a statement," one young officer stated formally. Before Sue Hanlin could respond, a more seasoned officer, with a smile that hinted at his experience, added, "Sir Sue, I've read about your heroic deeds in the newspapers. The new recruit doesn't know the ropes. You should come here to investigate, and when you have a moment, you can come to the precinct to give your statement." With that, he pressed his portable radio, initiating a standard procedure to call for backup and an ambulance while securing the scene. "Thank you, brother. I do have pressing matters this afternoon, so I will come to your precinct after work to provide my statement." Sue Hanlin glanced at his watch, realizing that if he didn't return to the Kowloon precinct soon, he might run into traffic and arrive late. Just then, a notification ping from his email caught his attention. He pulled out his phone to see that Song Yoon-hui had sent information regarding the Tian family enterprises and Tian Hongyi's private assets. Upon reviewing the details about Tian Hongyi, particularly learning of his ownership of more than 10 entertainment venues, Sue Hanlin thought to himself, "I refuse to believe that all of Tian Hongyi's private establishments are above reproach." Indeed, he intended to lead the Kowloon Major Crimes D Group in a sweep of Tian Hongyi's venues. Naturally, he would also seek cooperation from other precincts to assist in this operation. He was acutely aware that no entertainment venue in Hong Kong operated without its share of gray areas. A surprise inspection would certainly reveal issues. Meanwhile, while Tian Hongyi indulged in his fantasies of tarnishing Sue Hanlin's reputation and executing a second phase of his conspiracy against the Sue family's enterprises, he received a call from editor Wang, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 76. The resentment in Tian Hongyi's heart in the Four Seasons Hotel. In a business suite, Tian Hongyi hung up after speaking with editor Wang, learning that the explosive article meant to discredit Sue Hanlin, along with its layout and images, had gone missing. A wave of unease washed over him. Ding dong, bang bang bang. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, followed by a forceful knocking. A steady voice, laden with authority, commanded, "Hongyi, you have 30 seconds to open the door, or you will face the consequences." What the hell? Why has my brother come here? Tian Hongyi shivered, hastily wrapping a towel around himself and rushing to the door. He understood that if he dared to defy Tian Hongyi's time limit, his bodyguards would surely break the door down. Creak. As the door opened, Tian Hongyi greeted his brother with a smile, But before he could utter the word brother, a powerful blow struck him in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the floor with a scream. Hongyi, that kick was from our father. Don't blame me for being too harsh, Tian Hongji feigned concern, helping Tian Hongyi to his feet. Then, with a smile, he delivered a right hook to Tian Hongyi's stomach. This punch is to teach you a lesson. Don't bring trouble to the family. Are you unaware that the Tian family is negotiating with the Song family for a development project on South Australia Island? As he spoke, he turned to glare coldly at the two shivering twin sisters on the pristine white bed, who hastily covered themselves with the sheets and fled the room. The sisters, with their enchanting looks and alluring figures, were terrified, abandoning their clothing and running barefoot. The sound of expensive jewelry and a delicate pink thong hitting the floor echoed as they fled. Watching this unfold, Tian Hongyi cast a furtive, venomous glance at Tian Hongji's brown leather shoes. Big brother, you've got some nerve. When I grow stronger, you and that old fool will regret it. When the time comes, I will settle all scores, and my mother's vengeance will be avenged with the blood of the entire Tian family. A sinister smile crept onto his lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Brother, you're right to discipline me. It must be because I've done something wrong. Humph. Tian Hongji scoffed coldly, looking down at Tian Hongyi like a pet dog, icily stating, just understand that my discipline is for your own good. Now hurry and get dressed. Our father has hired a renowned lawyer in Hong Kong to assist you with your case. A case? What case? Tian Hongyi asked, bewildered. Every time I engage with young models or aspiring stars, I do so with clear cash transactions. Before he could finish, Tian Hongji continued. You've been implicated in using gossip magazines and tabloids to slander Su Hanlin, and now he is suing you. He could hardly restrain himself from delivering another kick, pointing viciously at Tian Hongyi, who lay on the ground. I see you've spent years abroad only learning how to chase women. Although Su Hanlin's family is hardly a notable one, his mother is a high-ranking judge. And according to reliable sources, once she retires, she will take over the position for life. A sinister smile crept across Tian Hongyi's face as he thought, perfect. This will create numerous enemies for the Tian family, furthering my quest for revenge. I will secretly cultivate adversaries for the Tian family and see if that old fool has the ability to confront the united political and business forces of Hong Kong. Tian Hongji, astute as he was, remained oblivious to his brother's true intentions. Had he known Tian Hongyi's thoughts, he would have immediately knocked him out and disposed of him. Of course, had the Tian family not faced a decline in heirs, they would never have tolerated a bastard like Tian Hongyi within their ranks. At the Kowloon police station, in the expansive office of Major Crimes D Group, Louis Ren introduced Su Hanlin to all the officers. This is your new supervisor, Inspector Su Hanlin. Hello, Sir Su. My name is Nyo Bin, but everyone calls me Nyo. Greetings, Sir Su. I am Li Tian. You may refer to me as Pistachio. 6 officers, 5 men and 1 woman, saluted and introduced themselves. At that moment, Louis Ren noticed that Su Hanlin and his team members were becoming acquainted and decided to leave, as he had just taken over the Major Crimes Unit and had a multitude of tasks to handle. Good, sir, Su Hanlin said, bidding farewell to Louis Ren. He clapped his hands and announced, as per the tradition of the police force, I will treat everyone to afternoon tea. Later tonight, I shall take you all to Kowloon Seafood City for dinner. As he spoke, he produced 5 banknotes of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars each and handed them to Li Tian, continuing, Tian, please assist in counting the number of attendees from the other teams and then make a reservation. Thank you, sir. The 5 officers responded cheerfully. They were particularly delighted that Su Hanlin, since joining the police force, had consistently cracked significant cases. Working under such a supervisor, they felt assured of quickly receiving opportunities for promotion. Su Hanlin, however, put away his smile, raised his hand for silence and said, tonight, we shall enjoy our meal and have a good time. However, there will be no excuses for tardiness tomorrow morning. A joint law enforcement operation involving the entire Kowloon district and central areas is scheduled for tomorrow night. Yes, sir, the team members replied, and Li Tian promptly began counting the attendees for the dinner while Su Hanlin entered his office to review case files. As busy as they were, time flew by, and before they realized it, the end of the workday had arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Li Tian entered with a sweet smile and said, Sir, the reservation is made, and it's time to clock out. Noticing her youthful face and petite stature of about 158 centimeters, Su Hanlin glanced at the clock and replied, You and the others from the other teams should head to the restaurant first. I will finish up some paperwork at the central police station and join you shortly. suddenly recalling that payment was required in advance at Kowloon Seafood City. He, along with Li Tian and other officers from Group D, approached the office of Bei Ningxue in Group B of Vivian. I have a bit of business to attend to that will take about 2 hours. Please lead the team to the restaurant, and I will follow. As he spoke, he pulled out a Huachi Platinum credit card from his wallet and handed it over. Wow, this is a Huachi Platinum card. Though it may not compare to the Centurion Black card, I hear it allows for a credit limit of up to $1 million, exclaimed a female officer from Major Crimes Group B, enviously. My goodness. So, Sir Su is actually from a wealthy family. No wonder he managed to win over the stunning Bei Ningxue from the Kowloon police station, the other officers thought. Some of the female officers casting jealous glances at Bei Ningxue, contemplating why they couldn't find a wealthy suitor themselves. Meanwhile, Lu Tianfeng was leading a team from the Criminal Intelligence Bureau, CIB, to closely surveil Tianhongyi, and upon seeing Tianhongji, he suddenly recalled something. Chapter 77. The 6-star intimidation letter. To be frank, monitoring Tianhongyi on orders from above seems utterly futile. The old ghost has barely been gone for a few days, and until Tianhongyi finds a representative, he is unlikely to take any action, one of the CIB operatives grumbled, holding a camera with a long lens. Lu Tianfeng, peering through binoculars at the robust man beside Tianhongji, recognized that his mission as an undercover agent had failed and that he was now a probationary inspector in CIB, struggling to earn the respect of his peers. He hoped that monitoring Tianhongyi would yield concrete evidence of criminal activity to prove his competence. The man beside Tianhongji seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen him. At that moment, upon hearing the CIB operative mention the old ghost, it dawned on him. This individual had clandestinely met with the old ghost several times, each time with a subservient demeanor. Could it be that the old ghost was intentionally placed by Tianhongji to keep tabs on Tianhongyi? With this thought, he turned to the CIB operative and stated, "There must be a reason for the orders from above. Let us follow protocol." Afei, do you have any background information on that burly man beside Tianhongji? Afei, the CIB operative, internally scoffed, questioning the wisdom of having a failed undercover agent as their leader. He remarked that Tianhongyi's bodyguard. His name is Lu Hu, and we have his detailed profile in our CIB database. If you're interested, you can request access to his file from our superiors when we return to headquarters. Lu Tianfeng felt a surge of frustration and helplessness. Being new to CIB, he was unfamiliar with everything, and his comrades seemed to have little respect for him, appearing to anticipate his failure. Damn it, Lu Tian, will undoubtedly prove my capabilities to you all. What Lu Tianfeng was contemplating, as well as Su Hanlin's role in CIB, remained unknown to Su Hanlin. Having completed his paperwork at the central police station, Su Hanlin found himself delayed by over 2 hours due to traffic and finally arrived at Kowloon Seafood Restaurant. Sir Su, you have finally arrived. Su Hanlin raised his hand apologetically, saying, I sincerely apologize, everyone. I was caught in traffic. To make amends, I shall take 3 shots. He poured Hennessy into 2 glasses and downed 3 cups in quick succession. Cheers. Lu Iran stood up, raising his glass and grinning. Let us toast to Sir Su for treating us. As the officers from the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit stood up to toast, they couldn't help but shower Su Hanlin with flattering remarks. Just as Su Hanlin was enjoying the seafood and merriment, a calm yet serious voice interrupted, Sir Su, may I have a moment of your time? Su Hanlin turned to see a pair of piercing eyes and immediately understood that Tianhongji had come regarding the prosecution of his brother, Tianhongyi. Mr. Tian, what brings you here? With a forced smile, Tianhongji replied, I do have a matter to discuss. May we speak privately? Su Hanlin gestured dismissively. If you have something to say, feel free to do so here. Who is this person? A member of the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit whispered. Bei Ningxue elegantly dabbed her lips with a napkin and explained. He is Tianhongji, the heir to the Tian family's enterprise. He is likely here to discuss the legal notice received by his brother, Tianhongyi. Upon hearing Bei Ningxue's elucidation, several senior officers at the table suddenly grasped the situation. The seemingly innocuous celebrity gossip and entertainment news promoting Su Hanlin were, in fact, orchestrated by this very brother behind the scenes. Lu Iran, being the highest-ranking individual present, stood up and approached Tianhongji with a composed demeanor, saying, Mr. Tian, given Sir Su's unique position, it would be best to address your concerns in front of everyone. Tianhongji shrugged and smiled knowingly, aware of Lu Iran's underlying caution against potential slanderous accusations towards Su Hanlin. Very well. Let's discuss it here then. Turning back to Su Hanlin, Tianhongji continued with a smirk. Sir Su, My visit primarily concerns my brother. I kindly request that you show leniency towards him. Of course, our family is willing to provide compensation in other areas. Su Hanlin cast a teasing glance at Tian Hongji and remarked, as expected of the heir to the Tian family, you certainly handle matters with far more grace than your brother. However, I must decline. This time, I will ensure that Tian Hongyi faces the legal consequences for his actions. Tian Hongji's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with menace as he retorted, Sir Su, are you certain you do not wish to reconsider my proposal? Absolutely. Su Hanlin responded firmly while gesturing for him to leave. With a sinister laugh, Tian Hongji uttered good, 3 times before turning away, his smile vanishing as he left the premises. After the bodyguard Liu, who made a fierce gesture across his throat, he immediately turned and strode away. Before the words Niu Bin, stop, could escape Su Hanlin's lips, he waved his hand to interrupt, beckoning his colleagues with a smile. Come. Everyone, please continue eating. If the seafood is insufficient, feel free to order more. Let not a few flies dampen our spirits. Thank you, Su sir. The many officers from the Kowloon Major Crime Unit completely relaxed, calling for the waiter to add more seafood. However, they were internally concerned for Su Hanlin. As in Hong Kong, there are countless ways for wealthy businessmen to deal with a cop. Liu Yiran placed a hand on Su Hanlin's shoulder, preparing to speak when Su Hanlin, with a reassuring smile, whispered, Liu sir, no need to persuade me. This time, I will ensure Tian Hongyi pays the price for his actions. Okay, Liu Yiran replied, tomorrow night, I will inform the team to pay special attention to Tian Hongyi's territory. At the entrance of the upscale Shia Garden on Yabi Street, as Su Hanlin and Bei Ningxue exited the taxi, a shadow darted out and approached him, stating, You are Inspector Su Hanlin, right? This letter is for you from someone. He took the letter, opened it, and read, Hello, Mr. Su. To prevent your family from being in danger, cease your investigation into the 6-star organization immediately. The letter was signed with a skull adorned with 6 stars. Bei Ningxue glanced at the letter with urgency and deep concern, asking, Tony, Uncle and Auntie won't really be in danger, will they? Su Hanlin feigned calmness, saying, No. Hong Kong is a society governed by law, and there are over 20,000 police officers maintaining order. Pointing at the threatening letter, he continued, This is clearly a prank by Tian Hongyi. It's nothing. Yet, internally, he was shaken. Could the 6-star organization have other channels to obtain internal police information? Was he being monitored by them? Su Hanlin was not intimidated by the letter. Rather, he anticipated more similar threats, hoping to analyze them through the system. Chapter 78. Dispersing Bei Ningxue. In apartment 1505 of Block C in Shia Garden, Bei Ningxue, relying on her intuition, sensed that Su Hanlin was trying to reassure her. The threatening letter, with its 6-star skull insignia, was identical to evidence found in Liang Xiaotong's rented flat. Although she did not understand what the insignia represented, she knew that the letter received at the door was not merely a prank as Su Hanlin claimed. No, tomorrow. I must report this situation to Liu sir at the police station. Let him escalate this to higher authorities. We cannot dispatch a witness protection team. At the very least, a few senior officers should provide protection for Uncle and Auntie. With this thought, Bei Ningxue turned off the lights and prepared for bed. As she closed her eyes, the contents of the threatening letter filled her mind, tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. Meanwhile, Su Hanlin too struggled to sleep. He called his bodyguard Su Qingrong to enhance security measures, elevating the protection level to the highest tier. Mr. Su, I will follow your instructions to increase the protection level. Su Qingrong did not inquire about the situation, as she understood her role. Ensuring the client's safety amidst any danger was paramount. By the way, please do not inform my family about the elevated protection level. After Su Hanlin reiterated this point and received her assurance, he ended the call, lit a cigarette, and reflected. His tracking and surveillance training at the Huanghucking Police Academy had been exemplary. During recent outings, he had not noticed any suspicious individuals or vehicles tailing him. How was the 6-star organization monitoring him? The Sky Eye system? Su Hanlin resolutely shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. Although the Sky Eye traffic network in Hong Kong was not as secure as the police's internal network, it was not something hackers could easily infiltrate unless there were members of the 6-star organization within the transport department. The more he pondered, the more plausible this theory seemed. Otherwise, the 6-star organization could not possibly have such detailed knowledge of his movements. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If the 6-star organization was monitoring him, then Tiger Tooth Girl was also in danger. This would not do. He needed to devise a reason that would not raise suspicion and would justify her moving out. What reason could convince Tiger Tooth Girl without arousing her doubts? After much contemplation, a smile crept onto his lips as he mused. Yes, this plan would work best. Tiger Tooth Girl would certainly not suspect a thing. The next morning, after a sleepless night, Sue Hanlin rose at 6, washed up, and wrote a note to stick on Bei Ningshue's door. He then drove to Yaomati to buy 2 portions of soup dumplings. Vivian, come see what breakfast I brought back. Sue Hanlin placed the dumplings on a dish. Bei Ningshue rushed over, inhaling the aroma before grabbing a soup dumpling and delicately taking a small bite, savoring it with closed eyes. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Isn't this the Kong Ki soup dumpling from Yaomati?" Sue Hanlin snapped his fingers in affirmation. "You guessed it. I knew you liked it. So I bought it for you to thank you for making me breakfast every day." "Tony, thank you." Bei Ningshue felt a sweet warmth in her heart as she nibbled on the dumpling. After breakfast, she naturally linked arms with Sue Hanlin as they exited Shia Garden and hailed a taxi to Kowloon Police Station. "Sue, sir, good morning. Madam, good morning. Good morning." They walked side by side into the second-floor Major Crimes Unit office area. Bei Ningshue headed to Group B, while Sue Hanlin directly entered Liu Yiran's office. "Liu, sir, good morning. Good morning." Liu Yiran gestured for Sue Hanlin to sit, saying, "You must have something important to discuss, coming here so early." Sue Hanlin nodded with a smile, producing the threatening letter and recounting the incident regarding the Six-Star Organization's intimidation. He also shared his plan. After reading the letter, Liu Yiran returned it to Sue Hanlin and remarked, "Sue, sir, your suspicion that there are members of the Six-Star Organization within the Transport Department is quite reasonable. However, you know we need higher approval to investigate the Transport Department." Sue Hanlin understood that higher authorities referred to the police department, not Director Yuan Pengkuan. He realized that without solid evidence, the higher-ups would not approve the Major Crimes Unit's investigation into the Transport Department. "Liu, sir, I can conduct a secret investigation into the Transport Department alone without alarming the higher-ups. I have another very important matter that I need your assistance with." "Go ahead. As long as I can assist, I will do so." Liu Yiran hoped Sue Hanlin would solve significant cases, which could lead to a promotion interview notification by year-end. Therefore, he was eager to help Sue Hanlin as long as it did not violate police protocols. Sue Hanlin got straight to the point. "Liu, sir, the Six-Star Organization is currently monitoring me, and if I continue my investigation, Bei Ningshue could become embroiled in this. Could you arrange a case for her to keep her occupied for a while?" He added, "It would be best if the case took her away from Hong Kong for as long as possible." Liu Yiran pondered for a moment before replying, "Our Major Crimes Unit doesn't have any such cases. However, I heard from some colleagues in the police department that a team is being sent to the United States for training and exchange soon. It seems Kowloon Police Station has a spot available. I will inquire about it and, if possible, I will advocate for you with the higher-ups." "Thank you, sir." Sue Hanlin exited the office, delighted. Upon returning to the Major Crimes Unit, he noticed Yang Yang chatting with Sergeant Niobin, Li Tian, and other team members. Cough, cough. Sue Hanlin cleared his throat, feigning anger as he admonished, "You all seem so leisurely chatting. Have you completed your cases?" Sergeant Niobin, Li Tian, and the other officers immediately turned to their files or resumed their research. Yang Yang stood tall, awaiting instructions. "Yang Yang, since you are new to the Major Crimes Unit, let Sergeant Niobin guide you for now. Once you become familiar with the situation, I will assign you specific tasks," Sue Hanlin instructed. "Yes, sir. By the way, I heard from my sir that you received a notification for the sergeant promotion exam. Congratulations in advance." Yang Yang expressed his gratitude, saying, "Sir, I am thankful to receive the promotion assessment early." Sue Hanlin waved his hand and replied sternly, "There is no need to thank me. This is all well-deserved." After assigning Yang Yang to the chief of police at the Niobin police station, he entered his office to begin outlining the details for the evening's surprise inspection of entertainment venues. After lunch, Sue Hanlin knocked on the door and entered Liu Yiran's office, saying, "Sir, here is the operational deployment for tonight. Please have a look." He handed over the folder. Liu Yiran received the document, gestured for Sue Hanlin to sit, and did not immediately open the folder. Instead, he offered a cigarette, saying, "Sir, this morning I reported your situation directly. After Huang Sir briefed to Sir Yuan Pengkuan, it was agreed that the only exchange position at the police station would be given to Inspector Bei. Has the exchange team departed?" Sue Hanlin inquired. "Tomorrow afternoon," Liu Yiran replied, taking a puff of smoke. "I have already informed Inspector Bei this morning to pack his bags and report to the police office tomorrow morning." He will undergo a morning etiquette training session with colleagues from other police departments and fly to Washington in the afternoon. Hearing this, Sue Hanlin felt a sense of relief regarding the safety of his family. Chapter 79. Tianhongyi. Prepare to be imprisoned. At the Kowloon police station, noticing Sue Hanlin's furrowed brow, Lu Iran quickly reassured him, "Sir, trust the police force. No matter how formidable the six-star organization is, with the protection of the police, we will ensure your family has safety. I have reported today, sir, and the Kowloon Police's witness protection team has already gone to your home to provide security." "Thank you, Lu, sir. I apologize for troubling the police," Sue Hanlin replied. Lu Iran waved his hand, saying, "Sir, you are being too formal. Protecting citizens is the duty of the police. Besides, you are being threatened because of your investigation into the six-star organization, so it is only right for the police to dispatch the witness protection team." As he spoke, he suddenly recalled something and continued, "By the way, the proposal for Liang Xiaotang to become a witness has been rejected by the Department of Justice. The reason is that Liang Xiaotang was once a member of the police force, and he has broken the law by providing information for crimes. He was promoted due to his tip-offs that led to the resolution of significant cases involving the six-star organization. Such disgraceful members of the police must face severe legal consequences." Sue Hanlin was not surprised at all. The police force is governed by discipline, and if Liang Xiaotang were to be granted witness status, it would undermine the authority of the police chiefs across various departments. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaotang was transferred from the CCB, Commercial Crime Bureau, detention room to the police's solitary confinement for serious offenders. At this moment, he realized that the Department of Justice had rejected his application to become a witness and that he would face prosecution. Disgraceful. A pawn. Six-star organization. Surrounded by feelings of regret, anger, and despair, Liang Xiaotang lost control, gripping the iron bars tightly and venting his madness. Observing the disdainful gazes of the uniformed officers and the hostile looks from the detainees in the opposite cell, he contemplated smashing his head against the wall to end his life, but noticed the anti-collision layer on the wall. Ha ha ha. Tears streamed down his face, and after a moment of tragic laughter, he regained a semblance of rationality. Pressing his face against the iron bars, he shouted, Someone! I want to see Sue Hanlin." Hearing the cries, the guard, afraid of an incident, hurriedly took out his keys and opened the door to the detention room, entering with a baton, sternly stating, "What are you shouting about, Liang Xiaotang? If you had known this would happen, why did you act as you did? Do you think you can just see Sue, sir, whenever you want? You are now a suspect, not the former Inspector Liang of Kowloon. Orders have been given that you can only meet with a lawyer." Liang Xiaotang pleaded pitifully, "Brother, please report to the higher-ups. I have crucial information to share, but I can only do so if I see Sue, sir." After confirming several times, the guard replied curtly, "Just wait. I will report to the higher-ups." He then turned and left. Although he did not know the specifics of Liang Xiaotang's case, he understood that it must be significant. Otherwise, he would not be held in solitary confinement for serious offenders. Liang Xiaotang was unaware that the authorities would not allow him to meet Sue Hanlin. Even if he did know, he would not go. For with the combination of testimonies and case reenactments, Liang Xiaotang, as a discarded pawn, would not provide new leads on the six-star organization. Moreover, he was convinced that if he continued to investigate the six-star organization, any threats he uncovered would surely cause them to emerge from the shadows. At this moment, he was in the briefing room outlining the operational plan, leading the Serious Crime D Group officers to the Tianhongyi entertainment venue in Kowloon. At 7 p.m., the Babyface Bar opened its doors as groups of young men and women entered. "Sue, sir, look at that group of young girls," Niobin pointed out. Sue Hanlin followed his gaze and saw a cluster of heavily made-up girls entering the bar. It was difficult to ascertain their ages due to their makeup, but judging by their attire, he deduced that they could not be over 20. Furthermore, many adolescent girls often prefer to appear mature, while older women tend to dress more innocently. As time passed, the low bass music from the Babyface Bar began to resonate. "Action!" Sue Hanlin commanded, and the Serious Crime Team officers blocked both entrances of the bar to prevent anyone from escaping. Minutes later, several patrol cars arrived at the bar, and a large group of uniformed officers entered to conduct checks. During the police inspection, they turned off the music and switched on the lights, instructing all patrons to form two lines, separated by gender, against the walls while presenting their identification for verification. The Serious Crime Team officers and uniformed police issued stern warnings and began checking IDs one by one. "Please present your IDs and cooperate with the police inspection," Li Tiantian said sternly, her gaze fixed on the heavily made-up girls. "Madam, we came out to have fun and forgot to bring our IDs," one of the girls replied, clutching her small handbag tightly. "Exactly. Who brings an ID when going out to have fun, madam?" The other girls chimed in, some even provocatively flashing their middle fingers. "Turn around. Place your hands on your heads, madam. We suspect you may be concealing soft drugs." As Li Tian and several female officers began to search the group of heavily made-up girls, they discovered ecstasy and other soft drugs in their handbags, along with their IDs. "You have violated the laws of Hong Kong, madam. We will take you back to the police station for questioning, and we will also notify your guardians to come to the station." Li Tian examined the IDs they found, noting that the oldest was only 17, and the youngest was 16. As the inspections continued, Su Hanlin and Yobin discovered that adults were also using soft drugs, with one individual suffering an overdose and being rushed to the hospital. Dear viewers, I am the host of the police news segment, Madam Li. Today, we are live-streaming the Kowloon Police's surprise inspection of entertainment venues. Based on the police's findings, the babyface bar not only allowed underage girls and boys to enter, but also harbored soft drugs. At this moment, Su Hanlin directed the uniformed officers to escort a large number of men and women onto patrol cars for further investigation. "Sir, hello. I am a reporter from Hong Kong Evening News. May I interview you?" A reporter hurriedly thrust a microphone in front of Su Hanlin, asking, "Could you please?" Su Hanlin quickly waved his hand to interrupt the reporter, pointing to Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan, who was being interviewed by other reporters. Louis Ran said, "Miss Reporter, I am currently on duty and cannot accept interviews. If you wish to interview someone, please go to Chief Superintendent Yuan Pengkuan at the Kowloon Police Station." Having said that, he boarded the patrol car, closed the door, and sent a text message to Song Yunhui, "Daniel, we can proceed with the next step. Let the Minor Association call on all citizens to strictly punish those who allow minors into bars, KTV, and other entertainment venues." A brief message was sent out. Su Hanlin held his phone, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tian Hongi suggested that you should also experience the taste of public opinion. I can't wait to see which eloquent lawyer will sway the jury into leniency for you. Just wait for your incarceration, won't you? Meanwhile, in the hillside villa area, within a luxurious residence, Tian Hongi was kneeling before an elderly man. "Unfilial son, look at what you've done. I warned you repeatedly that in business, one must act with integrity and avoid engaging in dubious dealings." As he spoke, the elderly man's face contorted, his right hand pressing tightly against his chest. Standing nearby, Tian Hongji hurriedly retrieved a bottle of emergency heart pills from the drawer of the coffee table, pouring some into the elder's palm. Ding, ding, ding. Upon answering the phone, a surge of fury emanated from Tian Hongji. He shot a fierce glare at the kneeling Tian Hongi and asked, "Is the information reliable?" Chapter 80. Clue to the Six-Star Organization. In the hillside villa area, Tian Hongji confirmed, "Young Master Tian, it has been verified that major newspapers in Xiangjiang will report this tomorrow." Tian Hongji replied curtly, "I know," before hanging up. He assisted the elderly man upstairs to rest and instructed the butler to summon a private doctor for a diagnosis. Not long after, he descended the stairs and entered the living room, casually reclining on the sofa, gazing at the kneeling Tian Hongi with a sly smile. Emotionlessly, he stated, "Brother, this time the family cannot assist you, nor are we prepared to leverage our connections on your behalf. You should prepare to plead guilty when your case is heard in court." "No, I refuse to go to prison, not even for a single day." Tian Hongi crawled forward, clutching Tian Hongji's legs in a desperate plea. "Brother, I know you have a way to keep me out of prison. I beg you, help me this once. From now on, I will listen to everything you say." With tear-streaked cheeks, Tian Hongi observed Tian Hongji's indifference, continuing to feign helplessness while secretly plotting. "Tian Hongji, it would be wise for you not to hope for my safe return from Stanley Prison. Otherwise..." With a sharp crack, Tian Hongji delivered a stinging slap to Tian Hongi, his anger boiling over as he admonished, "You imbecile, how many times have I told you not to stir up trouble, especially with those you cannot afford to offend?" This time, the young master of the Song family has taken action, and the Youth Association will soon call upon all citizens of Hong Kong to severely punish unscrupulous entertainment venues that hinder the healthy growth of minors. Coupled with your instigation of gossip magazines and tabloids to distort facts and slander Su Hanlin, if the court does not sentence you to a year in Stanley Prison, it would be a light sentence indeed. Hehehe. Blood trickled from the corners of Tian Hongi's mouth as he grinned ominously. Fine, fine, fine. I've disgraced the Tian family. I accept my fate. I will heed my brother's advice and plead guilty in court. At that moment, Tian Hongji admired his brother's ability to endure. Were it not for the old ghost revealing his brother's actions, he might have been deceived by Tian Hongyi's usual fade of a spoiled rich kid. Brother, you are still too naive. Do you truly believe that your father and I are unaware of your elaborate schemes? Do you think those planted within the Tian enterprise are loyal to you? Do you really think we are oblivious to your clandestine maneuvers? I sincerely hope you act soon. Otherwise, the old man will be thoroughly disappointed in you. As Tian Hongyi and Tian Hongji engaged in their mutual scheming, Su Hanlin remained oblivious. Even if he were aware, it would merely be a family affair concerning the Tian family's inheritance disputes. As long as they did not contravene the laws of Xiangjiang, Su Hanlin had no authority to intervene. At this moment, Su Hanlin was seated in his office, drafting an operation report. Truth be told, he loathed writing reports. However, the police regulations stipulated that a detailed case report must be produced at the conclusion of each case, as the prosecution by the Department of Justice relied heavily on the police's report for conviction. Of course, all evidence was also provided by the police. Damn it. This cursed computer freezes even when drafting documents. The administration department doesn't even consider replacing the outdated machines. Su Hanlin cursed under his breath while bending over to forcibly shut down and restart the computer. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted him, and Lu Yiran entered with a smile, asking, Su sir, what's wrong? I heard your cursing from outside. Su Hanlin pointed at the computer, lamenting, Lu sir, can't you request the administration to replace our computers in the major crimes unit? Just look, I've almost completed the report, and now the computer crashes and I've lost everything. I have to start over. Calmly, Lu Yiran replied, just bear with it. Even if you submit a request, the administration won't approve it right now. I spoke with the senior officer in the administration department, and the funds for this year have already been allocated. Office computers can only be replaced next year. By the way, Beining Xue is flying to the United States tomorrow for at least a month. As her boyfriend, you should finish work quickly and let your subordinates help with the report. He paused for a moment before continuing. Also, news has come from the maximum security inmate holding area that Liang Xiaodong wants to see you. Madame Fei from the commercial crime unit hopes you can find time to meet her. It seems it's related to the 6-star organization. Su Hanlin tossed a cigarette over, lighting one for himself while asking, Lu sir, is this a command or a mere inquiry? If it's a command, I shall comply and visit Liang Xiaodong in the holding area tomorrow. If not, please inform Madame Fei that I have a mountain of cases to handle. What could Lu Yiran say? Nothing at all. Su Hanlin was not only the most capable investigator among his subordinates, but also a key figure groomed by the senior officers. Even if the commercial crime unit requested Su Hanlin's assistance again, he would find a way to evade it. He also understood that he had heard the recorded testimony of Liang Xiaodong, and that it offered no assistance in uncovering the hidden 6-star organization. All right, I will convey your sentiments to Fei Xianhong. It's getting late. Hurry and pack up to leave. With that, he urged Su Hanlin to finish up. In room 1505 of Xia Garden Block C1, Beining Xue was packing her luggage when she heard the door open. She walked into the living room and pointed an accusing finger at Su Hanlin, saying, Tony, speak honestly. Did you conspire behind my back to get me into the police exchange program in the United States? Su Hanlin, is the tiger tooth girl hearing something? Or is she trying to trick me? Director Yuan Pengkuan and Lu Yiran Wuden divulged the truth to her. She must be trying to pull a fast one on me. Realizing this, he smiled, tinged with envy, and said, going to the U.S. is a rare opportunity for a funded trip. I can't help but envy you. What conspiracy are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Keep pretending. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. With that, Bei Ningshua's delicate face was streaked with tears as she choked out, I know everything. You're worried that the 6-star organization will retaliate against you and hurt me? Which is why you asked Lu Sir and the senior officer to arrange for me to join this police exchange program in the U.S. Su Hanlin. What? This usually naive and sweet tiger tooth girl is actually feigning ignorance. No, someone must have told her. Otherwise, how would she know I was trying to send her away intentionally? Bei Ningxue continued, don't deny it. When I went to the administration department to submit my passport today, I overheard Huang Sir from the administration talking to the senior officer. Damn it. One oversight among 100 precautions, truly one oversight. Su Hanlin comforted her, since you already know, I won't hide it from you anymore. I had to send you away this time. It was unavoidable. I also intend to use this opportunity to dismantle the hidden 6-star organization. Upon hearing this, Bei Ningshue's outward anger remained, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Tony. Before she could finish her sentence, the phone rang incessantly. Sue Hanlin pulled out his phone to see an unfamiliar number. Normally, he would wait for an unfamiliar number to call a second time before answering. But at this moment, seeing Bei Ningshue's persistent expression, he decisively answered the call. Hello. This is Sue Hanlin. Who is this? Sue, sir. I am Tian Hongyi. Don't hang up just yet. I have a lead that might interest you. Would you care to listen? On the other end of the line, Tian Hongyi added a final remark. The clues regarding the Six-Pointed Star Organization. Chapter 81. Tian Hongyi possesses the Six-Pointed Star Badge, located at Xia Garden, C1 Building, Room 1505. Clues about the Six-Pointed Star Organization? According to the system's case reenactment analysis, Tian Hongyi has no connection to the Six-Pointed Star Organization. How did he come to know about it? Could it be that the organization is attempting to recruit him? No. Sue Hanlin immediately dismissed this notion, as self-deception is possible for anyone, but the system's data analysis is infallible. Moreover, Tian Hongyi's call, mentioning the Six-Pointed Star Organization, was evidently an attempt to coerce him into withdrawing his accusations. With this realization, he sat on the sofa, maintaining an air of nonchalance, and declared, Tian Hongyi, I must reiterate, merely fabricating a non-existent organization to trick me into retracting my accusations is utterly futile. Is it? On the other end, Tian Hongyi, with bruises marring his face and a silver badge the size of a coin in hand, confidently responded, Sue, sir, do not be angry. I admit that I aim to exchange clues about the Six-Pointed Star Organization for your retraction of the accusations. However, I am aware that the recent bank robbery case and the counterfeit gold bull incident are both connected to the Six-Pointed Star Organization. By the way, it seems that the Interpol, CCB, and CIB regard all clues pertaining to this organization with utmost seriousness. Sue Hanlin felt a tumultuous wave of emotions. From these words, it was evident that Tian Hongyi indeed possessed knowledge about the Six-Pointed Star Organization. Could it be that the system's failure to analyze the connection between Tian Hongyi and the organization was due to insufficient clues on his part? Tian Hongyi continued, Sue, sir, exchanging the clues about the Six-Pointed Star Organization for your withdrawal of the lawyer's letter is a deal that guarantees you profit. Even if you harbor deep resentment towards me and wish to see me imprisoned in Xishan for half a year or a year, it matters not. I believe, if I were to provide this information to the CCB or CIB, they would be inclined to petition the court for leniency on my behalf. He chuckled heartily and concluded, I will allow you ample time for consideration. If I do not receive a response from you by noon tomorrow, you should comprehend my subsequent actions. The line went dead with a series of beeps, leaving Sue Hanlin staring at his phone in silence. He could not fathom why Tian Hongyi, possessing evidence that could directly bargain with the CCB and CIB for a reduction in his sentence, chose to call him instead. A conspiracy. Sue Hanlin admonished himself, certain that there lay some ulterior motive behind this, and he would not succumb to such machinations. With a slight upward curve of his lips, he pressed the stop recording button. He had long cultivated the habit of recording unfamiliar calls. This moment, the energy of justice began to coalesce in his mind as he accessed his thoughts. Intelligence, 160, normal range, 120 to 140, basic strength, 10-minute, sustained high-intensity output without muscle strain or fatigue, teleportation, 100 instance profession, police officer, inspector, skills, case reenactment, 10-minute, unity with firearms, 10-minute, justice energy, 1950, 3900, redemption. Upon observing an increase of over 1,000 points in justice energy, Sue Hanlin recognized the insidious impact of soft drugs on society and minors. He deeply appreciated that being a police officer transcended mere occupation. It was a vital component of maintaining societal harmony. After replaying the conversation in his mind, he expended 50 points of justice energy to reanalyze the connection between Tian Hongyi and the Six-Pointed Star Organization through the case reenactment. Through this analysis, he suddenly comprehended how Tian Hongyi had acquired knowledge about the Six-Pointed Star Organization and why, just a few days prior, the system had failed to establish a connection between Tian Hongyi and the organization. Turned out that over an hour ago, Tian Hongyi had instructed his capable bodyguard Lu Hu to discreetly hand him a brown paper dossier, avoiding all ears and eyes within the villa. The file detailed the police department's investigative progress on the Six-Pointed Star Organization. After perusing the information, Tian Hongyi stealthily infiltrated his brother Tian Hongji's study and retrieved a silver badge engraved with the skull emblem of the Six-Pointed Star from a concealed drawer. At this moment, Sue Hanlin abruptly stood up and spoke, Vivian, I need to head to the Kowloon police station to handle some matters. I may not return tonight, but I will see you off at the airport tomorrow afternoon. Without waiting for Bai Ningshue's response, he hastily exited the room. Bai Ningshue gazed at the closed door. Her curiosity piqued regarding what Tian Hongyi had said during the call that prompted such urgency. However, as a wise woman, she suppressed her desire for knowledge and texted Su Hanlin, urging him to stay safe. In the hillside villa, the confined Tian Hongyi was in high spirits, toying with the silver badge in one hand while savoring red wine from a goblet in the other. Tian Hongyi, let us see who ultimately prevails. He cackled sinisterly, opened his laptop, and activated a hacking software to connect to thousands of compromised devices, sending a dozen emails to entirely fictitious IP addresses. Meanwhile, Su Hanlin informed Liu Yiran about Tian Hongyi possessing a 6-pointed star organization badge, and he also released the recording. Sir Liu, I request a 24-hour comprehensive surveillance on Tian Hongyi. I would appreciate your approval. Liu Yiran did not respond immediately, instead contemplating the situation thoroughly. His hesitance to give an immediate answer stemmed from Su Hanlin's assurance that he would not yield to Tian Hongyi's demands to retract the lawyer's letter. He needed to withstand the pressure from the CCB, Commercial Crime Bureau, CIB, Criminal Intelligence Bureau, and the senior officers while supporting Su Hanlin. After a couple of cigarettes, he weighed his options carefully before stating seriously, Su Sir, I approve your plan. However, I will only grant you 1 month for this investigation, if it exceeds that time frame. Thank you, sir. Su Hanlin replied joyfully, perhaps believing that a month would not be necessary. This surveillance on Tian Hongyi was intended to convey to the 6-pointed star organization that he would not capitulate. If Tian Hongyi were involved in significant operations for the organization, they would undoubtedly take action against him. Thus, this would enable them to trace the organization and apprehend them all. Pausing for a moment, he continued with a smile. Sir Liu, rest assured, once we dismantle the 6-pointed star organization, you can anticipate a special promotion from the police department's number 1. At that moment, Liu Yiran had staked his career on this endeavor, fully backing Su Hanlin. Su Sir, pursue your investigation without reservation. I will draft a report and present it to the senior officer tomorrow. After waving Su Hanlin off, he began pacing in his office, contemplating whether to report directly to Yuan Sir now or wait until the next day. Damn it, since I'm gambling, I might as well go all in. With this thought, Liu Yiran retrieved his phone and called Yuan Pengkuen's landline at home. Hello. Sorry, sir. I have important information to report to you. On the other end of the line, Yuan Pengkuen was not angered by Liu Yiran's escalation of the report, as the senior officer of the Kowloon action team. Huang Sir had fallen ill and was currently in the hospital fighting for his life. Coupled with the Liang Xiaodeng incident, he was under ridicule from his peers and other police departments, making him more eager than anyone to resolve the 6-pointed star organization case expeditiously. At this moment, Su Hanlin was humming a tune while driving towards Shia Garden when a notification chimed. He hastily opened the message, suddenly slamming the brakes. The car screeched to a halt in the middle of the road. Chapter 82. Location locked. That night, on Yabi Old Street, the sound of sudden brakes echoed, followed by a resounding crash. Inside the white Mercedes G55, Su Hanlin's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, as he gripped his phone tightly, fixated on the message. Su Sir, I have warned you repeatedly not to continue investigating the 6-pointed star. Regrettably, it is often only after losing something that one comes to understand the wisdom of others' counsel. Your father, Su Yudao, and your elder brother, Su Hanza, are now in our custody. If you wish for their safe return home, keep your phone on at all times and await our next instructions. Remember, should you alert the authorities, you may as well prepare to collect their remains. Su Hanlin promptly returned the call, only to be met with an automated response indicating the number dialed was invalid. Without needing to speculate, he recognized this as a message relayed through the latest internet telephony technology, utilizing a virtual number. A scruffy, disheveled middle-aged man, cigarette in mouth, rapped on the car window, loudly berating, "You idiot, do you even know how to drive?" Su Hanlin cast a bloodthirsty glance at the man, who immediately swallowed back his subsequent insults. Through the rearview mirror, Su Hanlin noticed a red taxi with its hazard lights flashing, its front severely crumpled against the rear of his vehicle. Here, this should cover your repairs, he said, producing a thick wad of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars notes without counting, handing it over before swiftly closing the window and accelerating away. The disheveled man, pinching the cigarette between his fingers, took the cash, spat, and began counting with glee. 32,000. What a profit. Insurance will cover everything. I can finish early tonight. He promptly called the insurance company to dispatch an adjuster and then summoned a tow truck. A few minutes later, as Su Hanlin parked in the underground lot of Shia Garden, his phone rang urgently. Upon seeing the caller ID was Su Qingrong's bodyguard, he immediately answered. Su. Before Su Qingrong could utter the word sir, Su Hanlin interrupted, asking, "Does my mother know about my father's kidnapping?" "Not yet," she replied. "However, Judge Su attempted to reach your father earlier, but the call went unanswered." "I'm afraid." Su Hanlin interjected, "Keep my mother calm. I will handle the rest." After ending the call, he returned to room 1505, finding Bei Ningxue already asleep. He changed into a new outfit and altered his appearance with makeup. Subsequently, he used 100 units of justice energy to exchange for 10 minutes of basic strength, evading the surveillance cameras of the community as he exited Shia Garden. Dozens of minutes later, a taxi delivered him to a small hotel that did not require identification. At this moment, although Su Hanlin was anxiously awaiting a call from the six-star organization, he understood that maintaining a cool head was essential for orchestrating the rescue of Su Yudao and Su Hanza. Time ticked by agonizingly slow. He had never felt the passage of time so interminable. Why had the six-star organization not contacted him yet? As he chain-smoked in the hotel room, his phone rang. Upon answering, he saw a string of asterisks on the caller ID and quickly activated the recording function. "Hello." A voice distorted by voice modulation responded. "Su sir, it is a pleasure to speak with you for the first time. Release my father and brother. I will agree to any conditions you set," Su Hanlin urged. "Rest assured, as long as you comply, neither your father nor your brother will come to harm. We will also provide the Su family with a fortune. However, should you refuse to cooperate long-term," Su Hanlin hastily responded, "just tell me the conditions. I will agree. But first, I need to hear my father and brother's voices to confirm their safety." "No problem." With that, the call ended. Minutes later, his phone rang again, and upon answering, he heard Su Yudeo's voice. "Tony, your brother and I are not in immediate danger." "Dad, did they harm you?" Su Hanlin feigned concern, while in his mind, he consumed 200 units of justice energy to activate case reenactment and analyze potential locations based on the clues provided. "They haven't harmed your brother or me, but a few bodyguards." Su Hanlin inferred from Su Yudeo's words that the bodyguards were likely in grave danger. Suddenly, an electronic voice, altered by a voice changer, interrupted. "Su sir, you have heard your father's voice. Shortly, you will receive an email detailing your next steps." Su Hanlin cursed under his breath. Damn, they are truly professional kidnappers, timing the call perfectly. He then calmed himself to review the results of the case reenactment. Kun Tong District, Fengji Slaughterhouse. Observing the electronic map in his mind, Su Hanlin retrieved his pistol from his side, meticulously checking the weapon and loading the magazine. Ding dong. "You have a new email. Please check." He holstered his gun, picked up his business phone, and opened the email. "Wow," Su Hanlin gasped, realizing the email demanded the establishment of 10,000 personal stock accounts within a single day. The six-star organization intended to launder money through his family's brokerage, Blue Universe Securities. To deceive them, he replied to the email, "Okay, I will establish the personal stock accounts within a day and send you the details." Meanwhile, in a luxurious suite at the Four Seasons Hotel, a figure clad in a Halloween cloak and a mask that obscured their gender opened the email and cackled with glee, replying, "Su sir, a new email with the address will be sent to your phone by 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." After sending the email, the masked individual activated various hacking software, inputting Su Hanlin's phone number. After several minutes of operation, a digital map of Hong Kong appeared on the computer screen, with a blinking red dot indicating Su Hanlin's location. Why is Su Hanlin not at Shia Garden, but at a clock hotel on Po Tai Street? Is he visiting Fengjie? No, that can't be right. His family may not be wealthy, but they have taste. Could it be that he's developed a peculiar fixation? Is he truly that unconventional? As Su Hanlin opened the door to leave the hotel, he suddenly recalled a critical thought. Cautiously fearing that the six-star organization might possess triangulation capabilities akin to the FBI's network, he swiftly turned back, retrieved his business phone, and crouched on the floor, placing the phone under the bed. He then consumed another 100 units of justice energy to enhance his basic strength before opening the hotel window and slipping out, climbing down the plastic drainpipe embedded in the wall. Chapter 83. Are there snipers? Kun Tong District, Fengji Slaughterhouse. Su Yudao and Su Hanza were bound back-to-back, their hands and feet tightly secured with black tape. Moreover, a strip of black tape covered their mouths. The kidnappers had no interest in ransom. What could their true motives be for abducting him and his father? Su Hanza pondered while attempting to observe their surroundings through a sliver of light, searching for an escape route. Simultaneously, Su Yudao harbored similar thoughts, deducing from the light that they were likely confined in a cold storage room. Despair momentarily crushed his strong will to survive. He was not a naive youth just entering society. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had heard of wealthy individuals and their children being kidnapped. While many had paid exorbitant ransoms and returned home safely, there were also cases where kidnappers had received the ransom and still executed their victims. At that moment, Su Hanlin crouched atop a derelict building over 100 meters from the slaughterhouse, observing the long-abandoned facility through binoculars. After over an hour of scrutiny, he surmised that his father and brother were likely imprisoned in the cold storage, given its robust structure and lack of windows. Although there was ventilation, the openings were too small for even a 5-year-old to crawl through. Most crucially, there were 2 kidnappers stationed outside the cold storage. Meanwhile, Judge Su Huanchuan appeared outwardly composed. Yet her incessant phone calls betrayed an inner turmoil. What could have transpired? Of the 3 individuals, 2 phones were switched off and directed to voicemail, while the third remained unanswered. Could it be? Su Huanchuan immediately dismissed the thought when she inadvertently noticed her personal bodyguard, Su Qingrong, lacking her usual steadiness, her eyes revealing a trace of worry. As a Supreme Court justice, Su Huanchuan had presided over thousands of cases over the years, honing her keen perceptiveness. What could be troubling Miss Su? Could it possibly be that her younger sister's condition had worsened? That shouldn't be the case. She recalled that this morning, Miss Su had expressed gratitude to Tony for bringing in a renowned American neurosurgeon to operate on her sister. The condition had been stabilized and was gradually improving. With this thought, the speculations that had briefly left her mind returned, and with a serious undertone, she asked, Miss Su, is there something you are withholding from me? No, Judge Su, you are overthinking. Su Qingrong waved her hands in explanation, yet this very act piqued Su Huanchuan's interest. Typically, when accompanying her on shopping trips, Su Qingrong was succinct, rarely exceeding 5 words, and refrained from unnecessary gestures. Today, however, she was unusually talkative and animated, which hinted that she was deliberately concealing something. Miss Su, do you know anything about my husband and our 2 precious sons? Faced with Su Huanchuan's penetrating gaze, Su Qingrong hastily replied, no. Before she could finish the word no, Su Huanchuan's gaze overwhelmed her, compelling her to confess the entire situation. Are they being held captive? Su Huanchuan stood up abruptly. Yes. After confirming, Su Huanchuan immediately dialed 999 to report the incident. Her actions were not driven by concern for Su Yudao and Su Hanja, nor were they motivated by a reluctance to pay the ransom. Rather, she placed her trust in the capabilities of the Hong Kong police, believing that the expertise of the professionals would better ensure the safety of her loved ones. As Su Huanchuan reported the situation, Su Hanlin remained oblivious, stealthily inching toward the cold storage door, crouched against the wall. Upon reaching approximately 10 meters from the cold storage entrance, he concealed himself behind a wooden crate, his eyes fixated on the 2 kidnappers outside, waiting for the opportune moment. As time ticked by, the 2 kidnappers, positioned about 4 meters apart, sat on either side of the iron gate, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Damn, are these 2 thugs on some kind of adrenaline high? It's past 3 in the morning, and they show no sign of fatigue. Su Hanlin muttered under his breath, biding his time to eliminate the 2 kidnappers silently. Just as the 2 kidnappers began yawning and Su Hanlin prepared to strike, 4 additional kidnappers emerged from the left side of the cold storage, flashlights in hand. Hey, open the door and get those 2 hostages to the boat for a sea run. One of the kidnappers instructed the guard at the gate. Boss, we're going out at this hour? Can't we wait for dawn? Grumbled the guard on the right side of the iron door. Shut up. If you want to complain, do it in front of the boss. If you're afraid, then stop dawdling and get the door open to take the hostages. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Su Hanlin's eyes narrowed, glinting with determination. He vanished, converting 200 units of righteous energy for 10 minutes of gun-human fusion and basic strength. With his gun in hand, he sprang sideways and fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Upon landing, he rolled to the side and fired twice more, taking down 2 kidnappers. The remaining kidnapper instinctively dropped to the ground, using the bodies of his fallen comrades as cover, swiftly rolling into a shooting blind spot. At that moment, Su Hanlin leapt into the air, arms wide, gun in one hand, executing a spinning shot. A bullet, propelled with a deafening crack, shot forth at high speed, curving towards the hiding kidnapper. The kidnapper, in shock, clutched at his chest, staring at his blood-soaked hands, incredulous that he had been hit in a blind spot. Unless it were from a .50 caliber Barrett sniper rifle. As Sue Hanlin landed, his weapon raised, he advanced cautiously toward the wounded kidnapper. You. The kidnapper pressed hard on his chest, attempting to staunch the flow of blood, but the warm liquid poured out like a mountain stream through his fingers. Sue Hanlin placed a foot on the kidnapper's face, devoid of any compassion, resembling a demon from hell as he demanded, "Tell me who sent you to kidnap." Bang! A thunderous gunshot echoed as Sue Hanlin instinctively dropped to the ground, glancing sideways to see the kidnapper shot dead, his upper body obliterated. A sniper. There was indeed a sniper, utilizing a .50 caliber rifle. A chill coursed through him as he realized the remaining time for basic strength was just 5 minutes. Grabbing a nearby wooden crate, he hurled it into the air, hearing a gunshot follow, before swiftly darting into the factory like a leopard. I underestimated Sue Hanlin, who found this place in such a short time. If it weren't for my curiosity leading me to Bow-T Street. A figure donned in a Halloween cloak and mask, indistinguishable in gender, lay on a rooftop 600 meters away, observing Sue Hanlin through a sniper scope. Chapter 84. The family agrees to his becoming a policeman at the Fangji slaughterhouse in Kuntong. Bang! Sue Hanlin, utilizing gun-human fusion, raised his hand and shattered a porcelain light bulb placed on the cold storage door dozens of meters away. Instantly, the slaughterhouse was engulfed in darkness. Damn! The masked figure, 600 meters away, clenched their fist in frustration before rising to swiftly pack the sniper rifle into a black case measuring approximately 1.6 meters long and 50 centimeters wide. Casting a glance at the pitch-black slaughterhouse, Sue Hanlin, crouched by the window, could clearly see the figure on the rooftop through the enhanced vision granted by gun-human fusion. A masked figure? Sue Hanlin's eyes gleamed with intensity as he gripped his pistol tight, adjusting his breath before slowly closing his eyes, sensing the firearm exuding a sense of joy. The weapon in his hand, empowered by the gun-human fusion skill, felt almost sentient, urging him to believe that he could indeed hit the masked figure from 600 meters away. Sue Hanlin. Hit the masked figure from 600 meters away? What a jest. Although the firearm he wielded was renowned worldwide, its effective range was only 150 to 200 meters, with a maximum range of 550 to 650 meters. Even if the bullet reached its furthest design distance, air resistance would render it harmless before reaching the masked figure. That moment, Sue Hanlin recalled a television series he had watched about A Gun God, where the protagonist could make one bullet collide with another to exceed the firearm's range while retaining lethal force. Perhaps, with his gun-human fusion skill, he could replicate that extraordinary ability in reality. With that thought, he checked the remaining time for gun-human fusion and basic strength, which was down to 60 seconds, and held his breath as he fired. Bang, 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 consecutively unleashing 5 shots. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. The first bullet soared from the barrel, arcing gracefully toward the masked figure on the rooftop. The second bullet, the third bullet, and the fifth bullet followed, each tracing a unique trajectory to collide with the first bullet mid-air. Defying the principles of ballistics, the first bullet ascended and then plummeted at high speed into the shoulder of the masked figure. Ah! With a scream, the figure dropped the case they were holding. How is this possible? How did he achieve this? This defies the laws of science. The masked figure, dumbfounded, remained bewildered until unconsciousness overtook them. Sue Hanlin, equally astonished, gaped in disbelief. Had he truly accomplished the feats of the gunman from the show? Continuing, he forcefully pinched his thigh. A wave of pain surged through him. Oh my. The terrifying synergy of man and gun skills was such that the bullets not only curved but astonishingly could alter their trajectory after leaving the barrel. As he muttered to himself, a police patrol car, sirens blaring, surged into the slaughterhouse. A sheriff led several officers, wielding Remington shotguns and submachine guns, brandishing bulletproof shields as they dashed out of the vehicle. Don't move. Drop your weapon and place your hands on your head. Slowly turn around. Hearing the warning, Sue Hanlin hesitated not a moment, complying with the sheriff's command, discarding his handgun and raising his hands atop his head as he turned. Don't shoot. I'm one of your own, Inspector Sue Hanlin from the Kowloon Major Crime Unit. The sheriff remained vigilant upon hearing this, tapping the shoulder of an officer in front with the bulletproof shield, signaling him to advance. A few uniformed officers crouched, their guns trained on Sue Hanlin, maintaining formation as they moved forward. Brother, I'm one of your own. Sue Hanlin indicated with his hands raised, his identification in the inner pocket of his jacket. The sheriff, holding his gun with one hand, cautiously reached into Sue Hanlin's inner pocket with the other, retrieving the identification to inspect it. Still wary, he pressed his radio to call for backup before verifying Sue Hanlin's identity through headquarters. The radio crackled, IP number 28505. Inspector Sue Hanlin, identity confirmed. Upon hearing this, the sheriff let out a quiet sigh of relief, gesturing for the other officers to lower their weapons. Sorry, Inspector Sue. Please forgive us. Sue Hanlin waved his hand, responding, No need for apologies. I understand it is your duty. By the way, at 3 o'clock, on the rooftop of that building, there is still a bandit. The sheriff led several officers in the direction Sue Hanlin indicated. In that moment, Sue Hanlin crouched to retrieve the police firearm, and after standing, he hastily ran to the cold storage door. Using all his strength, he pulled open the heavy iron door, activated the overhead lights inside the cold storage, and saw Su Yudao and Su Yuza bound back to back with black tape around a steel pillar. Dad, brother. Sue Hanlin rushed forward in a few strides, tearing the tape from the mouths of Su Yudao and Su Yuza. Tony, Dad, let me help you. He crouched down, took out a keychain, and carefully cut through the tape. Minutes later, Su Yudao hurriedly stood up, his expression tense as he asked, Tony, how did you find us? By the way, what about the kidnappers outside? After confirming that Su Yudao and Su Yuza were indeed uninjured, Sue Hanlin replied, I learned about you from an informant. The kidnappers have been shot by the police. So that means we are safe? Su Yuza asked, tears of joy streaming down his face. Yes, safe. After assisting Su Yudao out of the cold storage, several paramedics quickly took him from Sue Hanlin's hands, placing Su Yuza on a stretcher to carry away. Then, he approached a uniformed officer, displayed his identification, and politely requested, Brother, may I borrow your phone for a moment? The officer glanced at the identification and handed over his phone. Sue Hanlin accepted it with a thank you and hurriedly dialed the landline at home to inform the bodyguard. Su Qingrong. He did not wish to call Su Qingrong's mobile as he could not remember the number. When the call connected, before he could speak, a worried voice came through the receiver. Hello, Mom. It's Tony. Dad and brother have been rescued from the kidnappers. Really? On the other end of the line, Judge Sue was overwhelmed with joy, her voice trembling as she asked, Tony, don't deceive me. I know you're just trying to comfort me. Sue Hanlin quickly replied. No, really. Dad and brother were rescued by me and the other officers. If you don't believe me, I can let Dad speak to you. Saying this, he rushed to the ambulance and handed the phone to Su Yudao. Wife. Husband. Hearing Su Yudao's voice, Su Hanxian was filled with surprise, concern lacing her tone as she asked, The kidnappers didn't he? Neither my son nor I were harmed. It was truly thanks to Tony receiving a tip from an informant that we were saved. Now you know that Tony is your son? Didn't you say that as long as Tony doesn't resign, you want to acknowledge him as your son? Su Yudao was momentarily taken aback, realizing how a woman's emotions could shift as rapidly as the weather, changing in an instant. Wife, I was wrong. After this incident, I think having a sir at home isn't such a bad thing. Sue Hanlin, standing nearby, felt a surge of joy upon hearing these words. His family finally accepted his role as an officer. Chapter 85. Why have all the system functions disappeared? In the Kuntong district, Fengji slaughterhouse, police patrol cars, sedans, ambulances, and uniformed patrol teams arrived in succession. Sue Hanlin watched as Su Yudao and Su Yuza were taken in 2 ambulances to the hospital for physical examinations and psychological treatment. Sir, Lu Iran approached, his identification hanging from his chest as he bent across the police cordon, followed by his team members Niu Bin, Yang Yang, and Li Tian from the Kowloon Major Crime Unit. Lu, sir. After greeting him, Sue Hanlin instructed Niu Bin and the others to proceed to the rooftop 600 meters away to assist the armed police in identifying the sniper. Yes, sir. Niu Bin led the team immediately, and Sue Hanlin turned to pull Lu Iran aside, speaking softly. This group of kidnappers are members of the 6-Star organization. The sniper on that rooftop is dressed just like the masked man described in Liang Xiaotong's testimony. Lu Iran felt a surge of excitement. If the sniper's identity was confirmed as the masked man, it would signify a significant breakthrough in the 6-Star case, along with immense recognition. Sue, sir, well done. In that case, you should take a rest. I will go confirm the sniper's identity. With that, he turned and hurried after Niu Bin and the others, urging them to run. Sue Hanlin nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. He understood Lu Iran's urgency to confirm the sniper's identity so he could promptly report to Yuan Pengkuang. This would solidify his promotion to chief inspector and his comprehensive assistance to senior inspector Huang in managing the Kowloon Major Crime Unit. He didn't mind the dirt on the ground. He casually leaned against the wall, sitting down to check the increased justice energy. Intelligence, 160, normal, 120 to 140, basic strength, 0-minute teleportation, 0 once occupation, police, inspector, skills, case reenactment, mangun fusion, 0 minutes, justice energy, 11, 400, 1, 200 exchange. Gazing at the suddenly increased justice energy points, Sue Hanlin calculated. Basic energy consumption is 150 points of justice energy, mangun fusion skill consumes 100 points, case reenactment costs 200 points, totaling 450 points of justice energy consumed. This meant an increase of over 10,000 points of justice energy? Shouldn't the 6 kidnappers and the masked man face the death penalty for their crimes? At this moment, his emotions were complex. He felt joy from the sudden increase in justice energy, yet immense anger towards the crimes of the 6-star organization. Sue sir. Minutes later, Lu Iran returned, brimming with excitement, searching for Sue Hanlin. Lu sir, over here. Sue Hanlin gestured. Sue sir, guess who the masked man is? Lu Iran approached him, excitement evident in his demeanor, clearly knowing the true identity of the masked man. Sue Hanlin wore an expression of indifference, as if to say he would eventually find out, replying, I'm not a deity. How could I possibly guess? Sir Lu, please do not keep me in suspense. If you have something to say, do so quickly. Lu Iran was momentarily defeated by Sue Hanlin's calm, yet composed demeanor. He internally reminded himself to remain composed and steady in his approach, yet he could not suppress the excitement bubbling within him. Tian Hongji, it is Tian Hongji, the heir of the Tian Corporation. What? It's actually him? After a moment of shock, Sue Hanlin confirmed that the masked man was indeed Tian Hongji. He pondered, if Tian Hongji is the masked man, then the Tian Corporation is likely the public front for the 6-star organization here in Hong Kong. A smile creased Lu Iran's face as he affirmed, exactly. I have already reported the situation directly to Sir Yuan. He has applied for a search warrant from the court, allowing us to search Tian Hongji's residence for evidence. As he spoke, he turned to see officers bustling about and quietly added, I am certain this case will draw attention from the police commissioner and several deputy commissioners, possibly even the secretary for security. Just wait and see. Tomorrow the Commercial Crime Bureau will collaborate with our Kowloon Major Crimes Unit to seal the Tian Corporation's accounts, and they will send professionals to conduct a thorough investigation of the company's financial records and business operations. Sue Hanlin was not surprised by this news. Although Hong Kong is a society governed by law, the wealthy and prominent individuals still enjoy certain privileges. For instance, the sealing of the Tian Corporation's bank accounts and the involvement of the CCB would necessitate the nod of the commissioner and several deputy commissioners. Without their agreement, such actions would be impossible. The two led Niu Bin, Yang Yang, Li Tian, and other members of the Major Crimes Unit to the upscale residential area of the Peak, heading for the Tian family mansion. Meanwhile, Yuan Pengkuan urgently reported to the police commissioner and, after obtaining his consent, applied for an expedited search warrant from the court. The International Criminal Police had been investigating the 6-star organization for years, deploying numerous undercover officers without uncovering significant leads. Unexpectedly, Sue Hanlin had only joined the Kowloon police a few days prior, but had already stumbled upon vital clues regarding the organization. Yuan Pengkuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, envisioning the position of Assistant Commissioner of Police from 2008 beckoning to him. At the Peak, after presenting the search warrant, Sue Hanlin and Lu Iran led Niu Bin and other Major Crimes Unit members into the Tian residence. Tian Hongyi feigned ignorance, asking, Sue sir, Lu sir, what brings you here at this late hour? Tian Hongji is involved in a criminal case, and we need to search the suspect's residence. We ask for your cooperation. Lu Iran replied sternly, presenting the search warrant to Tian Hongyi. With a dismissive gesture, Tian Hongyi arrogantly stated, cooperating with the police is our duty, but if you damage anything during the search, not only will I demand compensation, but I will also lodge a complaint with the Independent Police Complaints Council. Lu Iran gestured for Niu Bin, Yang Yang, and the other officers to commence the search, reluctantly thanking Tian Hongyi. He then donned rubber gloves and inquired, Mr. Tian, could you please direct us to Tian Hongji's room? Aunt Wang, please take these officers to my brother's room. Yes, young master too. Niu Bin, Yang Yang, and the others followed the maid upstairs to search Tian Hongji's room. Meanwhile, Sue Hanlin, smiling wryly, said, Mr. Tian, please hand over any information you have regarding the 6-star organization to the police. Tian Hongyi smirked, I'm afraid not, Sue sir. I have already given the information to the CCB. If you don't believe me, ask a who. I had him deliver it personally to Madame Fay. Maintaining his smile, Su Hanlin moved closer to Tian Hongyi and whispered, Young Master Tian, I knew you wouldn't hand over the evidence. Of course, I want to withdraw the lawyer's letter. Just wait for the day of the court hearing when the judge sentences you to imprisonment. He lightly patted Tian Hongyi's shoulder. You. Su Hanlin continued softly. By the way, let me give you a piece of advice. The law has its ways of dealing with the guilty. As he spoke, he paused, quickly checking for any changes within his mind system. Why has the system functionality disappeared? Chapter 86, System Upgrade Again Gone. The attributes and skills of the system in his mind had vanished completely. Damn it. I just want to be a wealthy police officer who maintains social stability and eradicates crime. How could this happen? Just then, the system panel in his mind shimmered like rippling water before fully materializing. Intelligence, 160, normal range, 120 to 140, basic strength, 10-minute teleportation, 100 usage occupation, police officer, inspector, skills, case reenactment, 10-minute, gun body fusion, 100-minute, 1,000-mile pursuit, 1,000 usage, justice energy, 1,400, 4,200, exchange. What the hell? This system is terrifyingly unpredictable. It didn't even give me a heads up about the upgrade. Su Hanlin cursed quietly while examining the system changes. Haha, this system has localized itself, changing all the English to Chinese. 1,000-mile pursuit? Using it once consumes 1,000 points of justice energy. The sheer amount of energy required for a single use suggested that this skill must be exceptionally powerful. With this thought, he hurriedly activated the 1,000-mile pursuit skill, and a template reminiscent of a personal resume appeared in his mind. However, unlike a typical resume, the headers included the case name, crime scene, time, and other options. At the bottom, there was a small note explaining how to utilize the 1,000-mile pursuit. After reading the instructions, Su Hanlin offered a fair assessment. The 1,000-mile pursuit skill is the nightmare of criminals. This skill allows for the precise identification of suspects simply by filling out the case name, crime scene, time, clues, and scene investigation reports. Coupled with the case reenactment analysis function, it can uncover conclusive evidence against the suspect. Goodness! Does this mean that using the 1,000-mile pursuit skill could solve any case on the same day? Overwhelmed with joy, Su Hanlin simultaneously felt resentment towards the system for consuming a staggering 10,000 points of justice energy during this upgrade. Sir, since I can provide the CCB with clues regarding the 6-star organization, I am confident that I can secure a court ruling that avoids imprisonment in favor of community service. Also, I will personally take the initiative to publicly apologize to you and the police tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I heard the police department is having an open day soon. I have prepared a donation of 5 million Hong Kong dollars for the department. Tian Hongyi confidently stated this, having consulted with his private lawyer before deciding against negotiating privately with Su Hanlin. Provocative. An open challenge. Although the Hong Kong police force receives significant annual funding, it is still woefully inadequate. Otherwise, the department's outdated vehicles and office computers wouldn't frequently malfunction, and the administration wouldn't be hesitant to replace outdated equipment. Chuckling, Tian Hongyi continued, Sir, your family is also in business, and you are a graduate of Harvard Business School. So, name your price. I will not haggle. Shall we shake hands and settle this? Su Hanlin, furious yet smiling, retorted, Indeed. Young Master Tian is as financially audacious as ever. If you wish to settle this amicably. Very well. 100 billion Hong Kong dollars, and I will withdraw the lawyer's letter. 100 billion Hong Kong dollars? Tian Hongyi immediately grasped that Su Hanlin was mocking him. He seethed, enunciating each word through gritted teeth. You must be dreaming. Su Hanlin smirked disdainfully, convinced that Tian Hongyi had not completely evaded the repercussions of his actions. Just as he prepared to expend 100 justice energy points to enhance the 1,000-mile pursuit skill, a loud voice from Niu Bin interrupted him. Sir, Sir has made a discovery. Su Hanlin cast a glance at Tian Hongyi, ascending the stairs while retrieving a pair of white rubber gloves from his pocket to don. Niu, what have you found? Niu Bin whispered. Both, sir. I just searched Tian Hongyi's room with Yang and uncovered a packet of K, a Black Star pistol, and several 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Tian Hongyi pointed at Niu Bin, scolding, Impossible. You must be framing me. He was certain that within the Tian family villa, especially in his own bedroom, no illegal items or weapons could be concealed. He constantly remained vigilant of his elder brother, Tian Hongji, and their father, Tian Buyan. Mr. Tian, The police currently suspect you of harboring illegal items and possessing weapons unlawfully. Please cooperate with us and return to the station for an investigation, Niobin stated with a formal seriousness. Tian Hongyi erupted in fury. I demand a lawyer. Of course. That is your right. Su Hanlin, already weary of Tian Hongyi's antics, instructed Niobin and the others, after bringing Mr. Tian back to the station, let him contact his private lawyer. Yes, sir. Niobin and Yang Yang responded loudly, with Yang Yang reaching to produce a silver bracelet from behind his waist, snapping it onto Tian Hongyi's wrist. Then, he tightened it with force. Tian Hongyi cried out in pain, shouting arrogantly, You will regret this. I will file a complaint against you. Complaints are your right, but I must warn you, frivolous complaints could lead to defamation charges against you, Su Hanlin said with a smile, subtly tightening his grip on the silver bracelet. Be gentler, loosen it. Tears welled in Tian Hongyi's eyes from the excruciating pain as he instinctively twisted his wrist, blood trickling down from the bracelet onto the floor. Su Hanlin, I will accuse you of abuse and attempting to extract a confession under duress. Su Hanlin pointed at himself and turned to Lu Yiran, Niobin, and the others, asking, Have I extracted a confession under duress? No, we did not witness Su Sir extracting a confession under duress. Instead, we saw Mr. Tian resisting police investigation and attempting to break free from the restraints, resulting in his wrist injury. Yes, we can attest to that, the officers, including Niobin, Yang Yang, and Li Tian, echoed in agreement. Tian Hongyi, enduring the searing pain in his wrist, turned to the servants and bodyguards, asking, Did you see what Su Hanlin did to me? The bodyguard and servant looked bewildered, quickly responding, Second young master. I just came out of the eldest young master's room. I saw nothing. You are now dismissed. Get out. Immediately. Right now. Get out. A bodyguard and a servant exchanged glances, murmuring to each other, We just came out and saw nothing. There's no way they can ask us to commit perjury. Get out. Immediately get out. At that moment, the villa's doors swung open, revealing an elderly man with graying hair, standing robustly in the living room, pointing at the second floor and angrily reprimanding, Unfilial son. Who are you telling to get out? The one who should leave is you. Father. I didn't mean you. Tian Buiyuan stomped his cane, trembling with rage, shouting, Unfilial. Son. Unfilial. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 87. Is there a problem, madam? Father. Tian Hongyi dropped to his knees on the floor, crying out from the depths of his being, gripping the railing of the second floor tightly. Niobin and Yang Yang attempted to escort him down to check on his father, but he resisted fiercely. What a performance. This is truly an Oscar-worthy display. This acting leaves me in awe. Su Hanlin approached Tian Hongyi, glancing at the elderly man sprawled on the floor. Is that your father? As an outsider, I am concerned for the elder. Yet, you, his own son. Call headquarters. Immediately dispatch an ambulance to the Half Mountain Villa, XX number. There is an elderly man unconscious here. As Lu Yiran hurried down the stairs, he instructed Li Tian to call headquarters for an ambulance to take Tian Buiyuan to the hospital. Everyone, disperse and ensure proper ventilation. Su Hanlin crouched beside Tian Buiyuan, looking up to instruct the circle of bodyguards, servants, and detectives, before he and Lu Yiran gently moved the elderly man to lie flat on the ground. He removed his jacket, supporting the elder's head, offering a bundled garment as a pillow, awaiting the arrival of professional medical personnel. In the early morning, Kowloon Police Station, Li Tian briskly approached Su Hanlin, handing him a report from the forensic department. Sir, according to the forensic report, the Black Star pistol bears Tian Hongyi's fingerprints. The suspected K and counterfeit currency also have his fingerprints, but we await further forensic examination. By the way, I just received a call from the hospital. Tian Buiyuan has been stabilized after emergency treatment. All right, I understand. Su Hanlin accepted the fingerprint report, rising to enter the interrogation room, slamming the report down before Tian Hongyi. Mr. Tian, take a look. According to the forensic department's fingerprint report, the Black Star weapon has your fingerprints on it. Examine it closely. This weapon bears only your fingerprints. Tian Hongyi, bewildered, grabbed the report, exclaiming loudly, framing, Yes, it's a setup. Su Sir, based solely on this fingerprint report, it may not be sufficient to charge my client with the illegal possession of firearms. A seemingly respectable lawyer, seizing a legal loophole, opportunistically made a legally sound request. I'm afraid not. Mr. Tian not only is suspected of illegally possessing firearms, but also involved in other criminal cases, Sue Hanlin replied sternly, casting a glance at the lawyer. Even if you submit a bail application to the court, I doubt it will be approved. Other criminal cases? My client didn't inform me of that. The lawyer, desperate to secure a hefty fee, insisted on securing bail for his client first. Besides, given the evidence the police had, as long as Tian Hongyi didn't voluntarily confess, he was confident of at least a 60% chance to win the case. With renewed confidence, the lawyer said, Sue, sir, please grant me 10 minutes. I need to discuss this with my client. Okay. Sue Hanlin agreed outwardly, knowing that Hong Kong law permits suspects to meet with their lawyers privately. Additionally, as the forensic department had yet to provide a scientific report on the suspected K and counterfeit currency, he remained certain that Tian Hongyi had handled the firearm, K, and counterfeit money. However, according to the case reenactment analysis results, these illegal items were concealed in a secret location, not within his villa. Meanwhile, Fei Xiantong, her expression icy, knocked briskly on Liu Yiran's office door before directly stepping inside. Liu, sir, let me first congratulate you on the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit's breakthrough in a significant case. Liu Yiran's mind momentarily froze. She actually offered pleasantries? Is this the same Madame Fei I know? No, something feels off. Fei Xiantong, uninvited, sat down with a frosty demeanor, continuing, I heard that your Kowloon Major Crimes Unit has taken Tian Hongyi in for questioning? Yes. He is implicated in several criminal cases. By the way, is Madame also investigating Tian Hongyi? Liu Yiran inquired. Fei Xiantong gently shook her head, stating, Tian Hongyi provided the CCB, Commercial Crimes Bureau, with critical information regarding the Six-Star Gang. Upon hearing this, Liu Yiran immediately grasped the purpose of Fei Xiantong's visit to the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. He quickly responded, Madam, I'm afraid Tian Hongyi is involved in serious criminal matters, and until the investigation is clarified, he will not be handed over to the CCB. Fei Xiantong shrugged nonchalantly, her icy gaze fixed intently on Liu Yiran, yet she remained silent. A strong woman. Did you truly believe that I would compromise and hand over Tian Hongyi to you? Dream on. Not only will Tian Hongyi not be handed over to the CCB, but neither will the masked man Tian Hongji. Instantly, the atmosphere within the cramped office grew tense and oppressive. Liu Yiran steadfastly locked eyes with Fei Xiantong, making no concessions whatsoever. In the Kowloon Major Crimes D Group, damn it, the case reenactment skills remain as unreliable as ever. Can't you narrow down the secret chamber area for Tian Hongyi? Is it not exasperating that locating a secret chamber in Kwun Tong, the city center, and Kowloon is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? Sue Hanlin was torn between expending 1,000 justice energy to utilize the 1,000 miles pursuit skill to find the location of Tian Hongyi's secret chamber in the case reenactment slides, or employing interrogation techniques to breach Tian Hongyi's psychological defenses, compelling the suspect to confess his crimes. Just then, a voice akin to that of a cartoon character broke the silence. What a drag. A text has arrived. Please check. He picked up his phone and saw a multimedia message from an unknown number. Upon opening it, he found a video showcasing Tian Hongyi skillfully disassembling and assembling firearms. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in. Li Tian entered hurriedly, exclaiming, Sir, I just saw Madame Fei walk into Sir Liu's office. Sue Hanlin was momentarily at a loss for words. This meddlesome woman never seemed to tire of her pursuits, always sniffing out anything that hinted at scandal. Yes. I know, he replied, rising while holding his phone. Tian, you go keep an eye on the evidence department, and as soon as the report is out, bring it back immediately. Yes, sir. A few minutes later, Sue Hanlin walked into Liu Yiran's office and shivered slightly. He disregarded Fei Xiantong's teasing remarks and said to Liu Yiran, Sir Liu, your temper seems quite fiery today. Why is the air conditioning set so low so early in the morning? Liu Yiran, looking aggrieved, retorted, Are you blind? I haven't even turned on the air conditioning. Sir Liu, I heard you are personally interrogating Tian Hongyi? Fei Xiantong asked coldly. Yes. Is there a problem with that, madam? Sue Hanlin deliberately raised his voice, ignoring Fei Xiantong's presence while internally cursing. This meddlesome woman? I know exactly what you're about to say. Today's update will be delayed. During this period, the author has been burning the midnight oil, and my mental state is not at its best. Moreover, due to an increase in workload, my health has suffered a bit. Cold medicine has come knocking at the door, hence the morning update will be postponed. I ask for the understanding of my dear readers during this time of physical weakness. However, I assure you, updates will continue without taking leave. The basic 2 updates will not fall behind. Nevertheless, I implore all my esteemed readers to cast their votes for me, to rejuvenate me fully so that I can deliver 3 updates over the weekend. The Wealthy Police today's update will be delayed. I am currently typing it out. Please bear with me for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. The Wealthy Police novel website full text update. Remember the website. The Wealthy Police today's update will be delayed. I am currently typing it out. Please bear with me for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. The Wealthy Police novel website full text update. Remember the website. Chapter 88. Tian Hongyi confesses. Is there a problem with that, madam? The gossip tabloids are reporting on his lawsuit against Tian Hongyi for defamation, and he questions whether there is a problem with interrogating the suspect. Fei Xiantong, with a face as cold as ice, glared at Su Hanlin, noticing his almost mocking demeanor, and her anger simmered beneath the surface. However, being highly educated, she maintained her composure, appearing as frosty as ever despite her inner fury. Sir Su, is there truly no issue with this? Su Hanlin shrugged, opting not to engage in a debate. Instead, he pulled out his phone and displayed the video before Liu Yiran. Sir Liu, I just received video evidence regarding Tian Hongyi's illegal possession of firearms. Liu Yiran leaned in to see, and the video revealed Tian Hongyi deftly disassembling and assembling weapons. If this video were sent to the evidence department for comparison, it would confirm that the firearms matched those seized by the police. Even without a suspect confession, it would suffice to convict him of illegal possession of firearms and the concealment of soft drugs. Fei Xiantong cast a surreptitious glance at Liu Yiran's excited expression. Her curiosity piqued as she stretched her neck like a giraffe to catch a better view of the video. At that moment, Liu Yiran abruptly turned off the video and solemnly addressed her. Madam, I regret to inform you that the evidence against the suspect Tian Hongyi is irrefutable, and he cannot be handed over to the CCB. Before Fei Xiantong could respond, Su Hanlin interjected, Madam, this evidence is sufficient to secure a conviction for Tian Hongyi. I believe not only will Sir Liu and I oppose the transfer of the suspect to the CCB, but Sir Yuan Penghuan will also be against it. Fei Xiantong suppressed her anger and contemplated the situation. As long as the suspect Tian Hongyi remained under police custody, the primary distinction between transferring or not transferring him lay in the issue of credit. Concerning the 6-star Fong case, it would not significantly affect the outcome. The materials primarily served to establish that Tian Hongyi was a suspect in the 6-star Fong organization. However, prior to coming to the Kowloon police station, she had already learned from CIB informants that Tian Hongyi had died en route to the hospital due to unsuccessful resuscitation. With this in mind, she rose, her demeanor as cold as ice, and stated, Sir Liu, I trust you will expedite the suspect's confession. By the way, according to CIB informants, you discovered counterfeit banknotes worth hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars in the suspect's residence. As she spoke, Fei Xiantong paused, a smug smile curving her lips as she glanced at Su Hanlin and the others. Damn, this meddlesome woman came prepared. Her true aim is the counterfeit money. What a cunning plan. Liu Yiran and Su Hanlin exchanged glances, feeling utterly helpless, for cases involving counterfeit currency fell exclusively under the jurisdiction of the Commercial Crime Bureau, and other departments of the Hong Kong police had to comply unconditionally. Madam, once the suspect confesses to illegal possession of firearms and the concealment of soft drugs, the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit will transfer the suspect to the CCB. Having said that, Liu Yiran's expression darkened as he made a gesture for her to leave. All right. Fei Xiantong, like a proud peacock, cast a glance at Su Hanlin before turning to exit the office when a series of knocks sounded once more. Come in. Li Tian entered, holding several forensic reports. After nodding at Fei Xiantong, she handed the documents to Liu Yiran and Su Hanlin, saying, Sir Liu, Sir Su, the forensic reports are out. The analysis has confirmed that the pills found in Tian Hongyi's home are ketamine, but only a few of the hundreds of thousands in cash were identified as counterfeit. Having said that, she awaited further instructions from Su Hanlin. Only a few are counterfeit? Su Hanlin was initially taken aback before a smile broke out on his face. Madam Fei, rest assured that we will expedite the suspect Tian Hongyi's confession to confirm his crimes, and subsequently, we will transfer him to the CCB. Excellent. Then I shall depend on you, Sir Su. At that moment, Fei Xiantong shot Su Hanlin a sharp glare, resembling a drenched peacock. Before greeting Liu Yiran and turning to leave, Tian, please see Madam Fei out. Yes, sir. Liu Yiran watched the two as they closed the door behind them, then patted Su Hanlin on the shoulder, smiling. Sir Su, well done. Not just well done, but it was immensely satisfying to see that meddlesome woman brought low. The joy was indescribable. While Sue Hanlin reveled in his small triumph, Louis Rand continued, "Let us not be so serious in private. I have always considered you a friend." A blatant attempt at camaraderie. Yet Sue Hanlin had no choice but to accept this overture. For the hierarchy within the Hong Kong police force was distinctly delineated, unless one day he could ascend to the position of the chief. "Sir Lou, I too have always regarded you as a friend." At this moment, Louis Rand glanced at his watch and said, "Sue, sir, make sure to expedite the interrogation of the suspect Tian Hongi." "Yes, sir. I will commence the interrogation now." Just as he was about to turn away, Louis Rand added, "Wait a moment, Sue, sir. I almost forgot. Beining Xue is flying to the United States this afternoon. In the afternoon, I granted you a half-day off. Please see him off." "Thank you, sir." In the Major Crimes Unit's interrogation room, after hours of relentless questioning and solid evidence, Sue Hanlin finally breached Tian Hongi's psychological defenses. Tian confessed to illegally possessing firearms and admitted to harboring K. However, he adamantly claimed that the K he concealed was solely for his personal use, and that his illegal possession of firearms stemmed from his passion for weaponry. Naturally, Tian also acknowledged that his collection included not just a solitary Black Star, but various other lethal weapons. Listening to his testimony, Sue Hanlin couldn't help but smirk internally. Who would believe such nonsense? A few kilograms of K for personal consumption? Given the extensive array of lethal weapons discovered in his secret chamber, his explanation of being merely a firearm enthusiast was utterly preposterous. With a resounding clap, Sue Hanlin slammed his palm on the table, interrupting Tian's evasive responses. "Mr. Tian, I advise you to dispense with the theatrics and address the gravity of your situation. In 2005, you purchased 2 Colt 1911A pistols from an arms dealer in a single transaction. Then in December of the same year, you acquired 4 Kalashnikov AK-47 rifles from the same dealer. Would you like me to enumerate the details of your illegal arms purchases and the K transactions one by one? How do you know the precise times and locations of each transaction? Do you suspect that I have police officers embedded among us?" Sue Hanlin was indifferent to Tian's speculations, as he was well aware that no such guessing game could unveil the information derived from the system's case reenactment analysis. "Mr. Tian, will you continue to feign ignorance?" At that moment, the last flicker of Tian's hope extinguished. He relaxed his clenched fists, adjusted his posture in the chair, and calmly declared, "I plead guilty. But before I do, could you tell me if there are any undercover officers near me?" Yang interjected seriously, "Mr. Tian, this is an interrogation, not an inquiry." From Tian Hongi's confession, Sue Hanlin learned that within the smartphone project established with Song Yunhui, there existed a corporate spy he had infiltrated. A cold sweat broke out as he felt relieved that he possessed the system, compelling Tian to confess. Otherwise, the corporate spy would have continuously leaked the research progress and data from the laboratory. Chapter 89. Was it merely an illusion? Kowloon Police Station. "Anyo, please help me draft a report for Sir Lou," Sue Hanlin said while extracting several $1,000 bills from his wallet, handing them to Li Tian, instructing, Tian, "Please arrange lunch for the team." Li Tian accepted the bills, playfully flicking them with her slender fingers, smiling as she replied, "Not a bother. As long as you treat the team to lunch and afternoon tea daily, I don't mind the trouble." "Exactly. As long as Sir Sue treats us to lunch and afternoon tea every day, we'll take turns buying it," chimed in other team members cheerfully. Sue Hanlin waved his hand, chuckling, "You all have such lofty aspirations. Treating you to lunch and tea daily would exceed my monthly salary. However, I shall establish a rule. Whenever Team D solves a major case, I will treat everyone to a grand feast." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The members of Team D responded with enthusiasm, flattering him, promising to solve significant cases under Sue Hanlin's leadership. At that moment, Niobin spoke up, "Sue, sir, everyone knows your girlfriend, Madame Bay, is flying to the United States today. You should head to the airport quickly. Otherwise, you might get caught in traffic. Rest assured about the report. I'll handle it in a few hours of overtime," he added. At that moment, Yang approached Sue Hanlin and whispered, "Sir, there's a corporate spy in your father's company. Should I gather the team now to apprehend him?" Sue Hanlin shook his head, signaling that he did not want to lead the team to the research laboratory. This was to protect the confidentiality of the research materials. Moreover, since he had already identified the corporate spy embedded in Lanyu Technologies' laboratory, there was no need for police intervention. He trusted that Song Yunhui would manage the situation well. "Daniel, are you available to take a call?" Sue Hanlin stood outside the Kowloon police station, waiting for a taxi while dialing Song Yunhui. Just a moment. On the other end, Song Yunhui snapped his fingers at his personal secretary to leave the office, then said, Tony, what is the matter? Why the secrecy? Is Jiang Kale's personal assistant named Ren? Yes, Ren was previously a student of Professor Jiang. He has come at Professor Jiang's invitation to our Lanyu technology company. Why do you ask? Song Yunhui inquired casually. Su Hanlin took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling before replying, he not only has questions, he poses a significant problem. According to Tian Hongyi, Ren is the corporate spy he planted. Instantly, a palpable aura of menace emanated from Song Yunhui, who replied with calm resolve, understood. I know how to handle this. Once I confirm that Ren is indeed a corporate spy, I will make him wish he had never been born. Daniel, be cautious about what you say to law enforcement. You might find yourself back at the station for questioning. Su Hanlin teased lightly, but Song Yunhui's mood was somber, leaving no room for jest. He replied seriously, rest assured, I would never engage in illegal activities. However, Ren is entangled in high-interest loans and has been forced to mine in South Africa. Su Hanlin choked slightly on his smoke, sending him to South Africa. Indeed a desperate situation. You're quite harsh. Well, I trust you to handle this. I want to keep you. I'm off to the airport to see Vivian off. After concluding the call, he hailed a taxi and headed directly to Hong Kong International Airport. Inside the cab, he contacted his uncle Su Yudao, learning that they had returned home from the hospital and invited him to dinner that evening. An hour later, at Hong Kong International Airport, Su Hanlin tossed a $500 bill to the taxi driver, stating, keep the change. He opened the door and quickly hurried into the airport. Thank you. The second thank you had yet to escape his lips when the taxi driver glanced at the meter. 413.00 and erupted in curses. You little brat. Of course. At that moment, Su Hanlin had already entered the terminal and was oblivious to the driver's tirade. After all, he had seen the meter display 400 Hong Kong dollars, and with a few additional charges, $500 seemed sufficient. He was unaware that the fare had increased after he exited the vehicle. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. After greeting Bei Yao and Su Jingru, he turned to Vivian. I apologize for being late. There was an urgent case at the station. Not late at all. They've just begun boarding, Bei Ningxue replied shyly. Su Hanlin. Women can be so contradictory. The toothy girl still harbors grievances about my tardiness. All right. My precious daughter, hurry up and board. Remember to call me no matter how late it is after you disembark. Got it. Don't worry. I'll remember to call you and Dad every day, Bei Ningxue replied playfully, then turned to Su Hanlin, saying, Tony, don't forget to water my plants. If I come back in a few months and find they've dried up, you'll be in trouble. She emphasized, shaking her delicate fist. Su Hanlin hurriedly nodded, smiling. Rest assured, watering your plants will be my first task every morning. At that moment, the airport announcements urged passengers to board. Bei Ningxue looked back at Su Hanlin repeatedly as she walked away, her heart heavy with concern for him, fearing retaliation from the six-star organization. Su Hanlin, Bei Yohan, and the others did not turn away from the airport's waiting hall until Bei Ningxue boarded her flight. After Bei Yohan and Su Jingru entered the car, he stood outside, turning to Su Hanlin and said, Tony, you are a man of responsibility, ensuring that your beloved woman does not find herself in peril. I can now rest assured to entrust Vivian to your care. Once we have completely eradicated the six-star organization, you may become engaged to Vivian. Su Hanlin was surprised, not by Bei Yohan's mention of the engagement, but by his awareness of the kidnapping incident linked to the six-star organization, something only the assistant commissioner of police could know. It's all thanks to Uncle's arrangements, Su Hanlin said, bending down to open the car door for Bei Yohan before closing it and watching them depart. At that moment, he noticed a man, approximately 180 centimeters tall and wearing sunglasses, swiftly entering the terminal about 10 meters away. That profile looks remarkably like Tian Hongji. Am I imagining things? With that thought, Su Hanlin hurried after him, but searched the terminal in vain for the man in sunglasses. Meanwhile, in a red taxi, a man turned his head, not noticing Su Hanlin pursuing him, and let out a sigh of relief. Damn, he just won't leave me alone. Even at the airport, I run into him. Chapter 90. What secrets does the handsome father conceal? On the expressway to Hong Kong International Airport, the taxi driver glanced at the rearview mirror at the man in sunglasses and a mask, suspecting he might be a famous star. However, the driver did not dwell on it, as the citizens of Hong Kong are accustomed to seeing celebrities and rarely ask for autographs or photos. The man in sunglasses lowered his voice and said, to the Macau ferry terminal. before pulling out his phone to draft a brief message. Moments later, a notification chimed on his phone. He opened the message to read, "Jier, arrangements have been made in the States. You will now use your twin brother Lu Shueyo's identity." Tian Hongji quickly typed a reply. "Okay, Dad, I'm not in Hong Kong. Take care of yourself. I will return in 6 months with a new identity." After sending the message, he removed the SIM card from his phone and discarded it out the window. "Su Hanlin, just you wait. In 6 months, I will personally take your life." At the same time, Su Hanlin sneezed as he exited the terminal, observing the bustling crowd and shaking his head, muttering, "Who is cursing me from behind? It must be that scoundrel Tian Hongyi. This time, his crime will surely earn him over 10 years in prison." The man's profile had indeed resembled Tian Hongji too closely. "No, it must be that I haven't slept all night, and my mind is playing tricks on me." Tian Hongji had been confirmed dead by Yang Yang and Tian Tian. How could he possibly be at the airport? Of course, if he could utilize his 1,000 miles pursuit skill at that moment, he would surely exclaim in frustration, for Tian Hongji was not dead. It was his twin brother Lu Shueyo who had perished. Yet in reality, such coincidences and what-ifs do not exist. At Repulse Bay, in the Thompson Riviera, Su Hanlin opened the door while changing into slippers, calling out, "I'm back. Son's back. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. We've been waiting for you." Su Huanchuan urged as she quickly approached. "I'll wash my hands right away." Su Hanlin, like a dutiful child, washed his hands and sat down at the rectangular dining table. "Come, try the crab meat lion's head. How does it smell?" Su Yudao scooped a piece of the fist-sized lion's head into a bowl and handed it over. "Thank you, handsome Dad," Su Hanlin said with a smile, taking the small bowl and using his chopsticks to break it open. After tasting a small bite, he gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Delicious. There's not a hint of the crab's fishy taste, and it has the flavor of sea cucumber as well." It is indeed peculiar that Su Hanlin is allergic to crabs, yet he has no reaction to crab meat, sea cucumber, lion's head. "This sea cucumber crab meat lion's head was specially made for you by handsome Dad." Su Hanja pretended to be jealous, while simultaneously using a small spoon to serve himself a portion. At the same time, Su Hanlin did the same for Su Huanchuan. The family of 4 enjoyed a harmonious reunion dinner, during which Su Yudao changed his previous demeanor, refraining from mentioning Su Hanlin's resignation. Instead, he expressed concern, advising him to be cautious, as the Major Crimes Unit often works overtime, and he should take care of his health. After dinner, Su Huanchuan prepared documents for the next day's court proceedings. After sending the servants away, Su Yudao and his sons sat in the living room, sipping tea. "Tony, thanks to you, handsome Dad and I could escape unscathed." Su Hanja expressed heartfelt gratitude, to which Su Hanlin waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, we are family. Expressing gratitude feels overly formal. By the way, handsome Dad, brother, please don't deliberately shake off your bodyguards next time. If it weren't for the informant's tip, I wouldn't have reached you in time." Su Yudao and Su Hanja exchanged embarrassed glances, muttering that there wouldn't be a next time. If Along and the other bodyguards had not prioritized their safety, they would not have sustained such serious injuries. At that moment, both were still profoundly shaken by the kidnapping incident. Su Hanlin noticed that Su Yudao and Su Hanja had not fully recovered from the trauma and quickly reassured them. "Handsome Dad, brother, the kidnappers have all been shot dead on the spot. Tomorrow, you should enjoy your morning tea as usual and go to work without worry." Noticing their lingering concern, he continued, "Rest easy, as long as you stay within the bodyguard's line of sight when you go out. Even if there are kidnappers attempting to abduct you, they will not succeed. Besides, there are over 20,000 police officers in Hong Kong. As long as the bodyguards can hold them off for 10 minutes, the police will arrive. Even the most formidable kidnappers cannot harm you." Upon hearing this, both Su Yudao and Su Hanja simultaneously exhaled in relief. "By the way, son, today, Daniel called to inform me that we have a corporate spy in our Blue Universe Technology Laboratory." Su Hanlin nodded and replied, "Yes, I learned of this from Tian Hongyi's testimony. You don't need to worry about it, handsome Dad. Daniel is already on it. Now, you just need to keep an eye on the Nasdaq index with brother, and once we reach our expected profit, we can gradually exit." Su Hanja quickly chimed in, "Tony, you can rest assured. This time, our family has staked all our assets. I monitor the Nasdaq index daily. I won't fall prey to the jaws of a financial shark." Hearing this, Su Hanlin nodded, genuinely concerned that Su Hanja might lose his way in the face of high profits and ultimately get devoured by the financial bigwigs. Right. Shouldn't the second phase of the research and development funds be transferred to the Blue Universe Technology Laboratory? If the family's funds are tight, I still have $1 million. Su Yudao waved his hand to interrupt. No need. Keep your money for yourself. Daniel called me this morning. He has already transferred the second phase of $5 million to the dedicated research account. Within 30 days, as long as we add $5 million, we will be fine. As he spoke, he lowered his voice and said sternly, I have contacted an old friend in South Africa, and he will pay special attention to that errand. Su Hanlin replied, Handsome Dad has friends in South Africa? I never heard about that before. Moreover, the aura you just emitted seemed to carry a hint of menace. Could it be? With that thought, Su Hanlin scrutinized Su Yudao, awaiting an explanation. Smack! Su Yudao playfully slapped Su Hanlin's head and chided, You little rascal, using an interrogation gaze on your handsome dad? Handsome dad, are you? Little rascal, curb your curiosity. When the time is right, I will tell you two brothers. With that, Su Yudao shifted the topic. Tony, you are now cohabiting with Vivian, and my father is eager to embrace a grandchild soon. Huh. Su Hanlin swiftly turned his head and spat tea onto the carpet. Goodness, Dad is being far too liberal. Implying that one should first board the train before purchasing a ticket? No. I, as a noble young man, resolutely refuse to engage in a marriage of necessity. Furthermore, what secrets lie hidden in Dad's heart? Chapter 91. United father and son, their strength unyielding at Chinshui Bay, in the luxurious Thompson Riviera. A marriage of necessity? This jest might be overly ambitious. Should an ordinary family enter such a union, it would hardly raise a ripple. However, if the daughter of the Assistant Commissioner of Police were to marry under such circumstances, it would undoubtedly become the headline news of the tabloids across Hong Kong. The gossip among high society ladies and gentlemen would intensify, especially given the Chinese penchant for maintaining face, particularly among those in positions of power. With this in mind, Su Hanlin quickly devised a diversion, pressing further with his inquiries. Dad, you've never regaled us with tales of your illustrious past. Would you share some stories today? Su Hanja eagerly chimed in. Yes. Dad, I'm also curious. Did you really travel to Africa in your youth? You've never mentioned it before. Do you truly wish to hear? Su Yudao replied, his sons nodding fervently like chicks pecking at grain. One quickly offered a teacup, while the other presented a freshly prepared cigar. Coughing lightly, Su Yudao savored the tea, relishing the filial devotion of his sons. He took a sip, allowing the flavor to linger, while simultaneously lighting the cigar and organizing his thoughts. The stories of his youth were something he had intended to write about in his autobiography when the time came. Since his sons were eager to hear them now, he felt inclined to oblige. At that moment, Su Hanlin and Su Hanja's curiosity was piqued to the fullest. Dad, please, do tell us. I promise my brother won't interrupt your reminiscence, said Su Hanlin, bending down to ignite the lighter and carefully shield Su Yudao's cigar from the flame. Su Yudao took a satisfying puff, enveloping himself in a cloud of smoke, as he began to weave a narrative filled with vivid imagery. Don't be misled by your father's embellishments. He had no remarkable past. In his youth, he dabbled in diamond dealings and nearly found himself imprisoned in Stanley. As Su Huanchuan entered the living room with a coffee cup, stirring it slowly, she added, however, he did become sworn brothers with a local Chinese man in South Africa. And that is indeed true. But since our marriage, they have not been in contact for 20 years. Su Yudao shot Su Huanchuan an exasperated glance. Why must she always undermine him? Just as he had established a modicum of respectability before his sons, her words had shattered it. Su Hanja remained silent, pondering how stories require rich, ornate language to ignite passion. At this moment, Su Hanlin instinctively seized upon the key point, asking, Dad, that Chinese uncle in Africa couldn't he possibly be? Before Su Yudao could respond, Su Huanchuan interjected, Indeed. You guessed correctly, Tony. That Chinese man, surnamed Shi, possesses considerable influence there. That is precisely why I advised your father to cease all relations with him. It turned out that Dad had such a backstory, resolutely severing ties with the uncle he had never met for the sake of love. He willingly relinquished millions in diamond profits annually, a feat that would be beyond the reach of 70% of businessmen in Hong Kong, especially during the early stages of entrepreneurship. The power of love is indeed profound. At this moment, Su Hanlin and Su Hanja deeply understood the depth of Su Yudao's love for Su Huanchuan. Dad, kudos to you, Su Hanlin exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. Su Hanja quickly echoed, Yes, Dad, I applaud you too. With a light slap on the back of their heads, Su Huanchuan approached, playfully scolding, You two little rascals. Are you implying that I am rather strict with your father? Not at all. Absolutely not. Dad could marry you. He would gladly forsake a fortune. Su Hanlin and Su Hanja hastily waved their hands, secretly flattering her. Seeing Su Huanchuan smiling contentedly, they felt relieved. Clearly, the two sons had discerning eyes, unlike another who had once drowned his sorrows in drink for months. As she turned to glare at Su Yudao, Su Huanchuan reveled in the flattery from her sons. Hearing this, Su Yudao hastily declared, "Dear, those days of drowning sorrows in drink are long gone. As my son stated, for you, I would willingly give up all my wealth without a second thought. I could abandon tens of millions in annual profits to become a securities broker. Now, for you, for our two sons, for our family. All right, enough of this sentimentality. You three can continue your conversation. I'll head to my room for some rest." With that, Su Huanchuan turned and exited the living room. In that moment, Su Hanlin realized that his mother's words were a gentle reminder to his father, cautioning him against crossing the legal line for the sake of money. It also underscored her profound love for him and for their harmonious family. "Dad." Su Yudao raised his hand to stop Su Hanlin from expressing further words of comfort, stating, "Son, I know what you wish to convey. Rest assured, your father has weathered many storms and witnessed the rise and fall of many affluent families in Hong Kong. I no longer aspire for the Su family to become the pinnacle of wealth in Hong Kong. I merely seek familial harmony." Upon hearing this, Su Hanja felt a twinge of unease, realizing these words were directed at him. His decision to leverage the family's entire assets to short the Nasdaq 100 index was something he had strongly advocated for his father. "Dad, while family harmony is crucial, we cannot forfeit the opportunity for the Su family to rise," Su Hanja argued, subtly urging Su Hanlin to support his stance. "Do not signal your brother. We have already invested nearly all of our family's assets into the Nasdaq index, and your father wants to withdraw immediately. However, given the recent volatility of the Nasdaq index, coupled with reports from major American newspapers about the Treasury Department and the Federal Reserve intervening to stabilize the market, to be prudent, I will heed your brother's advice. Once we achieve our anticipated returns, even if the index continues to decline, we shall exit promptly. Our family's capital cannot withstand the whims of those financial titans. After this venture, I intend for the Lanyu Securities Brokerage to gradually retract from financial operations and shift towards real industries. The stock and futures markets operate on the principle of larger fish consuming smaller ones, and those international financial moguls and giants often nurture small fish in the market for years, only to cast a wide net when they are sufficiently fattened. Dad, united in purpose, we shall carve a path to success for the Su family." As Su Hanlin concluded, Su Hanja excitedly chimed in, "Yes, yes, yes, Tony is right. As long as we stand united, our fortunes will be assured." Seeing the enthusiasm of his sons, Su Yudao felt a sense of warmth in his heart. Satisfied that the performance he and Su Huanchuan had orchestrated had yielded such positive results. If Su Hanlin were to discover this, he would undoubtedly hold his parents in even greater esteem, marveling at their educational methods. Chapter 92. The deceased did not die in a traffic accident at this moment. Su Yudao observed the success of his and his wife's carefully crafted narrative, educating their two sons with remarkable efficacy. He felt immense satisfaction seeing them remain grounded amidst the allure of wealth. However, what filled him with even greater pride was the realization of having raised two capable sons. Time waits for no one. As the hour grew late, he felt drowsy. With a yawn, Su Yudao stood up, leaving his sons to their conversation as he retreated to the bedroom. Su Hanlin and Su Hanja exchanged glances, then checked the time. 8:15. "Brother, has Dad been resting so early lately?" Su Hanja asked, bewildered, shrugging as he spoke. "I haven't noticed anything unusual. A few days ago, my father, dressed impeccably, would accompany me each night around 10 to analyze the Nasdaq index. Today, as I mentioned this, I noticed Su Hanlin's beaming smile and suddenly realized, Tony, could it be that my father is yearning for a grandchild but is unable to embrace one?" Su Hanlin nodded in affirmation, recalling that a month ago, both my father and mother had made a special trip to the hospital for a comprehensive health checkup. "My father desires to enjoy a world for two, and I should return to the Shia garden." Su Hanja glanced towards my father's bedroom, then turned and whispered, "Wait for me. I'll stay out tonight as well. However, my father is still quite vigorous. It wouldn't hurt to have a little sister." "Brother, be honest, have you started dating?" Su Hanlin, now in his shoes, fixed a discerning gaze upon Su Hanja's eyes, cheerfully asking, "Do tell me, so I can assess the future sister-in-law. How did you become so astute?" Can you tell just by looking at me that I'm dating? Suhanja replied, Sure, keep it down. We've just started getting to know each other. I'll introduce her to the family for dinner in due time. Suhanja openly admitted to his new relationship, stating that outings now constituted adult activities. Just then, a text notification chimed in. Ding ding. As the two of them entered the underground parking lot, their phones rang simultaneously. Suhanja answered his call while Hanlin checked his inbox, discovering that Song Yunhui had successfully dealt with the issue regarding that commercial spy, Aren. Daniel remained as decisive as ever. Tong Tong, stay calm. I'm on my way. Suhanja's anxious tone echoed in the underground garage. Brother, what has happened? Hanlin quickly approached, concerned, knowing his brother's character well enough to understand that he wouldn't react this way unless something significant had occurred. Tong is my girlfriend, and she just called to say she was in a fatal accident. Suhanja replied while opening the car door, prompting Hanlin to hastily get in. Brother, I'll accompany you to see what's going on. About 5 kilometers from the Kowloon Tunnel, a woman in a pleated skirt, approximately 168 centimeters tall and impeccably groomed, trembled as she cooperated with the police taking her statement. I'm sorry, sir. Unauthorized personnel cannot enter. A traffic officer stood outside the cordon, blocking Hanlin and Suhanja. Brother, we're on the same side. Hanlin quickly produced his credentials. I'm Inspector Hanlin from the Kowloon Major Crimes Unit. This is the boyfriend of the involved party. Please allow us through. After glancing at the identification, the officer lifted the cordon to let them pass. Thank you. Suhanja expressed his gratitude and bent down to enter the accident scene. Spotting his girlfriend Tong Tong helplessly being questioned by the police, he rushed over, saying, Tong Tong, are you hurt? Aze. Tong Tong immediately lost control of her emotions, leaping into Suhanja's embrace and tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, incoherently saying, I hit someone. I killed someone. Suhanja gently patted her back, reassuring her, don't be afraid. I will hire the best lawyer in Hong Kong to assist you in this case. That moment, Hanlin learned that Hua Tong Tong had been driving a red Ford Focus and had rear-ended a Honda sedan. The Honda, upon being violently struck, caused the driver to panic and mistakenly press the accelerator instead of the brake, propelling the vehicle over 100 meters and crashing into a barrier, resulting in death. Hanlin glanced at the Ford Focus, which had only suffered a shattered front bumper, before turning to inspect the Honda sedan over 100 meters away. The front was completely crumpled, and the engine appeared severely damaged, with the rear caved in. TSK. The safety system of these cars is utterly inadequate. The hardness of the front bumper pales in comparison to American or German standards. The driver's compartment, although deformed from the impact, should not have been fatal. Was it possible that a severe head trauma had caused intracranial bleeding leading to death? While Hanlin gathered clues, he heard Suhanja's voice from a distance. Officer, my girlfriend merely rear-ended the vehicle. Until my lawyer arrives, she will not say another word. Always mentioning lawyers. Think you're something special just because you have money? A traffic officer grumbled inwardly before saying, All right, hiring a lawyer is your prerogative, however. We ask that this lady accompany us back to the station for further investigation. Excuse me, officer. Hanlin approached, presenting his credentials to establish his identity before speaking. The deceased did not die from the accident, but rather from a pre-existing health condition. Sir, was the deceased's death due to the traffic accident or another cause? That will require a professional forensic report, not just your word. The traffic officer's tone was laced with resentment, yet Hanlin remained unperturbed. He smiled and replied, You're correct, officer. The precise determination will await the forensic report. At that moment, a voice interrupted him. Inspector Su, what basis do you have for claiming the deceased died from a health condition? Hanlin turned to see an officer adorned with 2 flower insignia on his shoulders approaching. He elaborated on the case analysis results with clarity and reason. Based on my on-site investigation and analysis, Ms. Hua Tong Tong, when she rear-ended the deceased's vehicle, the deceased had already suffered a stroke and lost mobility. To be precise, they had lost half of their mobility. At that moment, the deceased attempted to use the other functioning limb to brake the vehicle. However, despite their efforts, they could not pull the handbrake with their left hand. Just then, Ms. Hua Tong Tong's Ford Focus struck the deceased's vehicle. The deceased, in a panic, attempted to use their left foot to press the brake, but suddenly, their left foot lost sensation, pressing the accelerator instead. Therefore, I conclude that the deceased did not die from the traffic accident. Clapping his hands, the traffic inspector, donning gloves, praised, Impressive, impressive. Indeed, seeing is believing. I've heard of Inspector Su's remarkable analytical skills from my colleagues in Kowloon. However, with a swift change of demeanor, he coldly declared, nonetheless, Ms. Watongtong must now accompany the traffic officers back to the station for further investigation. Su Hanlin discerned from the glances exchanged between the traffic inspector and the other officers that they held no affection for the affluent. Indeed, Hong Kong witnesses several incidents monthly involving wealthy heirs jeopardizing road safety late at night. Given that he had just deduced the deceased did not die from the accident, it was a resounding slap to the faces of the traffic officers, who certainly would not regard him favorably. All right, thank you, Inspector Su and Ms. Hua, for your cooperation. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck, accompanied by thunder, followed by raindrops the size of peas beginning to fall. What dreadful weather! It just starts raining out of nowhere. Several traffic officers grumbled as they hurriedly donned raincoats to direct vehicles through the roadblocks. Brother, don't worry too much. The deceased died from a health condition, and Ms. Hua will not bear criminal responsibility. However, the traffic department or the court may rule to revoke her driving license. As he spoke, Su Hanlin paused to glance at Hua Tongtong, reflecting, a road killer is not to be trifled with. No, a female driver is not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, at Macau's Taipa International Airport. Damn. Running into Su Hanlin at Hong Kong International Airport this afternoon, and now facing a thunderstorm in Macau, my flight has been temporarily cancelled. Tian Hongji clutched his twin brother Lu Shueyo's passport and ticket, staring at the wall where all flight information had changed to delayed or cancelled. He knew that staying in Macau for even a minute increased his peril. Only upon reaching the United States and securing a covert refuge in Canada after the layover could he truly consider himself to have temporarily evaded the police pursuit. Wasn't that Tian Dashao? A figure of success, dressed impeccably, approached with several formidable bodyguards in tow. Damn it, what are you worried about? Here we are. How fortuitous. To encounter the Macau real estate magnate at the airport lounge? Wasn't he accustomed to utilizing the VIP passage directly to his private jet? Tian Hongji's heart raced like a frantic ant on a hot stove, yet he feigned ignorance, replying, Sir, you must be mistaken. I am Lu Shueyo, not Tian something. Feigning. Are we? Let us see how long you can keep this charade going. I have witnessed your conduct during numerous land bids in Hong Kong and Macau. Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you. Is that so? The real estate tycoon scrutinized Tian Hongji with a sardonic smile. Then I must be seeing ghosts. Reports from Hong Kong indicate that Tian Dashao has been hospitalized and, unfortunately, succumbed to his injuries. As he spoke, he audibly assessed Tian Hongji from head to toe, continuing, Tian Lu Shueyo, is it? If I were to inform the Hong Kong police that there is an individual resembling Tian Hongji at Macau Airport, what do you suppose their reaction would be? Tian Hongji felt an urge to eliminate the real estate mogul on the spot, but maintained his pretense, saying, I'm sorry, sir. I don't comprehend what you're implying. I must emphasize once more, you have mistaken me for someone else. As he turned to leave, he was intercepted by the mogul's bodyguards. No need to rush off, Mr. Lu. The real estate king, gesturing to his guards, warmly invited. Since there's a delay in flights, and we seem to have such a connection, might I treat you to a meal? At that moment, Tian Hongji noted one bodyguard departing and realized the mogul was convinced he was indeed Tian Hongji, rather than his twin brother Lu Shueyo. Thank you for your generous invitation, Mr. Zhong, but with the flight delay, hotel rooms are likely scarce, and as he spoke, he lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick, sending the mogul crashing to the ground, before he dashed into the crowd, escaping the airport. The mogul, propped up by his bodyguards, bellowed, useless. Why aren't you chasing him down? At that moment, two airport security personnel approached, asking, Sir, do you require assistance? Officers. The mogul pointed towards Tian Hongji, who was fleeing. That man is a key suspect sought by the Hong Kong police. Apprehend him at once. Upon hearing this, the security personnel immediately activated their radios, announcing, emergency at the airport lounge. A suspected fugitive wanted by the Hong Kong police has fled the airport. He is wearing a khaki blue jacket, has short hair, and is approximately 180 centimeters tall. The next morning, as Su Hanlin entered the major crimes unit, he was summoned to the office of Louis Han. Su, sir, we have an update. Last night, the Macau police discovered an individual at the international airport who bears an uncanny resemblance to Tian Hongji. As he spoke, he turned the computer screen towards Su, indicating the surveillance footage. According to the Macau police reports, this individual is not only cunning but also possesses considerable strength. having injured several airport security personnel before escaping and remains at large. I have dispatched personnel to the morgue to reconfirm the body of Tian Hongji. Upon seeing the figure on the screen, Su Hanlin recalled the scene from the previous afternoon outside Hong Kong International Airport. Hadn't he been mistaken? The profile he had seen indeed resembled Tian Hongji. As he pondered, he expended 1,000 points of righteous energy to enhance the long-distance pursuit skill and filled in the necessary options minutes later. Upon reviewing the analysis from long-distance pursuit, Su Hanlin realized with clarity. Tian Hongji had a twin brother, and the deceased in the morgue was indeed his brother Lu Shueyo. Damn it, Tian Hongji is truly alive. He intended to use Lu Shueyo's passport to escape Hong Kong. Yet, upon encountering me at the airport, fear of exposure drove him to make a hasty retreat to Macau, where he purchased a same-day ticket. Had it not been for the tempestuous weather last night, causing flight delays, he would likely have already reached safety in the United States. At that moment, the long-distance pursuit interface shifted, revealing a two-dimensional electronic map with a small red, moving southward towards the fisherman's dock on Lama Island. No wonder the Macau police searched all night without finding any trace of Tian Hongji. He cunningly slipped back to Hong Kong overnight. Seeing this, he silently praised the long-distance pursuit skill. The expenditure of 1,000 points of righteous energy was indeed worthwhile. Lu sir, given that this individual bears a striking resemblance to the fugitive Tian Hongji, I urge you to request higher authorities to allow our team to continue handling this case. Su Hanlin urged, aware that while the long-distance pursuit skill was impressive, it had a duration of only 4 hours each time it was activated. Chapter 94. Su sir, listen carefully. Major Crimes Unit, Kowloon Police. Anyo. Gather the team to check equipment. We're heading out. Su sir, has the upper management quickly coordinated with the Macau police to allow us to proceed with the case? Nyo Bin wondered, as it was typically improbable for cross-regional case approvals to be completed in mere hours. As Su Hanlin scrutinized the electronic map in his mind, he solemnly replied, "What do you mean by going to Macau?" According to intelligence reports, someone resembling Tian Hongji has been spotted on Lama Island. Inform the team to surrender their phones, and remember to bring bulletproof vests. We depart in 10 minutes. Yes, sir. Police Chief Nyo Bin turned to retrieve a plastic basket from the file cabinet, leading by example as he placed his phone inside, urging the Major Crimes Unit D officers to do the same. The other officers complied without complaint, understanding that during sensitive operations, surrendering communication devices was standard protocol. 10 minutes later, Su Hanlin led the Major Crimes Unit D officers to Kowloon Bay, where they transferred to the waiting Anyamo yacht. Wow, I can't believe I'm going out on a luxury yacht for a case, Li Tian exclaimed, running onto the deck with arms wide open, eyes shut to embrace the sea breeze. All right, everyone, the food on the yacht is free to enjoy, but no alcohol is permitted. Once we capture the suspect resembling Tian Hongji, I will treat you all to drinks in Long Kwai Fong, Su Hanlin encouraged the team from the deck. Thank you, sir. The other members of Major Crimes Unit D rejoiced as they relished the exquisite offerings inside. While Chief Nyo Bin approached quietly, sir, utilizing a luxury yacht for operations will not be reimbursed by the administration. The Hong Kong police force operates under tight budget constraints, with all expenditures requiring strict annual audits and public accountability. If the expenses for this luxury yacht rental were submitted, not only would the administrative department refuse reimbursement, but the direct supervisors would also likely summon them for an explanation. However, considering the time it would take to drive from the Kowloon LC district to Wong Chuk Hang and then switch to a patrol boat for Lama Island, it was likely that by the time they reached either location, Tian Hongji would have already escaped on a fishing boat. Let us report the expenses as if for a regular boat. I will cover the difference myself. Understood. Nyo Bin, as a chief, could only comply with orders. In truth, he remained unaware that Su Hanlin's decision to rent the yacht was out of necessity, compared to the costs of chartering Song Yunhui's yacht. The potential righteous energy gained from capturing Tian Hongji was far more advantageous. Of course, before departing, he also requested helicopter support through Louis Han. Tat tat tat. More than an hour later, a medium-sized civilian helicopter hovered over Luzhou Bay, and Su Hanlin, Yang, and others descended onto a fishing vessel. I am Inspector Su Hanlin of the Kowloon Serious Crimes Unit. We suspect that you are engaging in illegal activities using this fishing boat. Su presented his credentials, his tone firm yet authoritative. Now, please cooperate with the police inspection. Sir, our fishing boat is fully compliant with all regulations. We do not engage in unlawful activities, replied a nondescript, dark-skinned captain, handing over various documents. Whether we are committing illegal acts can only be determined after a thorough search, sir. Niu Bin spoke with a stern expression, gesturing to Yang Yang and the other officers to begin their search of the vessel. Su briefly glanced at the documents before returning them, for he was not from the Marine Police and could not discern from the paperwork whether the fishing operations were legal or illegal. Captain, do you always fish in the Luzhou Bay area? Su casually inquired, though his intent was evident. Since their encounter, his sense of justice had surged by 500 points. Sir, your question indicates a lack of knowledge. The fishing authorities have long prohibited fishing in Luzhou Bay. We now fish near the Dongsha Islands, merely earning a meager living. Su and the captain exchanged pleasantries, with Su primarily asking questions and the captain responding. Sir, no findings. Niu Bin, Yang Yang, and the others reported truthfully. No findings? How can that be? The system's skills do not deceive, Su thought, convinced that Tian Hongji must be concealed within the vessel. After casting a glance at the captain, Su signaled for Niu Bin to keep a close watch on him. Then he and Yang Yang ascended to the deck. Have you inspected the fish hold? Su demanded, stamping his foot. Sir, I personally checked the hold. It was filled with seawater and nothing unusual, Yang Yang replied earnestly. Seawater? The fishing boat hasn't started its operations, so how could there be seawater? Su observed Yang Yang drenched and crouched down to open the fish hold, where an overwhelming stench of fish assaulted him. He covered his nose, noting the murky seawater that obscured his view of the interior. At that moment, Yang Yang and the others realized, indeed, the fishing boat had just set out and had not begun to fish. Frugal fishermen would never take on the burden of several tons of seawater for a mere expedition. Without waiting for Su's command, they immediately called for the crew to activate the pump and discharge the seawater. Sir, this seawater cannot be discharged. It contains not only bait but also my family's secret formula, which ensures the survival rate of the seafood. You know how people prefer live seafood these days. If you let this seawater go. Su, suppressing his irritation at being underestimated in fishing practices, glanced at the murky hold and smiled. Captain, rest assured. Calculate the loss of this seawater, and the police will reimburse you fully. He then ordered Yang Yang and the others to continue pumping out the seawater. Sir, shouldn't we wait for the Marine Police patrol boat? They have diving equipment and frogmen. Su understood Niu Bin's concern that if the seawater was completely drained without discovering the suspect, it could lead to a complaint from the captain. In Hong Kong, ordinary citizens are not afraid of the police. Rather, if the police act improperly, they are bound to face complaints. Execute the order. I will take full responsibility for any consequences. Yes, sir. Niu Bin, Yang Yang, and the others responded loudly, ceasing their persuasion and directing the crew to continue pumping seawater overboard. Minutes later, Su instructed others to remain on deck to keep watch over the captain and the crew while he and Yang Yang descended into the fish hold to search for hidden compartments. Knock, 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 clang, clang, clang. At that moment, the sound of knocking echoed from within the compartment, causing Tian Hongji to quickly turn off the emergency lights and viciously signal the other stowaways to remain silent. He then pulled out his pistol and quietly chambered a round. Meanwhile, Su, seeing a red on his mental 2D electronic map just a meter ahead, crouched down, gun drawn, and announced to those inside, "You are surrounded by the police." Su, I must commend the police for their accurate intelligence. To find me in such a short time is impressive. Su, sir, listen carefully. I not only have hostages, but also a substantial supply of oxygen tanks in the compartment. Chapter 95. Can this situation still be resolved? Upon realizing he had been discovered, Tian Hongji switched on the emergency light and, with his gun, forced the other stowaways to shout for help. Sir, help me. I'm just a stowaway who doesn't want to die. There are bombs in the fish hold, along with several oxygen tanks. The stowaway cried out, bursting into tears. Hostages? Bombs? Oxygen tanks? This sounded like a Hollywood blockbuster script. How could such things be aboard a fishing vessel? Although Su was unaware of the quantity of explosives and oxygen tanks in the compartment, he sensed from the stowaway's tone that the potential explosive power was more than sufficient to obliterate the vessel, or else the stowaway would not be in such a state of panic. He motioned for Yang Yang to slowly back away, while attempting to calm Tian Hongji. Tian Hongji, stay calm. I know you don't want to die. State your demands, and I will do my utmost to meet them. Su, sir, my demand is simple. Let me go. That demand exceeds my authority. I must consult my superiors. Su continued to employ a delaying tactic, seeking to stabilize Tian Hongji's emotions while formulating a plan to capture or neutralize him. Okay, I am very patient and willing to wait. Just then, a gunshot rang out from the compartment, followed by a cry of pain. My leg. Calm down, calm down. Please do not harm the hostages. I will report this to my superiors. Sir, do not attempt to stall for time. Now, have the captain steer the boat toward international waters. Inside the compartment, Tian Hongji asserted confidently, I have a compass and navigational charts. If the course is incorrect, then we will perish together. Okay. I agree to your demand. Please do not harm the hostages. Su retreated from the fish hold, feeling extremely frustrated. Why was it that every time he encountered such a situation, the suspect either possessed weapons of mass destruction or held hostages? Moreover, Tian Hongji had a compass and navigational charts? At that moment, Yang climbed onto the deck and approached the captain, seeking confirmation about Tian Hongji's possession of a compass and navigational charts. The captain, now exposed, quickly knelt and stated, Sir, he came aboard with a large bag. As for whether there are compasses, explosives, or navigational charts, I cannot be certain. Su cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling captain, fully aware that the captain was not being truthful and harbored a sense of false hope that steering the boat into international waters would allow him to escape. To prevent the captain from causing any trouble, he ordered that the captain be taken to the cockpit while confining the other crew members in the storage compartment. He then used the ship's radio to report the situation accurately. Yuan Pengkuan and Lu Yiran, upon learning that Tian Hongji was alive and had taken hostages aboard a fishing vessel, immediately called for the SDU, Special Duties Unit, to provide support, clearly instructing Su Hanlin that the suspect must not be allowed to escape into international waters. When the leadership speaks, the subordinates must act swiftly. After thoroughly inspecting the ship from stern to bow, Su expended 50 points of justice energy and deduced through the case replay analysis function that the fishing vessel had a steel structure. After more than an hour, a helicopter emblazoned with the letters SDU circled above the fishing vessel, and several fully armed members of the Special Duties Unit descended onto the deck. Simultaneously, 2 Marine Police patrol boats positioned themselves on either side of the fishing vessel. Su communicated the system's analysis results to the SDU, who decisively abandoned Plan A in favor of Plan B. After luring Tian Hongji out of the fish tank compartment, they attempted to either assassinate or injure him. Meanwhile, the Commercial Crimes Bureau, CCB, received intelligence from the Criminal Intelligence Bureau, CIB, indicating that Tian Hongji was indeed alive and currently located in the Luzhou Bay area. Madam, Tian Hongji is crucial to unraveling the Six-Star organization. I recommend that the Special Duties Unit, SDU, do everything possible to incapacitate him, suggested Fei Xiantong. CCB Inspector Ling Yuhan, with one hand resting on her right cheek and her index finger gently tapping her temple, considered the situation thoroughly before ultimately accepting Fei Xiantong's suggestion. She picked up the internal phone to report this vital information to the head of the Commercial Crimes Bureau, Chief Inspector Go Putsuan. Sir, the Six-Star case has been progressing slowly, and according to intelligence provided by Interpol, the organization has recently laundered over $200 million through financial channels in Hong Kong. On the other end of the line, Chief Inspector Go Putsuan listened patiently, knowing that Inspector Ling Yuhan's subsequent words would be of paramount importance. As anticipated, upon learning that one of the Six-Star members, Tian Hongji, was still alive, he sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Half an hour later, in Luzhou Bay, a fishing boat's engine had been sabotaged and lay still upon the waves. Under the mediation of a negotiation expert, Tian Hongji emerged from the compartment, bound with explosives, one hand holding a hostage and the other clutching a detonator. Su Hanlin, crouched on the deck of a patrol boat with his sniper rifle raised, was preparing to take the shot at Tian Hongji when new orders crackled through his earpiece. What? They are actually ordering him to take him alive. Yes, sir. The command was issued directly from the Deputy Commissioner of Police to Yuan, sir. Nonsense. Do they not consider the situation on the ground? The boat is already swaying perilously with the waves. Without the skill of perfect marksmanship, it would be problematic to take the shot, let alone capture him alive. Sir, if we leave him alive, I cannot guarantee the safety of the hostage. Though Su Hanlin grumbled internally, he had no choice but to follow his superior's orders. The SDU commander on site hesitated, furious with the higher-ups for not taking the actual circumstances into account, demanding both the safety of the hostage and the capture of the suspect. Sir, Sir's marksmanship has reached a level of perfect integration. If he can accurately hit the suspect's wrist, I will personally lead the team to assist Sir in rescuing the hostage, declared an SDU team leader. You mean to say Sir has reached such a level? The SDU commander on site asked in shock. Indeed. The last time our team collaborated with Su Sir in the Sandong Islands, pursuing a suspect involved in organ trafficking. I witnessed him eliminate 3 suspects from a distance of 1,000 meters. The on-site commander tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie, unaware that Su Hanlin was listening intently to their conversation. Damn, damn, damn. Su Hanlin cursed inwardly, yearning at that moment to legally eliminate Tian Hongji. Su Sir, just accurately take out the detonator, and the SDU will ensure the safety of the hostage. Hearing the command through his earpiece, Su Hanlin replied affirmatively. As he noted that he had 15 seconds left to use his marksmanship skill, he adjusted his breathing, aligning his sights on Tian Hongji's wrist, preparing to fire. Suddenly, he observed Tian Hongji hurriedly pulling several hostages into a circle, squatting among them and shouting, "Listen up! I know there are at least 2 snipers aiming at me right now. Damn, is it even possible to capture him alive under these circumstances?"